Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Aaron spoke in a baffled tone. Why are you asking me that? You don't know. I'm the head of training for Liber, not a merchant. Flip. Thud. He set down the document he was reading. If you want to find a merchant guild going to Setf Kingdom, you should ask at the guild itself. I thought you'd know. Aaron had always taken care of these kinds of things for me. I knew his current position had nothing to do with such matters, but I figured I'd ask anyway, just in case. There are always merchant guilds heading to Setf Kingdom, but given the timing, I'm not sure if there'll be any vacancies. Timing. I tilted my head in confusion. What timing? Why, the Descent Festival is coming up. Oh, right. It's already that time of year. The Descent Festival. A major festival celebrated in Setf Kingdom to commemorate the day Edel descended to the earthly realm. Given its scale and the immense stature Edel holds in this world, it was practically a global festival. Even other countries and cities held smaller celebrations to mark the occasion. And in the Graces Kingdom, this time of year meant the royals would be making a fuss over it. A fuss, huh. It's true, though. Well, I can't deny that. They indulge in all manner of luxury and pleasure under the pretense of honoring Edel's descent. It's no wonder one would describe it as a fuss. But doesn't the timing of the Descent Festival make it a good thing? Festivals always attract people. And if it's the Descent Festival held in Setf Kingdom, it would draw far more people than most celebrations. Where there are people, there will be merchants flocking to take advantage of their money. Merchant guilds heading there at this time usually travel together. While there are exceptions, that's generally how it goes. Yeah, so, when they travel together, their collective size naturally increases. The larger the group, the more people they need to protect it. Now, would it be better to hire individual mercenaries, or employ a trusted, established mercenary group? So that's what you meant by no vacancies. There are plenty of spots, but not ones that I could get into. There are still some guilds that might hire individual mercenaries, but you're not a mercenary. Even for those guilds, in a time like this, they wouldn't want to accept someone with an unclear background. It's a period when opportunistic wolves are prowling for chances. Aaron. What? Help me? With what? My background. Fix it for me. Smack. Ouch. You think that's possible? Aaron had somehow gotten close to me and flicked my forehead. If it's not possible, then fine, but there was no need to hit me. I glared at him indignantly, but he clicked his tongue and glowered back. You're not even hurt, stop pretending. My body isn't hurt, but my heart is. Well, at least you're hurting somewhere. Unbelievable. Before I could find the words to express my indignation, Aaron sat back down. I could register you as a mercenary in Liber if that's the method you want. No thanks. I figured you'd say that. There's no point in tagging along with a merchant guild anyway. In a time like this, traveling with a guild would just be a hassle. It doesn't suit your temperament. You're not wrong about that. If you're set on going with a merchant guild, why not wait a little longer? Give it about a month. A month. Canaria. Joni tugged at the hem of my cape. She had been listening quietly until now. Why speak up all of a sudden? I looked down at her, wondering what she meant, but soon realized her intent. It seems waiting isn't an option. It certainly doesn't seem so. Aaron nodded in agreement with my words. Well, it's impossible not to notice when her eyes are sparkling like that. Like a sparrow unable to pass by a mill without stopping. Joni, who had been listening to our conversation, showed strong interest in the Descent Festival. A festival? Doesn't that sound like so much fun? I'm not so sure. Personally, I don't like crowded places. Wherever there are people, there's bound to be trouble. After experiencing that several times, I've grown averse to such situations. What do you plan to do? Well, I guess I need to find a carriage. Ugh, a carriage. Joni seemed to grimace at the idea of riding a carriage again, likely remembering her bumpy ride to Liber. Even people who've ridden carriages a lot complain about the constant jolting when traversing rough roads, so it must have been even harder for someone like Joni, who's rarely used one. But if we don't ride a carriage, there aren't many other options. As I've mentioned before, using the teleport gate isn't an option. So, running or horseback riding. That's about it. Think you could run all the way there? To where? Why ask such an obvious question? To Setf Kingdom. Run all the way across the continent? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. I tilted my head slightly. Once you start, you might find it's easier than you think. Why not give it a try? There's no way that would happen. Well, if she's so adamant, running is off the table. Which leaves us with riding a horse. But could Joni even manage that? When I asked, expressing my doubts, she hesitated before responding. I've ridden a few times before. I'm not great at it, but I could probably manage, a little. Why are you asking me? The way you feel right now is exactly how I felt when you asked me earlier. Sorry. Joni quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth when I shot her a sharp glare. But it was pointless. I'd already heard everything, and the way her eyes curved into a mischievous smile made it clear. Just you wait. I'll make sure to pay you back for this humiliation someday. Our short break in Liber came to an end. After the little commotion on the first day, Joni kept pestering me to go sightseeing together on the second and third days. Canaria, let's go out. If you stay cooped up in your room, you'll get moldy. I'll buy you even better chocolate than what we had yesterday. Please. She stood outside my firmly shut door, trying to persuade me with all sorts of lines. Canaria, slam. You're being too noisy. Oh, it's Canaria? You finally came out. If you want to go out that badly, grab a sword and follow me. Why the sword? If you beat me in a fight, I'll go with you. I don't take orders from anyone weaker than me. Good night, Canaria. With that, she kindly pushed me back inside, telling me to go get some rest. After getting plenty of rest, we greeted the fourth day. We finished breakfast earlier than usual and stood at the gate leading out of Liber. I glanced up at the city wall for a moment before turning around. Aaron, who insisted on seeing us off despite my protests, stood there watching me. I owe you a lot. Oh me? I've never thought that. Aaron turned his head abruptly. After a brief pause, he spoke in a shy voice. If things get tough, come find me anytime. You'll always be welcome. Yeah, I'll be sure to do that. If it were Eric, I might be wary, but Aaron? I trust him. Pulling my hood down low, I poked Joni's side as she chuckled warmly. What? Embarrassed? What's she saying? Let's get moving. If you're going to miss it, we can stay a little longer. I'm not going to miss it. I'm going to miss it though. It's a bit sad that you're not. Now even Aaron had joined in on the teasing, like they just couldn't help themselves. Ignoring their comments, I tugged at the reins of my horse. Knowing full well they were only trying to get a rise out of me, I didn't see any reason to indulge them. Still, maybe I could say just one thing. I'll miss it a little. Not much, just a little. After leaving those words, I wasted no time and began walking toward the exit of Liber. Canaria, come back safely. Aaron shouted loudly, waving his hand. Yeah, I will. I waved back at him and continued walking, not looking back again as I left Liber. Parting ways with a close friend is always sad, but knowing you'll meet again makes it a little easier. Aaron's not the type to fall easily, nor is he suffering from any kind of illness, so I'm sure we'll meet again. Alright, let's push forward with new energy. Joni's spirited shout lifted the somewhat somber mood. Having such an enthusiastic companion definitely has its perks in moments like these. Once we were a fair distance from Liber, we decided it was time to ride our horses. As Joni put one foot in the stirrup and tried to mount, she glanced at me with a smirk. Canaria, think you can get on? Want me to give you a boost? Ignoring her, I hopped up with a single fluid motion. After a brief sensation of floating, I landed perfectly in the saddle. Snort. The horse under me gave a soft snort, adjusting to my weight. Humph. I smirked at Joni, whose mouth was wide open in surprise. I've climbed places much higher than this is nothing. Watching me in a daze, Joni gritted her teeth and struggled to mount her horse. Clearly sensing her discomfort, the horse let out a frustrated snort as she fumbled. I did it. Joni finally managed to get into the saddle and let out a triumphant cheer. Anyone would think she had just climbed a treacherous mountain peak inhabited by dwarves. Judging by how much she struggled just to get on, I don't even need to see her riding skills to know how bad they are. Good luck with that. I wonder how long she'll last, an hour? 2? With the image of Joni screaming in my head, I rode forward cheerfully. Ugh, my back hurts, and so do my legs. My whole body feels like it's been smashed to pieces. Heh. Kana, what was that laugh just now? You weren't mocking me, were you? No way. Our sweet Kana would never do that. I was mocking you. Isn't that a little too blunt? Why shouldn't I be blunt? They say a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years, but I'm not a gentleman. My revenge came much faster. Of course, this much wasn't enough to completely satisfy me, but seeing Joni's miserable face did lift my spirits a bit. When we first set out, Joni's expression wasn't like that at all. It had been cloudy for days, but on the day we departed, the weather suddenly cleared up as if by magic. Her face had been just as bright. But as time went on, clouds gathered, and in the end, she ended up like this. I didn't know riding a horse would be this hard. Joni grumbled as she dismounted with as much struggle as when she first got on. If I become as strong as you, Kana, will I be able to ride effortlessly too? If mastering horseback riding required reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, then you'd probably have to be a dragon or unicorn transformed into a horse. Even kids much younger than her ride just fine, so I don't think it's a matter of skill. Like me? Huh. Never mind. Moreover, the apostles possess abnormally good physical abilities compared to their level. Even if they took a few hits from an orc's club, they'd probably be fine. No way a little horseback riding would wear them out. Conclusion, Joni's suffering because she's weak. Clap, clap, clap. Isn't your conclusion a bit off? Weak is weak. Kana, you're starting to sound like a brat. Ignoring Joni's mumbling in Arkish, I continued. Of course it hurts when you're that tense while riding. Being tense means your body's holding on to a lot of unnecessary energy. Spending several hours with your muscles strained like that? No wonder her body's screaming in pain. While tension can act as a lubricant that helps you respond quickly in certain situations, too much of it means nothing will go well. If you knew that, you could have told me sooner. Joni. Yeah, some lessons are best learned through experience. It's more effective to experience it firsthand rather than listening to advice 100 times over. I've turned countless recruits into functional people, so trust me on this. And whenever I say something like this, I would have listened if you just told me. Yeah, I don't believe that. That's usually the response I get. I've heard it so many times that it doesn't even surprise me anymore. At first, I took it seriously and tried to explain things, but all it did was confirm that I wasn't wrong. Tension, huh, ow. Let's rest a bit first. I'm too sore to do anything right now. Joni tried to mount her horse again, but ended up giving up due to muscle pain. Munching on some jerky, I shook my head as I watched her struggle. She's really trying her best. After dismounting and taking a short break. Joni widened her eyes as if she'd discovered something. A herd of water buffalo. They're rain buffaloes, a type of monster. Monster? They look just like regular cows. There's not much difference. A herd of what looked like dozens of rain buffaloes passed in the direction Joni was looking. Rain buffaloes taste good. Do you judge monsters based on how they taste, Kana? Sorry. That was a bit harsh, wasn't it? Then what else is there to judge them on besides taste? So that's where the problem is. Joni nodded as if she'd come to a realization. I guess for someone as skilled as you, no monster would really pose a threat. That's not true. She's overestimating me. No matter how skilled I am, there's no way I could slice through every monster like their steaks. There are countless formidable creatures, Leviathan, Kraken, Parides, and so on. And even dragons are technically classified as monsters. Wait, a dragon is considered a monster? Never mind that. Leviathan, Kraken, what was it? Parides. Right, Parides. I don't know how strong those creatures are, but they must be pretty tough for you to mention them. Just from their names, they don't sound like your average monsters. True. If those kinds of creatures roamed around casually, Ardena continent would have turned into a monster paradise by now. I've only ever read about them in stories or books, so I don't know their exact strength, but from the descriptions alone, they didn't sound weak at all. But they're seriously delicious. Unlike orc meat, rain buffalo is a premium ingredient that almost everyone enjoys. It's so good that there's a saying, you might have it once, but you'll never have it twice. Isn't it? You might not have it once, but if you do, you'll never have it just once. Rain buffalo meat is expensive. You might get a chance to taste it once, but buying it a second time? It's too expensive. Most people just reminisce about the taste while sucking on their fingers. Well, considering most people have never even had it once, it's more like an expression to emphasize how delicious it is. If that doesn't give you a clear idea, just think of it as the kind of meat served on the tables of royalty. And their milk is really good, too. Milk's important. I didn't say anything. Yes, you did. I wasn't teasing you, Kana. I was just saying it's important. Yeah, right. Anyway, the meat, milk, leather, and horns, all parts of the rain buffalo, are used without waste. If it were possible to domesticate them, that would have been great, but unfortunately, it's not, which is a real shame. Why not? They don't look that aggressive. They're monsters. Most people who thought like Joni and tried either ended up with one of two outcomes. They either got skewered by a rain buffalo's horns and went to Edel's side, or they failed spectacularly and lost everything and went to Edel's side. There's a reason why rain buffaloes are classified as monsters. Normally, they look docile like this, but when it rains, they get much stronger and turn extremely violent. They go on a rampage and try to destroy everything they see, so you can't keep them confined, and they're too strong to control. Then why not raise them in a region where it doesn't rain much? Just because it doesn't rain often doesn't mean it'll never rain. And trying to raise them in those areas brings about another problem. Rain buffaloes die if they don't get rained on. So they become violent when it rains, but die if it doesn't? What a contradictory creature. Can't you just spray them with water? Doesn't work. These guys only respond to water that falls from the sky as rain. I don't know the exact reason, but since when did monsters have logical reasons for their behavior? Now that you've mentioned it, I'm kind of curious. What do they taste like? If you're curious, why don't you try it? What? What are you doing? Why isn't she moving? I stared at her, and Joni broke into a nervous sweat. You're not saying I should go catch one of those, are you? You said you were curious. Just because I'm curious doesn't mean I have to satisfy that curiosity, right? Eek. Stop talking. Mid-sentence, I gave Joni a push, and she tumbled down the field. The peaceful herd of rain buffaloes perked up their ears, noticing her presence. If I attack one, will the others charge at me? Of course. So you're saying dozens of them will come at me all at once? Yup. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do? I shrugged. No idea what she's talking about. They're seriously delicious. I'm not eating them. I can't eat them. Joni shrieked and backed away hurriedly. Seeing her retreat, the rain buffaloes lost interest and went back to grazing. Is it really that hard? I walked forward, leaving Joni behind. The rain buffaloes lifted their heads as I approached the spot where Joni had rolled, but upon seeing me, they immediately returned to grazing. That's a little annoying. The monsters and beasts are said to be sensitive to their surroundings, but was that just a rumor, or are these creatures particularly insensitive? Their indifferent reaction to me compared to how they responded to Joni was quite irritating. As I approached a little closer, the buffalo finally turned to look at me warily. Even if they had tried to run, I would have chased them, but to stand their ground even when I'm this close? They're clearly thinking that they can handle any threat I might pose. Arrogant, aren't you? Crack? With a light swing of my hand, I brought it down on the head of the one standing at the front. The motion itself was effortless, but the result was anything but. With a dull thud, the skull of the buffalo caved in, and it collapsed to the ground. Muaea. The other buffalo's demeanor changed instantly upon witnessing their comrade's misfortune. Gone was their leisurely grazing. Now, they pawed at the ground and snorted angrily, looking as if they might charge at any moment. Planning to fight. I grabbed the horn of the buffalo lying on the ground and lifted it. Its limp body rose into the air, following the motion of my hand. Mua. Really? Mua. Their cries suddenly weakened, and the herd faltered. Even a low-intelligence monster could sense when something was off. It took them losing one member to realize it, but isn't that better than the whole herd being annihilated? The buffaloes started looking around nervously at each other. If they were human, they'd probably be saying, "You go first," or "You're closer." Their eyes darted around in a frantic exchange until they finally reached a consensus. Their gazes, which had been shaky and uncertain, solidified. Having made up their minds, moo, they began to ignore the limp body of their fallen comrade, going back to munching on the grass as if nothing had happened. Satisfied, I nodded and started dragging the carcass back to where Joni was. Mooer, mooer. One buffalo's cry started a chain reaction, and soon, the chorus of the rain buffalo's cries echoed throughout the plains. They sounded like they were lamenting the fact that they couldn't avenge their comrade. Their cries seemed full of sorrow and regret. Be quiet. I don't care if they're sad or not, it's noisy. Or come at me now if you're that upset. The cacophony of cries vanished from the plains as if it had never been there. For creatures without the courage to retaliate, they sure were noisy. Kana. When I arrived, dragging the rain buffalo carcass behind me, Joni looked down at me with a complicated expression. I don't know if I should say this. No, never mind. She hesitated, then swallowed her words, leaving me hanging. What? You might get hurt if I say it. I don't mind. Really? I nodded. I've heard all kinds of insults before. I'm used to it, so it doesn't bother me at all. Besides, if I get hurt, I'll just hurt them back. My eloquence isn't great, so I usually respond to verbal wounds with physical ones. I've always matched them in the field I'm confident in, so they wouldn't have had any complaints. Joni shivered and let out a shriek after hearing what I said. That's terrifying. In the end, Joni never told me what she was originally going to say. So what was it she wanted to say? Beep. Chomp. That looks delicious. It is. What a wicked girl. If I had to put Joni's emotions into words, it'd probably be something like that. You said you wouldn't eat. Well, that's. You also said you couldn't eat it. Ugh. So what's the problem if I'm not sharing? There's an old saying, those who don't work, don't eat. When I looked at her blankly, Joni twisted in agony. I suppose that's enough teasing. I didn't intend to eat alone anyway, I was just messing with her a bit. It's delicious. Joni, her face filled with bliss, started chomping down on the meat. It was quite a different sight from when she was eating orc meat. After all, whether it's rain buffalo or orc, they're all the same monsters. We had a rather pleasant meal and then left the rain buffalo herd, which looked at us with sorrowful eyes, and continued on our way. Sit firmly in the saddle and straighten your back. Like this. A little more, like this. Wow, Kana's giving me personal corrections. Smack. Ow. Focus. I continued the lesson after giving the unruly student a small punishment for not paying attention. You're putting too much strength into it. Didn't you just tell me to straighten my back? I told you to straighten your back, not tense up? Isn't that the same thing? How is that the same? By the time the lesson ended, Joni's posture had improved significantly. The process wasn't exactly smooth, but as long as the results are good, that's all that matters. As the first graduate of Kana's horse riding school, Joni left the following review. She was so kind when teaching me how to ride. Hehe, Kana's always so considerate. It wasn't like I was trying to be kind. Feeling shy, are we? Poke poke. Stop it. I swatted Joni's fingers away as she persistently poked at my cheeks. The issues with riding and swordsmanship are different, so of course, the way I teach would differ. Well, if she wants to misunderstand, that's her freedom. No need to correct her. Joni yawned widely. After learning the correct posture from Kana, the muscle pain that had been plaguing her began to subside. Initially, she'd thought, I should have just taken a carriage, but that regret soon turned into, I'm glad I chose to ride, long ago. It's faster and more comfortable than a carriage. If you ride a magic-engineered carriage, it's even more comfortable. Why haven't you bought one yet? Poor Kana, having to suffer because of her stingy leader. You guys are acting all high and mighty because it's not your money, huh? If you're going to talk like that, at least give me the money. Excuse me, are you encouraging real money transactions right now? I should just stop talking. The reactions in the chat were exactly as she expected, taunts and jabs at her so-called declaration of idleness as a streamer. They're always the same. Shaking her head, Joni turned her gaze to Kana. Despite riding for hours, Kana showed no signs of boredom. She simply swayed back and forth with the horse's movement without saying or doing much. If she weren't responding whenever Joni spoke, she'd almost look like a doll propped up in the saddle. Well, Kana is as cute as a doll, so it wouldn't be surprising to mistake her for one. Joni indulged herself in such thoughts for a moment. She was curious to see Kana's reaction if she voiced them out loud but decided not to give in to the impulse. With her hair fluttering gently in the breeze and her half-lidded pink eyes lost in thought, Kana looked like a picture-perfect scene. Joni felt it would be a crime to disturb such a picturesque sight. After all, cuteness is justice. Joni continued to reflect on this truth as she contentedly observed Kana's profile. Ordinarily, she would have dismissed statements like, "I never get tired of just looking at her," as typical cheesy talk. But watching Kana now, Joni wondered if it might not be just an exaggeration after all. Had she been staring for too long? Kana, who had been blankly looking ahead, turned her gaze toward Joni. "What? Huh? Did I say something?" "You didn't say anything, but your eyes are annoying." "They're annoying? Can you please stop saying that?" Kana might look gentle enough that she'd never even say a curse word, but if you actually listen to what comes out of her mouth, there's a surprisingly sharp edge to it. Hit by this sudden verbal punch, Joni mumbled dejectedly. "Still, it's better than before. Compared to when she used to completely ignore me whenever I spoke, even if it stings a little, this more lively version of her is much better." Whether or not that was her only reason for speaking, Kana soon lost interest and turned her attention back to the road ahead. Well, she tried to. "Oh right. Kana, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" It seemed Joni's sudden question sparked her interest. "Why are you going to the Holy Kingdom? Now that I think about it, I remember you saying you were heading there, but I never heard the reason why." Hearing the question, Kana looked at Joni as if she were seeing something bizarre. It was an incredibly rare expression for someone as stoic as Kana. Ha. Joni gave a sheepish laugh. Even she knew it was a ridiculous question to ask at this point. It's been several days since they started traveling together, and she was only now asking why Kana was going to the Holy Kingdom? If she wanted to ask, she should have done it earlier. If not, she shouldn't ask at all. Of course, the reason Joni never considered it until now was that she was simply too excited about traveling with Kana. Even though the timing of her question was rather awkward, it wasn't a forbidden topic, so Kana calmly answered her curiosity. "I got curious." Curious. Even if it's out of curiosity, who decides to go all the way to a country on the opposite side of the continent? Most people wouldn't, right? As one question was answered, another arose. Joni asked again. "Since you're going all the way to the Holy Kingdom, it must be something you can only find there, right?" "Yeah. Can I ask what it is?" "No. That figures. She's quite straightforward." I had a feeling she'd say no. Confronted with a firm refusal, Joni accepted it and backed down. Kana might not realize it, but according to Joni's observations, Kana's refusals come in two categories. There are the ones where, if you beg and plead, there's a chance she might change her mind. And then there are the ones where there's absolutely no room for negotiation. This time, it was clearly the latter. That's why, instead of pestering her further, Joni decided to rack her brain on her own. If she's insistent on going to the Holy Kingdom, could it be related to the Edel Church? She didn't seem particularly religious, though. Wait, she's not planning to become a nun, is she? What? Your imagination is something else. The tale of how I, the strongest swordsman, became a lowly nun. If she were to join, she'd become a holy knight, not a nun. Wait a minute. Kana in a nun outfit? I wouldn't mind that, actually. Agreed, that's too good to pass up. What? Are you telling me that if she joins the Edel Church, we get to see Kana in a nun's habit? Where do I apply to become a follower? The Edel Church would explode in membership. LMAO. Donated 10,001. Thank you. Actually, people's concept of nuns in media is way off. Real nuns wear clothes that don't reveal their figures to avoid attracting attention, and they definitely don't show their hair. So, if you look at the Edel Church's outfits. Oh, thanks for the explanation. Genuine lore right there. Wow, food prices sure are high these days. 10,0001 for rice? Korea's economy is doomed. Thanks, that's exactly the info I needed. Streamer's expression, LOL. Joni continued chatting with her viewers, having muted her microphone. Kana occasionally glanced at Joni during these exchanges, but Joni, absorbed in her conversation with the audience, didn't notice. And so, their horses continued to tirelessly gallop onward, making steady progress toward the Holy Kingdom. Let's call it a day. How much time had passed? Just as the sun dipped below the mountain ridges, Kana finally broke her long silence. Joni, who was starting to run out of things to talk about, welcomed Kana's words with a smile. "It's been a while since we camped out. Kana, have you ever camped before?" "Ah, right, you definitely have." Remembering Kana's previous occupation, Joni awkwardly cut herself off. If anything, Kana must have a lot more camping experience than her. "But, you're planning to camp here." The location, the terrain, it just didn't seem like the best spot to set up camp. While Joni wasn't as experienced as Kana, she had enough camping know-how to recognize that. "We just have to find a good spot." Kana replied casually and lightly tapped her horse's side, prompting it to move at a slow, measured pace. "Hey, I think I see a light over there." While scanning for a campsite, Joni caught sight of something glimmering in the distance. A flickering fire dancing atop neatly arranged logs. It could have been a naturally occurring fire, but logs don't stack themselves so perfectly. This was definitely made by someone. "Hold on." Overcome with excitement, Joni urged her horse forward, leaving Kana behind as she headed straight for the campfire. "Hello? Anyone here? Who knew there'd be a clearing like this in the middle of nowhere?" If the person who arrived first was okay with it, it'd be nice if they could camp together. Reaching the small clearing with the campfire, Joni craned her neck, looking for its owner. Clip-clop. Joni. Oh, you're here. Sigh. Kana, who had followed closely behind, let out a deep sigh. Huh? What's wrong? It's nothing. Kana parted her lips as if she had a lot to say but ended up swallowing her words. Instead, she turned her gaze toward a presence she felt not too far away. Russell. Oh, are you travelers? A nun. Appearing with the soft sound of twigs or leaves crunching underfoot was a young woman dressed in a nun's habit. She seemed like an adult but still had a hint of youthful innocence. Joni's gaze unintentionally wandered to a certain area of the nun's figure, then she suddenly recalled the donation message from earlier and shook her head furiously. Are you feeling unwell? The nun asked with concern. And no. There was a bug. Oh, I see. Most of the insects around here are harmless, but some do carry venom, so you should be cautious. Would you like me to take a look, just in case? I am fine. She's a real nun. The sight of the nun, who seemed to embody kindness itself, cleansed Joni's darkened thoughts, making her feel purified. Are you camping alone out here? Joni asked. Yes. I parted ways with my companions in the previous town, so I'm by myself. Is it okay if we camp here as well? We wouldn't want to impose. Of course, go right ahead. I don't own this land. I was actually worried about spending the night alone, but now I feel much safer with you around. The nun smiled gently as she set down the items she was carrying. Dry branches and berries scattered around her feet. Kana, she said, we can stay. We can camp here together. Sigh. Seeing Joni's cheerful wave, Kana let out another sigh. I looked at Joni pitifully as she eagerly ran up to the woman who looked like a nun, wagging her metaphorical tail. How can she be so fearful during battles, yet so reckless in situations like this? It's quite contradictory. Does she only react strongly to immediate, visible threats? Observing her behavior like this makes me feel like a behavioral psychologist. Although, I'm far from being an expert, let alone having ever studied the subject. I wonder if there are any professions like that in this world? I haven't really seen anyone who specializes in counseling or psychology. People here always seem to rush to the priests whenever something goes wrong. You got hurt by a monster's attack? Oh dear. Quickly, go see the priest for treatment. There's an epidemic spreading? Contact the church immediately. Father, forgive me, for I have sinned. That's how it goes. Priests in this world are treated as some kind of panacea for everything. Anyway, I guess Joni doesn't understand that in the wild, the dangers aren't just limited to monsters or beasts. It's fortunate that the person camping at the clearing was a nun from the Edel church. If it had been some unsavory group, things could have gone really badly. While I tied our horses to a nearby tree and prepared for camp, Joni happily chatted away with the nun. Sorry for the late introduction. My name is Seline. I serve Edel as a nun. Please feel free to call me Seline. My name's Joni. You can call me whatever you like. Yes, Joni, have you been guided by Edel? Guided by Edel? Yes, I have. How did you know? Sometimes, people don't notice. Hehe. If one were unable to see the grace so deeply engraved upon you, they wouldn't be worthy of serving Edel. And also, the nun's gentle gaze turned towards me. This young lady here has received just as much grace as you have, Joni. Kana. Is Kana her name? What a lovely name. Hearing my name mentioned, I tilted my head slightly. While Joni exchanged some words with Seline, she then turned to speak to me. Kana, this is Seline. She's a nun from the Edel church. I could have guessed that just by looking at her. Since she'd been formally introduced, I couldn't just ignore her. I greeted Seline with a polite nod. Maybe not all of them, but every priest I've met so far has been a good person or at least someone of decent character. And Seline seemed no different. Of course, I've only known her for less than an hour, so I can't be certain, but from what I've seen so far, she doesn't appear to harbor any malice. Maybe I can afford to lower my guard a little. Isn't it scary to camp alone in a place like this? I'd be too scared to sleep properly. Hehe. Joni, you're kind. Don't worry. With this? Wow. If I borrow the power of Edel, there's nothing to fear. Golden light emanated from Seline's hand, illuminating the darkness. The light shimmered and spread outward, like fireflies dancing in the night, encircling the clearing where we stood. Is that a barrier? It's not quite a barrier. It's a holy spell, but it works similarly. So, yes, you could see it that way. Tonight, I'll be watching over you, so rest assured. Isn't that tiring for you? I've received such abundant love, so something like this is a breeze. I carefully observed the light surrounding the area. It wasn't as bright as when it first emerged from Seline's hand, but its soft glow seemed to create a protective wall around us. Curious, I reached out and poked at the light, finding that my finger easily passed through it without any resistance, going beyond the barrier. I'd seen other priests create these safe zones before, but those were meant to completely separate the inside from the outside. No one inside could go out, and no one outside could come in. But with Seline's spell, there didn't seem to be any problem moving from the inside out. It's unlikely that it's been set up without any purpose, so it probably prevents entry from the outside. This is quite interesting. Kana, do you find it fascinating? Joni was watching me, a warm expression on her face, as I continued to poke and prod the barrier. That gaze is kind of annoying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seline's holy spell must have fascinated her, Joni said with a satisfied smile. It would seem fascinating to most people. Joni smiled as she spoke, recalling how Kana poked at the barrier like a child playing with a new toy. Even though Kana now looked as if nothing had happened and continued to stare at the campfire, Joni had seen it all. She really is still a child at heart. Joni found it cute how Kana pretended not to care, but she also felt a little guilty for bothering her. But she couldn't help it. You know how uncles can't resist teasing their nieces and end up making them cry? It's just like that I couldn't help but mess with her. Joni internally justified her actions. While Joni continued smiling, Seline suddenly asked her a question. Are you two also heading to the Holy Kingdom? Yes, we are. Wait, also, does that mean you're? Yes. I'm also on my way back to the Holy Kingdom. That's perfect. Since we've met like this, would you like to travel together to the Holy Kingdom? Joni eagerly suggested, utilizing her natural friendliness, but Seline gave a hesitant smile, delaying her answer for a moment. It's a kind offer, but shouldn't we ask for Kana's opinion as well? Oh, right. Realizing she had gotten too excited, Joni calmed down a little. Meeting a picture-perfect nun like the one straight out of a comic book made her lose her composure. Joni coughed awkwardly. She had a feeling Kana wouldn't care and would probably say, do as you like, but it wouldn't be polite to include a new traveling companion without even asking her first. Even if it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, and it's simpler to report something afterward than ask in advance, Joni knew that repeating such behavior could erode trust. And she didn't want to break the bond she had worked so hard to build with Kana. Kana, why do you always call me twice? Well, doesn't it sound more affectionate? Just calling your name feels too cold. Not really. Is that so? Anyway, Kana, Seline here is also heading to the Holy Kingdom. Would it be alright if she traveled with us? You know, it's more fun when there are more people traveling together. I'm not really sure about that. Kana responded indifferently. As Joni opened her mouth to try to persuade Kana again, Kana spoke up first. Do as you like. It was exactly what Joni had initially expected her to say. She's a nun, so I'm sure she knows the way to the Holy Kingdom well. No one had even questioned it, but Kana made a statement as if she were explaining herself. Does she really want to maintain her aloof persona? Well, whatever. Joni beamed brightly, having received permission. Kana said it's fine too. I didn't say it was fine. You hear her, right? Kana, who had begun to understand a bit of Arkish, tried to refute Joni's words, but Joni remained steadfast. Is that so? Even Seline, who had been listening, was taken aback and asked cautiously. Of course. Kana isn't yet fluent in Arkish, so she can't express herself properly. Just now, she meant to say, it's wonderful. I won't object. Is that so? I suppose she's not very fluent in Arkish, but she doesn't look like someone who would say something like that, though. Seline swallowed her words. To her, Joni and Kana seemed like quite an unusual pair. Joni was lively, whereas Kana was reserved. Based on their personalities, Joni seemed like the one who should be leading, but it appeared that the one in control was actually Kana. That didn't mean Kana was deciding everything on her own, though. There must be a reason why Lady Edel is watching over them. Seline's eyes sparkled with a golden light as she grew more intrigued. All right, then. I'll be in your care. Seline spoke while avoiding Kana's disgruntled gaze. Thus, the three of them became traveling companions, and thanks to Seline's holy spell, they spent a comfortable night together. The next morning, after having a simple stew made from the rain buffalo meat they had caught the day before, they tidied up the clearing and prepared to set off. Joni stomped out the fire and poured water over it as she joked around. You can never be too careful with fire safety. This is the kind of education that really shines in moments like this. You're absolutely right. Fire safety is very important. Ahaha, you heard that. Yes, it's a wonderful teaching. I should share it with the children at the temple. Joni, who had suddenly been appointed the honorary fire safety officer of Cilia Online, laughed awkwardly. She hadn't expected anyone to be listening to her mutterings. Having thoroughly ensured fire prevention and repacked their luggage, the group prepared to set off on their journey, only to encounter an unexpected problem. Seline, where's your horse? My horse. Yes, the horse you rode here. I don't have one, though. Joni was shocked by Seline's unexpected statement. Then how did you get here? I walked. Walked, you say? Yes. Thanks to Lady Edel, it wasn't all that difficult. Lady Edel must have been quite athletic in her day. Pardon. Oh, it's nothing. Is there some doctrine that forbids you from riding a horse? Of course not. It's just that I ran out of travel funds. Embarrassingly enough, I miscalculated my expenses. Seline laughed softly, and Joni awkwardly mirrored her. But this was a problem. It wouldn't matter if they had an extra horse, but they only had two. Hearing Joni muttering to herself, Seline scratched her cheek. Well, it's fine if you two go ahead without me. No, I won't abandon a companion. A sea companion. Joni's eyes widened. Seline instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by Joni's intensity. Completely ignoring her reaction, Joni sharply turned her head toward Kana. Kana, I'm sorry, but can we ride together? What? Seline didn't come here on horseback. It'd be awkward for us to just ride away, so how about you and I share one horse, and Seline rides the other? You two can just ride together. That'd be too harsh on the horse. It's better if I ride with light Kana. Then I'll just run alongside. You two can each have your own horse. Kana, are you really going to be this heartless? Joni and Kana argued, neither willing to back down. Even though Seline couldn't understand what they were saying, she could sense the tension between them. Fine. Then I'll ride with that nun, Seline. That's not allowed. Why not? Just because. If you're honest about your reasons, I'll think about it. This is a perfect opportunity to stay close to Kana. There's no way I'm missing out on this. Just die. Kaya, didn't you say you'd think about it? Kana, you liar. Kana picked up a branch with a blank expression and began chasing Joni. Joni screamed as she ran away, and Kana chased after her. Caught between them, Seline could only blink, bewildered by the sudden chase. The impromptu chase ended with Joni collapsing to the ground after taking several hits from the branch. I should have known when you so recklessly suggested traveling together. Kana, you agreed to. I knew you'd pester me if I said no. Well, that's true. Ow, why'd you hit me again? Because you're annoying. Kana snapped the branch she'd used to hit Joni and tossed the broken pieces aside without hesitation, then gestured toward Seline. Get on. Me. Yeah, I did agree, so I have to take responsibility. Kana muttered listlessly, tapping the saddle as if urging her to hurry up. After Seline awkwardly climbed on, Kana lightly nudged Joni's side with her foot. Hurry up and get up. Ugh, my whole body aches. Maybe if Kana goes who and heals me, I'll get better. Just stay on the ground forever, then. I am up. What an amusing pair. Watching them bicker, Seline suddenly realized she was smiling. Even if it weren't Lady Edel's will, I might have ended up traveling with these two anyway. Joni knew that, unlike the religions she was familiar with in reality, priests and nuns of the Church of Edel were considered to be of equal status. Therefore, the authority and abilities granted to the two positions did not differ. Then, is there really a need to differentiate them? This was Joni's question, to which Seline replied. Although the positions are the same, the genders are different. Is it because it's a distraction for training? That's partly true, but it's mainly because we have different roles. For example, caring for orphan children is a job typically assigned to nuns like me. Ah, I see. However, it's true that the boundaries have become a lot less strict compared to the past. So, like you said, maybe it's better not to draw a distinction. I should propose this when I return. That was just an offhand comment, so you really don't need to do that. Please, I'm begging you, don't do it. Joni waved her hands frantically in panic, which made Seline chuckle softly. I was just kidding. If you joke around like that again, I might get accused of heresy. That's impossible. Edel is merciful. I really hope so. Joni sighed and hugged Kana, who was sitting in front of her, tightly. Hee, soft and squishy Kana is the best. Let go if you don't want to fall off the horse. Just let me stay like this a bit longer. Sigh, ha, ah, it feels so nice, ouch. Joni screamed as she attempted to rest her chin on Kana's head. Kana, who had landed a surprise blow on the unsuspecting Joni, scoffed. When I say don't do it, don't do it. Alright. Joni, who had assumed Kana was just soft and squishy, found herself sticking out her tongue in pain after being struck unexpectedly. Although Seline was open to conversing, she rarely initiated conversations. On the other hand, Kana almost never started conversations and spoke only minimally when engaged. Thus, unless Joni was playing pranks or engaging in light chatter, their journey was generally quiet. As they rode their horses, they occasionally encountered other travelers. Sometimes, they ran into intimidating mercenaries, other times, it was a merchant group with wagons full of goods, or even a noble from a nearby small kingdom. Those who initially regarded them with wary eyes dropped their guard and greeted them warmly as soon as they recognized Seline's attire. How many days passed like that? Narrowing her eyes and looking far into the distance, Seline suddenly exclaimed in a bright voice. Ah, I can see the Holy Kingdom. Wow, finally. Joni perked up and responded excitedly to Seline's words. Indeed, as Seline had said, a massive wall gradually began to appear on the horizon. Joni was left speechless as she took in the majestic grandeur of the structure. Hehe. Is this your first time visiting the Holy Kingdom? Huh? Ah, yes. I've only ever heard about it before, but seeing it in person, it's truly amazing. The Holy Kingdom was more like a city centered around the sacred site rather than a typical country. In reality, apart from Setf, there were no other cities within the Holy Kingdom. It's just that the size of this city alone was so enormous that it could dwarf most fiefdoms. Is that some kind of holy magic? Yes. It's a holy barrier created by Edel's divine power radiating from the sacred site. Instead of building walls to protect itself from foreign invasions like other cities, Setf Holy Kingdom used a massive holy barrier to serve the same function as a fortress wall. For such a large area to be enclosed by a barrier. I suppose it's quite impressive, though I'm not entirely sure how impressive. Joni looked up at the holy barrier in the distance. On the other hand, Kana's reaction was slightly different from Joni's. Although it was unclear what she was thinking, Kana gazed at the barrier with an expression full of weariness. Though they were sitting together on the same horse, their reactions were worlds apart. Watching them, Seline chuckled softly. Entering the Holy Kingdom was a simple task. Is it really okay to let us in so easily? Joni was so surprised that she couldn't help but ask. In fact, calling it simple seemed like an understatement. All they did was exchange a few light greetings with the holy knights standing at the entrance before passing through the barrier. That's because you're traveling with me. I vouched for your identities, which is why it was so easy to get through. Seline's answer was straightforward. Then, does that mean it's more complicated for others? Of course. Didn't you see the group in front of us? Joni recalled the merchant group that had entered the Holy Kingdom just before them. I thought they were just being thorough with the inspection because they were merchants, to prevent them from sneaking in anything that's not allowed or something like that. Well, border control is handled by the Holy Knights, so I'm not sure either. But I'm certain that others don't get through as easily as we did. I see. Wait, if it was really that easy for us to get through, then does that mean? Yes. Is it because Seline is actually someone really important? Hehe. Joni was stunned by Seline's enigmatic smile. It's true. No way. I'm just an ordinary nun. People who say that usually aren't ordinary at all. I'm serious. Even if you were traveling with another priest or nun, it would have been the same. Seline deflected Joni's suspicious gaze and changed the subject. By the way, do you two have a place to stay for the night? No. Neither Kana nor I have ever been to the Holy Kingdom, so we don't know where anything is. Can you recommend a good place to stay? The inns are probably already full since the Descent Festival is coming up. It hasn't even started yet, and it's already packed. That just shows how significant Edel's descent is. Joni was momentarily at a loss for words, hearing Seline's devout response. Now that she thought about it, it was like trying to book accommodations or transportation during the peak season. In reality it was nearly impossible. When she thought about it that way, it wasn't hard to understand. Joni nodded, accepting the situation. I see, but the person she was conversing with was distracted by something else. Seline crossed her arms and narrowed her brows slightly. An empty inn. If we look around enough, I'm sure we can find at least one place, right? I can't guarantee it. Even if there is one, you'd have to do a lot of searching. Ugh. What should we do? Should we just sleep outside? The church does have temporary accommodations for those who can't find a place to stay. Really? It's literally a temporary shelter, so it might be a bit uncomfortable. Are you okay with that? That doesn't sound very reassuring. Joni hesitated to say she was okay, given the ominous tone of Seline's words. Seeing is believing, after all. Joni and Kana decided to follow Seline's guidance and headed to the temporary shelter provided by the church. After finally seeing the place for themselves, Joni spoke up. This is not going to work. She then turned to Kana for her opinion. What do you think, Kana? Kana shook her head. She didn't even want to speak, simply shaking her head in disapproval. The temporary shelter was a massive tent large enough to accommodate dozens of people. While it could keep out rain and wind, it offered no place to wash, and there wasn't even a minimal privacy screen for the individuals staying there. Neither Joni nor Kana wanted to spend the night crammed into such a space with so many others, so they turned away from the tent without saying a word. It really is a temporary shelter. The free lodgings for pilgrims have also filled up already. Well, I guess we have no choice but to keep searching for an empty inn. Even if I have to rough it myself, I should at least find a proper place for Kana. Joni clenched her fist with determination. She could handle a little debuff from sleeping on the ground, but she couldn't bring herself to have Kana, a resident of the world of Cilia, sleep under such conditions. Kana is like a precious child. I must protect her. If I run around until my feet are sore, I should be able to find at least one place. Just as she was steeling herself to say goodbye to Seline and start searching, Seline, who had been deep in thought, clapped her hands. How about this? If you two are okay with it, I can offer you an empty room at the church. There's only one room available, so you'd have to share, but, of course it's fine. Hearing Seline's offer that came at just the right time, Joni nodded vigorously, worried that Seline might change her mind. If anything, we should be asking you if it's okay. Thanks to you, we got through the checkpoint easily, and now you're even offering us lodging. We feel like we're imposing too much on you. Hehe, imposing? Not at all. I'm the one who should be thankful to both of you. I was able to return comfortably thanks to your company, and you even put up with some inconveniences for me. PRRR. Seline's gentle touch made the horse snort softly. Seeing Joni get a nod of approval from Kana, Seline said, then I'll lead the way, but then she suddenly stopped. It was as if she remembered something she had forgotten. With a slightly awkward voice, she spoke up. Oh, but there's something you should know first. Sigh. I looked at the neatly folded item in front of me with a complicated expression. It's not that I'm wary because I don't know what it is. The problem is that I know exactly what it is. As I stared down at it, reflecting my complex emotions, Joni, who was humming as she wandered around, poked her head in. Kana, aren't you going to wear it? I have to wear it. I know I have to wear it, but a nun's habit on Kana, this is going to be amazing. Drum roll. I ignored Joni's strange sound effects and sighed again. Yes, the item in front of me was clothing a nun's habit. Why am I, who isn't even a nun, being made to wear a nun's habit? Why, you ask? It's because staying here comes with the condition that you wear the habit while you're here. I didn't say anything. It's written all over your face. At her words, I instinctively raised my hand to touch my face. Of course, there was nothing on my hand. Ahaha, did you really think something was written there? No, I was just checking to see if my expression was that easy to read. That's what I said, but Joni didn't look like she believed me at all. I gave up trying to persuade Joni, whose face was plastered with an irritating smile, and instead fiddled with the habit in front of me. Let's rewind time a bit. When we saw the temporary shelter, which looked impossible to stay in, and were about to lose hope, Seline made a suggestion. She offered us an empty room in the temple. However, the available room was in the convent, and the condition was that we had to wear a nun's habit while staying there. At the time, I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, so I agreed. But now that I have to wear it, I'm not so sure. It's not that it's revealing or cutesy to the point of being cringeworthy, but why do I feel so reluctant? Knock, knock. Are you two still not ready? It's almost mealtime. Just a moment? Kana hasn't changed yet. Kana, it's almost time to eat. If you don't hurry, you won't get to eat. Or should I help you put it on? Ugh. In the end, unable to resist Joni's urging, I squeezed my eyes shut and reluctantly picked up the nun's habit. Oh my. Seline covered her mouth with both hands as her eyes sparkled. Squeeze. Feeling overwhelmed by the intense sparkle in her eyes, I tightly clutched the hem of the nun's habit and avoided her gaze. But her eyes stubbornly held on to me, refusing to let go. Sneak. Only after I hid behind Joni was I finally able to free myself from her penetrating gaze. What an adorable little sister. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you joined the Edel Church just as you are? No way. Kana decided to travel with me. Oh my, you can still travel even as a sister. But if you become a sister, you have to wear the nun's habit all the time, right? You can dress comfortably when you're resting, but when you're active, yes, you have to. Then it's still a no. I can't deny that Kana looks adorable in the nun's habit, but it would be a waste to limit Kana to just one type of clothing. I see. If that's the reason, then I suppose it can't be helped. I could assure you that whatever the two of them were talking about would be of no benefit to my mental health if I listened. So, instead of trying to understand their conversation, I just kept fiddling with the hem of the nun's habit. I've never worn anything like this before. I mean, I've never worn something that's meant exclusively for women. Why does it have a slit on the side of the skirt? If there's a slit, then what's the point of having a long skirt? Complaining about it wouldn't change the fact that I was wearing this outfit, but if I didn't at least grumble a bit, I felt like I'd lose my mind. Don't worry. It suits you. I'm not worried. I never wanted it to suit me in the first place. I felt sorry for Joni, who was clearly excited to enjoy the festival, but I needed to finish my business here as quickly as possible and leave. I tugged at Joni's arm. Huh? What's up? Pass on a message for me. A message? Oh, to Seline. Yeah. After hearing what I said, Joni flashed a mischievous smile. Say, please, big sis, and I'll do it for you. So the translator I brought along for this kind of situation broke down. Facing an unexpected obstacle, I tilted my head in confusion. What should I do? As I pondered, a memory from the past came to mind. Oh no, what's wrong? Oh, Vice Captain. As you can see, the magic device is broken. If we continue like this, the mission will be impossible to proceed with. Should we retreat? Move aside. Excuse me, what are you? No, Captain? That's an expensive item. You can't just touch it recklessly. You said it was broken anyway. But hitting it like that? Maybe a technician could have fixed it, but if you keep pounding on it, just fixing it. How is that fixing? You're breaking. There, it's done. What the? How is it working again? It shouldn't be possible. If it's broken, just hit it. That's right, that's what happened. The reason I remembered that incident was probably because I was meant to use the lesson I learned from it now. Yeah, that must be it. Wait, let's just talk this out. One thing's for sure, her ability to sense danger is unparalleled. I hadn't even raised my fist yet, but Joni had already sensed my murderous intent and fled like a ghost was chasing her. Pretending to be disappointed, I looked away and nonchalantly asked, "Why did you suddenly run away? Don't act so innocent." I clearly felt it. That murderous intent from Kana. It's just your imagination. Even if I wasn't particularly observant, there's no way I'd commit murder over something like this in the heart of the Holy Kingdom. Where am I supposed to start with that? Over something like this? Or maybe the part where I said in the Holy Kingdom. Joni muttered quietly to herself. Ugh, forget it. So, what's this message you wanted to pass on? Oh, it's fixed. Huh? Fixed? What's fixed? It's nothing. Just ask if I can use a private prayer room. A private prayer room. I nodded. Yes. Given the time and content, using a private prayer room would be better than the public chapel, where others could see and hear. Of course, there was no guarantee that Edel would answer my question. But if that's the case, there's nothing I can do about it. Is Kana really that devout? Although she murmured skeptically, Joni relayed my message to Seline. Seline, who listened intently, responded with a serious expression. It's usually only open to church members, but I'll see if I can make an exception. Joni imitated Celine's tone as she delivered the response. Was that too much to ask for? Feeling a bit guilty, I glanced at Seline, only to be met with the same serene smile I'd seen for the past few days. I couldn't tell if she wasn't troubled at all or if she was just hiding it well. Unable to gauge her true feelings, I simply lowered my head and expressed my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, yeah, thank you. Haha, it's nothing. But first. Seline laughed and waved her hand, then pointed to one side. Shall we have a meal first? This is delicious. Is it to your taste? To my taste, you say. Joni put down her fork in response to Celine's question. Then, with raised eyebrows and a serious expression, she declared, "Who could possibly say no to such exquisite food?" Celine's mood lifted as she laughed at Joni's playful comment. "I was worried it might not suit your palate, but I'm relieved. Not only did you provide us with a place to stay, but you're also treating us to such a fine meal. I feel like I'm indebted to you. As I mentioned before, the favor you two have done for me is far greater, so please don't worry about it. If anything, I feel sorry that this is all I can offer. What do you mean, all? If it weren't for Seline, Kana, and I might have ended up huddled together on the cold, hard ground for the night. Although, when I think about it, that doesn't sound so bad either, does it? Joni trailed off mid-sentence, lost in thought. Kana watched her with a look of pity as she munched on a piece of bread. Judging by the fact that she's eating without complaint, it must be to Kana's taste as well. You might not know it, but she's actually quite picky. Oh, really? Don't get me started. She has the palate of a child and won't even touch vegetables. Do you know what she said last time? She said. With her mouth running, Joni went on and on. How much Kana disliked vegetables, how much she loved sweet things. After listening to Joni's lengthy lecture on Kana's tastes, Celine's reaction was simple. She's adorable. Don't you think she's cute? Well, if you put it that way, she is kind of cute. Whether it's the way she pouts at the sight of vegetables or the way she loses her mind over chocolates. The gap between her usual demeanor and these reactions only accentuates her cuteness further. Joni reluctantly agreed with Celine's words but couldn't hide her disappointment at not getting the reaction she wanted. Seline looked at Kana with warm eyes. I know how you feel, Joni. You're worried about Kana's health, right? Well, that's not exactly. Who's worried about whom? There are others to be concerned about, not me. Joni was about to deny it jokingly, but Celine's next words came faster. We have children we take care of who are like that too. At first, I worried about them just as much as you do, but with time, they naturally overcame it. I'm sure Kana will be the same. Alright. Joni broke out in a cold sweat at the unexpectedly serious response. That child over there, staring at us, was one of them too. Seline, a young nun, who had been sneaking glances at Joni's group from a nearby table, blushed deeply and ran off when Joni looked her way. Watching her with a gentle smile, Seline turned back. So, don't worry. It'll improve over time, huh? Joni mulled over Celine's words and looked at Kana. Her expression was the same as always, but Joni noticed it clearly. The angle of her eyebrows has risen by about 1 degree, and her lips are slightly more pouted. And when she brings food to her mouth, unlike when she eats meat, there's a very brief pause before she eats. Putting it all together, Joni came to the conclusion that Kana was currently displeased. It was a conclusion drawn from Joni's near-obsessive level of observational skills, which only activated when it came to Kana. Brrr. Kana shuddered slightly and looked around, seemingly sensing something off. Unable to find anything, she soon returned to eating. Joni, anxious about her thoughts being exposed, finally let out a sigh of relief. I hope so, though, judging by how much she dislikes it, I'm not so sure. Crunch. Joni swallowed her words along with the vegetables instead of voicing them. By the way, about what Kana asked for earlier. I found a solution. What? Already? It was good, but wasn't this too quick? Thinking so, Joni relayed the news to Kana. But, I'm not sure if Kana will like it. Celine's gaze shifted to Kana. More precisely, on the nun's habit Kana was wearing. What's going on? Well, Seline hesitated, unable to speak freely. Growing frustrated, Joni urged her to continue until she finally heard the answer. Upon hearing Celine's solution, Joni's thoughts were, will she accept that? I'm not sure. No one could say for certain. Kana, who had no idea what they were talking about, tilted her head in confusion. What? Kana furrowed her brows as she responded curtly. Her expression was far more dramatic than when she had to eat vegetables. So, Kana, you. Do I look like I'm asking because I don't know? I thought so. Hearing the noticeably sharper tone, Joni started sweating nervously. Kana, who had subconsciously moved her hand to her waist, crossed her arms awkwardly when she didn't find anything there. Does she really hate it that much? Joni couldn't really understand why. What Seline had asked of Kana was merely to pretend to be a nun. Why on earth do I have to pretend to be a nun? It's not about becoming a nun, it's just pretending. Pretend or not, why do I have to do it at all? In response to this valid question, Seline answered. As I mentioned earlier, the private prayer rooms are generally only available to members of the order. So, we have to be mindful when allowing outsiders into such a place. It's to establish a minimum level of justification. Kana listened intently to Celine's explanation, still with her arms crossed. Of course, it's not like outsiders have never been allowed in before. If they've made significant contributions to the order or if it's for an exceptionally serious matter, permission can be granted. An exceptionally serious matter. A typical example would be cases related to the racial wars. If it's that serious, then I will personally take the issue to the Holy Father. When Seline said this, Kana fell silent for a moment. Then, the girl's response implicitly conveyed her refusal. Then what does significant contributions to the order mean? It could be a large donation, or spreading the light of Edel far and wide. Does Lady Kana fall into that category? Kana's answer was obviously no. With such rules, there was nothing more to be said. In the end, Kana was the one who relented first. From the beginning, there was no way she could win a fight when she was asking for something on someone else's home turf. Still, she wasn't completely defeated. She made one last attempt to resist. The Descent Festival is a huge event, so people from the Empire will definitely come. I have bad blood with them, so I can't risk being seen. You'll see, but this convent does not allow outsiders. You two are exceptions. If any problems arise, our Edel Church will support you. If no outsiders are allowed, there's no need to worry about being seen. Attention doesn't only come from outsiders, you know. Every word she said was met with a perfectly prepared answer. Kana found herself speechless in no time. What do I have to do? To Joni, Kana's disheartened expression made her look like a puppy with its tail drooping. Don't worry. This is just to have a plausible excuse. I won't make you do anything difficult. You're not lying, are you? Of course not. Seline's eyes curved gently as she spoke. Kana's body trembled as if she sensed a dark hand approaching her. Just sweep from here to there, and when you're done, wipe it down with this cloth. Okay. Cleaning. We need to do the laundry. Can you help? All right. Laundry. Oh no, we need to organize everything, but we're short on hands. Want me to help? Oh, sister, I appreciate the offer, but it's all right. These items are quite heavy, so it might be difficult for someone as young as you to help. I can do it. Oh, no, if you get hurt, how are you? I can lift this much. My goodness. Warehouse organizing. Wearing the nun's habit, I went around the convent performing various menial tasks. Sweeping diligently, wiping, washing laundry, organizing. Watching me move around, Joni made a comment. What the? Why is she so good at this? I was expecting Kana to fumble around, tripping over a mop and falling, breaking plates with a loud crash while washing dishes, or carrying a pile of things only to drop them and end up on the verge of tears. I was looking forward to seeing her act like a clumsy novice nun. Isn't that beyond clumsy? More like a complete disaster. And then, after a series of mistakes, she'd get scolded by a senior nun and lock herself up in her room, sobbing quietly. Then, the senior nun who scolded her would open the door, give her a warm hug and say, "He, have you finally lost your mind? This level of delusion is a mental illness." I shook my head. Up until now, I'd lived a life completely unrelated to being a nun. The same was true even in my past life. If anything, I was further removed from it back then. Because back then, due to the barriers of gender, I couldn't even consider becoming a nun. But the things I was doing now were closer to what a maid would do than actual duties of a nun, petty chores. In a way, Seline had kept her promise not to give me any difficult tasks. Does this have any meaning? It's to show that even though you're not a believer, you have enough faith to experience what it's like to be a novice nun. She'd laughed while explaining that it was just for a minimum level of justification. Because of that, I wandered around the convent handling random chores scattered everywhere. Since the convent was quite large, there were a lot of tasks, but it was nothing too difficult for me, having experienced the trials of the unknown heavens. If I would have given up on something like this, I wouldn't have been able to live with Garrett. Living with Garrett, I'd gotten used to all sorts of housework. So, Joni's delusions were doomed to never come true from the beginning. And even if I had caused all sorts of trouble and got scolded, I wouldn't have locked myself up in my room to cry. If you're going to say weird things, go away. Huh? Will you be okay without me? Don't go away. Just stay quiet. The reason Joni was following me around, despite not needing to pretend to be a novice nun like I did, since she had no intention of using the private prayer room. Everyone in the Holy Kingdom speaks Arkish, right? But you're still not very good at Arkish. It was under the pretext of translating, as I'd struggle with communication without her. That was why I brought her along from the start, so I had no reason to refuse. Although I didn't mind her just following along quietly, her constant chattering was starting to get a bit annoying. But I couldn't exactly get rid of her either. What a troublesome person she is. You'll get bored. Are you sure you'll be okay? Hey, it's only a few days. I can endure that much for you, Kana. Humph. Still, I'm a bit thankful. Squeeze. Splash. When I twisted the cloth with both hands, water poured out from it. It had already been 3 days since I started pretending to be a nun. According to Seline, no matter how long it took, it wouldn't exceed 4 days, so today should be the last day of pretending to be a nun. I really hope that's the case. I wonder how it'll turn out. Oh, sister, are you finished? As I was finishing up my cleaning, the nun who assigned me the task approached me with a bright smile. I'm not a sister. I repeated the words I'd grown tired of saying over the past few days. I knew that sister didn't necessarily refer to nuns. With how well the habit suits you, that's a shame. But they definitely meant it with that implication when they said it to me. Even though they knew I wasn't an actual nun, just wearing a habit and working with them made them treat me like some new recruit. Why? I'd asked Seline that question before, but she just smiled and didn't give me an answer. You did a great job. Would you like some candy? Chomp. Still, I'll take the candy. Munch. Munch. Instead of using my dirty hands from cleaning, I received the candy directly in my mouth and rolled the sweet treat around as I scanned the hallway. A sparkling, clean hallway. No one would be able to claim it wasn't cleaned properly. If anyone did, they'd have to fall into one of two categories. Either they're someone who just wants to nitpick no matter what, or their standard of cleanliness is completely opposite to everyone else's. The nun in front of me didn't fit into either of those categories. Your cleaning skills never cease to amaze me, Kana. It's almost a shame to even step on these floors. It's just the basics. But, what brings you here? It doesn't seem like she came to check on whether I'm doing well or not. Oh, look at me, how forgetful. The nun clapped her hands together. Sister Seline has called for you. Finally. Although Seline had said it before, things don't always go the way you want them to. I was prepared to work for another day if things didn't go as planned. I'm glad things worked out just as she said they would. That's great, isn't it, Kana? Yeah. Joni had tried to hide it, but it was clear she'd been getting more and more bored as the days went by. Unlike me, she didn't even have the work to keep herself busy. It must have been so dull that, at one point, she took up a broom and joined me in cleaning, even though I hadn't asked. With our rare agreement on something, Joni and I hurried over to where Seline was. Wait a minute. I didn't ask why she called me, did I? There's no way she called me over just to say, please hang in there a little longer, right? Thank you for all your hard work so far. Thankfully, my worry didn't become a reality. You may now use the prayer room. Would you like to use it today? I can. Yes. If you wish, you can use it right away. Then, I'll go now. Even if it's already much later than I initially expected, there's no reason to delay any further. I'll be waiting in the room, so take your time. With Joni's cheerful send-off, I followed Seline and arrived at the prayer room. It's a place dedicated to a deity, after all, so it wouldn't make sense if language alone made communication impossible, right? Then, I'll take my leave now. After guiding me here, Seline left, as if her task was complete. The prayer room became a space for only me. Well, it is a private prayer room, so it would be strange if I weren't alone. How much effort did I go through just to get in here? There was only a statue of Edel and a single cushion in the prayer room. I couldn't decide if it felt too barren or perhaps serene. With a mix of emotions, I carefully knelt down on the cushion. I awkwardly clasped my hands together, imitating the believers of the Edel Church, and hesitated for a moment. How should I start? I had many questions I wanted to ask, but now that I'm here, I don't know where to begin. Hello. After some contemplation, I settled on a casual greeting you'd give to a friend. If my greeting bothers them enough to respond, wouldn't that be a good thing? No response came. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed, but I was already prepared, so the disappointment wasn't overwhelming. I sighed and opened my eyes. And then, are you done already? I found myself staring into a pair of eyes looking down at me, spinning with amusement. Wait a minute. Is that Arkish? Pfft. The sudden appearance of a figure speaking Arkish in the empty prayer room left me stunned. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. As you thought, there's no way a god would be restricted by a language created by humans, right? Edel. Yes, it's Edel. The woman, Edel, cheerfully made a V sign with her fingers near her eyes. Given the divine aura emanating from her and the strange presence distinct from regular people, it seems she really is Edel. So, she's a god? This person? Isn't that a bit too harsh? Huh. I was certainly thinking that, but I didn't say it out loud. Come to think of it, she did say earlier, as you thought, there's no way a god would be restricted by a human language. Could it be, she's reading my thoughts? Correct. Though I can't read everything. Our cute little canary's skills are so refined that it's not easy for me to read your thoughts. So, you really are Edel. That's what I said, didn't I? She did say that. It's just that I couldn't believe a god would behave in such a carefree manner. To be honest, instead of calling her a god, it feels more like I'm talking to an unemployed person I might see in any village. Hey, you didn't forget that I can read your thoughts, did you? I know. It's actually convenient. You're such a curious child. Most people would feel uncomfortable if they knew their thoughts were being read, but not only do you not mind, you actually find it convenient. With a faint smile, Edel looked down at me with her mysterious silver eyes. But still, could you try to speak out loud? Like I said earlier, it's not easy for me to read your thoughts. All right. Good. So, what was it that brought our little canary all the way here? What were you so curious about? Given that she can read my thoughts, she probably already knows why I came here, but Edel still asked me with a playful tone, pretending not to know anything. What am I curious about? I came all the way to this holy land with the sole purpose of asking Edel my questions, but I never imagined that the god would appear before me in person. Even if I were to get an answer, I had only expected something like an oracle. An oracle isn't something you should dismiss as merely an oracle, is it? Anyway, because of her unexpected appearance, I lost my composure and forgot everything I had prepared to ask, so I needed some time to gather my thoughts. It didn't take long to recall what I'd been thinking about for so long. I was able to speak up soon enough. Are you the administrator? Edel, who had been smiling, froze as if she had been caught off guard by my question. Just like I had earlier, Edel appeared to be sorting through her thoughts. After a moment, she finally spoke. I know you have a habit of speaking like that, but could you at least call me Edel? I'm still a god, after all. It's not very dignified. Edel started with words that seemed unrelated to my question and took light steps. She walked over to the statue crafted in her likeness and leaned against it. I hadn't realized before meeting her in person, but the statue of Edel and her actual appearance were quite different. To be honest, if someone told me to find Edel based on the statue, I wouldn't have been able to. Then again, how many people have actually seen Edel in person? Most of those who have seen her are probably long gone. Thinking that made me realize just how extraordinary the current situation was. You say that, but you don't seem particularly moved by it. Anyway, there's no point in denying it now, is there? I didn't expect you to ask so bluntly. Edel, who had spoken reluctantly, let out a small sigh. When did you start suspecting? I'm not sure. If I had to pinpoint when it began, it might have been when I ate that outrageously spicy fried rice. The intense heat that awakened forgotten memories was not something you could easily experience in the world of Cilia. But that alone wouldn't have made me suspicious. It doesn't add up. So many people came over from a continent across the sea that we didn't even know existed, and you granted them blessings. The demons came over that way too, didn't they? But the demons weren't accepted that easily. Why do you think 2 wars between different races broke out? It happened because the native people of Cilia couldn't accept the demons who were trying to settle on the Ardena continent. Of course, I know well why the people of Cilia were so adamantly opposed to the demons' settlement, so I'm not trying to blame them. I'm just stating the facts. Even considering the fact that you, Edel, gave them blessings, it's strange that so many apostles settled here without causing much commotion. And that wasn't the only strange thing. Even if we take into account that they came from another continent, their mannerisms were too different from those of the people of Cilia, their growth rate was abnormally fast, and the power of resurrection, which is almost never mentioned in the continent's history books. This was just listing a few of the main points. If I wanted, I could have gone on listing oddities forever. Even though I've only recently started interacting with the apostles, I could still sense that something was off, but the people who had been dealing with them far more often than I have didn't seem to feel much of a disconnect. They just brushed it off with, well, they're Edel's apostles, so that's probably why. That reaction only deepened my suspicion. And what confirmed my suspicions was Joni's behavior. Joni's actions and words nailed the final piece of my doubt in place. No matter how much someone likes talking to themselves, she did it way too often. Almost as if she were conversing with someone. Even if she wasn't, her words and actions were enough to stir a sense of nostalgia for a distant home deep within my memories. That was one of the reasons why I decided to accompany her. If you were suspicious, why didn't you mention it to her? If this really is a world inside a game, like I suspect, nothing good would come of me talking about it. A character in a game realizing that they're just a part of a game and then speaking to the player about it? Unless it was designed to happen that way, it wouldn't be strange for them to be deleted immediately. To think I would remember something like this when most other things are hazy. My past self must have really been into games. But if what you say is true, wouldn't you still be in danger right now? I don't care. For all I know, my current thoughts might also be manipulated by someone else. Maybe I'm just a character with the concept of a man from Earth reincarnated into another world. I'd rather die than live as a puppet being controlled. I just didn't want to die before learning the truth. Don't worry. You're not a puppet. If I had to describe you, I'd say you're more like a sword. A sword. A sword that's been well forged and tucked away in one's bosom, prepared to face any danger. Edel, having said something cryptic, continued speaking. To put it simply, you're half right and half wrong. Just as you suspected, this world is indeed a game, but... Edel spun around once. Was it just my imagination, or did she seem more transparent than before? It's also a real world. What do you mean? It's either a yes or a no, there's no half-fried, half-seasoned kind of answer for this? I couldn't help but grumble, and Edel let out a bitter smile. Don't think too hard about it. Just think of it like this, people from another world came to a real world. That's all. Unlike you, they came over through the medium of a game. She explained it, but I still couldn't fully accept it. Is that even possible? If what she says is true, doesn't that mean Earth's technology had advanced to the point where they could turn an entire other world into a game? How much time must have passed since I died for that to be possible? Of course, it's impossible. No matter how much technology advances, it can't compare to the power of a god, can it? Edel agreed quickly. This world was originally fine, and my powers were intact. You know this, don't you? The beings that weren't created by me, the beings that aren't of this world, the ones that invade from other dimensions. With her words, something flashed through my mind. It wasn't hard to recall since I'd fought against one of them not long ago. I've been fighting them for a very long time. If you think of it in human terms, for over hundreds of years. But I was ultimately defeated. The result of that defeat was dimensional creatures. Exactly. Her reply was crisp and clear, almost refreshing. Dimensional creatures first appeared on the continent when I was 4 years old, so it's only been about 13 years since then. So that's when Edel was defeated. Those beings consumed, destroyed, and corrupted my world. And when a world crumbles, a god's power naturally diminishes as well. And that's when people from Earth took advantage of that and turned this world into a game. Huh? No. Even if my power isn't what it used to be, there's no way mere humans could have done that to me. Then why did it turn out like this? Pfft, are you getting upset? How cute. Edel immediately picked up on my irritation and chuckled. No, it's not as if she's keenly perceptive, it's because she's an actual god. I looked at her with displeasure. I made the choice to turn this world into a game. I believed it was the best option. Turning it into a game was the best option. I made a contract with the god of Earth, or, to put it in your terms, the administrator. With a strangely forlorn expression, she spoke. I turned Cilia, a world I loved so dearly, into a game and bound it to their world. In exchange, they allowed it to continue existing. If I hadn't done so, the only thing awaiting this world would have been destruction. Her voice, as she said this, was filled with countless emotions. So, that's why I said you were half right and half wrong. I'm both the administrator of the game world Cilia Online and its god. How does it feel to have solved the problem? Do you feel good? Do you feel it was anticlimactic? Do you feel relieved? I replied to Edel, who was looking at me curiously. To be honest. Yeah, It sucks. Ha ha ha, right? I thought so too. Edel burst into laughter, clutching her sides. What's so funny? I really don't get it. World and dimensions. They aren't exactly the same thing, but explaining the difference between the two would require too much detail, so let's move on. A god like Edel, who oversees an entire world, can perceive beings from other dimensions. But they only have knowledge of them. Gods don't interact with other dimensions. The risks are too high to cross the dimensional barrier just for idle conversation. If Edel had taken that risk and communicated with other dimensions, would the current situation have been different? It could have made things worse, bringing about an even greater catastrophe, or perhaps knowing about the dimensional creatures in advance might have allowed everyone to prepare, preventing any mishaps. One way or another, things would have been different. I don't know exactly how the dimensional creatures came to be, but I do know what they want. They invade other dimensions and absorb the energy of those dimensions. When a dimension's energy is drained, it gradually falls ill and ultimately meets its end. Just like the current state of Cilia. I should have blocked them from entering from the start. By the time I realized, it was already too late. Catching a rat that sneaks into your storage is a hassle, but it's doable. However, if the rats in your storage aren't just a handful but so many that you lose count, in the dozens, hundreds, or even more, and if you keep catching them but they just keep coming from some unknown hole that you can't block, then burning down the entire storage and rebuilding it from scratch might be the better solution. Or, you build a new storage and move everything inside to the new one. The dimensional creatures were like that. The only difference was that unlike a storage, a world cannot be destroyed and remade, nor can you simply move its contents elsewhere. After a long, arduous battle against the dimensional creatures, Edel chose to continue existing by submitting her world to another. A god has immense pride, and their pride in the world they've created is no less. For such a god to swallow that pride and decide to subjugate her world to another, it only proves how much Edel loves the world she created. Or so she says. As I quietly listened to Edel's story, I suddenly interjected. So, dimensional creatures are that dangerous, huh? I already knew they were dangerous, but to think Edel, of all beings, would be pushed to the brink like this. I couldn't help but wonder. For someone who's said to be on the verge of downfall, the pressure she exudes is far stronger than anyone I've met so far. It's hard to believe that she was overwhelmed by beings I could handle by myself. Of course, the strong ones are licking their wounds after battling me. It's not like I got beaten down without putting up a fight, you know, but you lost in the end. I'm going back. Sorry. Anyway, that's partly why. And since the hole in the dimensional barrier isn't that big yet, the really dangerous ones haven't crossed over. But as time goes on, stronger ones will start coming through. When that happens, the rate at which this world falls into ruin will only speed up. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Edel imitated the sound of a clock ticking. It's like having a ticking time bomb, I suppose. Didn't subjugating yourself to Earth solve the problem? Unfortunately, no. That was just a way to slow down the timer on that time bomb. Unless the root of the problem is resolved, it'll eventually go boom. Why are you telling me all this? Not only did she descend in person, but she's also explaining all of this to me. Isn't this way too much kindness for just one human? Edel, who had been fiddling with the statue, approached me softly, step by step. The closer she got, the more emotions I could read in her eyes. You're already aware, aren't you? You are my sword. To kill those that ruined my world, I'm willing to extend this level of kindness and more. Her eyes, which always held a playful glimmer, revealed a sliver of deep-seated emotions that she had kept hidden. For a moment, I couldn't say anything. I never expected a god, who is fundamentally different from any mortal being, to show such human emotions. But that glimpse was fleeting. Quickly regaining her composure, Edel returned to her playful self, a mischievous smile curling on her lips once more. So, do you have any more questions? Feel free to ask anything. For my little bird, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Decide, am I your little bird or your sword? I guess it's only natural there's a reason behind her kindness. I don't know how I'm supposed to defeat beings that even a god couldn't overcome, but since she's gone this far, there's no need to refuse her offer. I did have a lot of questions, after all. This works out perfectly. Swoosh. Alright then, what are you trying to accomplish through the apostles? I mean, the players? Is it you're doing that no one else finds them odd? If so, did you arrange it so that I'm the only one who can tell something's off? And, wait, hold up. Edel frantically waved her hand to cut off my barrage of questions. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she spoke. Can you ask them one at a time? If you ask like that, I can't answer properly. Aren't you a god? Can't handle this. Ugh, you really are an annoying little brat. If it weren't for that fact, I'd have knocked you on the head already. Edel mumbled softly to herself, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. But it was only for a moment. In an instant, her face softened, exuding an aura of benevolence. Her smile was so gentle, it seemed almost divine, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Is that what you really want to know? I felt my breath catch in my throat at her counter-question. No, none of that really matters. What I truly want to ask is, why did Garrett have to die? If she has the power to grant such abilities to countless players, saving a single person should have been nothing. Even in game terms, it's just reviving a mere NPC, isn't it? Were the lives of the people in Cilia nothing more than expendable entertainment for Earthlings? Calm down for a second. I am calm. Do you really think saying that with such a fierce look on your face makes you seem calm at all? My face? When I raised my hand to touch my face, I felt the familiar texture of my soft skin under my fingertips. It didn't feel any different from usual. It's true that I possess the power to resurrect. Then. But I've never used it to satisfy personal desires. I would never break the cycle of life and death I created with my own hands. Do you know how troublesome and exhausting it is to bend the established rules? That's what the historical records said. That's because either the person in question wasn't really dead, or they paid a massive price to twist the rules. If you've read the historical records, you should have an idea of what they sacrificed. I snapped back at her, agitated. I know that much. No, you don't. Edel firmly cut me off. Maybe in the future, but right now, you're not strong enough to break the rules. Then what about the apostles, I mean, players? They're barely able to handle a single monster. Calm down. Calm? Do I look like I can calm down right now? See? You said you were calm, but you're not calm at all. Edel sighed, as if she were dealing with a troublesome child, before continuing. I hate to admit it, but it wasn't something I accomplished alone. It was the result of cooperating with Earth's administrator. Even though Cilia is subjugated to Earth, Edel still retains authority over Cilia. Likewise, the only entity able to interfere with humans from Earth is Earth's administrator. Thus, the two of them work together. They breathe like people, talk like people, move like people, but the apostles' bodies aren't their real bodies. When the concept of death doesn't exist, how can the concept of resurrection exist? From the start, she never granted them the power of resurrection. Then why did I come this far? When I first heard about the apostles from the blacksmith, I just wanted to confront Edel. But as time passed, I started to suspect that this world might really be a game. Rather than dying and coming back to life, maybe it just looked that way, as Edel said. Ha! I let out a bitter laugh, almost involuntarily. Why am I so disappointed now, when I'd already thought that was the case? Maybe, deep down, I wanted Edel to acknowledge the unfairness and bring Garrett back. Or perhaps I just needed a target to vent this boiling resentment toward. But after hearing Edel's words, this way, I can't even resent you. I couldn't hold any resentment toward Edel. Somewhere in my mind, I unconsciously acknowledged that she had done her best in her own way. I felt everything I'd been holding on to crumble away. After leaving Garrett's side, it was only this goal that kept me going. What do I do now? It felt as though the only light that had been guiding me had been extinguished, and a suffocating darkness settled in my heart. This isn't what you really wanted, is it? What do you mean? Edel casually reached out to me. You're saying that's not what I wanted? Her statement, which directly contradicted my own feelings, made me reflexively respond. If that's not what I wanted, then what is it? Isn't that something you should know? How would I know what's in your heart? What? She can read thoughts, and yet, after saying something like that, she still spoke so indifferently. Edel's sudden counter-question snapped me out of my growing sense of emptiness. I raised my head in disbelief and looked up at her without bothering to hide my annoyance, but she just continued to smile at me with that same soft smile. Why do you think you came here with Joni? That's because I needed someone to act as a translator and to confirm if my suspicions were correct. If that were all, wouldn't there have been a simpler way? For example, crackle? Edel's body suddenly sparked, and in the next moment, her previously clear form turned faint, almost transparent, as if the scenery behind her could shine through. It seems like that's all for today. Whew, calming down a child is really difficult. I'm starting to respect humans all of a sudden. What? Wait a minute. Even if you say that, there's nothing I can do about it. Didn't you say I could ask you everything I wanted? I didn't expect time would run out this quickly either. Edel smiled sheepishly, saying, sorry, and winked with a playful expression. But even as she smiled, her figure continued to blur until she was barely discernible. 3 days. I should be able to recover enough in about 3 days. Come back then, and think deeply about what I said until then. If you have the resolve. Edel's words were abruptly cut off, and she vanished. The divine power that had filled the prayer room dissipated, leaving only traces of the sacred energy she had shed swirling in the air. In the prayer room, now suddenly enveloped in silence, I remained on my knees, blinking quietly. So, what was it that I wanted? For some reason, I felt as though Edel was smiling at me. Joni's mood was exceptionally good today. She woke up refreshed, after a sleep so comfortable it could only be described as blissful. Ah, twin yolks. She cracked an egg for breakfast, and it turned out to be a double yolk. Really? I actually won. She even received a call that she'd won a prize from a raffle she'd entered just for fun. After a series of small strokes of good luck like that, Joni thought, today's definitely going to be a perfect day. One of those rare, flawless days that only comes a few times a year. But she had overlooked something important. Kakana. Just because a day starts well doesn't mean it will end well. You know, like how they say the first impulse is just a fluke, or even if you buy takeout, you might not get to eat it. There are so many sayings and instances that prove this to be true. Joni, who had been chatting with her viewers in her room, turned to welcome Kana with a cheerful face when she heard the door open, but upon seeing Kana's expression, she froze in a comical, awkward pose. Kana's lips moved slightly, as if she were about to say something, but then she remained silent and threw herself onto the bed. Thud. She then pulled the blanket over her head. Joni muttered as she looked at the bulging blanket. What's going on here? Teenage angst? PFF, Kana's sulking. That's exactly how my little sister acts. Teenage angst? Teenage angst. Is Kana even at that age? Even if it was teenage angst, can someone who was perfectly fine until this morning suddenly act like this? That's what teenage angst is. They get upset for no reason. Yeah. I mean, that's just the nature of puberty. No, what I'm asking is, does teenage angst start out of nowhere like this? Kana may have been a little rebellious, but she wasn't the type to act emotionally. Well, there's that. Yep, that's a fact. Who knows? Sigh, I'm the fool for trying to reason with you guys. Joni sighed deeply and turned her gaze away from the chat window. Could it be that she was just heartbroken because she didn't get what she wanted? But it didn't seem like disappointment. Analyzing Kana's behavior, Joni finally raised the white flag in defeat. The one thing she was sure of was that the Kana she'd seen in the morning and the Kana she was seeing now seemed like completely different people. I wanted to watch the Descent Festival with her. Joni, who usually clung to Kana and whined and threw tantrums, couldn't bring herself to do that now. Everyone has their own line that shouldn't be crossed. Even a normally calm person can become a beast if someone crosses that line. The boundary in Kana's heart, as Joni saw it, was usually set very high. It was low in some places, but for the most part, it was too high to cross unless you deliberately tried to provoke her. But today, Kana's line was so low it seemed to sink underground. Approaching her now would definitely lead to trouble. With that realization, Joni gulped. The sense of crisis she felt now was on a completely different level than when she'd eaten that impossibly spicy Phoenix fried rice. I guess it's okay to just let today pass? Yeah. You've been struggling for days, right? Just think of today as a day off. No way she'll be like this tomorrow too, right? Joni tried to ignore the nagging anxiety creeping up on her and forced a smile. Joni's prediction turned out to be completely off the mark. No, it was worse than just off. Kana, dinner. Not hungry. Ah, you're not eating? Okay, got it. Even during dinner time. Kana, I want to lie down. Can you scoot over a little? Haha, I suddenly feel like sleeping in a sleeping bag. I'll just sleep in the sleeping bag. And even at bedtime. Good morning, both of you, huh? Is Kana still asleep? Looks like it. Even when Seline came by in the morning, Kana kept herself buried under the blanket, refusing to show her face. It's already been 2 days since Joni started waiting for her, thinking, she'll get over it eventually. She thought it would only take a few hours, or at most a day for Kana to calm down. But now, 2 nights have passed, and there's still no sign of her mood clearing up, just like a never-ending rainy season in the middle of summer. If it was only a bad mood, that would have been fine. But Kana hadn't eaten in 2 days, hadn't gone to the bathroom, and hadn't even poked her head out from under the blanket. If not for the occasional rise and fall of the blanket, Joni would have started to worry that Kana might actually be dead. How can someone be like this? How can someone stay still like that under a blanket for several days without moving? Joni's concern had now turned into amazement. In fact, she had already tried to lift the blanket off Kana once. Kana, yeah, don't. Okay. But Kana, like a ghost sensing her movements, had coldly shut down the attempt with a chilling warning. What in the world happened to make her act like this? The audience of Joni's broadcast started to lean more and more towards the theory that Kana was going through adolescence. Even if it's adolescence, staying like that for days doesn't make sense, does it? Adolescence can be different for everyone. Maybe she's going through a rough phase. A rough phase? Shouldn't you at least try to get her to eat something? She hasn't eaten in days. I want to feed her, too, but what can I do when she's like this? Joni's gaze drifted to Kana, buried under the blanket. At this point, she wondered if the blanket was like a turtle shell that had become part of her body. Kana. Canaria. Turtle. With a thoughtful hum, Joni propped her chin on her hand. Should she call her Kabak, Kana plus turtle, or Kanabak? Turtle in Korean is pronounced Geobaki, therefore the bak. Both sound awful. LMAO. Joni, if you ever have a kid, make sure to go to a naming center to get help, okay? Hey, let's see how good you guys are at naming things. We're not going to name anything. Us? Name something? Why, legendary naming skills right here. These annoying little brats. Wasn't that a good name, though? Kanabak, it sounds kinda cute. Imagining Kana with just her head and arms sticking out from under the blanket, Joni's lips curved into a smile. Look at her having strange thoughts again. Officer, there's a pervert over here. The polar bear cries again today. No, it's not like that. Stop making the polar bear cry. Joni thought of Kana only as a little sister, someone she cherished, not in any weird way. A ban would be too harsh, so she decided just to mute the environmental activist worrying about the polar bear's well-being. Someone died. Why give me back my friend. If you guys don't want the same fate, you better behave. Joni waved her fingers in a threatening manner. But, I really do need to do something. She felt like Kana would hiss at her like a defensive cat the moment she tried to do anything. Just moments ago, she was thinking of Kana as a turtle, but now she found herself picturing her as a wary cat. A cat, huh? Joni clapped her hands. What about Kanyang? Like Kana plus cat? It's not that different from her original name, and it sounds kinda cute, don't you think? Cat in Korean is pronounced koyang-yi or goyang-yi, therefore the niang, also referring to the sounds cat make written as niang in Korean. This time, the viewers didn't react too negatively. Kana niang sounds pretty good. If you say it fast, it kind of sounds like Kanyang niang. Whatever it is, it's better than kabak lol. It sounds good, but your explanation is kinda cringy. Anyway, so what are you gonna do about it? Oh, right. Joni snapped back to reality, her thoughts about turtles and cats fading into the background. That wasn't the issue right now. Thinking that maybe Seline might know something, she asked her for help. I'm afraid I don't know what happened in the prayer room. With Seline bowing her head in apology, Joni found herself bowing in return, feeling the need to apologize too. There were no good ideas, no one to help, and even when relying on collective wisdom, the ideas were unsatisfactory. Joni could only sigh in frustration. Did she really meet a god? She was so desperate that such an absurd thought crossed her mind. Of course, it was quickly dismissed as nonsense. The room was bustling with activity. Joni turned her gaze to the window. Unlike her troubled thoughts, the faces of the people outside were filled with excitement and joy. The usually quiet atmosphere of the convent seemed unusually lively today, and for good reason. This looks like fun. The grand festival of the Ardena continent, spanning across the Sacred Kingdom, had begun. The Descent Festival. Joni had been looking forward to this day ever since she first heard about the festival. She had eagerly anticipated wandering the festival hand in hand with Kana, but now, Joni's disappointment was palpable as she stared out the window, watching the festivities. Suddenly, she shouted out loud, "No, it's too early to give up." Back when Kana was still known as the Gravekeeper, Joni never expected to get this close to the small girl. Sure, she had climbed up that hill to befriend her, but there was no guarantee it would work. She could have easily given up once Kana stopped responding. If she had settled for just being satisfied with basic communication, she wouldn't have experienced traveling with Kana or sharing a room together as they did now. Persistence and sticking it out had led to success. I've endured far worse since I was young. I can do this. With determination blazing in her eyes, Joni clenched her fists. Sometimes it's helpful to leave people alone to sort out their emotions, but there are times when having someone pull you out can be even more helpful. Resolving to be that someone, Joni took a step toward the bed. Kana, I'm sorry in advance. With those brief words, Joni lifted the blanket. Swoosh! In an instant, a chilling sensation swept over her, and she turned sharply. That quick movement saved her life. Rustle. Whoosh! The blanket pieces fluttered through the air, and a hot, stinging sensation burned across her cheek. It wasn't until she saw the trickling blood that Joni fully grasped what had happened. The blanket she had dropped hit the ground, and Kana, who had been curled up underneath it, was now pointing a sword at her, eyes cold. I told you, not to do that. Her voice was colder than it had ever been, colder even than when they first met. Had Joni not turned in time, the sword's path would have been unmistakably lethal. As Joni traced the imagined trajectory of the blade, her hair stood on end. Until now, no matter how much Joni annoyed Kana, she had only ever been met with verbal threats or playful, harmless attacks. But this time, Kana's attack was filled with actual intent to kill. Anyway, you, Huh. Kana's small lips kept moving, but no sound was reaching Joni. No, it wasn't that there was no sound, it was that she couldn't understand it. Confused and wide-eyed, Joni glanced at the chat. Damn. Kana's out of control. Did she almost die for real just now? I didn't even see the attack coming. This is giving me PTSD from raids. But the chat was only discussing the recent attack from Kana, with no mention of her words. Enough time had passed for Kana's voice to be broadcasted, yet there was no response to what she had said. So that's how it is. Kana, seemingly frustrated that her words weren't getting across, stopped speaking, scratched her neck in annoyance, and then lowered her hand upon feeling the choker under her fingers. We're done playing. What do you mean? Done playing? Joni's mind went blank from the shock. It wasn't the idea that Kana had thought of their time together as playing that stunned her, but something else entirely. Joni felt the weight of Kana's words, knowing they indicated a severance in their relationship. Thus, she quickly regained her composure after having momentarily lost herself in the conversation. Half teasing, half serious about the gravity of the situation, Joni ignored the contrasting atmosphere in the chat and spoke to Kana. If she said this, she might become the laughingstock of the year, suffering for years to come. Still, she knew from experience that during times like this, it was better to put aside her embarrassment and speak honestly. If there's something I've done to upset you, could you please tell me? I know it might be embarrassing to say it directly, but I would really appreciate it. I like you so much, Kana, and I don't want to part ways like this. People often say things they don't mean when their emotions overflow. This phenomenon occurs regardless of age, but for children, who are less adept at managing their feelings, it happens more frequently. Surely, Kana was feeling that way too. Did her feelings reach Kana? The girl bit her lip silently. If she kept doing that, her lips would surely get chapped. Joni thought to herself absent-mindedly. After a while of glaring silently at Joni, Kana's eyes softened, returning to their usual state. At the same time, the sword pointed at Joni dropped toward the floor, and the tense atmosphere surrounding Kana relaxed somewhat. However, it wasn't completely gone. Is she going to do it? 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 Giant Joni. Calming kids is the hardest thing in the world. Even the Acceptance Association would acknowledge this. Does the Acceptance Association look like Joss? I want to eat Joss bar. Nah. The chat exploded with reactions to Kana's change. No, it's not like that. Kana muttered something incomprehensible. Before Joni could express her confusion, Kana's lips opened. I'm sorry for saying I was just playing with you. It's fine. It's true that you played with me. I admit, I must have been a bit annoying. Kana looked at Joni, who was laughing lightly, with a complicated expression. But it was only for a moment. Kana hardened her expression again. But I really don't want to hang out anymore. Even if I ask you what's wrong, I can't tell you. That makes sense. It wasn't that she wouldn't tell her, but that she couldn't. In that moment, Joni instinctively caught a clue that could help her turn Kana's heart, tucking it away in her memory box. Well, I guess we have to part ways here then. I was thinking of wandering around the kingdom like this, but what will you do after we part ways? I don't know. Kana hesitated to answer, as if she truly had nothing in mind. Maybe I'll go snake hunting. Snake hunting? Was she thinking of becoming a ground dweller? Joni was dying to ask that, but she instinctively realized that her time with Kana was limited. Honestly, just looking into Kana's vacant eyes was enough for anyone with a decent sense to see that. So instead of asking about Kana's vague response, Joni spoke up about something else. Then, could we go on a date for the last time? The Festival of Descent starts today, and I wanted to go with you, but I didn't make any plans. It feels lonely to wander around alone, and I'd be so disappointed if I didn't get to see it. So please just accompany me today. Okay. Joni watched Kana intently, her heart racing with anticipation. Finally, Kana's small pink lips parted. All right. Phew. It wasn't an enthusiastic acceptance, but Joni sighed in relief at having received some form of agreement. The Descent Festival, which honors the descent of the god Edel, began today. The streets within the Setf kingdom were filled with a lively and festive atmosphere. Mom, I want that. That? Okay, but just for today, all right. Yay, Mom, you're the best. Only the best when it's convenient. Hehe. An exasperated mother, who would normally scold her child, opened her wallet with a helpless smile, unable to resist her child's pleading. I've made such a mistake. I'm so sorry. It's all right. It's just clothes, they can be washed. I wasn't paying attention either, so let's just move on. Even when bumping into another passerby and ruining their clothes while carrying a drink, the passerby graciously brushed it off, in accordance with the principles of Edel's teachings that value mercy. Hey, honey, look at this, what do you think? Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you like it? No, it's so beautiful I was momentarily lost for words. Oh, come on, don't embarrass me. Excuse me, customer. If you're not going to buy, could you move along? Of course, even in such a bustling crowd, it wasn't as if there were no ruffians engaging in outrageous acts. But even those heinous acts seemed almost amusing to those intoxicated by the festive atmosphere. A peaceful scene that naturally evoked the thought that, if every day were like today, there would be no such thing as conflict in the world. It seemed impossible for anyone or anything to break the smiles and joyous mood that lit up people's faces. Until a young girl and a woman appeared on the street. It wasn't because their appearances were rough or their behaviors intimidating. On the contrary, their looks were so stunning that people passing by couldn't help but stop and stare. First, the woman with short black hair. With slightly upturned eyes, a tall and lean figure, and a well-toned body, she exuded a charming aura. As she walked by, men's gazes followed her like magnets. The perfect harmony of natural beauty and diligent self-care. Few could resist being captivated by such an ideal combination. However, as soon as people caught sight of the girl walking beside the woman, their minds no longer lingered on the woman's beauty. How could such an adorable child exist? With a round face and features so delicately arranged that it seemed impossible to replicate even if someone tried, the girl's cuteness incited a desire in onlookers to pinch her cheeks. The occasional blink of her pink eyes radiated such cuteness that it made people clutch their chests, regardless of gender or age. If there was any flaw, it would be that her expression, contrary to her cute appearance, was rather stern. Yet, this only added an air of mystery. A girl who made one feel like hugging her tightly and protecting her. A girl who invoked a natural protective instinct. For now, she was merely adorable, but in a few more years, she was bound to become the greatest beauty not just of the kingdom, but of the entire continent. Yet, despite being such an adorable girl, did they have a fight? If I had a little sister like that, I'd give in to her anytime. Why not just let it go? Aren't they blood related? Then again, if they were real sisters, they wouldn't be like that. Because of the tense atmosphere subtly exuding from them, people couldn't easily approach and could only watch from a distance. Whenever the girl's gaze fell upon them, an inexplicable pressure made them avert their eyes. Wherever the two went, the crowd parted, creating an empty space along their path. They seemed to perform a miracle, parting the sea of people. After walking like that for quite some time, the woman with short hair, Joni, grabbed her head and shouted, "This is not the kind of festival I wanted. Whoa, you scared me. Geez, tisk tisk." No wonder she fought with her sister. Having suddenly become the bad sister who fought with her sibling, Joni was beside herself with frustration. Joni already didn't know why Kana was upset in the first place, and if this continued, they were headed for a dire situation where she might part ways with Kana altogether. Yet, all the people around her just clicked their tongues and pointed fingers at her. But she couldn't go around telling complete strangers, haha, that's not it at all. It's just a misunderstanding. So she could only swallow her frustration alone. Instead of trying to explain to people, Joni decided to focus her energy on talking to Kana. Is there anything you want to eat? I heard from the sisters that during the festival, you can find all sorts of delicious food that's hard to come by otherwise. And even if it's not food, there are lots of interesting things. If there's something you want, just let me know. She had plenty of money. Well, technically, it was the money earned from disposing of the ogres Kana had defeated, so it was practically Kana's money anyway. Since Kana found it bothersome to carry the money around and handed it over to Joni, saying she didn't need it, Joni ended up with a large sum of money. Because of that, she felt a little guilty, so she didn't mind spending the money like this at all. And even if that wasn't the case, she still wouldn't have minded. Nothing. Can't think of anything? Then how about some chocolate, since you like it? No. Okay, then what about meat? I saw some skewered orc meat on the way here. There was even a line, so it must be a popular spot. Not hungry. But no matter what Joni suggested, Kana only responded with short, curt replies. As if saying, I'm playing along since you're insisting so much, but don't get any weird ideas. Sigh. Joni let out a small sigh, making sure Kana couldn't hear it. This isn't easy. It's true that she didn't want to part ways with Kana like this. There's nothing sadder than separating suddenly without even knowing the reason. But that wasn't the only reason she was holding on to Kana so desperately right now. Alright, then, how about we just wander around a bit? You might find something interesting if we explore a bit. Do whatever you want. Joni enthusiastically shouted and held Kana's small hand tightly. Fortunately, this time, a sword didn't come flying at her. Kana didn't pull away from Joni's hand and quietly followed her lead. Joni watched Kana's reaction for a moment and then shook her head vigorously. Unwanted goodbyes always come with regret and lingering feelings. Even if she ended up failing to convince Kana and they parted ways, she wanted to enjoy this moment as much as possible to minimize those lingering regrets. With a sigh, Joni erased the sadness from her face and deliberately strolled energetically through the street. What am I even doing? I thought as I wandered through the kingdom's streets, led by Joni's hand. Honestly, I didn't want to accept what Joni was saying. That she didn't make plans to enjoy the festival with me just because she wanted to spend time with me. I can't be sure, but it's probably not a lie. But so what? We're living in different worlds anyway. To them, I and everyone else are just NPCs in a game. If it's a relationship that will forever run parallel without ever converging, it's better to cut things off here for both her sake and mine. But then, why? When I was about to refuse, I saw the long scar left on Joni's cheek, and I found myself accepting her offer without realizing it. If what Edel said is true, it's not even a real scar. While struggling with questions that seemed to have no answer, I finally found my own. Because this is the last time. No matter what, since I'm the one who's cutting ties without properly explaining why, I should at least show this much consideration. That's why I accepted her offer. Yeah, that must be it. Even though I convinced myself of this answer, my heart still felt as heavy as a stone, as if it were being weighed down. While I wandered aimlessly in the depths of this metaphorical sea, Joni diligently explored the streets. Sometimes she peeked around stalls selling sweet snacks, and other times, she stopped by places selling monster meat. Now, she was browsing through a flower vendor's stall. Wow, so there were flowers like these. They bloom only in the Great Forest. They're called Edel's Footsteps since they only bloom at this time of the year. Edel's Footsteps. What a romantic name. Could you tell me its meaning in the language of flowers? It signifies the anticipation of a new meeting and the longing for those who have left. Here, take one. Huh? You're just giving it to me? Is it really okay for me to take it? I'm giving it because your sister is cute, so don't worry about it. The vendor, who had been talking with Joni, glanced over at us and lowered his voice. Just make sure to reconcile with your sister. When it comes to kids that age, even if you did nothing wrong, it's better to be the first one to make amends. Haha. Thanks for the advice. After finishing her conversation with the vendor, Joni straightened her bent back and stood up. Take care. Thank you. I'll definitely buy one next time. After that, Joni continued to enjoy the festival. Whenever she saw something even remotely interesting, she would rush over to me to ask about it, only to go back looking dejected when I gave no reaction. This cycle repeated until the sun, which had been gradually setting, finally disappeared completely. Normally, this street would have been illuminated only by the faint lights leaking out from buildings. But even though it was night, the entire street was aglow, as bright as daylight. Joni moved to the side of the street, avoiding the passing crowds. Thank you, Kana. I had a lot of fun thanks to you. Yeah. Could it really have been fun, dragging around an unresponsive person like a wooden doll? I squinted and studied her face, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a lie. We looked at each other for a moment, leaning on the lights of the street. Just like when I first encountered an apostle, the divine power of Edel enveloped Joni, obscuring not just her presence, but even her face. If I tried hard enough, I could just barely make out her features. For a while after we met, I made no effort at all to look at her face. But at some point, I found myself trying to catch a glimpse of her face. The cat-like beauty gazed at me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Perhaps she could see me just fine without making any special effort. Even in a trivial moment like this, where we were just looking at each other's faces, I could feel the difference between us. Kana, did you have fun spending time with me? Yeah. Really? Then I'm glad. Joni wore a faint smile. There's a place I want to go. Will you stay with me until the end? I nodded silently. I'd already kept her company this long, staying with her for a bit longer wouldn't hurt. Joni, still holding my hand tightly, let go and began to walk somewhere. We walked for quite a while, and once we left the bustling streets, she suddenly began climbing a hill under the moonlit sky. Since it was only a small hill, we quickly reached the top, where a wide-open view greeted us. So this is the place she wanted to go. Here. Yeah. Seline told me about it. She said the view of the Descent Festival from this hill is beautiful. Sure enough, even though it was just a low hill, it was higher than the surroundings, and from the top, you could see the whole city spread out below. Despite the pitch-black darkness of the night, the city was just as lively as it had been during the day. We silently looked down at the city together, as if by mutual agreement. As silence filled the air. You know, Joni broke the silence. When I was young, I couldn't even dream of climbing a hill like this, because I was really sick. The priest even said that my life was at risk, that it was uncertain whether I'd survive. Premature baby, or preterm baby. An infant born before 37 weeks of gestation. Due to not having enough time to fully grow before birth, these babies typically have weak bodies and, in many cases, face a high risk of mortality. Joni, also known as Dayan, was one of those premature babies. She was born before she could reach full term and was placed in an incubator before she could even feel the warmth of her parents' embrace. Fortunately, there was no tragic scenario of her lonely breath stopping inside the incubator. However, she was never as healthy as other children. There were times when she was bedridden with a fever for days on end, and other times when she fell into a coma due to respiratory issues. Because she was inherently frail, young Dayan's childhood was filled with frequent illnesses, making her a regular visitor at the hospital as if it were her second home. Especially around the time she was supposed to start elementary school, she was struck by a severe illness, resulting in a long-term hospital stay instead of attending school. While others were mingling with their peers, fighting, reconciling, and studying at school, Dayan had to lie in a hospital bed, battling her illnesses day by day. Because of this, Dayan had no memories of elementary or middle school and no friends to share such memories with. Even so, she was considered fortunate. Her family was financially stable, so she never had to worry about medical bills. Her parents never saw her poor health as a burden and always cared for her with love. Considering the families that fell apart from the strain of long-term caregiving or those who crumbled under the overwhelming weight of ever-growing medical expenses, Dayan's situation could be considered a blessing. Although she knew this. But I couldn't help but feel empty. Her childhood stolen by illness. The frustration of being confined to a hospital. The loneliness of not having a single friend with whom she could share childhood memories. These feelings still haunted Dayan strongly, even now that she was older. It was for these reasons that she started traveling. She thought that by venturing out into the wide world and experiencing many things, she could finally release the pent-up frustrations that had accumulated during her long battle with illness. Driven by this thought, Dayan passionately learned languages and pursued higher education. The moment she was old enough to travel alone, she began journeying through various regions and countries. This was only possible thanks to the support of her parents, who felt sympathy for Dayan, who had been unwell since birth. Sometimes, she would casually mention that she had been in poor health when she was young and that she loved to travel. Because of this, her viewers knew about it, but never before had Dayan shared her past in such detail. Absent-mindedly, Dayan's eyes swept over the chat window. Even though she had shared a part of her past that she had never spoken of before, the chat room remained quiet. Of course, she had already ended the stream before climbing this hill. Her viewers had clamored, but she had ended the stream abruptly without leaving any room for questions. It wasn't because she felt ashamed of sharing her past. With a deep sigh, Dayan looked at the girl standing in front of her. Non-player character. In short, NPC. The girl wasn't a player like Dayan who enjoyed the game, but a resident of Cilia Online created artificially by the game developers. She was nothing more than a program composed of zeros and ones, thinking and acting as programmed by the developers. Even knowing that Cilia Online boasted a level of AI sophistication incomparable to other games up to now. Even so, whenever Dayan looked into the girl's eyes or spoke with her, it felt like she was conversing with an actual person. At first, it was out of curiosity. The curiosity of wanting to uncover the raid boss that no one had yet conquered. It was mere curiosity that drove Dayan up the mountain, but the moment she saw the girl, she was completely captivated. I've always wanted a little sister. Even Dayan couldn't remember exactly why. She could only guess that, having been unable to connect with her peers since childhood, she had unconsciously wished for someone to fill that void. Or perhaps she wanted to share the love she received from her parents with someone else. However, she couldn't say such things to her parents, who were busy taking care of her, so her interest naturally shifted towards small and cute animals. Though, since she was often away from home, keeping pets was out of the question. Then, Dayan found Kana. I won't deny it. Yes. The reason Dayan clung to Kana was that she thought Kana could fill the emptiness in her heart. Dayan finally confessed the emotions she had been hiding deep inside. Someone whom you view as a mere substitute for fulfilling your own desires, a truth you wanted to hide forever out of shame. But not anymore. The more time Dayan spent with the girl, and the more she got to know her, the more the girl appeared differently in Dayan's eyes. Her stoic demeanor was no longer a sign of indifference, but rather a shield to protect herself from getting hurt again. The way she tended to the flower garden was the girl's own way of remembering her deceased benefactor and father. Though she seemed uninterested in forming connections, always pushing people away, she also displayed a weakness to those who persisted. If she truly disliked people approaching her, she would never have shared her name, saved them from multiple life-threatening situations, or even tolerated Dayan's presence without pushing her away coldly. Gravekeeper, the worst raid boss, Celia Online's idol, the master swordsman, the Empire's arch-nemesis, and so on. The girl had many titles, but in Dayan's eyes, she was just an honest yet untruthful child. A child who yearned for warmth yet hid away, afraid of the wounds others might inflict. That was how Dayan saw Kana. According to Aaron, Kana had a rather unfortunate past, which likely contributed to her behavior. This made Dayan feel pity for Kana. She wanted to hold the girl's hand and let her feel warmth. She wanted to see a smile on her otherwise stoic face, just like how her parents had done for her long ago. Can you believe just this one thing? That I truly like you, Kana. Just as she had overcome her own illness, she hoped that this young girl, too, could overcome her scars. Dayan, smiling gently, pulled something out of her inventory. Kana, would you hold out your hand? It was a plain silver bracelet, without any elaborate decoration, but it exuded a subtle charm because of its simplicity. When Dayan had been debating whether to buy a necklace or a bracelet back in Ordo, she remembered that Kana already wore a black choker around her neck, so she chose the bracelet instead. It wouldn't suit Kana to receive a necklace when she already had a choker. Afterwards, due to the commotion that ensued, Dayan had missed the opportunity to give it to Kana and had kept it quietly in her inventory until now. Holding Kana's hand, Dayan gently slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. There. Dayan smiled brightly as she examined Kana's hand, still holding it. Yes, I knew it would look good on you. I really do have an eye for these things. Well, maybe it's because anything would look good on you. Could there even be anything that wouldn't suit her? Even wearing rags would look good on her, so there was no way a bracelet like this wouldn't. I wanted to give it to you back in Ordo, but it somehow ended up being a farewell gift. Oh, but I'm not saying this because I want you to take back your decision. Dayan quickly added, afraid that Kana might misunderstand and see it as a bribe. I just want you to remember that there was someone like me. As Dayan's long, heartfelt speech finally came to an end, Kana stood still, without saying a word. Whether she was listening or not, or whether she was letting it go in one ear and out the other, no one knew for sure, but Dayan believed that Kana was listening to her. The streets that had been bustling even at night were now quiet, the lights that had illuminated the city one by one disappeared, and now, even the faint moonlight was obscured by the clouds, casting darkness over Kana's face, which Dayan had been looking at. Perhaps enchanted by the magic of the night. Still holding Kana's hand tightly, Dayan spoke impulsively. You know, I can't give you the details, but the truth is, I'm not from the continent across the sea, but from somewhere even farther away, somewhere very, very far. Flinch. Kana's hand twitched slightly in Dayan's grasp. The residents of Cilia believed that players like Dayan came to the Ardena continent, guided by Edel, from the continent across the sea. Kana was probably surprised because what she had known wasn't actually true. That's what Dayan assumed. I know. You know. Dayan was surprised once at Kana finally speaking up, and twice at the content of her reply, but only for a moment. Regaining her composure quickly, Dayan smiled softly. Everyone else doesn't know, but of course, Kana is smart enough to figure it out. It's probably because she's been to the continent across the sea, Dayan assumed, brushing it off like that. This is a secret, but my name back home isn't Joni. When I think about it, it's not fair that Kana told me her name, yet I didn't share mine. So, I'll tell you mine too. Well, I know I'm not really in a position to talk about keeping secrets, but... She whispered softly. Shin Dayan. That's my name. If we meet again someday, could you call me by this name then? Just at that moment, the clouds parted, and the moonlight once again shone upon them. Under the moon's glow, Kana's face revealed an expression Dayan had never seen before, one filled with sorrow. Ah, I finally understand. Dayan could now finally put a name to her emotions. This wasn't pity, sympathy, or mere admiration. It was all those things intertwined in attachment. She knew, without a doubt, that no matter how much time passed, she would never be able to let go of this child from her heart. Swish. Kana reached out her hand. The small hand gently touched Dayan's cheek. The very same spot where Kana's sword had grazed her earlier that morning. Each time Kana's fingers brushed against the wound, Dayan felt a faint burning sensation on her cheek. But she didn't even glance at her health bar. Instead, as Dayan looked up, she noticed that the clouds obscuring the moon had completely vanished. Kana, who had been gently caressing Dayan's wound for quite some time, turned around. 1 step, 2 steps. As Kana walked slowly away from Dayan, she suddenly turned back. The girl's small lips parted slightly. Get up in the morning, go to work, and come back home in the evening to enjoy some hobbies before going to bed. Then, wake up in the morning again, go to work, and fall asleep in the evening, repeating a simple cycle of daily life. Depending on the person, some might go to work at night, while others might go to school instead of work. There are small differences, but everyone has their own daily routine. Some people describe this as such. A life as dull as a hamster wheel, endlessly spinning with the same monotonous days, day after day. However, when faced with a situation that breaks this monotonous cycle, those same people often express discomfort. Repetition brings familiarity and stability. In other words, stepping out of the cycle means confronting unfamiliarity and instability. Dayan was one of those people trapped in a hamster wheel. Waking up, washing up, having breakfast, lying down in her capsule-type virtual reality device, starting her stream, having a brief conversation, and then logging into Celia online. Even feeling frustrated by Kana being buried under the blankets that had become her recent routine. But today was different. Yawn. When Diane, who had just logged into Celia online, sat up from the bed, someone approached her with small, quick steps. Oh, Kana. Stretching her stiff body and yawning, she turned her head upon sensing a presence and greeted with a bright smile. Did you sleep well? Yes. Usually, Kana wouldn't even acknowledge Joni unless spoken to first. But today, she came to Joni on her own. That alone was surprising enough, but it could still be brushed off as maybe she's in a good mood today. What truly shocked everyone was what happened next. Kana hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers, and then shyly opened her mouth. Did Joni sleep well, too? Of course, I slept well, thanks to my Kana. Kana, come here for a moment. Yes. Your hair's really messy, there, all fixed. Thank you, I should be the one thanking you, for letting me touch such soft hair. Swoosh. Kana, who rarely showed emotions, made a barely noticeable small smile. She even rubbed her head slightly against Joni's hand, as if wanting more head pats. Morning meeting? What's going on? Viewers, watching the situation unfold from beyond the monitor, collectively entered a state of shock and began spamming question marks in the chat. Kana, initiating a morning greeting, quietly approaching when Joni called, and letting Joni touch her hair? Even just that was beyond what the viewers could process, leaving them stunned. But when Kana smiled and rubbed her head like that, the audience collectively clutched their chests. The smile and affectionate gesture from the usually stoic girl had that much of a destructive power. Something's happening. Wake your hey face with tears of joy. OMG, she's so cute. What on earth happened yesterday for her to go from wanting to break up to this? Did she use some kind of hypnosis app? How much is that hypnosis app? This user has died from excessive cuteness. So what exactly happened yesterday? Fire 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 fire. The chat room was a chaotic blend of fangirling and confusion. Joni, who was patting Kana's head, glanced at the chat and grinned. Curious? Want me to tell you? Yes 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 yes. Tell us what you saw. You don't seem that desperate for it, though. Dear teacher, I hope you have been in good health today. May peace be with your household always. If it's not too rude of me, could I perhaps inquire about what happened yesterday? Oh no, the mind games again. Message deleted. May I seek permission to ask for approval to disclose the matter of what happened yesterday, if it's appropriate to raise such a question at all? Do you chat alone or something? Fine. You all seem pretty desperate. If my dear audience wants it that much, I suppose I can tell you. Joni flashed a satisfied smile. Then, lowering her voice as if whispering, but, I'm not going to tell you. It was no surprise that the chat exploded into a firestorm afterward. So, have you made up your mind? As I entered the prayer room, Edel, who was sitting on a cushion, greeted me. It was an ironic scene to see her sitting on the very cushion meant for people to pray to her. If the person who placed that cushion saw this, they'd probably burst into tears. I think the same. Don't read my mind so freely. How can I help it if I can read it so easily? If you don't like it, try harder not to let it show. Edel, who had initially greeted me in a prayerful posture, loosened her legs and sat more comfortably. It's time to finish our conversation. Only if you don't run away again like last time. I told you, it wasn't running away. I simply ran out of time. That wouldn't have happened if I were in full strength. Useless god. What? Hey, are you done talking? Her face flushed in anger at my words, but she quickly caught herself and returned to her usual calm demeanor. Not that acting like nothing happened would erase the embarrassment she just showed. I know. Ahem anyway, from the look on your face, it seems you've more or less sorted out your thoughts. Who knows? I wonder if I looked carefree in Edel's eyes. I still didn't fully understand what Edel meant by what I truly want. But still, yes, I have organized my thoughts. It was true that I felt more at ease. As I moved, the bracelet on my wrist jingled softly. Passing by Edel, who was still seated on the cushion, I approached the statue. I leaned against it, just like Edel had done a few days ago. I looked up at the statue's benevolent smile and asked her a question. You called me a sword, didn't you? Yes. Was it you who brought me to this world? No, it wasn't me. Edel shook her head. It wasn't me who brought you into this world, nor did I place you in that environment, nor did I make your benefactor die without recovering from his injuries. He's not just my benefactor. He's my dad. Edel, who had been surprised by my interruption, quickly regained her composure. Right. The fact that your father died that way, it wasn't something I planned either. Then, wait. Before we get into that, there's something you need to know first. Ignoring my annoyed look at being interrupted, Edel continued. Didn't you find it strange? How your growth was abnormally fast. I'm not talking about your height, you know? That's more like it slowed down to a halt rather than grown. Of course, I found it strange. Other people could barely sense mana, let alone control it, yet I could wield it as naturally as breathing. I achieved the rank of master, something people say takes at least until your 40s, at only a mere teen's age. No matter how much of a once-in-a-century genius I might be, isn't that too fast? It was why I had suspected that Edel had brought me here in the first place. She brought me from Earth and artificially accelerated my growth. If that were true, it would explain my abnormal speed of development. You wouldn't know this, but there's one thing gods always do when creating a world. Edel said, it's to place restrictions on the souls within that world. Restrictions. Yes. On how fast they can grow, how strong they can become. Things like that. There are more, but that's all you need to know for now. Why are those restrictions necessary? Is it to prevent them from becoming too powerful and challenging their authority? There might be gods like that. But the primary reason is to protect the soul itself. Think about a machine. If you run an engine too hard, it may produce high output for a moment, but it'll soon break down. The same goes for souls. If they grow too quickly or attain strength beyond their capacity, the soul breaks. What God would want a soul they painstakingly created to shatter in no time? Then what about people who become stronger faster than others? The so-called geniuses. It's because their souls are more resilient, allowing for a higher limit. There are also people who come back stronger after surviving near-death experiences. During that process, their souls become strong enough to partially release some of their restrictions. I see. So, you're saying that my soul is resilient, right? No. While your soul is indeed resilient, that's not the reason you were able to become this strong. Edel denied my words without hesitation. She then opened the fist she had been clenching. There are no such restrictions on your soul. Is it because I'm from another world? As I said this, a question arose in my mind. Then shouldn't there be restrictions from Earth's administrator or something? Given how strong I've become, it doesn't seem like their restrictions would be any weaker than these ones. Bingo. You're sharp. Yes, right now, there are no restrictions on your soul. Neither the ones I created, nor those placed by that administrator. Edel clapped her hands in confirmation, then her expression turned serious. The serene expression she had just moments ago vanished, replaced by an impassive look as she continued. I told you a few days ago about the dimensional creatures, the ones that invade other dimensions to drain their energy, and that I've been fighting them for hundreds of years. Yes, dimensional creatures destabilize any dimension they appear in, so you can imagine what state my dimension is in after hundreds of years of fighting them. One day, while I was battling them, I felt a massive tremor in the dimensional barrier. There had been countless tremors before, but that one was far more severe than anything Edel had ever experienced. And at that moment, both Edel and the dimensional creature she was fighting sensed it. That this dimension had briefly connected with another dimension. Though it was only a fleeting connection, the path that had opened remained. Amidst the shaking dimensional walls, the other dimension, and the battle with the dimensional creatures, I failed to notice a single soul slipping through. I never thought it would even be possible. How could anyone even imagine such a thing? For a weak soul to cross the barrier between dimensions. To withstand the vortex between dimensions. And then cross the dimensional barrier once more to enter a different dimension. Who would ever think such a thing was possible? Even for a goddess like Edel, it would be an incredibly dangerous journey, with no guarantee of success. Yet, that fragile soul endured it all and created a miracle. Just like forging a solid sword by heating it with intense fire and hammering it countless times, the soul grew stronger, having gone through all those hardships. A lot has been erased, and many things have been forgotten. The restrictions placed by Earth's administrator were one of them. And that soul. I cut her off because I already knew what she was about to say. That soul is me. That's right. Edel nodded at my words. That's the hidden story behind the birth of a girl named Canaria Graces. Do you know how shocked I was when I first discovered you? A soul I'd never seen before appeared in my world, without any restrictions placed on it, and unnaturally tough, too. But thanks to that, I could start planning my counterattack. She grumbled in a small voice. And upon learning all of this, I see. I just nodded. My calm reaction seemed to fluster Edel, who was the one sharing the story. Huh? That's it. What kind of reaction should I have then? I know I undertook a grand adventure crossing dimensions, but I have no memory of it, so it's hard to feel anything about it. Besides, since Edel wasn't the one who orchestrated it, what else could I say? If she'd been talking about my experiences after being born into this world, then I'd have plenty to say. I shrugged. Is that why you collaborated with Earth's god? Yes. Since they were already aware of your existence, it was obvious that if this world fell, Earth would be the next target. They had an advantageous forward base in Cilia, and even a direct path to their next prey. There was no reason for the starving dimensional creatures not to invade. That's why we made our decision. By downgrading this dimension, we'd use the creatures' power against them. I wasn't just sitting back and taking it, I found a way to use their power to our advantage. That's why the world was constructed in the form of a game. By having players hunt down dimensional creatures, it weakened their power. Even if we ultimately failed to stop them and Cilia was destroyed, leaving Earth at the mercy of those monsters, the strength they accumulated here would serve as the foundation to resist them. That was the true nature of Cilia Online, the strategy devised by Earth's administrator and Edel to prepare for what lay ahead. Edel, who had arrived on Earth through an open path between dimensions, already knew there were numerous gods and equally diverse worlds. However, when she first laid eyes on Earth, she couldn't help but be amazed. This world was utterly different from Cilia, the world she had created. It wasn't that she felt any inferiority. She was just astonished by how vastly different two worlds could be. Receiving help from Earth's god, Edel quickly adapted to Earth's ways. What would take humans hundreds or thousands of years to master, didn't require much time for her. Once she felt she had learned enough, Edel had a thought. This might be tough. Earth's weapons were powerful, no doubt. but she had her doubts about whether they would be effective against dimensional creatures. Even if there were bombs capable of turning an entire region into a sea of fire, dropping them in cities filled with people wasn't an option. Even if, at most, such actions were permissible once or twice, repeatedly doing so every time a dimensional creature appeared would result in humanity's extinction long before the creatures were eradicated. What could be more foolish than using methods to protect the world that would ultimately destroy it? Even if that wasn't the case, Earth's weapons weren't enough to fundamentally stop the invasion of dimensional creatures. What could she do? As she pondered, something caught Edel's eye. Games. Specifically, virtual reality games where people enjoyed exploring and fighting in fictional worlds. At that moment, it felt like a lightning bolt struck her mind. By lowering the dimension and turning it into a game, I could have Earth's humans kill the dimensional creatures. She planned to weaken the dimensional creatures by having the players kill them. Of course, the ones the players would be able to kill would be weak, like minnows or small fish in the grand scheme of things. But it might at least buy some time. With the approval of Earth's god, Edel immediately set to work. First, she exploited the power of the dimensional creatures to create isolated, virtual dimensions cut off from the world of Cilia. She called these virtual dimensions. Whatever happened in these virtual dimensions had no impact on the original dimension. No matter how powerful a monster was slain, or how many people from Cilia's world died. Once the virtual dimension disappeared, it was as though none of it had ever happened. The creatures, although they appeared to move as if they were living beings, were merely shadowless echoes mimicking the behavior of their originals. This system became known as the Instance Dungeon. The virtual dimension was, as the name suggested, a false one. However, if absolutely nothing remained after, the players wouldn't find it enjoyable, so she ensured they could retain the items and experience gained inside. Channels, too, were another system she devised using dimensional isolation, much like the instance dungeons. Edel had two main reasons for creating these channels. One was to prevent overcrowding from ruining the player's enjoyment. The other was to deal a greater blow to the dimensional creatures. Normally, what occurred in virtual dimensions had no effect on the original dimension. However, dimensional creatures, being creatures attuned to dimensions, were harmed even in their true forms when something happened to them in the virtual dimensions. Instance dungeons, channels, growth systems, job classes. After creating all the systems necessary for the game, Edel reviewed everything she had made and sighed. Indeed, she didn't believe that this alone would be enough to defeat the dimensional creatures. She only hoped it would buy enough time, until the sword she had her eyes on was sharpened to its finest edge. And that's how it happened. Edel's words signaled the end of the long story. To think she spoke for that long without even drinking a sip of water. As expected, a god is a god. I appreciate you acknowledging it, but don't you think the point is a bit off? Edel, who had been staring at me in disbelief, now spoke in a quieter tone than before. It's not that I don't care about the lives of my children. They're my creations, so of course, I cherish them. That's why I set up multiple safeguards, but it wasn't enough to stop everything. At the end of the day, it's just a game to them. But if I hadn't done it this way, even more lives would have been lost. Far more lives than those claimed by the incidents caused by Earthlings. Was there no other way? Like giving them temporary bodies like the apostles, or restricting the players to a subdimension instead of the primary one? Do you think I didn't consider that? Edel defended herself, explaining that given how much had already been eroded, this was the best solution she could come up with. Anyway, even though I created that subdimension, there is one soul I couldn't copy into it. Because this soul endured crossing the dimensional walls and withstood the vortex, it developed a resistance to most dimensional pressures, making it impossible to duplicate. You don't need me to say who that soul is, right? I nodded at her question that wasn't really a question. I wasn't foolish enough to not understand. So, what you're saying is, this dimension we're in is the primary dimension. Yes, that's right. Got it. Then is the reason I find the apostles strange compared to others also because of my soul. You could say that. Of course, the level you've attained also plays a role, but you wouldn't have reached that level without the uniqueness of your soul. Still, I never imagined it would be strong enough to bypass the filtering, so it really surprised me. Filtering? Huh. So that's how it was. I had always found it odd that no one reacted to Diane's monologues. It wasn't that they weren't reacting, they couldn't react. They couldn't hear her, and they couldn't even perceive that she was speaking. Of course, they couldn't respond. Can I eliminate the filtering if I raise my level even higher? You can't completely eliminate it, but you can reduce its impact. Actually, those at a level similar to yours should already be sensing something off. A level similar to mine. Several faces flashed through my mind at those words. Among the faces that appeared and disappeared in rapid succession, there was one that lingered longer than the rest. My face twisted into a scowl. Suddenly feeling unpleasant, I quickly shifted the topic to erase the face from my mind. So, if we don't stop the dimensional creatures, even Earth will be in danger, right? Why? Now that the people you care about are at risk, are you feeling more motivated? That's not it. I muttered defensively, just like Edel had earlier. It's not like I had a choice. If we don't stop them, we'll all die. That's all there is to it. When was it that you acted like you didn't care if you died? Shut up. Edel chuckled softly as I frowned and, in a teasing voice, she said, I promised I wouldn't leave. Whoosh! I lunged at Edel and covered her mouth. Through my small hand, which couldn't completely hide her lips, I could still see the corners of her mouth curl up in a smug grin. How do you know that? What do you mean, how? How do you know about that? Oh, that. Edel shrugged, completely at ease, unlike my frazzled state. My power is weaker now, so I can't see everything, but I can still observe things happening within the holy nation. This is my home turf, after all, I should at least be able to do that, right? Oh, are you embarrassed? Haha, don't worry. It was such a touching scene that even I got a bit teary-eyed. Forget it. What was that? I said forget it. Why is she watching something like that? I grabbed Edel by the shoulders and shook her vigorously. But even as I did, she didn't resist the rough shaking and simply let her body sway with emotion, laughing lazily. The soft moonlight and a young girl. Normally, Diane would have been entranced by such a dreamy sight, staring in awe. But right now, she couldn't afford that luxury. She could feel that this moment was crucial in determining her connection with Kana. Diane looked straight at Kana. Kana looked straight back at Diane. In what felt like an eternity, the girl's lips slowly parted. My dad was my whole world. A younger body, a different gender, an unfamiliar world. For Kana, everything had changed in an instant. But Kana wasn't given the luxury of time to adjust. Her parents saw her not as a person, but as a tool to make money, so of course, she never received the love or care that children are supposed to have. And even after her parents died, nothing improved for Kana. Sure, no one was there to exploit her anymore, but survival was still a daily struggle. If she showed her discomfort after being hit by punches and kicks, even more violence would follow. If she showed joy when something good happened, wolves would descend upon her. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Kana's personality hardened. She learned to bury her emotions deep within, to kill them, in order to survive. The confusion brought by her younger body, her altered gender, and the new world she found herself in was something she shoved into the farthest corners of her heart. But then, someone reached out a hand to her for the first time. Warm words she had never heard before, warmth she had never felt before. There was no need to explain how much comfort they gave to the small girl. I knew that Dad wasn't in good health. She had known, yet she still hoped. She had hoped that, like a miracle, he would recover and live a long life with her. But Kana's hopes were cruelly shattered. As Garrett's health deteriorated day by day, he eventually left Kana behind. The little bird was left all alone, without her nest. I have nothing left. After all, she was nothing but an impurity. Every time she looked around and saw no one like her, Kana painfully realized that she didn't truly belong to this world. If that was the case, then she would rather leave no regrets. She had no intention of getting involved with anyone and planned to remain by Garrett's side until her end. That's what I thought. Why do you keep coming closer? A single tear fell from the girl's eyes. Her face was expressionless, completely still, but that made her look even more pitiful. Diane, who had been silently listening to Kana's words, reached into her coat. When her hand emerged, it held a single flower. Diane approached Kana and carefully tucked the flower into her hair. She then smiled softly at Kana, who was staring up at her with teary, confused eyes. Yep. It suits you well. To think that such a pretty girl didn't dress up, it was practically a global loss. Satisfied, Diane nodded approvingly. You asked why I keep approaching you, didn't you? The answer was simple. Because Diane liked her and wanted to be friends. She wanted to look after her like a little sister. But even before that. Because that's what you wanted, Kana. I wanted that. Yeah. In front of Diane now was not an enemy of the Empire, not the swordswoman who could cut down dozens of knights with a single strike, not even the fearsome raid boss. Just a poor child who didn't even understand her own emotions. I once had this thought. What if the idea of a previous life is just a fantasy that a girl, tired of her harsh reality, conjured up to escape? The memories were too vivid for it to be just a fantasy, so I quickly dismissed that thought. But whenever I saw how different I was from others, the thought resurfaced from time to time. And meeting Edel confirmed once again that my memories weren't merely delusions. So what? Even knowing that, does it change anything about my life? Talking to Edel only made me more aware of how I was an impurity. I had memories of that other world, but I didn't belong to it. I was born in this world, but I didn't wholly belong to it either. An impurity that didn't belong anywhere. And I wanted someone to reach out to me? No. I never wanted something like that, not even once. No. But Joni immediately refuted my words. You never said it out loud, but Kana, you definitely wanted that. Her voice was gentle, as if soothing a child. Without realizing it, I took a step back from her. Remember? When we first met, Kana, you saved my life. I was just trying to hunt a cockatrice. If that were the case, you could have just waited for the cockatrice to kill me, couldn't you? I didn't want to waste time. Fine, let's say it was that. Then why didn't you stop me when you knew I was following you? I thought Garrett might like it if he saw you using Grenick. Kana would have known. She was right. Back then, I was well aware that Joni was following me. Joni took a step closer to me, and I instinctively took a step back. You even taught me swordsmanship and saved me from the Imperial Army. I only taught her because her sword-swinging form was so terrible I couldn't bear to watch. The Imperial Army had come for me in the first place, so if anything, they were the ones who'd helped me. Each word. With every word Joni uttered, I took another step back. And Joni, in turn, took a step forward toward me. Despite the equal number of steps, the distance between us was clearly closing. Finally, she was close enough to reach out and hold my hand. More than anything, if you really didn't want me to get close, you would have refused when I asked to come along. But you didn't, Kana. It would have been much more convenient and faster to go alone. I couldn't breathe. I had a desire to refute her words. Because I wanted to confirm whether my guess was correct. Or because it would have been troublesome if I couldn't communicate. I could think of a few more reasons. But the more I thought about them, the more I realized they were just petty and lame excuses. There were far more efficient ways to verify my guess than watching her every move. The inconvenience of not being able to communicate was nothing compared to the hassle of having her as a companion. Yet, as I struggled desperately to come up with a rebuttal, suddenly, I lost my words as I felt a sudden warmth. This wasn't the first time I'd been in her embrace, but for some reason, this warmth felt more special than usual. Joni, who held me close, said nothing. Suddenly, something hot began to roll down my cheek. It was only then that I realized I had been crying for quite a while. I was scared. Held tightly in Joni's arms, I let the words that had been buried deep within my heart spill out. I was terrified of feeling everything fall apart and disappear again. There may never be anyone like Garrett who would accept me fully, but even if there were, they would eventually leave my side. Because I am an impurity that doesn't belong anywhere. So I would be left feeling as if I'd lost everything again, abandoned and left alone in this world. That thought terrified me beyond words. Moreover, Joni is a player who sees this world as a game. If she lost interest, she could disappear at any moment. Even if she remained interested, something might happen in her real life that would keep her from logging in. If that happened, I'd be left waiting indefinitely without knowing why. Just like a desert fox waiting for its prince, endlessly. At first, I might get angry. Then I might feel sad, thinking I'd been abandoned. But eventually, all those emotions would fade away, leaving behind nothing but a relentless emptiness and void that would consume me. I see. Joni, who was still holding me, gently stroked my back as she listened to my incoherent ramblings. When she finally released me from her embrace, the warmth that had filled my body disappeared along with her touch. As I shivered from the cold night air that seeped in during the brief separation, Joni held out a flower in front of me. It was the same flower she had tucked into my hair earlier. Do you know the meaning of this flower? Longing for someone who's gone. And she bent down slightly so our eyes met. The face reflected in Joni's eyes was a mess, to put it lightly, and the hope for a new encounter. Isn't it fascinating? How two opposing meanings can coexist in a single flower. Perhaps the person who first came up with this flower's meaning realized. Joni gently took my hand. Before I knew it, the flower she was holding was now in my hand. That meeting and parting are inseparable. If there's a new meeting, then a new parting will come too. But this is what I believe. Being afraid of the inevitable parting and therefore avoiding new encounters is truly a sad thing. If you choose not to meet anyone and live alone in solitude, wouldn't that be too heartbreaking? I don't know. Looking back, except for when I lived with Garrett, I was always alone. Even when I gathered with other children like me in the slums. Even after Garrett left and I led the order, I was always with someone, but I never felt that I was truly with them. Kana, you might not have realized it, but deep down, you must have thought, I don't want to be alone. Joni's thumb gently brushed my cheek. From my cheek to just below my eye, she carefully traced every inch, then smiled softly. I want Kana to be happy. I want you to be happy. Behind Joni's voice, I heard another voice overlap, a deep, familiar voice. A voice I longed for but could never hear again. You won't leave me, will you? Everything comes to an end, and I know that my time with Joni will end too. Even knowing that, I asked her. And to my question, Joni nodded exaggeratedly. Of course not. Would an older sister abandon her little sister? Promise me you won't leave. Absolutely. The warmth that had faded now returned to me once more. I will never leave Kana behind. Does she have any idea what I'm really feeling when I say this? Probably not. She doesn't know that this world is not only a game but also a real world, or that the people in it aren't just programmed NPCs but actual living beings. She doesn't know that I'm aware of all these things. Even so, I entrusted myself to the warmth of her embrace. And while I was still wrapped in Joni's arms, I spoke softly to her. My name is Canaria Gracis. No, actually, just call me Canaria. Simply, Canaria. Okay, Canaria. Please take good care of me from now on, Diane. Yes, of course, it's my pleasure. Diane's face lit up as she hugged me tightly once more. It's suffocating. But still, it's warm. Ugh. I was exchanging morning greetings with Diane when suddenly, memories from the previous night flooded back, making my face flush with heat. The night when we finally untangled the mess of knots that had been so convoluted that I didn't even know where to begin. That night, Diane and I talked about many things. My childhood, what happened during my time with the Order, and the days I spent with Garrett. It had been hard to start, but once I began talking, everything came out easily, without hesitation. Diane, too, shared a lot about herself. There were moments when she hesitated, trying to filter out things she couldn't say, but I could see she was trying her best to share as much as possible. Each time she paused, I pretended not to notice. Listening to her stories made me remember something. I didn't recall it exactly, but in my previous life, people used to broadcast themselves over the internet. I'd always thought her monologues and the way her thoughts spread so quickly were strange, but it made sense when I realized she had that kind of job. For some reason, it seemed like Diane wasn't streaming that night. Maybe she didn't want to share the honest conversation we had with others? If she were the type to publicize things like that, we probably wouldn't have gotten this close. Dayan, noticing my awkward silence, turned to me and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Saying I wanted to be alone, admitting I was scared, begging her not to leave me. Back then, I'd been so overwhelmed by emotions that it was fine, but thinking about what I'd said now makes me cringe. Not that I regret it. If not for that moment, Dayan and I wouldn't have been able to untangle the mess and stand together at the starting line again. Even though I insisted it was nothing, Dayan continued to look at me with a concerned expression. Feeling embarrassed under her gaze, I scratched my cheek awkwardly and changed the subject. "Our plans going forward." "What? Are you leaving already?" "No, that's not it." I shook my head. Although I'd unloaded the old, festering emotions that had been rotting away inside me, it didn't mean I'd suddenly regained interest in the festival. After struggling to get here all the way from Grace's territory, I just thought we could rest for a few days. And, well, didn't you say you wanted to see it? The Descent Festival. I found myself unable to meet her eyes and glanced away as I spoke. It felt too embarrassing to look directly at her and say it. I expected a quick response, but oddly enough, there was none from her. Puzzled by this strange silence, I turned to look at Dayan again. I saw her staring blankly at me with a vacant expression. Why is she like that? As I tilted my head in curiosity, light returned to her eyes. What's this? What is this adorable creature? Is it even legal to be this cute? What are you talking about? She's being ridiculous. I scoffed. Anyway, I'm talking about after the Descent Festival. Will you come with me? I looked up at Dayan, conveying that meaning with my gaze. She didn't disappoint me. Of course, I'm coming. So, where are we headed next? Is she excited about the trip itself, or is it because she's going with me? Whichever it is, seeing her so happy doesn't feel bad. We're going to Laxia. Huh? Where did you say we're going? To Laxia, the great continent. Dayan froze on the spot, still as a statue. Seeing her reaction, I quietly nodded. I guess it's not exactly the kind of place that would make anyone jump for joy. The world of Cilia, filled with adventure and romance. People venture out with swords at their waists, confronting powerful monsters with dazzling magic cast from their staves. There are elves living in harmony with nature, and dwarves hammering away at metal amidst the heat of a furnace. A world truly like a picture-perfect fantasy. However, the world of Cilia was not just filled with romance, as players might imagine. Races that couldn't help but fight each other whenever their eyes met. The constant threat of monsters lurking around every corner. The tyranny of wandering rogues who roamed with swords at their sides. The history of the Ardena continent was always steeped in blood and screams. But, if you asked what caused the most loss of life, people of Cilia would unanimously say, the race wars that erupted twice. The first race war was shorter compared to the second, but since every race was hostile to each other and fought, the damage was catastrophic. On the other hand, the second race war was the opposite. The only ones fighting were the demonic race and humans. The other races did support the humans, but the number of those who actively participated in the war was very few. However, because it dragged on for more than 50 years, it claimed far more lives than the first race war, where every race was involved. No one has ever been able to directly tally the number of victims, so there's no way of knowing the exact figure, but one thing is certain, it wasn't a small number. And, the causes of the two race wars were the same. The demonic race. The two tragedies began when they crossed over from Laxia to the Ardena continent. The war that raged for decades only ended when the Setf kingdom intervened as a mediator and painstakingly found common ground. At the conference arranged to bring an end to the war, someone from the human side asked the demonic race, "Why did you come to Ardena and cause such chaos?" Their answer was simple: to survive. The demonic race crossed over from Laxia to Ardena to survive, and the people of the Ardena continent desperately fought back to survive. The start of this terrible war that claimed countless lives and devastated countless people's lives was just that. After the Holy Kingdom, the next destination was Laxia, the homeland of the demonic race. Thinking about it like that, it felt a bit strange. Are you going there to lop off the Demon King's head or something? Kana, are you actually a hero? Perhaps Dayan felt the same way as she murmured such nonsense. Of course not. There were people in Cilia who were called heroes. Although it was just a suggestion to go to Laxia, the mention of chopping off the Demon King's head seemed to imply that Dayan had a very different image of what a hero was supposed to be. In any case, it was a title that definitely didn't suit me. Why would I go kill someone who's living quietly? Huh? But aren't the demonic race supposed to be bad? Why, you ask? Didn't they start a war, kill people? I heard they even control terrifying monsters. Dayan folded her fingers one by one as she replied, putting aside everything else. I killed people too. Well, that's because you had no choice during the war, right? I killed even after that. I'm sorry. Dayan surrendered in defeat against my continuous retorts. Since it was all in jest, and I wasn't offended, I accepted her surrender without further complaint. Well, it's not like Dayan's image of the demonic race was particularly unusual or anything. If you were to ask the people of Cilia about the demonic race, 9 out of 10 would probably say something similar to what she just said. Even though 50 years have passed since the end of the Second Race War, saying it's been just 50 years is another way of saying it's only been 50 years. There were still people alive who had directly experienced the war, so there was no way that fear and hatred could disappear. So, it's like this. Those who experienced the war harbor their own resentment toward the demonic race, and those who have never even seen them judge based solely on the stories they've heard. Even the most accurate information gets exaggerated and distorted as it passes from one mouth to another, turning into baseless rumors. Claims like, they enjoy eating people, or, they're aiming to conquer the world. And then, there are those who believe such rumors. This kind of cycle repeats itself over and over again. Was it all false? Like the person next to me right now. Garrett, my father was also one of those people who disliked the demonic race. But he wasn't someone who simply believed in rumors or held biases like most others did. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The reason he disliked the demonic race was simply because he lived through a time when it was impossible to like them. Thanks to my father, I was able to gain proper knowledge of the demonic race. And, I also learned why such rumors came to be. It's complicated. Diane, who now felt as if everything she thought she knew had been shattered, wore a confused expression. So, were the demonic race actually good? No. From the perspective of the people of the Ardena continent, they are still the bad ones. Even if they had a reason, the fact remains that they invaded the continent. A reason? She tilted her head. What was the reason? To survive. I didn't know the exact reason why the demonic race had to cross the ocean and invade the continent. At least, not until I met and talked with Edel. After hearing their side of the story from Edel, I could understand why they made that choice. The beings of the Ardena continent harness a mysterious power known as mana. In contrast, the demonic race wields a different power called magi. Because of that, their homeland was always filled with magi, and without resistance to it, just being near them could pose a threat to one's life. To any being other than the demonic race, magi was nothing less than poison. This was the reason the people of Ardena desperately resisted their settlement. If it was that bad just for them to stay there, imagine how saturated with magi their homeland of Laxia must have been. Ironically, it was the abundance of magi that forced the demonic race to leave Laxia and cross over to the Ardena continent. Isn't having a lot of magi a good thing? The demonic race use magi, don't they? Mana. I almost said, even if it's mana, too much of it is lethal, but I held my tongue. There's no way Diane, who's from Earth, would understand if I explained it like that. Humans need water to live. Yeah, but if there's too much water, you can't live. I get it now. Unable to survive in a place filled with excessive magi, the demonic race left Laxia and settled on the Ardena continent. Although it's not a perfect explanation, this much should be enough for her to grasp the gist of it. After listening, Diane looked like she'd understood something and then seemed to delve into thought as if she were chewing on the idea. But, if the demonic race couldn't endure it and had to flee, wouldn't that mean that I definitely wouldn't be able to endure it either? Unlike you, Kana. Probably. Then, I'll just have to wait until you come back. Be careful, Kana. And no, I was just joking. Joking? Why yeah, it was a joke, so don't make that face. You're making me feel like trash. That kind of joke isn't funny at all. I'm sorry. When I released my grip on Diane's clothes, she muttered in an extremely gloomy tone. I'm trash. Non-recyclable trash. Are you going to make jokes like that again? I won't. Never again. Alright, then that's good. Kanae, what have I done to such a nice person like you? Sigh. Diane suddenly hugged me tightly. I tried to shake my head, but her body blocked me, so I let out a sigh instead. I've already made preparations, so don't worry. Even though the bodies of the apostles are tougher compared to their abilities, Diane still won't be able to withstand the magi of the demonic continent. According to Edel, the magi at the heart of the demonic continent would be difficult for even me to endure. It was at that moment, as Diane tilted her head at my words. Preparations. Knock, knock. May I come in? Seline. A knock on the door, followed by Seline's voice. Despite her confusion, Diane opened the door for her. Good morning. Did both of you sleep well? Thanks to you, yes. Did you sleep well too, Seline? Hehe, yes. But what brings you here? It's not time for breakfast yet, is it? Oh, you haven't heard yet? No? Heard what? Diane tilted her head again. Lady Edel said that I should accompany both of you. Of course, if you don't want me to, Joni, there's nothing I can do about it. Are you against it? Seline's voice became slightly gloomy as she spoke, and Diane hastily waved her hands. No, not at all. It's just a little sudden, that's all. Hehe, that's a relief. I was worried you didn't like me, Joni. There's no way I'd dislike you, Seline. While conversing with Seline, Diane bent forward and whispered to me. Kana, could it be, that preparation you mentioned is? Yeah, it's Seline. I see. Wait, hold on a second. Diane grabbed my shoulder with a light force, ensuring she didn't hurt me, and asked. Seline said that Edel told her to accompany us, so, Kana, did you? She gulped. Did you talk to Lady Edel? Yes. Really? Yes. In the prayer room? Just the two of you? Yes. Since it wasn't something to hide, I answered honestly. What matters is what we talked about. Just in case, I had asked Edel, and she said there was no need to hide it. On top of that, she even informed the higher UPS of the church that she'd spoken with me and instructed them to accommodate me, unintentionally making me a prominent figure overnight. A divine message that had come down after decades, instructing them to provide convenience of course. It caused an uproar. If she was going to say something like that, she should have done it from the moment we arrived at the Holy Kingdom. If she had, I wouldn't have had to pretend to be a nun. Surely, she didn't do it on purpose, right? Even though I thought it was unlikely, recalling Edel's behavior made me doubt. Am I the weird one? Is it something you can just talk about so casually, like having a private conversation with a god? Dayan murmured, seemingly half-dazed. I waved my hand slightly, but her eyes remained half-unfocused. It's a surprising thing to say, but is it really something to be this shocked about? If it were the people of Cilia, I could understand why they'd be so taken aback. To them, Edel is not just some vague figure they're unsure of, but a living god and the mother of all creation. But Dayan, who's from another world, wouldn't feel Edel's presence to the same extent as they do. Despite thinking that way, I stayed silent and continued to observe Dayan. Honestly, watching her panic was pretty entertaining. Demonic race. Although the demonic race didn't exist on Earth, where Dayan was from, she wasn't unfamiliar with them. They're a regular feature in fantasy novels, after all. So much so that their absence would feel strange. Even though she had never actually seen one, Dayan already felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with them long ago, although she was a bit flustered when Kana first mentioned them. That makes sense. Come to think of it, there are countless creative works that portray the demonic race in a positive light. Since adding one more to that collection didn't make a significant difference, Dayan quickly composed herself. However, there was one thing she couldn't compromise on. If Seline is coming with us, we should be safe. After all, holy power and magi are natural enemies. What is the demonic race's weakness? It's none other than holy power. The golden holy power that withstands the ferocious storm of magi. The image of a frail priestess bravely confronting powerful magi was enough to deeply stir the hidden romanticism within Dayan. If it weren't for the fact that Cilia Online's priest class had combat abilities close to zero, she might have chosen to become a priestess without hesitation. For that reason, while it was still terrifying to head to the home of the demonic race, Laxia, having the reliable tank and dealer Kana, and Seline, the healer, by her side. Thinking about heading to Laxia with those two made Dayan's heart, which had been still for a while, start racing again. It's totally a hero's party. Even though Kana had denied it, in Dayan's eyes, the small girl looked like a dependable hero. Wait a minute. Something seemed off. Dayan stopped her endless daydreaming and furrowed her brow. If Kana is the dealer, and Seline is the healer, then what's my role? Of course, there's no rule that says a hero's party should only have one dealer, but no matter how much she thought about it, Dayan couldn't picture herself playing an active role in the demonic continent. Am I just baggage? Was this secretly one of those stories of despair and regret? Kana, noticing that Dayan was lost in some useless thoughts, looked at her with pity, but Dayan didn't realize it at all. She only snapped back to reality when she heard Seline's puzzled voice. Natural enemies. Seline looked genuinely confused, as if she were hearing such a thing for the first time. Hearing her voice, Dayan, who had been lost in her own world, was suddenly thrown into confusion. Wait, is it not true? Double damage to magi-type creatures, purifying lands tainted with magi, things like that. There's no such thing. No such thing, really. Crash. Seline's direct reply struck Dayan's head like lightning. My dreams. Dayan collapsed, clinging to Kana, to soothe her wounded heart. Here we go again. Although the usual expressionless look briefly crossed Kana's face, she didn't resist Dayan's embrace. Having regained her inner peace by hugging Kana, Dayan spoke up. Then there's no real point in coming along, is there? Not that I doubt Seline's abilities. Hehe. I understand your concern. Seline gently placed her hand over her chest. But even if I look like this, I'm still a trainee saintess of the Edel Church. So you can rest assured, I'm quite confident in my abilities. Trainee saintess. Yes. What is that, exactly? Pardon. Seeing the pride exuding from Seline, it seemed like it was something amazing. Dayan didn't know what a trainee saintess was, but since it had the title saintess attached to it, should she be impressed or just let it slide? While Dayan wavered between these two options, Seline, having regained her composure, kindly explained. A trainee saintess is a nun who trains to become a saintess. Huh? But isn't a saintess supposed to be chosen by Lady Edel? That's an interesting way to put it. Since a saintess is more adept at handling Lady Edel's blessings than others, you could see it that way. Though she phrased it differently, in summary, it meant not necessarily. So it wasn't like that. If that were the case, then what does a saintess do? How does one become a saintess? And how many trainee saintesses are there? There were still so many questions. Kana, who was trapped in Dayan's embrace, began to squirm, clearly uncomfortable. Sensing from the small movements within her arms that her time was running out, Dayan decided to put off satisfying all her curiosity for now. There was no need to ask everything right away. After all, since they were going to be traveling together, there would be plenty of time to talk. Instead, Dayan decided to ask the one thing she was most curious about. This, really isn't because I don't trust you, Seline, but, can I ask just one more thing? Just one more. Of course. Feel free to ask anything. I apologize if this comes off as rude. But being a trainee saintess means you're technically a lower rank than a saintess, right? That's true, yes. From what I've heard, Laxia, the demonic continent, is an extremely dangerous place. If that's where we're going, shouldn't a saintess be sent instead of a trainee saintess? And not that I'm complaining, of course, since I'm glad you're coming with us, Seline. Even though Dayan had no intention of belittling Seline, her question was more than enough to sound rude. Knowing this herself, Dayan tried to soften her words with layers of disclaimers, but she couldn't hide her nervousness. As expected, the chat window exploded with comments like habitual disrespect or was filled with just the words me and Locke. But still, it's something I'm curious about. Why would they send someone of a lower rank and leave the most skilled person behind? Or maybe it's because the position has more symbolic significance, so they can't send them to a dangerous place? Oh, so that's what you were curious about. Fortunately, Seline responded cheerfully, without the slightest hint of offense. The position of Saintess is currently vacant. So, as the strongest candidate, I ended up being sent. Her voice was full of pride as she said this. The demonic race didn't originally exist on the Ardena continent. However, that doesn't mean they didn't exist in the world of Cilia. Unlike the dimensional creatures that suddenly appeared with Edel's defeat one day, they had lived on a continent beyond the Western Sea for a long time. In other words, the demonic race is a race created by Edel's own hands. Humans, elves, dwarves, the demonic race, monsters, from various beasts to even the smallest gnats. Except for the dimensional creatures, every living being in the world of Cilia was born from Edel's hands. Oh, right, I should exclude myself from that list. In any case, why would Edel's holy power have a harmful effect on the beings she herself created? Anything in excess is never good, so staying exposed to it all day wouldn't be healthy, but it wouldn't have the dramatic effects that Dayan was imagining. That's what I thought as I listened to Dayan's words. And, idiot. Ugh, that one word summed up my feelings. Sure, Dayan is an outsider and couldn't know all these internal details, but I don't know, I just found it amusing to tease her, so I threw in a comment. She recoiled as if struck by an arrow. I didn't know, I really didn't know. That was the extent of the defendant's plea. If holy power and magi were truly opposing forces like she thought, the Setf kingdom would have never stepped in to mediate the Second Race War. If holy power opposed magi, that would mean it's a power that defies Edel's will. Holy power is a force related to life. Not all sacred spells are related to life, though. That's why it can heal wounds, cure diseases, and even boost vitality to strengthen the body. So that's why. Hearing my words, Dayan seemed to have a realization. That's why priests have higher healing capabilities than other healers, huh? She suddenly muttered in Arkish, likely talking to her viewers. If I knew Arkish, I would have understood what she was saying. I don't regret not learning it, but hearing her talk hearing her pretend to talk to herself while actually conversing with someone else made me realize I needed to learn it quickly. Not yet, though. There's still time. Yeah. Do you remember what I said about magi? Are you asking if I knew? You all knew this, huh? Kana mentioned it. Dayan's face turned from frustration to curiosity upon hearing something. Ahem. Kana, what did you say? I just asked if you remember what I said about magi. Of course, I remember. You said it's like poison to non-demonic beings. Isn't that right? That's right. Even though the Descent Festival was still ongoing, the streets were lively and bustling. With my hood pulled low, I strolled down the energetic streets with Dayan by my side. Creatures that come into contact with magi gradually become weaker. The longer the exposure, and the higher the concentration of magi, the stronger and faster its effects become. It's manageable if you have resistance to magi, but not every living being is born with a resilient body or the ability to reach a high level of resistance. And for those who can't resist the magi that has invaded their bodies, there are only two fates awaiting them: death, or becoming a monster. The fact that there are an unusually large number of monsters near the lands where the demonic race resides isn't just a coincidence. Because of that, Graces had quite a headache. Since just a short distance to the west was where the demonic race had settled, the lands surrounding Graces were overrun with monsters as well. Well, it was their own fault, to be honest. It was an inevitable consequence that the monsters would start appearing in droves once the demonic race settled near Graces. So, the entire Ardena continent had agreed to support the subjugation of the monsters, but Graces, with its disastrous diplomatic decisions, ended up driving that support away. If pushing away unity that transcends nations and races can be called a talent, then perhaps it was a talent of theirs. Now do you understand why people think it's impossible to coexist with the demonic race? I'm guessing that's also why rumors spread that the demonic race controls monsters. Why yeah. But why did you suddenly tell me all that? Now I'm even more scared. Although Dayan's physical body wouldn't truly die, or more accurately, it would only appear as if she died, she still shivered at the thought. In the past, I would have thought she was just being unnecessarily scared for someone who can't die anyway. You seemed curious as to why we're taking Seline along. But not now. After talking with Dayan, I understood why she had such a pathological fear of pain. As I said, holy power is related to life. So, with her holy power, she should be able to protect you from the effects of magi. Since even Edel has attested to her abilities, she should be able to do at least that much. If Seline's power is insufficient, it means I wouldn't be able to withstand it either. And if that happens, it'd be better if... No, let's not go there. I quickly pushed that thought out of my head. I know it's just a thought, but that was too far. I won't let you die, Kana. Upon hearing my words, Dayan looked like she was about to burst into tears. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to her, she stopped tearing up. So, does that mean you'll teach me swordsmanship more kindly now? Kana? Hey, Kana? Can't you hear me? No, absolutely not. She's the one who wanted to learn swordsmanship, right? I'm teaching her swordsmanship, not trying to kill her. If I'm harsher now, she'll be better able to protect herself in dangerous situations, and that's more in line with not letting her die, right? Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. I turned my head away, pretending not to hear her. Wah, I hate you, Kana. True consideration for others often means being hated by them. It's a painful thing, but that's something I'll have to endure as well. Death is a futile thing. Even more so on a battlefield where countless lives are extinguished. Comrades you had just shared a meal with a few hours ago lay sprawled out, unable to even close their eyes. A superior who used to nitpick at every little thing you did, takes their last breath with a gurgling sound of bloody foam. It didn't matter if they were a husband who hadn't been married long or a filial son taking care of his elderly mother. None could escape the cruel blade of war. If you come back in one piece, it's a miracle. If you return with only minor injuries, it's heaven's blessing. And if you return alive even with a part of your body missing, you're incredibly lucky. There's a reason such sayings exist. No matter how tragic one's story was, simply making it out alive from the battlefield, where even your name could be forgotten, meant that you were incredibly fortunate. Yeah, being lucky. In the man's opinion, what you need most to survive on the battlefield is luck. Half-hearted strength doesn't mean anything. There were plenty of comrades who were stronger than him in the battlefield he'd come back from, yet only a few of them survived alongside him. The reason they were able to make it back alive was because they were a bit luckier than the others. Had he not instinctively turned his body at the last moment? Had that sword aura veered just a little bit to the side? Another miss. And if the demon that had mercilessly slaughtered his comrades hadn't lost interest and left? That day, what the man would have lost wouldn't have been his left arm, but his life. The demon, who had inflicted almost total annihilation with just a few sword swings, turned and left, and the remaining survivors barely managed to flee. There's no need to describe the morale of those survivors who ran away, but the man was different. After being forced out of the battlefield, missing an arm, he returned to his hometown. And as he was held in his weeping mother's embrace, he thought, could such power really come from a human body? And from a girl who looked even younger than his own daughter? The man realized something. Half-hearted strength means nothing, but overwhelming strength. Strength that can overcome misfortune. Surviving might be luck, but strength is what determines the line between fortune and misfortune. That's why the man picked up his sword with his remaining arm, dreaming of the day his sword would one day reach that demon. It had already been a few days since we left the Setf kingdom and set out on our journey after the lengthy descent festival ended. In the monotonous routine of eating, riding, eating, and riding again, there were two things that Dayan and I never skipped. Sword training and language study. Do you two always train like this? Seline asked with a bewildered expression. I was learning Arkish but was still clumsy with it, and Seline didn't know Granic at all. So, Seline and I could only communicate through Dayan, who was the only one proficient in both languages. Or Seline had to stick to using only the most basic vocabulary I could understand. But even that didn't lead to proper communication. And right now, Dayan, who was supposed to translate our conversation. There was no response. It was as if she were a corpse. I poked her side, where she lay sprawled on the ground, her face buried in the dirt, but there was still no reaction. What a shame. She's gone so young. May she find peace in the afterlife. Russell. I gathered a handful of dirt and sprinkled it over her prone body. I'm not asleep yet. Ah, she's alive. With a strange groan, Dayan staggered to her feet. An undead. Seeing her rise like that, as if crawling out from the ground, I couldn't help but wonder. Should I exterminate her? I subconsciously reached for my sword. Just then, I made eye contact with Seline. Judging by her somewhat uncomfortable expression, it seemed she had the same thought as me. Seline, could I ask you to help? Oh, of course, anytime. As the golden mana flowed from Celine's hands and seeped into Dayan's body, the small wounds on her skin healed, and the pale, lifeless look in her face began to disappear. Her clothes were still filthy, and she looked like she was about to collapse at any moment, but at least she no longer resembled an undead. Propping herself up with her sword, Dayan let out a long sigh. Really, I'm always indebted to you, Seline. If it weren't for you, I'd already be dead. No matter how strong Kana is, to that extent. To be honest, Seline can't guarantee it either, right? And no, that's not true. Oh, come on, just say it honestly. It's okay. Kana won't understand anyway, so it's fine. As a nun, how could I speak ill of someone behind their back? Oh no, speaking ill? That's too serious? I don't want to speak ill of Kana either, of course. This is just, I just want to hear Celine's honest opinion. Honest opinion. Yes. You don't have to think too deeply about it. Just tell me how difficult the training feels. To be honest. Honestly. It feels very difficult. Right. After chatting a bit with Seline, Dayan instantly regained her energy. It was a dramatic change for someone who seemed to be on the brink of death just moments ago. Sometimes, it feels like the training is even tougher than what the Holy Knights go through. Oh, but that's just speaking about the intensity of the training. But you're still saying it's difficult, aren't you? Sigh, Kana's really pushing people to their limits. Hearing my name mentioned here and there, it seemed like they were talking about me. I'm frustrated. It's frustrating not being able to understand what they're saying, so I considered buying a magic tool that could translate. The price, though. After seeing the price, I quickly gave up on that thought. Or maybe it's more accurate to say that my mind was made up for me. No matter how much money I've saved up, spending that much at once is too much. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have asked Edel if she had any good solutions. Considering how people from Earth speak Arkish so fluently, Edel must have done something. The first time I spoke with Edel, I was too overwhelmed with emotions, and the second time, there were so many things to discuss that it slipped my mind. Earth, dimensional creatures, the great continent. With such large-scale topics, there was no way I would have thought about a translator. And right after we finished talking about the demonic race, Edel disappeared, so there wasn't time for it. I'll just study as much as I can, and if it really doesn't work out, I'll consider buying a magic tool. I can always earn more money later. You seem fine. Want to keep going a bit longer? Please, have mercy. I just saved you, didn't I? What I meant is, not just keeping me alive. Dayan put on an extremely pitiful expression. I stopped as I was speaking and met Dayan's gaze. Although I know her real name, she asked me to call her Joni if possible. She said it felt more familiar that way. And she also mentioned that if there ever came a time when she wanted to be called by her real name, she'd let me know. Saying this makes me sound a bit strange, but isn't she being too obvious? Of course, Dayan has no idea that I know, so that must be why. Even though I thought her excuse was flimsy, I played along with her. Didn't Joni ask me to teach her? If this way of teaching hadn't shown results, I wouldn't have had anything to say. You've improved a lot. This wasn't an empty compliment just to make Dayan feel better. Her basic stance when holding a sword, as well as her overall combat skills, had improved significantly. She also had mostly gotten over her habit of flinching in fear at her own sword swings, and she could respond more calmly to incoming attacks. Really? Judging by her expression, she seemed to be asking if Kana was really complimenting her for once. Even though she looked skeptical, she broke into a bashful smile after hearing the compliment. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever really praised her while teaching. Of course, it's because there wasn't anything worth praising, but seeing her react like this, it might not be a bad idea to give compliments every now and then. For the sake of effective education. Yeah, purely for efficiency. Seeing Dayan smiling bashfully made the irritation in my chest subside a little. Then, shall we do a bit more? Do you think I'll fall for that? Absolutely not. Watching Dayan's back as she quickly ran away, as if worried I might try to catch her, I smacked my lips. It's not working. Tap, tap. I stared half-mindedly at the crackling campfire. I think I once heard that fire played the most significant role in humanity's development. Maybe that's why. Just sitting here quietly, watching the flames flicker, strangely calms my mind. How long has it been since I've felt this at ease? Thinking back, I don't think I've ever truly relaxed since becoming the captain, or since my father passed away. With the constant annoyance of the royals and nobles, the ongoing war with the Empire, and the ever-looming threat of monsters. Even after the fall of Graces and shedding the cumbersome position of Crimson Knight's captain, nothing really changed. I always had to stay somewhat alert since danger could come from anywhere at any time. So it's really unusual for me to feel this relaxed right now. Thanks to Seline's holy magic, I don't have to worry about physical threats, and as for mental burdens, it'd be a lie to say I have none, but for some reason, I have this feeling that things will turn out fine, so I'm not too worried. I wonder when I started having such optimistic thoughts. It was so ridiculous that I almost let out a laugh. It's done. All of a sudden, Dayan shouted excitedly. It seems she finally finished what she'd been working on for the past few nights, huddled by the campfire. Whenever I tried to see what she was working on so diligently, it's a surprise, so no peeking. That's what she said, so I couldn't figure out what she was up to. I could have found out if I really wanted to, but I didn't want to pry after she made it clear she wanted to keep it a secret. But if you say it's a surprise, isn't it no longer a surprise, but just a gift? I tilted my head in confusion. In the meantime, Dayan quickly tidied up her spot and came over to me. Tada, it's a surprise gift. I'm so surprised. I didn't expect you to prepare something like this. What's that supposed to be? Were you acting? That didn't suit you at all. I went along with it, and this is what I get. As I puffed my cheeks in annoyance, Dayan pinched them playfully. So cute. HRMPH. She only let go of my cheek after seeing my eyes narrow into triangles. Rubbing my slightly warm cheek, I asked. So, what is this? Dayan flipped through a bundle of papers. Through the neatly bound sheets, I could glimpse some words written on them. These are word cards. With these, it should be easier for you to study and also for you to have conversations with Seline. Hearing her name, Seline perked up from where she was sitting. She slowly got up and approached us. When she saw what I was holding, she exclaimed softly, "Oh my, you've finished it. You've really put in a lot of effort." I worked really hard, didn't I? Each sheet was filled with words in Granic and Arkish, and to aid understanding, there were small, simple drawings corresponding to the words. While Dayan was proudly puffing up her chest, Seline and I looked through the word cards she had made. Fish. Yes, it means fish. What about this one? That one means doll. It was written in Granic, but because of the drawing, I thought it was a monster. Objectively speaking, Dayan's drawing skills were not very good. But still, her sincerity came through. Thank you. I smiled at her, conveying my gratitude. Viewers who watched Joni's broadcast, and those who didn't watch but were still interested, There was a recent topic that had been circulating. Just how strong is Kana-chan? I get that she's ridiculously strong, but I have no clue how strong she actually is. Comments. Why does this post feel like it's written by an old man? Actually, calling it a recent topic wasn't quite right. Kana's combat abilities had been a steady topic of discussion ever since she was called by the name Gravekeeper. In other words, despite the long passage of time, it remained a captivating subject that continued to draw people's attention. Over that period, people's opinions had changed countless times. Honestly, Gravekeeper's patterns are just shitty. What boss wouldn't be hard if designed like that? Sure, she's strong, but the real issue is that Demon Inus made her absurdly difficult, so it feels even harder. In terms of pure combat strength, there are many NPCs stronger than Gravekeeper. Some even went as far as to compare her to bosses that had already been conquered long ago and were now farmed repeatedly for loot, making her feel like just another watered-down boss. A watered-down boss given advantages by the system. That was the initial reaction. But when Kana's hood was removed, and with just 2 slashes she annihilated the Imperial Knights. Holy shit, you all said she was a watered-down boss. When did a watered-down boss become a hydrogen bomb? 2 slashes from that watered-down boss could obliterate an entire nation. WTF. Comments. She was supposed to be a watered-down boss? I'm going to go buy a watered-down boss crafting kit right now, LMAO. Wait, stop. You trying to start World War III? People came to accept that Kana was more than just a system-favored boss. Of course, this level of power could only be achieved because Demon Inus designed her that way, but isn't it the same for other NPCs? Naturally, people's curiosity grew. Even Yuki, regarded as the strongest among players, couldn't stand against the Imperial Knights. Yet the Imperial Knights were quaking in fear, begging for their lives in front of the brilliant prodigy swordswoman, Kana. Just how strong was she? There was a brief stir when her true identity was revealed, but it didn't cause any major changes. What? She was the commander of the Crimson Knights of the Fallen Graces Kingdom. So what? Nobody even knows what that means, you goddamn nerd. Neither Graces nor even the people of Cilia would know what that title meant to an Earthling. Maybe they'd understand if it were the famous Imperial Knights, but there was no way Earthlings would know about the strength of a kingdom that had already fallen. Being the commander of the greatest knightly order of a kingdom was impressive enough in itself. But that was about the extent of their understanding. However, Kana shattered that perception once more. By taking down a level 78 dimensional creature. Who could have imagined a massive wolf-like dimensional beast, larger than a building, collapsing at the feet of a small girl? If it were that easy, sports like boxing or wrestling wouldn't bother having weight classes. Even in a world of swords and magic, the basic rule of combat that the bigger fighter has the advantage still held true. There's a reason players avoided large monsters like ogres or golems. Yet Kana, in her small frame, defeated a massive dimensional creature that could have blotted out the sky. How? With just a single sword. That day, among the players watching the broadcast, those who walked the lonely path of adventurers, partnering with their swords and the wind swordsmen couldn't help but shed tears. How long had they endured the mockery of dirty archers and obnoxious magicians, being called nothing but sword idiots? They didn't even know that it was the swordsmen who bravely shielded them in the front lines so they could safely deal damage in the back. And it wasn't as if other melee classes wielding axes or spears would show understanding either. Sure, people often said swords were versatile weapons, but that's only true for those who received a certain level of training. For most Earthlings, who've never held a real weapon before, this was just nonsense. It's far more effective to stab with a spear or bash with an axe than to swing a sword, which lowered the reputation of swords even more. Despite that, there were still many who chose the path of the sword. But in the end, among players, swordsmen were more often called aggro shuttles or sword fools than by the honorable title of swordsman. For them, Kana's existence was like a Bible that proved their path was not wrong. The radiant light awaited at the end of the road we walk. Countless sword idiots. No, swordsmen were mesmerized by the sight of the small girl. The influence of Kana was so great that even those who used other weapons were setting them down to take up swords. But even so, players' curiosity was still not satisfied. The leveling system served as a tool for players to gauge one's strength. Like some NPCs, Kana's level was not visible, making it impossible to know exactly how strong she was. However, considering she showed no signs of fatigue even after defeating a level 78 dimensional creature, it was clear that her level must be significantly higher. She's probably stronger than the Imperial Emperor, right? Who says the Emperor is automatically strong? The Imperial Swordsman could be stronger than him. Rumor has it that the Grand Chief of the Elves in the Great Forest is super strong. Yeah, whatever one dragon's purr and it'll be grilled chicken. What kind of madman are you? No one could now deny that Kana was strong, and the only question remaining was just how strong she really is. And people knew from experience. The most effective way to solve a mystery is to ask the person directly. Kana's pink hair, which had been lazily draped down, suddenly stood on end. Shin Dayan scratched her head, looking at Kana, who instantly switched into alert mode, as if she were ready to peck someone with her beak at any moment. Was this not the right approach? Even Dayan had to admit that her voice just now had been overly soft. It wasn't just sweet, it was so saccharine that it could make one shudder. Even though this was the new and affectionate Kana, infused with dear asterisk qualities after having had an honest conversation with Dayan, it seemed like it was still too difficult for her to accept Dayan's tone of voice. Asterisk, roughly means to show affection for the other character. Ahem. Dayan, her face slightly flushed, cleared her throat. Then, she spoke to Kana, who was still watching her warily. Kana, just how strong are you? Kana blinked blankly at the sudden, out-of-context question. But Dayan had a reason for asking this question. Anonymous benefactor has donated 1. Thank you. Dog that barks when eating something bad has donated 1. Thank you. Yuki has donated 1. Thank you. That reason was none other than donations. The messages contained in these donations were almost identical. They all asked if Dayan could ask Kana directly. Having seen similar messages in the chat for a long time, Dayan was quite used to it. She had always hesitated to ask because the question felt somewhat ambiguous to pose outright, but today, the donations were pouring in with a singular focus. The chat was now filled with comments questioning the situation, swept up in the wave of donations. With the momentum building up like this, it was hard for Dayan to ignore it any longer. It's absolutely not because the amount is too large to turn down. It's just the atmosphere's what made me do it. More importantly, what's up with this Yuki person? Could it really be her? Dayan, thinking it might be an impersonator, checked the donor named Yuki, only to burst into a small laugh upon confirming that it was indeed her Yuki, the real one. In any case, this was why Dayan had asked Kana that question. But for Kana, who was suddenly asked how strong she was, it was a bewildering situation. How on earth is one supposed to describe strength, an intangible concept, with words? At the very least, if there were something to compare it to, she could explain it in relation to that. A point of comparison. Kana's expression suddenly shifted, as if she had realized something. The girl leaped off the rock she had been sitting on and grabbed the sword hanging at her waist, still sheathed. It's an attack? Whenever Kana drew her sword, Dayan instinctively assumed a defensive stance. The memories from the past few days of training were etched deeply enough into Dayan's body to evoke a conditioned response. If Kana had seen Dayan's actions, she would have been delighted and clapped her hands in approval, but Kana paid no mind to her behavior. With the chat bursting into laughter behind her, Dayan awkwardly lowered her sword. What are you doing? Wait. SCCCCCH. Kana dragged the tip of her sword sheath across the ground, leaving a long line. Seeing the sudden drawing in the dirt, Dayan let out a confused, huh. Well, it was cute, but this is Joni's level. Aha, so that's what this is. Dayan nodded her head. Seeing her response, Kana drew another line a little further away. This is greatsword chick. The difference is bigger than I thought. It's actually a lot closer than before. Kana added in a small voice that it used to be much farther apart in the past. Is that so? Well, Yuki is really strong, after all. Kana wouldn't lie about something like this. In any case, since it meant she had gotten stronger compared to before, Dayan happily accepted Kana's words. So, what about you, Kana? I was just about to show you. As if she had been waiting for that cue, Kana held her sword and dashed off with light, rapid steps. At first, Dayan looked at her fondly, but as Kana grew smaller and smaller until she was no bigger than a fingertip, Dayan could only stare at her with her mouth agape like an idiot. She could barely see Kana's tiny hand draw a line in the distance. Soon, the small bird-like figure returned, mission accomplished. Did you see? Pride peeked through Kana's normally stoic expression. Dayan had the urge to flick the small pink head that was swelling with arrogance. But, as the saying goes, the law is far, but the fist is near. If she did something like that, she might be punished with it 10,000 times the training sentence on the spot. In this case, it would be her fault for not being able to tolerate being teased by a child and resorting to violence, so even the law wouldn't be on her side. Internet streamer under fire for assaulting a young girl in a video game. Excesses of internet broadcasting. Is this okay? Dayan had no intention of becoming the protagonist of such headlines. The children's song "It'd be great if I could be on TV" wasn't something she wanted to see come true in such a manner. So Dayan forced a smile and spoke. Hehe, come on, don't joke around, okay? Joking? Joking? I'm not joking. Kana's face turned deadly serious. Dayan's forced smile faded away as well. Just as people on Earth call bronze-grade mercenaries junk grade and silver-grade mercenaries trash, the residents of Cilia have a special term to refer to those who reach the master level. A word that means daydream or idle fantasy. The term daydream. Everyone who throws themselves into battle dreams of becoming a master. But among them, only a mere handful actually reach the master level. Although the gap between expert and master is only a single step, that single step is as vast as the sky and earth. Players, backed by gods, may be able to reach that level more quickly than the residents of Cilia. Who knows? At least for now, it seemed far off. Kana shook her head and handed a set of word cards to Dayan. Huh. Dayan looked up, sensing a presence. Reading the word written on the card in front of her, Dayan's eyes sharpened. What's this? Trash? Wait, I've never taught you a word like this. Kana should only be learning good things. With that determination, Dayan had filled the word cards with only proper and kind words, yet there it was an unwanted word, written boldly on the card. The word trash was written in a cute but crooked handwriting. While it's true that Kana knew that word, she shouldn't have been able to write it yet, as she still didn't know how to spell it out in Arkish. With her eyes still narrowed, Dayan glanced around and quickly found the culprit. After all, if it wasn't Kana or herself, there was only one other person it could be, and that suspect was avoiding eye contact in a guilty manner. Seline cleared her throat. Ahem, I'm sorry. Kana asked me to teach her how to write it, and I just couldn't help myself. Seline. Completely ignoring Dayan's exclamation, Kana picked up a pen and scribbled down the Granic translation next to the word trash. She wrote Joni. When Dayan asked me how strong I was, I showed signs of discomfort. Strength is always relative, so even if she asked, there wasn't much I could answer. Let me give you a brief example. Let's assume I'm fighting a snake that's coiled up in the Empire, one-on-one. It might sound arrogant, but I have no confidence in that fight. I would probably lose. However, if it were a battlefield where armies clash, the outcome would surely end in my defeat. That creature excels at using tricks and magic to wreak havoc on an army, so even if my body remains intact, the army I lead wouldn't be. In fact, I've been caught off guard by its magic more than a few times. Even if I wanted to kill that snake right now, there are reasons why I couldn't. If I had been willing to face mutual destruction, it might have been possible, but back then, I had something to protect, so I couldn't do it. That hasn't changed even now. Anyway, I used the most familiar example of the snake, but how could I answer about the strong ones in the Ardena continent when I don't even know about them? Usually, when I say I, the master, people accept that and leave, but Dayan, who already knows my level, probably isn't looking for that kind of answer. Dayan was not satisfied with showing the differences between us and threw another question. Then, has Kana ever fought with all her strength? All-out strength. Of course, I have. When I resisted the drunkard who was pulling my hand, for instance. Or when I recklessly confronted a thug, thinking I might die if I took more hits. Or when I faced a wolf monster while escaping the city and was on the verge of death. I always had to give it my all. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be here right now. Cough. As I quietly recited this, Dayan suddenly sniffled. Not like that. No, I mean, how was it during your time as a knight? She quickly changed the subject. But it was such an unnatural transition that I naturally noticed it. However, I didn't bother to nitpick. Talking about that time wasn't particularly pleasant for me either. I pretended to think deeply. I think there were a few times. Once in the war with the Empire, and a couple more against other threats. Dayan's eyes sparkled at my words. An all-out fighting Kana. That sounds so cool. She hasn't even seen it? It's not exactly a good thing. Having to give it my all means that a strong enemy appeared, right? Even if I could win, fighting against such an opponent is exhausting, and it's something I'd prefer to avoid. Then Dayan had an aha moment. Oh, no, I don't want Kana to suffer, I just think it would be cool. Yeah, I get it. Knowing Dayan's personality, that statement isn't an excuse, it's genuine. Understanding that, I didn't find her words particularly annoying. There were also several reasons I didn't want to exert myself. If I give it my all, my body hurts, and strange things get tangled up. More than anything, it's noisy. Yeah, what I felt most strongly was that I didn't want to hear unnecessary chatter. Fighting while listening to meaningless drivel that doesn't help at all makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. I glanced at Dayan, who seemed bewildered. In a way, I guess Dayan is similar to that. While there are detailed differences, maybe there are similarities when you look at it broadly. After all, Dayan is always listening to the words of her viewers. Suddenly, she seemed remarkable. Noisy? What do you mean by that? You're not talking about me, are you? Dayan still had a confused expression, not understanding the situation. Methods to build resistance against magic are not limited to increasing one's level. There's always a reason why people with some money wrap themselves in expensive magical tools. Powerful magical tools increase your resistance to magic just by being carried on your person. To be more precise, it might be better to think of it as a kind of spare life that transfers damage meant for the owner onto the magical tool. Of course, there are other reasons to wrap oneself in magical tools, but then here's the question. What are the conditions for a magical tool to be expensive? Me? I know the answer. The only student, Dayan, eagerly raised her hand. It's inscribing high-level magic. That's not entirely wrong. 50 points. What? Only 50 points? Dayan, who received the terrible score, was shaking with frustration. Why is that, Professor? Inscribing high-level magic is just an intermediate process, it's not the fundamental cause. Not the fundamental cause. Yeah. Why do you think wizards know they can get high prices for inscribing high-level magic, yet they still create cheaper magical tools? Because they lack the skill. That's true too. To create good magical tools, the ability of the maker is indeed important. Just as a skilled artisan can create a fine sword, a capable magical engineer can produce excellent magical tools. I extended my arm. The bracelet on my wrist jingled, producing a clear sound. How much magic do you think can be inscribed in this bracelet? Well, Dayan, who was clueless about magic, avoided answering. I didn't know much about magic either, but this didn't require specialized knowledge about it. At best, it might be low-level magic. Low-level magic? But I still paid quite a bit for it. The high value as an accessory doesn't necessarily mean it's made of good magical materials. Among truly expensive magical tools, there are some that are both visually appealing and perform well. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, hairpins, things that you can adorn yourself with and wear conveniently. What their prices are like. You know without me saying, right? Do you know, or do you not? I believed she understood to some extent and moved on to the next explanation. The higher the grade of magic, the more mana is required for casting. When inscribing on a magical tool, the magic is condensed, so the demand is less. Even so, can ordinary people who can't even feel mana handle the mana required for casting spells? Of course not. The magic cast from magical tools is all performed through the mana stored in those tools. You need durability to withstand the high-grade magic and capacity to store a significant amount of mana. Only when both of these conditions are met can high-grade magic be inscribed, making it an expensive magical tool. So, people with a lot of mana sometimes use magical tools made from materials that have high durability but low capacity. I completely understand. You really understand, right? Of course. When someone says that confidently, it usually means they haven't understood at all. But seeing her confident expression made me uneasy, yet I let it slide since it wasn't a particularly crucial topic. So, Professor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I asked why we're heading north, but why are you suddenly lecturing about magical tools? What I had discussed up to this point was merely a build-up to answer her question. If you're beside Seline, you'll generally be safe, but there are always exceptions. If there ever comes a situation where Seline can't be by her side, if something happens that neither Seline nor I can resolve, to prepare for such events, I chose magical tools as insurance. If it's a magical tool specifically designed to withstand magic, it should hold up reasonably well even in Laxia, which is filled with magic. Honestly, I would have preferred to bring something like a relic from the Edel Church instead of a magical tool, but unfortunately, Edel said that wouldn't be possible. For me, it's just because it would be annoying if you get hurt. Since I have a long way to go and I'm busy, if she was to be affected by magic, I would have to stop to heal. So that's why, really, bam, bam. I averted my gaze from the warm eyes directed at me. As I sneaked a glance at Dayan, suddenly, whoosh, ugh, so cute. Dayan launched a surprise hug attack. Is this how it's going to play out again? This had happened more than once, so I relaxed my body and just let it happen. Yes, I see, Kana was worried about her big sister. Ugh. Really? You're saying that's true? I knew it. Totally wrong. Even if I said that, it wouldn't get through anyway. You two seem to be getting along well again today. Hehe, really? Yes, indeed. Even I, watching you, feel a little jealous. Hehe. If Dayan was going to talk with Seline, couldn't she at least let me go first? In the end, Dayan only released me after giving my arm a few playful taps. Freed from the clutches of the demon, I fanned myself to cool my flushed face. So hot. The easiest place to get magical tools is the capital of the empire. The empire holds the hegemony over the continent, and in its heart the capital people and goods of all kinds gather. Since I had never been to the capital, it was naturally something I had heard from others. Wait, but Kana. Yeah, so we're going somewhere other than the capital. If I were going to the empire, I wouldn't have aimed for the north in the first place. Magical tool materials are often ores. And if you were to ask who handles ores the best in Ardena, everyone would give the same answer. The land of the dwarves. That's where we're headed. If elves have the Great Forest, dwarves have the Great Mountains. While the formal name isn't the Great Mountains, and the country has a different name as well. According to circulating rumors, humans call the forest where those pointy-eared guys live the Great Forest. We can't lose to that, so we'll call ours the Great Mountains. That's how the name Great Mountains came to be. Everyone who heard this laughed, thinking, could it really be named that for such a reason? However, having seen dwarves myself, I couldn't shake the feeling that the rumor was true. Well, it's not like they call a small hill the Great Mountains, it's a grand and majestic mountain range, so it's not entirely inappropriate. If I think it was named for that reason, isn't it normal to feel a bit chilly about it? The land of the dwarves. As expected, Dayan reacted strongly. Just like a sparrow wouldn't miss a grain mill, Dayan seemed unable to contain her curiosity. That must be why she could bounce around without getting tired. Gulp, gulp. Thud, ugh. The dwarf, Brondon, slammed his beer mug onto the table with such force that it seemed like the table might break. Beer still left in the mug scattered into the air. The refreshing taste of a cold beer after a hard day of work was indescribable. Especially for him, who had been working in a sweltering environment, a cold beer was as precious as the rare elixir itself. Not that he had ever actually tasted an elixir. As he wiped the beer foam from his beard with regret, he let out a sigh, releasing the fatigue from his tough day. Soon, Brondon lifted the mug again and downed the remaining beer. Phew, I just can't resist. Still unsatisfied, he eventually took out another barrel of beer from his treasured third possession, the magic refrigerator, and only after drinking that did he let out a satisfied breath. For the record, his first treasure was the furnace, and his second treasure was his hammer. Now this is how you drink. Who needs those fancy fruit or urban-fused drinks? He clicked his tongue, shaking his head, as he thought about how he could never understand the tastes of the pointy-eared ones. Screech. Oh, master? You're back? You've worked hard. As he was savoring the lingering taste of the beer and grumbling about elves, someone opened the door to the workshop and walked in. The young man, his upper body gleaming with sweat, greeted Brondon enthusiastically, calling him master. Unlike the stocky Brondon, the young man had long, lanky limbs. What do you mean, master? I only gave you a few pointers because I didn't like the way you handled the hammer. Despite his gruff words, there was no sign of dislike on Brondon's face. Ha ha ha, You're absolutely right. With my skills, I wouldn't dare call myself your apprentice. Humph, at least you know your place. But still, for a human, you've got some perseverance. Keep it up, and you might be able to work as hard as a dwarf one day. The words were gruff but held a subtle warmth. Dwarves weren't particularly keen on taking apprentices from other races. Their strong muscles and thick skin allowed them to withstand the intense heat and long hours of blacksmithing, something other races couldn't handle. Humans were somewhat better off in that regard, but still. As the young man laughed heartily, he set down a box he had been holding under his arm. But master, what's this? Huh? Didn't I tell you last time? I'm not sure. It's a dragon orb. Brondon carefully opened the lid of the box. Contrary to his usual rough demeanor, his hands moved with caution. Inside the box was a golden gem. Both Brondon and the young man let out simultaneous gasps of admiration as the golden light emanated through the fine cloth. Oh, a dragon orb. Brondon, his hands trembling, reached out to touch the dragon orb but quickly pulled them back, fearing he might break it. He stared down at it with teary eyes. I never thought I'd get the chance to hold one of these. Is this your first time too, master? Of course. Do you think this is something you can just get your hands on because you want it? Brondon shouted. A dragon orb. It was the name of a very rare gem found near a dragon's lair. Not only was it incredibly durable, but having been exposed to a dragon's mana for decades, maybe even centuries, it had an extraordinary ability to absorb and react to mana. Moreover, each dragon orb had a unique characteristic. Depending on the type of dragon that influenced it, the orb's color varied. For instance, an orb found near a red dragon's lair would be red, while one found near a blue dragon's lair would be blue. Thus, the golden dragon orb they were looking at had been influenced by a gold dragon. Because of this, dragon orbs were highly coveted by many, though the supply was far too limited to meet demand. The fact that they were found near dragons' lairs meant you had to enter a dragon's territory to find them. And no dragon would welcome an intruder into their domain, especially when it involved their precious treasures. Entering a dragon's lair was essentially a suicide mission. Even if someone managed to sneak into a dragon's territory, there was no guarantee they would find a dragon orb. This naturally limited the supply, and with the demand so high, the prices soared astronomically. I never had the money to buy one, and even if I did, with my old skills, I would have ruined it anyway, so I gave up. Brondon reminisced about the time when he had missed out on acquiring a red dragon orb. It had been such a high-purity gem that all dwarves with a craftsman's spirit coveted it. As he recalled the vivid red hue that still lingered in his memory, Brondon suddenly narrowed his eyes. But, you're looking at it like this is familiar to you. The young man flinched. Haha. There's no way. The young man stuttered in response to Brondon's remark. HRMM. It's just that seeing this dragon orb in front of me makes it hard to believe. I suppose. That could be the case. Brondon nodded at the young man's words. The young man let out a sigh of relief, but Brondon, whose eyes were once again fixed on the dragon orb, didn't notice. But master, what do you plan to make with this? Well, I don't know yet. Didn't you buy it with a plan in mind? No. Brondon stroked his bushy beard. I don't know how many years I'd have to wait if I missed this chance, so I just bought it. Thanks to that, I'm broke for the time being. In short, his purchase was an impulse buy. It was a gem that was nothing short of a dream for any artisan, so he had no regrets, but it was true that he'd have to tighten his belt for a while. He closed the lid of the box again. You, go up the mountain tomorrow. The mountain? Yes. Go get some tools. Processing a dragon orb couldn't be done with ordinary tools. Even though he didn't have an immediate plan, he knew he'd have to process it eventually, so he wanted to prepare in advance. The young man, who suddenly found himself with an unexpected hiking trip, wore a sullen expression. But the master's words were absolute. Understood. Thus, he had no choice but to accept, contorting his delicate face as he did so. At the city located at the foothills where the great mountain range begins. Baltora. We arrived at that place. Oh. Entering through the city walls that showed both intricacy and sturdiness, Diane looked around and let out a soft sigh of admiration. Dwarves here, dwarves there, and over there, humans. Wait, humans. She tilted her head in confusion. Isn't this supposed to be a dwarven city? Yes. Baltora. Then why are there so many humans? Of course, there are more dwarves, but still. Is there a problem with humans being here? Why, I didn't mean it like that. Diane swiftly avoided being labeled a racist. Baltora is a dwarven city, but it's not their homeland. The true homeland of the dwarves is over there, the Great Mountain Range. Since Baltora was a city built for exchange and interaction, it wasn't unusual to see other races here. Well, except for elves, who had a very poor relationship with dwarves. Dwarves were renowned artisans. Even if it was just an ordinary sword, attaching the prefix made by a dwarf would increase its price by 2 or 3 times. Their craftsmanship was acknowledged by all races. Even the elves, who were notorious for being at odds with the dwarves, recognized the quality of dwarven-made goods. From simple ornaments to weapons and armor, and even to architecture. When it came to creating things, dwarves had an innate talent. However, they had one shortcoming. Dwarves aren't good with magic. They could forge sturdy items and construct durable buildings, but they couldn't enchant them with magic. If they were capable of wielding magic as well, the elves might have disappeared from the Ardena continent after the First Racial War. They could only handle earth attribute magic, but even then, it wasn't considered exceptionally skilled. Could they create magical items then? Of course, the answer was no. Creating magical items required not just craftsmanship but also exceptional magic skills. Upon hearing this, Diane clapped her hands. Ah, so the dwarves create the vessel for magic, and then humans infuse magic into those vessels, right? Yep, that's right. That's why there are quite a few humans living in Baltora. Even if they don't live here, there are those who come to purchase high-quality items or for trading purposes. Kana, you sure know a lot. You must have studied hard. Good job. That's not really the case. It's not like I studied hard, nor did I have any desire to know. The reason I know all these things is purely thanks to Garrett. Kana, once things settle down a bit in Graces, how about we go on a journey together? A journey? Yeah. Let's travel around the continent. We could visit the Holy Kingdom, the Great Forest Nadarin, Baltora, and by then, we might be able to go to the Imperial capital too. What do you think? Just imagining it makes you excited, doesn't it? Do we really have to? I find staying home much more exciting. If you're going to say you're excited, at least change your expression to match your words. That's how it went. Thanks to his incessant rambling by my side, I ended up knowing quite a bit, whether I wanted to or not. Especially Baltora, which Garrett had visited himself, making his descriptions even more vivid. But that's not the point right now. I need to find something worthwhile. Heat wafted out from the rows of workshops. I felt the hot air blowing on my face as I looked around. Since I didn't know any artisans personally, I had no choice but to search one by one. There was one artisan I wanted to find, but I didn't know his name or what he looked like, so I gave up on that early on. Excuse me, but is it okay if I go off on my own for a while? It's not that you can't, but, is something the matter? Well, since we're here, I'd like to visit the temple. I'll go check if there's a place we can stay, so take your time looking around. Wait, wouldn't staying at the temple be too much of a bother again? Haha, not at all. They'd probably be delighted. Seline said she would go ahead and disappeared. After hearing her intentions through Diane, I nodded calmly. It's not like she's causing trouble. She said she'd wait at the temple, so there's no reason to stop her. Then, should we look around a bit too? What do you mean, look around? I grabbed Diane, who was already showing a keen interest with her sparkling eyes. We have work to do. Work? What work? Finding a skilled artisan. And with that, I dragged her along to the nearest blacksmith. No. I ignored Diane's long drawn-out wail of protest. Ugh. Diane let out a half-dead sound. I can't get rid of the hammering sound in my ears. Kana, am I speaking properly? My ears were ringing, so I wasn't even sure if I was speaking correctly. With her cheeks flushed, Diane fiddled with her ears as she spoke. I gestured towards her. Diane, looking puzzled, picked up on my gestures and bent her knees. Yes, now our heights matched. I whispered into her ear, which had finally come down to a perfect level. How about we make up for today's training by doubling it tomorrow? But we already did it earlier. Sounds like you can hear me just fine. Diagnosis result, no abnormalities. Still, I didn't fail to understand Diane's overreaction. When listening to the hammering sounds of metal while feeling the heat emanating from the forge, it really felt as if I had become a piece of iron lying on an anvil. Isn't that a bit much, Kana? How can you say something so terrifying without changing your expression? Diane grumbled and straightened her knees. But, have you still not found a place you like? Not yet? Is there skill that lacking? No, not really. I lightly denied Diane's whisper, as if she was afraid someone might overhear her. If I said that the skills of the blacksmiths in Baltora were lacking, most of the blacksmiths across the continent would probably have to retire. It was simply that the conditions hadn't been right. Some places only dealt with weapons, while others only handled armor. Just when I finally found a place that made magical tools, they said the partnered wizard had gone on vacation. There were even places where satisfactory materials were unavailable, or where I would have to wait over a month to start working because of backlogs in bookings. I could wait for about a week, but a month was pushing it. I really liked the place, but I couldn't afford to wait a month, so I reluctantly left the workshop. If I had planned to pick something up that was already made, I wouldn't have gone through this trouble, but I needed a custom magical tool, which caused the hassle. Not that I was complaining about the trouble. This was what you would call a necessary investment. Shall we rest a bit? Yeah, please. At Diane's earnest request, we sat by the fountain located on one side of the workshop street. As expected from the city of dwarves, there were structures throughout the streets that showcased their skills, just like this fountain. As Diane played with the water gushing from the fountain, she finally looked like she was coming back to life. I don't think I could ever work in a forge, even if I died. I didn't think they'd let me work there anyway. While I was lost in those thoughts, I quietly rolled a candy around in my mouth. I had high hopes for the beer-shaped candy, but it only looked like a beer mug. Its taste was just like regular candy. It just tastes like candy. Diane, who also put the candy in her mouth, shared the same sentiment. Remember those snacks that looked like beer? I thought this would taste similar, but I'm a bit disappointed. As you guys said, it wasn't really that tasty, but I had some expectations because of the memories. By the way, Diane had initially tried to dissuade me from buying this candy. She had said that kids shouldn't drink alcohol or something like that. No matter how much it was just candy, she strictly prohibited me until she received confirmation from the merchant selling the candy that it didn't contain any alcohol. Even if dwarves were crazy about beer, there's no way they would put alcohol in candy. Wait, thinking about it, dwarves might actually do that. As I pondered seriously, Diane gently placed her hand on my head. Were you that curious about the taste of beer? Not really. In a few years, you'll be able to drink it too. By then, you might even regret why you wanted to eat something tasteless like this. I'm telling you, I'm not curious. I repeatedly denied it, but Diane clearly didn't believe me. Better to die than complain. Knowing that my words would only elicit an poor you reaction, I decided to abandon the unproductive banter and savor the sweetness of the candy. Even after learning my age and realizing I wasn't a child, Diane continued to treat me like one. Just like what happened a little while ago. She said it was because she was older, but I suppose a larger reason was my appearance. So, even after a few years, her attitude probably wouldn't change. Given that my body likely wouldn't grow any taller from this short stature. Even if I did grow, it would probably take more time than others. Kana, even if you make such a pitiful face, what's not allowed is still not allowed. You're still a child, so you can't drink alcohol. Diane mumbled something to herself, as if having a conversation of her own. Instead, I'll buy you more beer-flavored candy, so let's make do with that, alright? No, I don't need it. It's not something special, and it's not even that tasty, so why bother? Even though I said I didn't need it, Diane insisted on buying a handful of candies from the merchant and came back. It's not like she's spending my money, it's her own, so who am I to stop her? I just shook my head. Crash. I was sitting by the fountain, lightly swinging my legs, savoring the peace, when I sensed a commotion nearby. Wondering what was going on, I craned my neck to get a better view of the source of the noise. The epicenter was a workshop. Like other workshops, it exuded a faint heat, but there were no customers coming in and out, and no sound of hammering, only loud crashing noises echoed from inside. Were they breaking something? Just when I thought the chaotic workshop had quieted down a bit. Bang! Crash! It's gone! It's gone! The door swung open, and a dwarf tumbled out, along with a heap of random objects. He didn't seem to care about the scattered items and instead whipped his head around frantically, searching for something. After circling around the workshop a few times, he collapsed in front of it, gasping for breath. He looked utterly devastated, like a gambler who had lost everything. Did he lose his wedding ring or something? It reminded me of one of my subordinates who had once lost his wedding ring. His face was just like this, wandering around late into the night, eventually dragging his feet back, empty-handed. The next day, he showed up to work looking even more exhausted than after battling monsters for days on end. The saddest part was that he found the ring that same evening. His expression of complete emptiness left such a deep impression on me that I vowed never to lose a wedding ring if I got married someday. Then again, I realized that if I were to get married, I would be the bride, so I quickly dismissed that thought from my mind. Anyway, the dwarf I was watching now didn't lose a wedding ring, but he looked like he had lost something just as important. Other dwarves started gathering around the despondent dwarf, one by one. What do you think happened? I don't know. Maybe a thief broke in. Contrary to the curiosity in Diane's voice, I sounded indifferent. If it really were a thief, well, that's unfortunate. Huh, that's it. What else is needed? Like helping him find the lost item or catching the thief. I'm not a guard. I'm not a detective, and I'm not even a mercenary who moves for a commission. And if I did try to help, would that dwarf even welcome it? Some outsider, a kid at that, suddenly stepping in to help? It would be lucky if I just got kicked out. More likely, he'd find me suspicious. Really? If a kid like you offered to help, I'd find it heartwarming. Diane seemed to think differently, but I still had no intention of intervening. Let's go. If we linger around here, we might get caught up in it. I figured we had rested enough to regain our energy and told Diane to get up. Can't we rest a little longer? I'm still tired. No, it's not that she's tired, she just wants to keep watching. I firmly rejected Diane's plea and held out my hand. She grumbled a bit but obediently took my hand. At times like this, it feels like I'm the one taking care of her, not the other way around. Hand in hand, we started heading toward the next workshop. My dragon orb that I spent my entire fortune on. If it weren't for what I heard from behind at that moment. Even though I don't know Arkish well, I could still understand the words within that sentence. Dragon orb was pronounced the same way in both Granic and Arkish. Dragon orb. Seeing how desperately he was searching, it seemed he had lost something quite important. Could it really be the dragon orb he had lost? While I understood the desperate look of the dwarf, I couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to lose something so valuable. Most people would probably sleep with it cradled in their arms out of anxiety. Unless someone was wealthy enough that money poured in like water, but judging by the dwarf's lost expression, he didn't seem to be that way. My interest was piqued, just a little. Kana, where are you going? Over there. You said you weren't interested before. Now I am. It's said that someone lost a dragon orb, how could I not be interested? I led Diane as we squeezed through the crowd. Most of the crowd was dwarves, so it wasn't hard to get through. But the fact that my height was similar to the short dwarves didn't feel particularly good. I'm done for. In the center of the crowd sat a dwarf who had gone beyond despair and was now wailing while pounding the ground. I stepped closer to him, who was crying so hard that his proud beard was soaking wet. Ugh, what's this? You little one. The dwarf stopped crying and looked me over with reddened eyes. His gaze, which seemed ready to pierce through my hood, landed on the arm exposed outside my cape, which was holding hands with Diane. He grimaced at my arm, which had been revealed because of our clasped hands, with tears streaking down his face. You look like you belong to the same kin, but ugh, how can a dwarf have such arms and not feel ashamed? Pfft. Dayan quickly covered her mouth after hearing the dwarf's words. By that point, she had already heard everything, though. Seeing Dayan react like this, I could somewhat guess what he had said. Just endure it. I suppressed the anger rising from within and tightly pulled Dayan's hand. I'll help? The dwarf raised an eyebrow, having heard my words through Dayan's translation. What? You're going to help? Yeah. Although I've never seen your face before, what makes you think I would trust you to take on this job? I had braced myself for immediate suspicion, but this response was surprisingly gentle. Perhaps it was because he was feeling hopeless. Either way, this kind of reaction was good for me. Here. Look at this. A ring? Why are you suddenly showing this? I discreetly extended the hand with the ring in front of him, making sure others couldn't see. At first, he responded with indifference, but as he examined the ring, his mouth gradually opened wide. The dwarf, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out, trembled as he reached for my hand, more specifically, the ring. However, because I withdrew my hand, he ended up grasping at thin air. The demonstration ends here. Jay, just a little more. Show me a bit more. No. If you want to see more, you know what to do, right? The dwarf nodded like crazy, his expression frantic. What is this? How is this even possible? The dwarf's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the ring. He knew it couldn't be true, yet the fervor in his gaze was so intense that I half wondered if he was worried the ring would wear down under his scrutiny. All traces of worry about his lost dragon orb had long vanished from his excited expression. These dwarves, I swear. With the exception of a few eccentrics, nearly all dwarves are devoted to creating excellent items with utmost passion and dedication. They take pride in their craftsmanship, but they aren't so arrogant as to not recognize superior work when they see it. It's said that they used to be that way in the distant past, but I wouldn't know about that. Naturally, it's rare to come across an item that can satisfy their discerning eyes. Even if they casually hammer something together, it ends up being superior to what most blacksmiths can create. How could anything mediocre catch their attention? So, the dwarf's reaction right now was proof that the ring I was wearing was far from ordinary. Can't you just take it off and show him? He's asking if you could. Dayan translated for me. No. I flatly turned down the dwarf's request. With a piece like this, I understand why you'd be so attached to it. The dwarf looked disappointed but accepted my refusal without further argument. But the confusion wasn't over. Why not just take it off and show it to him? It's not like he could steal it or anything. Isn't it more uncomfortable to keep holding out your hand like that for so long? Dayan's question was reasonable. It would definitely be easier to just take the ring off and let him examine it, rather than holding my hand out for several minutes. Not to mention, his excited breathing tickled the back of my hand now and then as he peered at the ring, almost like he was about to bury himself into it. Is it that precious to you? Precious? I don't know about that, but it's definitely valuable. After all, it was crafted by a dragon and was once considered a national treasure. Well, considering that the Graces Kingdom is no longer around, I guess once was a national treasure would be more accurate. Haik. Hearing my explanation, Dayan, who had been looking at the ring like it was just a pretty piece of jewelry, suddenly recoiled in shock. This is that national treasure. Yeah, didn't I mention it? No, I just thought it was a pretty ring. Muttering in disbelief, Dayan looked at me as if I were some kind of alien being. So that's why it felt weird to see you wearing it. If it's such a valuable ring, then I suppose it makes sense not to take it off. It's not that I won't take it off, it's that I can't. If I do, something strange might come for me. Those damn snakes are such a problem. Is this made from the dragon orb? But something feels off. Stop looking at it. Wait, please, just a little longer. I ignored the dwarf as he reached out desperately. If I left him to it, I knew he'd be staring at it for days without a break. You've seen enough. Let's talk business now. I hadn't shown him the ring to entertain him or to expand his appreciation for craftsmanship. I did it to draw his interest and make our conversation easier. Haven't you heard the saying, liking free things will make you go bald? The dwarf jerked back in shock, brushing a hand over his hair. It seems that even dwarves, who are more obsessed with their beards than anything else, fear the idea of going bald. So, that's what happened. Let me get this straight. So, you told your apprentice to bring back the item yesterday, didn't tell anyone else about it, and this morning, when you woke up, the dragon orb was gone. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what it looks like. So where is this apprentice now? I sent him up the mountain to fetch some tools needed for the job. I got an idea for a project, so I went to open the box and found it empty. That's everything the dwarf told us. Just from what I heard, there isn't much to go on. I was tilting my head thoughtfully when Dayan whispered quietly in my ear. Hey, doesn't this apprentice sound suspicious? He's the only one who knew about the dragon orb, right? And they realized it was gone only after he left for his errand. Yay, it's definitely suspicious, but is the apprentice really the culprit? If he were someone driven by greed, he wouldn't have delivered the dragon orb to his master in the first place. Even if he didn't know it was a dragon orb, it's hard to believe that he wouldn't have at least opened the box to check it. While it's true that the apprentice is the most likely suspect, there's still not enough evidence to draw any conclusions. Moreover, it's strange for us, as outsiders, to suspect him when his own master, who knows him better, doesn't. That's true. So, what should we do now? Let's just wait until the apprentice comes back. Even if he's not the culprit, he's the closest person to the victim and may have noticed something suspicious. With no other clues to go on, we had no choice but to wait. When do you think he'll be back? He left early in the morning, so he should return in a few hours. While waiting for the apprentice, we engaged in some casual small talk, like learning each other's names. It was then that I found out the dwarf's name was Brondon. Why are you helping me? After seeing you panic over losing something as valuable as a dragon orb, I got curious. And maybe if I help, I'll get a little something out of it too. We dwarves are known for appreciating honesty, but isn't that a bit too straightforward? Well, if you do find it, I won't be stingy with the reward, though, unfortunately, I'm broke right now. We also talked about this and that. You want to know about me? I craft weapons, armor, tools, devices, magical items. A little bit of everything. Wow, you can make all those things? That's amazing. Ehem. Well, it's not that impressive. This is something I made last year. What do you think? Interested? Oh, it's amazing. I also took a look at some of the things he'd made. Every time Dayan let out a gasp of admiration, a wide smile spread across Brondon's rough face. For a dwarf who takes great pride in his craft, Dayan's honest compliments were probably more pleasing than any other praise. Thanks to that, Brondon's mood softened considerably, so I had no complaints. Fortunately, we didn't have to wait too long. Kana. I turned my head towards the presence I felt approaching from outside. Among the countless presences moving around outside, one was headed straight for this workshop. Soon, the door to the workshop opened, and a young man walked in. Master, I'm back, huh? The moment his eyes met mine, as I was lowering my hood, he froze in his tracks, his foot still on the threshold. The sunlight spilling through the door shattered against the youth's muscular upper body and handsome face. Seeing the young man, who must have surely captivated the hearts of many women, I couldn't help but think, why is he shirtless? Did he really want to show off his body that badly? Objectively speaking, he did have a good physique, but I had no interest in seeing a man's bare chest. To me, it was nothing but an assault on my eyes. I quickly averted my gaze from the gruesome sight that was steadily degrading my vision. Why are you here? I should be the one asking you that. Kriok. Thud. The young man, revealing his shock without hiding it, finally stepped inside the workshop after my reply. Ignoring the surprised gazes of Brondon and Dayan, he set down the tools he'd been carrying. So, you are the apprentice Brondon mentioned. Did he really say that? Ha. He always used to boast that he's not my master and he's only showing me a few things, acting all high and mighty. But look at him now, huh? Anyway, your tone hasn't changed a bit. What's wrong with my tone? I frowned slightly at his sudden criticism of my manner of speech. If anything, your tone is just as strange. While others pretended to be dignified and reserved, he always spoke in a friendly tone as if talking to a close friend. There was nothing particularly odd about his tone, but it definitely didn't match his status. He grinned, ignoring my words completely. Anyway, it's good to see you again, Canaria. Ah, do you still hate being called that? I don't really feel that happy to see you. That's harsh. It really is a strange feeling seeing the face of someone I thought was definitely dead. Dayan crept closer and cautiously asked, do you know him? Oh, an apostle who speaks Granic. This is quite fascinating. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. The young man approached Dayan with sudden familiarity, and she responded hesitantly. Dayan, when it comes to sociability, usually wouldn't lose out to anyone, but his social skills seemed to surpass even hers. Or is it because of something else? I didn't miss the fact that Dayan's face was turning a shade of red, and her gaze kept darting to the young man's exposed torso. So that's the type you like. And no, that's not it. It's just unusual to see someone walking around half naked, so I looked without thinking. It's okay. I get it. I support you? No, it's really not like that. For me, even though I have a body like this, I'm not really a woman at heart, so seeing something like that doesn't do anything for me. But I can understand why Dayan might feel that way, given she's at that age. I know you're not interested in such things, but hearing you say that still kind of hurts. Humph. The young man gave a wry smile, while Dayan seemed puzzled. And in that moment, I broke the silence and spoke disapprovingly. Talking about yourself like that, huh? Actually, I've grown used to getting hurt like this. So, what do you think? What do I think of what? My body, of course. I think it's pretty much perfect. What do you think? The young man twisted and turned his body. He bent his arms and twisted his waist, and every time he moved, his muscles seemed to writhe like a living creature. I looked at the confident young man's face and bluntly said, disgusting. I don't understand why you're walking around half naked. It's weird. Unsightly. Stupid. You look like an idiot. Stop. I'm sorry, okay. Please stop. Beaten down by a relentless barrage of verbal attacks, the young man staggered, battered and bruised. Who told him to go around shirtless for no reason? I snorted dismissively. I have no idea what's going on here. Brondon muttered in bewilderment, still unable to grasp the situation. After things calmed down a bit, the young man, who had somehow managed to find and put on a shirt from somewhere, sat down with us in a circle on the workshop floor. Although he was dressed, the clothes he had managed to find were much smaller than his build, making it look like they might rip at any moment. Among the four of us, who were cautiously observing each other, it was Dayan who broke the ice first. I'm Joni. I've been traveling with Kana. As you might have guessed, I'm an apostle of Lady Edel. You've been traveling with that girl? That must be quite the ordeal, huh? Don't say pointless things. Pointless? I bet that friend of yours, Joni, would agree with me. Haha. It hasn't been that tough, really. It should have been tough, though. Thinking that, I shot a skeptical look at his leg and kicked it. Ow, geez, a girl kicking so unreasonably hard. But you must have known Kana for a long time too, right? Does that mean you're from Graces? What, did Kana even tell you things like that? Wow, she's really mellowed out. Want to get kicked again? I'll politely decline. When I lifted my leg slightly, he recoiled. Clearing his throat with a cough, he then began to speak. You're right. As you guessed, I'm from Graces, born and raised. I guess you could say I'm an old friend of Kana's. Old friend, my foot. Well, I suppose it's time I introduce myself properly. He abruptly stood up and gave a deep bow with his arms crossed. It was an overly exaggerated, yet somehow elegant and dignified greeting. Dayan, overwhelmed by the near-perfect gesture, clapped her hands in awe. Smiling brightly at her, he spoke. Nice to meet you. My name is Asha Graces. I was once the Prince of Graces. If I had to describe the character known as Asha Graces in one phrase, I would say this. A royal who is not like a royal. He treats those below him with kindness, while maintaining enough dignity so as not to appear weak. He keeps his grace so he's never looked down upon, yet refrains from indulging in extravagance. In both the arts of learning and martial prowess, he never neglected either and always honed himself, bowing down to look after those of lesser status. Most of the relief policies carried out by the royal family likely came from his mind, right? If you only hear this much, you'd probably think, isn't that ideal? Why do you say he's not like a royal? A frugal, clean-living royal who cares for the people. He's the very model of an ideal royal, isn't he? But the royal family I knew in Graces wasn't like that at all. To me, the term royal referred to human scum who squandered the national treasury on luxuries and indulgence while draining the people dry to fill their own bellies. Saying it like this makes me feel like a revolutionary who shouts for the guillotine. Kana, is it really okay to say such things? He's still a member of the royal family. So what? I'm sure he thinks the same way. It stings a little, but she's not wrong. Really? Dayan, who had been glancing nervously at Ashia's reaction, let out a breath whether of relief or something else. I wasn't sure. Did she think she'd be dragged away for lèse majesté? Even if Asha really had such a temperament, with the fall of Graces, there's no way anyone could prosecute for lèse majesté anymore. I told you, didn't I? He's a royal who's not like a royal. Yeah, I see that now. Seeing her nod, I could tell she finally understood what I meant. Because of Ashia's personality, no, his peculiar traits, he was treated as an outcast or a heretic within the royal family. Simply put, he was like a swan mistaken for a duckling among the clumsy ducks. Even so, they didn't cast him out. Why? Was it because of his remarkable skills? Or perhaps a last shred of familial affection? Or maybe for some other reason? Whatever the reason was, I wasn't particularly interested in finding out. And there's no need for me to know now, anyway. What I'm truly curious about is something else. How are you still alive? When you say it like that, it almost feels like I shouldn't be. I know that's not what you meant, though. Asha muttered bitterly. Isn't it obvious? I was just lucky. As you know, I wasn't one to stay holed up in the royal palace. On the day of the kingdom's downfall, I happened to be outside the capital, so I was able to avoid disaster. That's the story. I could give you a touching tale about how knights sacrificed their lives to buy me time, allowing me to escape safely from the palace, but sorry to disappoint. I wasn't expecting that. If they were the knights personally selected by Asha, perhaps, but not the royal knights. Those guys didn't join the royal guard out of concern for the royal family's safety, but for their own gain. Would those selfish jerks really do something so noble? So, why are you suddenly pretending to be a blacksmith? I'm not pretending. I'm still an apprentice. Whatever. You really haven't changed. His voice carried a sense of longing. I pretended not to notice the emotion in his tone and simply shrugged. Asha hesitated for a long moment, his expression pained yet filled with nostalgia as he recalled the past. Everyone, caught up in the mood, quietly waited for him to speak. After you rejected me. No. Please, continue. After being rejected by you, I kept thinking. What was I lacking? What was it that made you not see me as attractive? My looks? Wealth? Personality? I pondered deeply, but none of them seemed to be the answer. Well, the first two aside, I think personality might be it. But my words were lightly ignored. Then, one day, I came to a realization. Women are drawn to a man's masculinity. What? Both Dayan and I questioned in unison at the conclusion he reached after skipping several steps in logic. No, I mean, it's not entirely wrong, but, wasn't that a bit too sudden? While we stood there flabbergasted, his words continued. So then, what does it mean to be masculine? Masculinity means being different from femininity. Asha began his argument with this rather obvious statement. This and that, blah blah. Honestly, it wasn't a very interesting topic, so I ended up letting his words in one ear and out the other after a while. Even Dayan, who had been translating for the viewers occasionally, fell silent at some point. The long-winded speech of Asha came to a sudden halt. Not because he wanted to, but because I decided it had to. If I let him go on, there'd be no end to it, so I put a stop to the endless flow of words. I get it. So, what you're saying is, if it's a job typically done by men and not women, then it's considered masculine. Yes. There are plenty of male blacksmiths, but female blacksmiths are rare, aren't they? You'd be lucky to find one among dozens. Dayan's expression was twisted beyond recognition at this point. I nudged her side when she murmured, is this guy really a prince? Well, when you think about how some men build their bodies through exercise to look good for women, it's not entirely wrong, I suppose. But still, becoming a blacksmith for such a reason, when he used to be a prince, is a bit odd. Can love really drive people to go that far? While I found it impressive in a way, remembering that the object of his love was me made me feel uncomfortable. Don't tell me you walk around half naked for that reason, too. It's part of doing things only men can do. No, most men don't want to walk around half naked. Even though Ashe acted nonchalant, it was clear that the downfall of Graces had dealt a heavy blow to him. He used to be a decent guy, apart from his obsession with me. What a pity. I guess it's not surprising. Whether he liked them or not, he lost all his blood relatives and even his country, so it's understandable that he wouldn't be fine. If Ashe had been born 20 years earlier, no, even 10 years earlier and taken the throne, maybe Graces wouldn't have been destroyed. The guy's pretty pitiful in that regard. So, Kana, I'll ask you again. Won't you become my partner? Get lost. Except for this part. Ashe is a total creep. Is he seriously confessing right now? LOL. From a fantasy perspective, it might not be that weird. Don't they usually get engaged and married young in those settings? I'm from Cilia, and I agree. No, Cilia folks don't talk like that. No matter how you look at it, isn't Kana way too young? I can't imagine seeing her as a romantic partner. But there are a lot of people who think like that, though. With his flashy record of a second confession and second rejection, Ashe was gloriously given the title of pedo by Dayan's viewers. Of course, there was no way Ashe would know this, but he did notice that Dayan's gaze on him felt uncomfortable for some reason. However, he didn't have the time to nurse his heartbreak. They had the serious matter of solving the dragon orb theft incident. Ashe received a rundown of the situation from Brandon and Dayan. Unlike others, despite being a royal of Graces, he could speak Arkish fluently, so there were no communication issues. Does anything come to mind? Ashe seemed to think for a moment before shaking his head. No, not really. Do you have any idea when it might have gone missing? After receiving it yesterday and handing it over to my master, I haven't touched the box since. There's no way I'd handle my master's possessions without permission. Brandon nodded, arms crossed. It was an excellent answer as a disciple, one that could earn a perfect score, but it wasn't exactly helpful for solving the case. Ugh. Even though Ashe had returned after completing his errand, the situation wasn't making any progress, and Dayan groaned. What does Kana think of all this? I glanced at Kana, who was simply watching them with blank eyes, just like how Brandon observed us when the three of us were talking. Seeing Kana's expressionless face, Dayan thought, so cute. No, that's not it. Dayan slapped her cheeks lightly, trying to pull herself together. No matter how reliable and dependable Kana was in battles, she wouldn't be of much help in a situation like this. Kana caused the problem, and now Dayan had to clean it up. However, rather than feeling discouraged, Dayan's determination flared up even more. This is my chance. A chance to prove my abilities to Kana. If I can solve this problem without Kana's help. She imagined Kana looking up at her with sparkling eyes, saying, Dayan, you're amazing, and grinned to herself. But she still couldn't come up with a good solution. So, she made a choice. Help me, everyone. She decided to ask her viewers for help. Humans are inherently social creatures. We live in communities and societies because it's impossible to do everything alone. Therefore, Dayan felt no shame at all in asking for help. You sure talk the talk, huh? Joni for Congress? Is that even right? I think the culprit is the limping guy. Are you Korea's Sherlock Holmes? Not that the viewers were particularly helpful, though. Dayan, skimming through chats like, I think the culprit is. See more, clicked her tongue. I should have been reading more mystery novels or at least played some mystery games to improve my deduction skills. With her smooth deflection of responsibility, the chat window quickly filled up with hooks, as if ready to roast her alive. Come to think of it. Ashe, as if he had just recalled something, opened his mouth. Master, there wasn't anyone who visited the workshop yesterday, right? Huh? Yeah, that's right. There were no new requests, and no customers came to buy anything. After all, he had hung a sign on the door saying, closed today, in plain view, so there weren't many people who would have bothered to knock. This was Baltora, the city of dwarves. Even if one blacksmith closed their doors, there were countless other workshops willing to welcome potential buyers. And you always make sure to lock the door when you sleep, master. Of course, I do. The door of Brandon's workshop was something he had crafted himself. It was made of iron, sturdy, and had a meticulously crafted lock. No ordinary thief would dare try breaking in. It wasn't a door that could be picked with a cheap lockpick from some third-rate thief. But it was broken into. Brandon, who had been happily chatting away, was suddenly silenced by Dayan's single remark. Considering she had just been admiring his craftsmanship, her blunt comment delivered a heavier blow. Ashe cleared his throat, redirecting their attention. If a thief really did break in, then it must have happened between the time I left work and returned the next morning. In other words, it occurred at night. And like I said before, Master locked the door before going to bed. Yes, I clearly remember locking it and double-checking it yesterday. There are only two ways to open a locked door: someone opens it from the inside, or they use a key. Since there's no way Master would have opened it for someone, the culprit has the key, then. Asha nodded at Dayan's final conclusion. The door made by Master is sturdy. If someone forced it open by unconventional means, there would surely be signs. This door isn't one that could be breached without leaving a trace. Brandon quickly ran over to the door. He examined the lock, looked at the doorknob, then checked the lock again before stepping back to inspect the door. After fussing around with the door, his beard trembled. There are no signs of forced entry? Could the thief's skills really be better than mine? No, Master. There's no way a thief could surpass your skills. My apprentice. Master. What a ridiculous scene. Dayan wrinkled her nose in disgust at the sight of the two men embracing each other, drenched in sweat. She took over, finishing the rest of Ashia's statement that he hadn't yet managed to say. We should find out who else has a key. Can you think of anyone? Brandon released Asha from their embrace. With a somewhat unwilling expression, Brandon hesitated, but couldn't withstand Dayan's persistent prodding. There's only one person aside from my apprentice. Who is it? With a face full of reluctance, he finally opened his mouth to speak. Excluding Brandon, who insisted on staying behind to guard the workshop, the remaining three, myself, Dayan, and Asha, left the building. I was reluctantly dragged out by Dayan, and as we walked down the street, she explained what had happened. After hearing the full story, I couldn't help but feel bewildered. He gave a spare key to a partnered Magi technician. Why? He said it was annoying to have to open the door for him all the time, and there might be occasions when the Magi technician would need to drop by the workshop when he wasn't around. Master trusted that magician. Oh, I see. Is that really something to be okay with? Why wouldn't it be? Considering the temperament of dwarves, it seemed almost natural. Dwarves don't trust others easily, but once they do, they trust them to the end. Really? That's surprising. They seem so open and easy to befriend. Being close doesn't necessarily mean they trust you. Is that so? Dayan tilted her head in confusion. It was clear she hadn't quite grasped the concept, so I offered a brief explanation. The trust of dwarves isn't the kind of belief you'd think. It's something a bit deeper. As I struggled to find the right word, Dayan interjected with the answer. It's more like a sense of loyalty or faithfulness than the usual belief. Yes, loyalty. Although it varies from individual to individual, dwarves generally have a straightforward and bold nature. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, once they place their faith in someone, they adhere to it until the very end. That's why some people describe dwarves as being true to the core. You know, like, wow, that guy is truly genuine. That sort of feeling. For dwarves, loyalty is as valuable as life itself. Even if they're betrayed, they don't turn their backs unless it's a significant incident. It's probably due to this nature that Brandon didn't suspect Ashe, who seemed like the most likely culprit. So that's why Brandon was reluctant to talk about it. He thought it would be an act of betraying his trust. Most likely, yes. Even so, I still didn't like that magician guy. Why? There was just something off about his vibe. His impression was unsettling. That sounds familiar. I glanced at Dayan, who was muttering to herself something like, "Are you one of those face-reading experts who show up whenever a case happens?" I then turned to speak with Ashe. Tell me more. Impressions and atmospheres are subjective. Since they aren't scientifically or magically proven, one could easily dismiss them, but I didn't ignore his words. Even though Ashe had suspicious tastes and was half-crazed due to the fall of his homeland. Now that I think of it like that, my trust in him is suddenly plummeting. Anyway, if it were someone else saying this, it might be different, but since it was Ashe who said it, it was worth looking into. Back when he was a prince, Ashe was famous for his discerning eye. All the people around him were chosen by him personally, and each one was exceptionally skilled. Many nobles and royals often tried to recruit those talented individuals, but no one ever accepted the offers, declaring, "I will serve Lord Ashe for the rest of my life." He always smiled, but it felt like there was something else hidden behind that smile. It just didn't sit well with me. It's just my feeling, so you can ignore it. The issue was that even if Ashia's judgment was almost always right, it still relied on his feelings, so it lacked solid proof that could convince others. That's why even Ashe told me to just brush it off. No, I'll trust it. I shook my head. I'll take it to heart because you said it. It wasn't difficult to keep in mind, and it was something I could easily do. After I made that casual comment, I was lost in thought for a moment when I noticed that everything around me had gone quiet. I looked up. Dayan and Ashe had stopped walking and were staring at me. What? Did I have something on my face? Puzzled by their stares, I looked back at them, and Ashe sighed deeply. This is why I can't let go. Kana, you shouldn't say things like that so lightly. It could be misunderstood. Caught between Ashe, who was sighing deeply, and Dayan, who was gently patting my head, I was left in the dark. Even when I kept asking what was going on, neither seemed willing to give me an answer. What the heck? Although Kana unintentionally stunned Ashe for a brief moment, the group safely arrived at the workshop of the magician who had a partnership with Brandon. Objectively speaking, it wasn't a situation serious enough to warrant the word safely. However, for someone whose heart still harbored lingering feelings even after confessing and being rejected twice, safely might be the right expression. Max's workshop. Dayan intently examined the signboard, which was written in a simple and straightforward manner, without any embellishments. Is the magician's name Max? That's right. Max Gramoff. A man of noble origin from the Arca Empire. The Empire. Kana's ears perked up. The Empire, and a magician. Although it was a voice that anyone would find adorable, why did it send shivers down my spine? Well, I already know the reason. Asha gave a bitter smile. Garrett and Asha had never been on bad terms. Garrett was loyal to Graces, and Asha respected his capabilities, so there was no reason for them to dislike each other. That is, until Asha started to have feelings for Kana. It's like the dilemma of a father who wants his daughter to meet a good man and be happy, yet can't stand the thought of letting her go. Because of this, their relationship became awkward when Asha began courting Kana, though it never escalated to a point of mutual distrust. Garrett only saw Asha as the thief trying to steal his daughter away, and thus, Asha always ended up flustered whenever Garrett was around. This was why Asha could fully understand the emotions Kana must have felt upon Garrett's death. While he might not have been as devastated as Kana, the grief he felt was no less intense. He also shared Kana's bitterness toward the Empire. Calm down. If you draw your sword here, it's not going to end well. I know. Kana replied curtly. Asha found her answer surprisingly reassuring. Seeing Kana's troubled expression, Dayan averted her gaze. But, is it really necessary to have a separate workshop like this? If they're partners, wouldn't it be easier for them to work in the same workshop? It'd be more cost-effective and convenient. Rent prices, property costs. Dayan even folded her fingers as she thoughtfully worried over the financial affairs of a complete stranger she had never met. However, her concerns were misplaced. Collaboration and merging are two different things. Even if they're partners, they still work on distinctly separate tasks. How could they share the same space? Oh, I see. And if they did, the magicians wouldn't be able to stand it. Listening to hammering and banging all day can fray anyone's nerves. Even Ashe, who had grown accustomed to the blacksmith's workshop, sometimes found his nerves on edge. One could easily imagine how such noises might affect magicians, who are generally more sensitive to their surroundings. No blacksmith would want to see a magic circle explode in their workshop, nor would any magician want to experience that. And neither would Ashe, the blacksmith's apprentice. That's enough chit-chat. Even though he wasn't particularly close with Max, Ashe stepped forward and knocked on the door, since they were at least acquainted. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? The wooden door lightly trembled under his knock, but there was no sign of anyone inside. No voice asked who it was, and there were no footsteps approaching the door. After listening intently for a moment, Ashe knocked again. Mr. Max, it's me, Aggie, Brondon's apprentice. Huh? You're using a pseudonym. Well, it's best to avoid trouble. Having instantly grasped Dayan's implication, Ashe shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps even using his real name wouldn't have caused much trouble. After all, it's not easy to imagine that a prince of a kingdom would be working as a blacksmith's apprentice. However, to be safe, Ashe had decided to reveal his true identity only to Brondon, while using a pseudonym with everyone else. Isn't it too similar to your real name? If someone can recognize me just by my face, they'll know who I am no matter what name I use. In that case, it's better to use something they're familiar with. Is that so? Dayan tilted her head slightly but accepted the reasonable explanation and stepped back. But still, why isn't he coming out? The sound of knocking that had started as gentle tap-tap had now turned into bang-bang, to the point where it was hard to distinguish whether it was still knocking or just hitting. A bead of sweat rolled down Ashe's forehead, his lips pressed so tightly that they turned white. Watching him pound on the door as if he were about to break it down, Kana took a step forward. Should I just break it? No. She slumped back, pouting at the firm rejection. Seeing her hand resting on her sword's hilt, Dayan quickly grabbed Kana from behind, both to satiate her own desire and to stop Kana from doing anything reckless. The stubbornly closed door neither broke nor opened. Ashe stepped back, panting heavily. Although he had failed against something that wasn't a dimensional creature, monster, or even a human, his effort hadn't been in vain. Why are you banging on someone else's door like that? If it's closed, you should just leave quietly. A magician from the workshop next door, unable to endure the noise any longer, emerged and grumbled. At the same time, the three of them turned their heads sharply towards him. Taken aback by the sudden attention, the magician flinched. What? It's not like I said anything wrong. He tried to sound tough, but his voice was already losing its momentum. As Ashe approached, the already faint voice shrank further. Standing in front of the much smaller magician, Ashe, who was taller than average, looked more like a thug trying to extort money. Do you know Max? Well, Max? Yeah, I know him, sort of. I am Aggie, the apprentice of Brondon, who has a partnership with Max. I came here to see him, but the door is locked. Do you happen to know where he might be? That. I'm not sure. We're not exactly close. Still, you might have some idea. Realizing that Ashe had no intention of intimidating him, the magician immediately turned aloof. Seeing his indifferent responses, Ashe dug into his pocket and pulled out a gold coin. Gasp. Are you sure there's really nothing you can think of? If not, that's unfortunate. Wait a moment. The magician, who had been so dismissive earlier, frantically grabbed Ashe, who had started to turn away. He racked his brain, searching through his memories until his eyes widened. I remember, yesterday evening, I saw him leaving with a large bag. We're not close, so I didn't ask where he was going, but he looked like he was in a hurry. I thought it was strange at the time. Did you see which direction he went? I didn't really notice. Let's do this. Ping. Asha took out another gold coin and flicked it with his fingers. The magician's eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of his head. Gulp. He audibly swallowed. If you help me find him, I'll give you all these gold coins. Will you help us? Of course, the answer was a resounding yes. Carrying a large bag and heading somewhere in the dead of night when everyone else is asleep. Constantly looking around to make sure no one else sees him, nervously checking his surroundings. Anyone would find such behavior highly suspicious. Escape under the cover of night. That was the phrase that came to the magician's mind. You're asking if anyone is close to Max? Probably not. He often said that this place isn't where he's supposed to be and that one day he would leave to become a royal magician. The magician's demeanor completely changed after receiving the gold coins. The previously slouched and indifferent attitude was gone, replaced by the utmost courtesy, as if he was serving a VVIP. Although his eyes occasionally drifted to Ashi's pockets, that was understandable. There are ways to make them courteous without spending money. Want me to show you? Especially effective for magicians. Though I offered out of kindness, Asha turned me down with a tone that suggested he found my suggestion absurd. No need for that. Keep your hand off your sword. Asha murmured something like, why is this kid getting so aggressive, as the magician hesitantly asked a question. Excuse me, are the three of you from the Graces Kingdom? Huh? Why do you think that? Your accent is familiar. I lived in Graces for a short while, so it's a bit nostalgic. Where we're from doesn't matter. Asha abruptly cut off the conversation between Dayan and the magician, then turned to the magician, who scratched his head awkwardly. So, you're saying no one knows where Max went? Well, yeah. Who would want to get close to someone who always talks like that? At least, among the people I know, no one's close to him. This is really... What did he say? He asked if there's anyone close to Max, and the answer was no one. I see. Hearing this, Ashia's credibility rose even higher in my eyes. What did Brandon see in Max to trust him with the workshop key? From what I've heard, Max doesn't seem to have a good reputation around here. If it's that bad, people probably would have warned Brandon about befriending Max. Maybe. Brandon doesn't have any friends either. If that's the case, I can understand it. It's not a crime to have no friends. It seems like we have no choice but to enter the workshop. While I was lost in thought, Asha seemed to have come to a conclusion and reached for the door handle. Of course, it didn't open. With a shrug, he turned to look at me. Kana, could you? Sure. Although I had jokingly placed my hand on my sword earlier, I wasn't actually planning to draw it here on the street. If I pulled out a gleaming sword in broad daylight, while people were walking around, it would definitely attract attention. I wouldn't do something like that. Besides, if I pulled out my sword just to break into someone's workshop, that would make it even worse. At least not in Baltora, the city of dwarves, the city of craftsmen. So, I walked up to the door empty-handed. Then, I raised my hand, lowered it again, and turned back to rejoin the group. Kana. Yeah, weren't you going to open the door? Why did you come back? Dayan, who had been watching me blankly, asked in a dazed voice. Asha didn't show it much, but he seemed to be silently agreeing with her. Looking at the puzzled faces of my companions, I let out a small ah, nodding as I realized what they were confused about. Was that what they were puzzled about? I already opened it. What? Here. When I pushed the door, it swung open without any resistance, as if it had never been locked in the first place. Dayan let out a dumbfounded sound at the sight of the workshop's interior beyond the door. There was also someone else who seemed dumbfounded for a completely different reason. How did you? The magician's jaw dropped in shock. It's big enough for a fist to fit in, huh? Looking back and forth between my small hand and his mouth, I barely managed to suppress the urge to test it out. But still, even for a magician sensitive to mana, to notice this. I had underestimated him a little because he looked scared of Asha, but he might actually be more skilled than I thought. When Dayan asked what I did, I kindly answered. I cut the lock with a sword beam. You used a sword beam without a sword. Yeah, I can slice through a rock with a branch, so that's nothing. I just don't use it much because making a sword out of mana is inefficient, but it's not that difficult. If you practice, Joni, you can do it too. I appreciate the encouragement, but that seems a bit out of reach, don't you think? There's an old saying to dream big, but it seems like Dayan, already worn out by reality, has forgotten how to dream. That's unfortunate. But, putting Joni aside, Ashe, why were you surprised? I wasn't surprised. You were standing there stupidly, not even realizing the door was open. That's just because I didn't know. How could I know it was open when I couldn't see anything? Why couldn't you see? Not everyone in this world is a genius like you. I remember him practicing the sword quite diligently, though not as much as a knight. Maybe it's because he picked up a hammer instead of a sword. His skills don't seem to have improved much from a few years ago. What about an alarm spell? Or an anti-theft spell? Leaving the magician, who was still muttering in disbelief, behind us, we entered the workshop. Open drawers, scattered papers, and an overturned trash bin spilling its contents onto the floor. Even with the best of words, there was no way to describe the scene other than a complete mess. Is this what magicians' workshops usually look like? Dayan frowned as she took in the scene. Of course not. Denying her words, Asha scanned the workshop. I also followed him around, checking every corner of the workshop for any clues. Picking up a piece of paper from the floor, I sighed quietly. As expected, I can't understand it. Defeated by the combined onslaught of magic and arkish, I obediently put the paper back down. The workshop was filled with traces left behind by the magician named Max. It was his workshop, after all, so it was only natural. This is... Ashe, who had found something, picked it up. Dayan, who had been wandering nearby, quickly ran over. Did you find something? It's something Master made a long time ago. I remember him making it as a custom order, but then he had to make another one because the magic circle got damaged. But if that's here, then... It doesn't look like a good sign, no matter how you interpret it. If he didn't deliver the completed item, Brandon would have been notified. Since there hasn't been any word from him, that's probably not the case. It's more likely he lied about it being damaged and got another one made. Naturally, what he'd gain from that is money. Besides that, we found some incomplete magic tools and broken remnants of magic circles, but nothing that could help us track his whereabouts. The only thing we gained was a higher likelihood that Max is the culprit. There's nothing valuable left. Judging by the state of the room, he must have swept up everything that could be worth money, even in his rush. Should I call that being thorough? The three of us gathered with empty hands and put our heads together. What do we do now? Should we go after him now? But if he left last night, it might already be too late. The mountains are dangerous at night, so he probably didn't leave yesterday. Even if he left the city, it would have been after dawn. The mountains are dangerous at night? Why? You stay out of this. As we were racking our brains, we heard a voice calling us. At some point, the magician who had followed us in and was looking around the workshop called out to us quietly. You're looking for Max, right? If so, there's one way. What? Ashia's head turned so quickly it looked like it might break. Startled by his intensity, the magician continued speaking under the pressure. There are people who will do anything if you pay them. They aren't exactly the most trustworthy bunch, though. Could it be? Do you already know? If you do, that makes things easier. Hearing the magician's words, Asha made a reluctant expression. Naturally, I had no idea what they were talking about, so I couldn't understand why he looked like that. *****. There is a teleport gate in Baltora as well. However, using the teleport gate from Baltora costs more than using it from other cities. This is because Baltora is quite far from any city with a teleport gate. Would a person, who devised a plan to steal the dragon orb out of greed and, even in haste, swept up anything that could be worth money, be willing to pay that hefty teleport fee? The answer was, of course, no. No matter how expensive the teleport gate fee might be, it's nothing compared to the dragon orb's value. With a small cost, he could have ensured both safety and stability, but Max, blinded by money, chose a different option. Thunk. Gasp. Max jumped, startled by the hand placed on his shoulder. Why are you so jumpy? And no, it's nothing. Geez. The mercenary, who had placed a hand on Max's shoulder, scratched his filthy hair. Watching dandruff shower down, Max frowned but quickly adjusted his expression. No matter how dirty and lowly these people were, he was the one in a tight spot. If he irritated them unnecessarily and caused any friction, it wouldn't end well for him. To escape the city, Max had chosen to rely on a mercenary group operating out of Baltora. They'll do anything as long as they're paid. The fact that such words were openly circulating and even boasted by the group themselves spoke volumes about their lack of integrity, but their skills were undeniably solid. If Brandon caught wind of his actions and came after him, they'd get rid of him without asking questions. Though that's unlikely. Feeling the leather pouch inside his pocket, Max smiled faintly. That fool Brandon would never even suspect that he was the culprit. But that guy, Ashe, he's different. He's someone who'd never liked him from the beginning, so he might notice something and gather people to chase after him. The mercenary group was insurance for such an occasion. He wasn't entirely free from concerns about betrayal, but since he had proven his status as a noble from the Empire, it should be fine. They wouldn't want to make an enemy of the Empire, after all. By the way, you really just want us to take you to another city? Yes. Just get me there safely, and I'll pay you handsomely. Well, if we can earn money for such an easy job, that's good for us. The man with the dirty hair said that as he draped his arm over Max's shoulder. Like one would with a close friend, the man slung his arm around Max's shoulder and spoke in a quiet voice. You must have done something pretty shady, huh? What, did you kill someone or something? Something like that? Whoa, you're quite a scary guy. We'd better be careful around you. Max wanted to immediately shrug off the man who was acting so familiar with him, but he held back. Murder, my ass. There's no way he would personally do something so filthy. But if he admitted he was on the run after stealing something, there's no telling what these money-grubbing bastards might do. It was better to be treated like one of them than to reveal the truth. The man laughed loudly, but his eyes, tinged with a faint red bloodthirst, glinted as he looked at Max. Anyway, just trust us. No matter what happens, we'll protect you. The man's arm slid off gently. Confirming that the man was no longer watching him, Max finally let out a sigh and brushed off the stench that lingered on his shoulder. No matter how carefree mercenaries were, they still had their own rules. Some of these rules were strictly enforced by Liber, while others were not formally documented but were tacitly understood among mercenaries. One such unspoken rule was, never disclose information about your employer. It was acceptable to boast about one's exploits at the tavern over a drink. However, speaking about an employer in too much detail was considered a betrayal of trust between a mercenary and the client who had entrusted them with the job. Clients would not think well of a mercenary who, after being hired, turned around and sold their information. For this reason, unless the situation involved severe moral or legal violations, most mercenaries would turn a blind eye to minor flaws for the sake of survival. But the Red Claw mercenary group was different. The mercenaries of Red Claw didn't belong to Liber and didn't care about building trust. If one were to describe them in a single phrase, a bunch of lowly thugs. Despite that, the Red Claw mercenary group could still operate openly because they would take on jobs other mercenaries wouldn't. In short, they handled dirty work. Just like always, you know what to do. Of course, we'll handle it without leaving a trace, so don't worry. Murder. Ahem, I've developed a new hobby lately. Can you find me a young and healthy one? Why would you say that, sir? You should know I'm well acquainted with your tastes. Male or female? Which would you prefer? Ahem, a female. Got it, just give me a little time, and I'll deliver her right to you. Kidnapping. As well as theft, robbery, arson, and more. If you were willing to pay, they would eagerly take on any inhumane task, making the Red Claw mercenary group an ideal tool for people with shady backgrounds. I'm looking for someone. Ashes spoke directly as soon as he entered a building located in a rather secluded area of the city. The building's exterior appeared normal, but there was an ominous atmosphere inside. Do you know a magician named Max? He didn't use the polite tone he had been using in Baltora. Instead, it was closer to a commanding tone. The innate authority and charisma in his voice made Diane's eyes widen. He really is a prince. It wasn't that she doubted what Kana and Asha had said before. However, due to his friendly manner of speaking and the shock of their first meeting, it was difficult for Diane to fully grasp the fact that he was a prince. But the aura exuded by Asha, now one that made the thought of defying him impossible, made Diane fully realize that he truly was a prince. And she wasn't the only one who felt it. The mercenary standing before Asha gulped nervously, overwhelmed by the pressure that dominated the atmosphere. Normally, he would have bared his yellow teeth and cracked pointless jokes, but now he couldn't even attempt it. Are you a noble from the Empire? That's none of your concern. So he's a noble. The mercenary bowed even lower. Judging by this intimidating demeanor, he must be a noble of the Empire. And not one of those random, low-ranking nobles they often encountered, but a genuine aristocrat. In reality, Asha was neither an imperial noble nor affiliated with the Empire at all, but there was no way the mercenary could have known that. So, do you know him? Max, you mean? Yes. A man with thin eyebrows who looks rather edgy. At those words, a certain man flashed through the mercenary's mind. A man in a robe carrying a rather large bag, who had visited earlier this morning. He thought it odd that the man had arrived at dawn, urgently asking to be escorted to another city, but now it all made sense. This man must be connected to that one. Quickly piecing things together, the mercenary grinned. This might be a big opportunity. His position within the Red Claw mercenary group was somewhere between a subordinate and an officer. Upper management criticizes him for not being able to manage his subordinates, while the subordinates, unaware that they are following orders from above, curse and call him all sorts of names. To top it off, he didn't even get paid much more than the lower ranks. Stuck in the middle, constantly beaten down from both sides, this current situation, where all the officers were away, appeared to him as the perfect opportunity to take a hefty reward behind their backs. He didn't know exactly what the relationship was between the man in front of him and Max, but judging from how he personally came all the way here, it seemed urgent. Being a high-ranking individual, he must also be wealthy. The mercenary's hunched back straightened up, ever so slightly. Well, I might know something, or I might not. I drank a lot yesterday, so my memory is a bit hazy. I'm not really sure. The mercenary's ambiguous response made Ashi's eyebrow twitch. Having faced individuals far more cunning than this mercenary back when he was a prince, Asha could see through his intentions as clearly as glass. So, he was here. He also realized that Max had come to the Red Claw mercenary group. If it were just a matter of knowing, the mercenary wouldn't have reacted this way. As Ashi's expression showed his displeasure, the mercenary swallowed nervously, but he still didn't reveal Max's whereabouts. Not because he had a commendable sense of duty to protect his client, but because of money. If I could clear my throat with something refreshing, I might be able to remember. But I don't have money to buy anything nice. It's quite a problem, really. Even though the mercenary believed Asha to be a true noble, he still dared to act confidently. He was certain that he was the only one who knew Max's whereabouts, so he boldly assumed that Asha wouldn't dare to harm him. However, just as courage and recklessness are only a hair's breadth apart, so too are confidence and arrogance. Asha already knew what kind of people the Red Claw mercenaries were. People who had long since discarded basic human decency. He had no intention of handing over gold coins to such people. Kana. Yes. Step. At Ashi's call, Kana stepped forward. Huh? A kid. Seeing a small girl in a hood step forward, the mercenary scratched his chin. Trying to gauge Ashi's intentions, the mercenary let out a small sigh of understanding. Are you offering this child as compensation? It wasn't unheard of for people to trade others as payment. It just wasn't a common occurrence. especially not involving such a small child, something he hadn't seen even during his long tenure with the Red Claw mercenary group. Trading people required a lot of effort, and he didn't want to draw the attention of the officers, so he wasn't particularly pleased with the prospect. The mercenary, trying to get a closer look at the girl, somewhat reluctantly pulled back the hood she was wearing. The next moment, as he met the girl's calm, pink eyes, he found his breath caught in his throat. Oh, he'd seen and held countless women in his arms over the years, but this was the first time he'd seen such a girl. Despite his preference for voluptuous women, he was momentarily entranced by her looks. If he were to put her up for auction, he'd earn enough to fill several pouches with gold coins, and if he kept her hidden and waited, she'd grow into an unparalleled beauty. To sell her now for money, or to keep her locked up until she matured, he couldn't decide. He wanted the money, but the thought of giving her away to someone else left a sense of regret. Huff, huff. Snapping out of his envious contemplation, the mercenary regained his composure. Getting such a reward for merely revealing the whereabouts of one magician? No matter how he thought about it, this was a deal he couldn't lose. He hurriedly grabbed the girl's hand and was about to accept Ashi's offer. Or so he thought. Squish. Filthy. Huh. Why is my hand on the ground? Awareness came first, followed by pain. My hand. The mercenary screamed, clutching his spurting wrist. His right hand, which should have been attached, was now lying on the filthy floor. Asha had never intended to negotiate with him. Even if he had, he would never trade a person, and it was absurd to consider someone as powerful as Kana as a bargaining item. The man who had paid for his repeated mistakes now wept in agony. He would have done so loudly if not for the cloth stuffed in his mouth. SHH. The girl, who had calmly stuffed the cloth into his mouth, placed her index finger to her lips. In her pink eyes, the image of his tear-streaked, snot-covered face reflected back at him. The mercenary no longer saw her as beautiful. Ha, ha. Max leaned against a giant tree, gasping for breath. Let's handle this like adults, okay? No need to make this difficult for both of us. A laid-back voice followed by laughter. Max didn't respond and instead darted his eyes around nervously. Mercenaries, mercenaries, and more mercenaries. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but mercenaries, leaving no path for escape. I said I'd pay more. Once we reach the next city, right? Molden, the leader of the Red Claw mercenary group, sneered at Max's words. Molden's eyes gleamed with undisguised greed, and his enormous belly jiggled every time he took a step. But you see, for some reason, my instincts are telling me that whatever's in that bag of yours is worth a lot more than the petty cash I'd get for escorting you. Max instinctively hugged the bag tighter, his face showing a hint of panic. Seeing this, Molden chuckled softly. Was he speaking from knowledge? Or was it just a gut feeling? Max frantically tried to think. If you treat me like this, do you think the Empire will just let it slide? Oh, now you're even worrying about us? I'm so touched, I might cry. Damn it. Don't worry. Nothing you're worried about will happen. You think the Empire will bat an eye over the death of a scion from a failing family? Max's heart sank. How did they know? Stripped of his only weapon, Max was filled with regret. The teleport gate was expensive, yes, but it wasn't impossible to afford if he'd used up all his savings. Why did he hire these people? He should have just gone down the mountain alone. Or hired a proper mercenary group. There were countless regrets running through his mind, but among them, I shouldn't have stolen the dragon orb was not one of them. I'll give you everything I have. Just, please spare my life. Finally, Max swallowed his pride and bowed his head. As valuable as the dragon orb was, it wasn't more precious than his life. Only now, with his life hanging by a thread, did he abandon his greed and pride. If that's not enough, I'll enchant your equipment with magic. Oh, magic. Max's face brightened at the positive reaction. Yes, this will do. As long as I stay alive, there will be a chance for revenge. Concealing his true intentions, Max forced an awkward smile as he looked at Molden. But his hopes were ruthlessly crushed. That's all. What? Magic? Yeah, sure, it's nice. But don't you think that's not quite enough of a reason to let you live and risk the possibility of future trouble? My magic will surely be of help. Yeah, I know that. Seeing the murderous glint in Molden's eyes, Max finally realized that no matter what he said, they had never intended to let him live. And that they had been waiting for the right opportunity ever since he'd stepped foot into their hideout. Max's mouth opened wide. Help me. Whoa, look at this guy. Boss, should we just kill him? Leave him be. In this deep forest, there was no one around. Molden, who had ambushed Max knowing this, watched Max's desperate plea as if he were watching a child throw a tantrum. Just as Molden predicted, Max's frantic shout echoed throughout the forest, but no one came to his aid. Are you done? Ha, ha. Max tried to back away, but his path was blocked by a tree. Don't come any closer. He shouted in a frenzy, pulling out a magical artifact from his bag and hurling it at Molden. But such trinkets did nothing to halt Molden's advance. Even the shield Max conjured by draining all his remaining mana shattered under Molden's swinging blade, and Max's heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst. Finally, as the shadow of death climbed up to his throat, about to swallow him whole. Found you? A soft voice interjected between them. Ugh. Black. Accompanied by 3 nearly dead bodies. Zombies? Seeing the girl leading 3 zombies, Max stood frozen in shock, his fear of death momentarily forgotten. The sudden appearance of mysterious figures brought the situation to a temporary standstill. Thanks to that, Max, whose life had been extended, slid down to the ground, leaning against a tree. His legs seemed to have given out, and he struggled to get back up, but his movements were nothing more than futile flailing. Even if he had the strength left to run, it was unlikely he could escape. Tap, tap. Ashi, get up. Is that him? Ugh. Hey Ashi. Duh. Yes, Ashi. So, is that guy really Max or not? Kana lightly tapped Ashi's back with her dainty hand and asked again. But Ashi, face down on the ground, was too busy retching. Ashi. At the sound of the familiar name near his ear, Max barely managed to lift his head and, upon seeing the familiar faces, his eyes widened. How is he already here? He thought they would come after him, but not this quickly. And the guy throwing up against the tree right next to him wasn't he the magician working at the workshop next to his? Hey, what the hell is going on here? Didn't I tell you to keep watch? Are you not managing your men properly? You've really gotten lax. Life's been treating you well, huh? Sorry, boss. Watching this ridiculous charade unfold, Molden scolded his subordinate. But neither Molden, who gave the scolding, nor the subordinate, who received it, took the situation seriously, as they chuckled among themselves. Molden wasn't happy with the fact that his orders to keep watch had been ignored and that no one had reported this trespasser's entry. His men were probably slacking off somewhere, hiding. With a lifted corner of his mouth, yet eyes void of any emotion, Molden scrutinized the uninvited guests. One magician, one woman who looked like a swordsman, one annoying-looking guy, and one child. Molden smacked his lips as he took in the appearance of the girl wearing a cape. Perhaps his subordinates, knowing his tastes, had let her pass just because they liked the look of the girl. Molden soon shook his head at the thought. Unless they were planning to sneak her away without reporting it to him, his men weren't smart enough to do such a thing. So, the fact that this girl, who looked like she was sculpted by Edel herself, appeared in front of him must be fate. Or so Molden thought. Seems like I'm lucky today. Molden grinned, baring his yellow teeth. How about I give you some delicious snacks? Why don't you come over here? Tisk, tisk, tisk. What's this? Why aren't you responding? Clicking his tongue like he was calling a stray puppy, Molden waved at the girl, but he narrowed his eyes in confusion when she didn't respond. Normally, people would react with disgust when he acted like this, but the girl just stared blankly at his face, showing no other reaction. One of his perceptive subordinates, who was always quick to notice such things, approached him and spoke quietly. Boss, I don't think she understands us. It seemed like she was speaking a different language when she was talking with the others earlier. Really? Did she come from some obscure kingdom in a far-off continent? Molden's words were unexpectedly sharp. Even as a hint of disappointment crossed his mind, when he looked at her face, he couldn't help but think, it's fine even if we can't speak to each other. Rather, the thought that he could dye her mind with his own colors made his lewd thoughts swell even more. Weak. And that's coming from someone who treats people so harshly. I'm not a guy, I'm a girl, so it's fine. Yeah, sure, girl. But I told you to go faster. How was I supposed to know you'd carry people around like they were luggage? Having regained some strength, Asha staggered to his feet. Though not as bad as the others who were still vomiting, Diane, who had been as pale as a corpse, seemed to have regained some of her original color. Blerg. Though there were still those who hadn't recovered. Kana looked down at the magician and muttered something like, "This is why mages are useless," in a voice dripping with swordsman superiority, as Asha approached Molden. Molden, leader of the Red Claw mercenaries. Oh, hey, guys, I guess I've gotten pretty famous. If even some fop like you knows who I am. Congratulations, boss. Whether they were mercenaries or just a band of bandits was unclear. Their actions were worse than that of a common bandit group, but in any case, Asha looked at them with a complex expression before speaking. I'll get straight to the point. I have business with the person behind you. So, won't you step aside? Oh my, you have business with our employer? May I ask what it's about? He stole something from my master's workshop. Master? Workshop? What's this? I thought you were someone important with that stiff demeanor of yours, but you're just an apprentice. Molden, who had already found Ashia's good looks and tall stature annoying, made no effort to hide his disappointment. To think that a mere apprentice would speak to him so disrespectfully. Although a lowly sense of inferiority-driven anger welled up within Molden, he forcibly suppressed it. It wouldn't do to get angry on such a joyous day. Thus, Molden put on a facade of calmness. You seem quite confident, trusting in that subpar mage and swordsman of yours, but I'm afraid we've been hired to protect someone. You see, it doesn't look like you're protecting anyone right now. Oh, come now. It's just a small misunderstanding. We're very close, right? PL, please help? I'll make sure to reward you generously if you save me. Oh dear, you don't understand me at all. The world is truly cruel. Molden shrugged and twirled his sword. The sunlight striking the serrated blade scattered into a myriad of reflections. I'll make a proposal. Leave the women and all your belongings behind, and I'll spare your lives. Those are words you don't mean. Seems like you've been serving a rather ill-tempered master, huh? You're quite perceptive. He does have a bit of a fiery temper. Must be tough serving under such a master. But don't worry. Screech. The moment Molden finished speaking, the mercenaries surrounded them and drew their weapons. There won't be a need for that anymore. Guys, you know what to do. Don't touch the women, right? Come on, boss. It's not like this is our first job. Why are you saying that? So, you choose the hard way, huh? Had he lost his mind from fear? Scratching his head, Molden dismissed Ashia's incomprehensible words as the ravings of a lunatic. The unnaturally calm expression on Ashia's face must be due to that as well. Ha, ha ha. It's all over now. A mage, a swordsman, a mere apprentice with some muscle, and a little girl. On the other hand, they were greatly outnumbered and each of them was a veteran killer. Max, who had momentarily harbored a glimmer of hope at the appearance of these unexpected guests, finally gave up and let out a mad laugh. What are you going to do? What else? We kill them all. Kill them. They're trash that won't do anyone any good by staying alive. Garbage should be disposed of quickly. I'm no janitor. Kana muttered discontentedly as she drew her sword. It was only then that Molden and his men noticed that Kana was carrying a sword, but it didn't make them feel threatened. A small girl wielding a long sword as big as her body. One would doubt whether she could even lift it properly, let alone swing it. If they were cowards who got scared at such a sight, they wouldn't have made a living killing people for money. Due to her short arms, the tip of the sword Kana was holding dragged along the ground, leaving marks behind. How cute. I'll just take that dangerous thing away and shower you with affection. Molden smiled contentedly. The Red Claw mercenaries began to slowly close the distance. Hey little girl, be good. Put that down and come over here, will you? You'll hurt yourself if you get a cut trying to resist. That would hurt, right? What are they saying? Don't mind it. It's all nonsense anyway. That's what I thought. Kana, do your best. Is it something that requires doing your best? Kana tilted her head, but she still happily accepted Dayan's cheer. The mercenaries felt a sense of discomfort at the sight. What is this? Why are they so calm? The group's reaction was far too calm, despite having sent a young girl to her death, or perhaps an even worse fate. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. If these nobodies had interfered, things would have gotten very troublesome, and the girl might have gotten injured in the process. Molden stood comfortably, waiting for his subordinates to bring the girl to him. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, and then a full 10 seconds passed, yet his subordinates remained frozen in place as they approached the girl. What are these idiots doing? Up close, she must have looked even prettier, causing them to be captivated. Even though he could understand their feelings, Molden's fury was palpable as he shouted at his subordinates for daring to covet something that was his. You bastards! Why aren't you moving? Yet, his subordinates still didn't move. Eventually, as his rage boiled over and he took a step forward to intervene himself. Almost as if waiting for this moment, diagonal lines appeared on the bodies of his subordinates who had approached the girl. Swoosh, thud, like puppets with their strings cut, his subordinates crumpled to the ground. Their torsos and lower bodies, which had once been a single whole, lay scattered separately. Roll. Molden's eyes widened as he locked eyes with one of the lifeless bodies on the ground. It was wearing a grim smile. A face that couldn't even fathom dying, one that didn't even realize it was already dead. Molden began to question reality. Maybe they're still alive. Despite denying the situation unfolding before him, Molden's body instinctively took a few steps back. What have you done? The voice that burst from him no longer carried any of its previous composure or confidence. Magic? Yes, it must be some trick that mage pulled. What are you saying? Ugh. Molden couldn't even entertain the idea that such a massacre could have been caused by a small girl. It was only natural. Even Dayan, a player accustomed to countless fictional scenarios, would be astonished by Kana's overwhelming strength. While Molden's actions were cruel, to someone like him who operated on the common sense of this world, what he had witnessed wasn't just outside the norm, it was utterly impossible. Watching Molden flail about, Kana tilted her head. He's only at the expert level. His capabilities were as unimpressive as the despicable deeds he had carried out. For someone like Kana, casually dismissing the idea of expert-level strength made seasoned warriors clutch the back of their necks and collapse in shock. He looked stronger than his subordinates, but just by that much. If they all attacked together, he wasn't someone they couldn't defeat. Why would his subordinates follow someone like him? Who knows? There must be a reason for them to follow him. Thinking like this, Kana's eyes scanned the remaining enemies. 7 left, including the leader. They were stronger than the ones she'd just dealt with, but not enough to pose any threat to Kana. To Kana, that is. Joni. Why yes. Dayan, who had been leisurely observing from behind, flinched at the sudden call. Why is she calling me all of a sudden? Answering unconsciously, Dayan's voice trembled with unease as she asked nervously. Kana, that's not it, right? I believe that Kana is a gentle person. Yes. Thank you. Haha. Kana's lips curled up into a slight smile. Seeing the harmless smile, Dayan began to let her guard down. Hurry up. You need to train. Only to have her heart shattered by those words. We already did training today. The more you train, the better it is. That's true. It's true, but this is too dangerous. You said they're the kind of people who wouldn't hesitate to kill if they were paid. Momentarily speechless by Dayan's statement that was spot on, Kana quickly reassured her. Don't worry. I'll never let you die. That's touching and all, but should I be thankful for this? Up to you. Now, come on. Realizing she wouldn't be able to change Kana's mind, Dayan trudged forward reluctantly. Behind her, Asha looked at her with pity. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually drew her sword. There was no sign of motivation or enthusiasm in her movements. I take back what I said about Kana being gentle. Why? You really don't know. Kana tilted her head to the side. Seeing Kana's genuinely confused expression, Dillian suddenly felt a strong urge to pinch the girl's soft and adorable cheeks. In what world does this count as being gentle? Isn't it kind to help someone improve their skills without risking their life? Hearing Kana's indifferent response, Dillian could no longer hold back and stretched out Kana's chubby cheeks. Although it requires the use of tools, for modern people, flying is not a mysterious or miraculous feat. Even Dillian used to frequently travel overseas, practically making foreign countries her second home, though the frequency has decreased recently. Thanks to that, Dillian's airline mileage account was fully stacked. But even for someone like her, flying through the sky without any tools was something she couldn't even imagine. To be honest, whenever she bought a plane ticket, she did think, if I could fly, I could save so much money on tickets, and fantasized about flying through the sky. But Dillian knew that it was realistically impossible. I'm not a bird. How could a human fly through the sky with just their body? That's what she thought until she flew through the sky on Kana's back. Kaya. Each time Kana's small feet pushed off the ground, she, along with Dillian clinging onto her back, soared into the sky. Pushing off the ground, they leapt upward. Normally, this would be called a jump, but Dillian couldn't bring herself to call it that. What sort of jump easily clears the height of several stories of a building? Kana's movements were more akin to soaring. What's more, she would lightly land on tree branches and leap up again, or even kick off the empty air, doing things that would make any physicist faint if they saw it. But Dillian didn't have time to admire any of this. Being carried through the sky on the back of a girl much smaller than herself was not a pleasant experience. Her body swayed here and there, the scenery around her changing rapidly. Just as she thought they were descending, they would shoot up again, and just as they started ascending, they'd suddenly plunge downward. The Kana Express, providing a truly unforgettable ride experience, pierced through the dulled sensations granted by the system and gifted Dillian a solid bout of nausea. If not for the system, she was sure she'd be clutching onto a tree or the ground, retching like the two others. After suffering from motion sickness for a while, just as she thought she could finally catch her breath. Hurry up. We have to train. Now they were supposed to fight mercenaries, which made Dillian feel like crying. But the law is distant, and fists are near. Kana wouldn't actually strike her, but Dillian had no choice but to give in and follow Kana's instructions. Fine. If Kana got involved, it'd be over in less than a minute. She's putting up with this annoyance for my sake, after all. And my skills really have improved. Would love to see Joni get smacked. Thumbs up. Since when did she change jobs to gladiator? When someone dies, there's a story that Joni comes to greet them first. I really like that story. We call this mental victory. Dillian's viewers loved seeing her get bossed around by Kana. After all, viewers of personal streams and broadcasts often have a mischievous streak. Knowing this, Dillian would play along with their jokes and even tease them back. But lately, she felt that the viewers had become even more mischievous than before. I don't think they used to be this bad. She could guess the reason. It was probably because a large influx of viewers had joined after she first started talking with Kana. If she had to say whether she liked it or not, she'd definitely say she liked it. The overall vibe of the broadcast had changed a little, but it hadn't deviated much from the original atmosphere, and it wasn't a bad change, so there was no reason to dislike it. Though, sometimes, their comments did get on her nerves. At least they don't seem to dislike Kana, so that's a relief. If they had started criticizing a child for being rude to an adult, this reaction wouldn't have happened. Dillian didn't want to see a child with a painful past being hated. Joni. Huh? Sorry. I was lost in thought for a bit. Dillian, who had been pouting at the chat window, snapped back to reality at Kana's voice. Now wasn't the time to be worrying about such things. Gulp. Facing the intimidating faces before her, she swallowed hard. According to what Asha had said, these were people who had committed all sorts of heinous crimes: murder, arson, robbery, rape, theft. Can I really win against them? Their levels were similar to hers or even lower. But she knew that just because an opponent's level was lower didn't mean she'd automatically win. So, who am I supposed to fight? You're not saying I have to fight all 7 of them, right? Of course not. Kana may transform into a fearsome instructor whenever training started, but she would never assign Dillian an impossible task. And from Kana's perspective, asking Dillian to handle 7 seasoned mercenaries accustomed to killing was something she couldn't accomplish even if she died and came back to life. Even if she died and came back to life. In that case. As Dillian, who had been staring intently at Kana, spoke. Kana. I'm just asking to make sure. You're not thinking anything weird, right? Excuse me? Kana, why aren't you answering? I didn't. Anyone can see that's the reaction of someone who was thinking something strange. I said I didn't. Dillian hates getting hurt. Even though the system dulls her sense of pain significantly, it doesn't mean she can't feel it at all. Kana didn't want to force her to experience death on purpose. It might speed up the growth of her skills if other people did that, but for Dillian, it would only have the opposite effect. That kind of approach is only suited for battle maniacs like the chick with the great sword. I'll give you a choice. Who do you want to fight? There's no option for not choosing anyone, is there? So you want to fight all 7 of them? What great spirit. I'll choose now, okay. Dillian carefully examined the faces of the mercenaries. Their faces alone were enough to break her resolve. Did they turn ugly because they did such things, or did doing such things make them ugly? While pondering deeply and examining their levels, Dillian pointed at one of them. That person. It was the mercenary with the lowest level among the 7. Even though level isn't an absolute measure of strength, without knowing their abilities, choosing the lowest opponent was the best course of action. Okay. Kana made a nasal sound that suggested she wasn't entirely pleased, but she respected Dayan's decision. Then, there's no need for the rest. That one sentence was enough to determine the fate of the remaining 6 who weren't chosen. They had friends who went ahead, so they wouldn't feel too resentful following after them. Maybe it would have been better to keep the leader alive. What? Where did that come from all of a sudden? If we capture him alive and hand him over, we might be able to collect a bounty. If there was a bounty, he would have been caught long ago. Maybe. The man, now left alone after losing all his companions in an instant, looked as if he had just seen a ghost. His body might appear ridiculous, bloated with fat, but Molden's strength should never be underestimated. How many mercenaries had planned a revolt after underestimating him, only to have their heads lopped off? Every morning, the men saw the heads hanging on poles and swore never to oppose Molden. But that same Molden, the expert swordsman Molden, had died without even putting up a fight. Something absolutely impossible for someone at the expert level. Master. It was only natural that the man reached this conclusion. Why is a master here? But more than that, the fact that the small girl everyone had underestimated was a master. This has to be a dream. He thought it was the worst kind of nightmare and slapped his cheek. But all it did was leave his cheek red and sore. There was no waking up from this nightmare and returning to reality. It broke. The man lost all will to fight and even dropped his weapon. Kana's murmuring left Ashe unable to hide his disbelief. If it were you, would you still think of fighting when faced with a master? If it were me, I'd fight. If he's going to die either way, why wouldn't he choose to fight? Ashe found himself speechless at Kana's nonchalant reply. There are many who speak confidently, but when death is right before them, they're unable to act as they claim. But Kana would have done exactly that. She's lived her life that way. That's how she first met Garrett. Yeah, you really would have done that. Anyway, if you didn't want to break him, you should have killed him later. You could have predicted this would happen. Yeah, but. His eyes annoyed me. I'm not some piece of food. He kept staring at her and licking his lips. Just enduring it until that point was the best Kana could do. Ashe, who had been listening silently, placed his hand on the girl's head. Well done. What? Praise? Here? Kana tilted her head in confusion at the sudden compliment, and then quickly shook her head to shrug off his hand. I wanted to let her experience real combat for a change. The man trembled at the sight of the girl's indifferent eyes. If it's like this, he's useless. Weo. Calling a person broken, it was a chilling phrase depending on how one interpreted it, but at least it was fortunate for Dayan. Fighting monsters is one thing, but fighting humans, that's a bit too much. It's a relief that I didn't have to fight. Should I say that if he wins, I'll let him live? Are you really going to spare him? Depending on the situation. Then don't bother. Even if you let him live, he'll just do the same thing again. Spare me? I promise I'll live a good life. Did he understand what we're saying? No, I don't think so. Just as Ashe said, the man didn't understand their words, but with his instinctive sense, he realized they were discussing his fate and shouted desperately. It was a miracle born out of his sheer desperation to survive. Live a good life, you say? Yes? Yes, absolutely. I swear I will. What does living a good life mean? Not stealing other people's money, not killing people. Isn't that just what any civilized person should do? If Kana had understood, she probably would have said, but that's what royals do. But unfortunately, not understanding their conversation, Kana was busy dodging Dayan's hand as she tried to pinch her cheeks. Ashe shook his head as he watched the man struggle to answer. To the man, Ashe's swaying hair looked like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Just as I thought. Help the unfortunate. The man's words didn't reach completion. A sword pierced through his chest. The hilt of the sword was a shape all too familiar to the man. The blade that had spilled the blood of so many others now ended with drinking its owner's blood. Thud. Ashe watched coldly as the soulless body collapsed to the ground. Well then, but being cold doesn't necessarily mean indifferent. His gaze, now filled with a chilling anger, shifted elsewhere. To the tree surrounded by mercenaries, where Max had collapsed in front. It seems we have a lot to discuss. Max, don't you think? Max's heart dropped to the pit of his stomach. Oh. With trembling hands, the dwarf, Brandon, received the dragon orb, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. I don't have a hobby of enjoying watching others cry, but seeing a rough-looking dwarf shedding big, chicken-like tears was quite a sight, making it hard to look away. Well, considering he had recovered his lost dragon orb, it wasn't surprising that he reacted this way. The dwarf, who had been clutching the golden gemstone and sobbing, finally stopped crying after a long while. It's all thanks to you. Thank you, truly. Sniffling as he spoke, Brandon hesitated before continuing. I never thought I would find it again. May I ask how you managed to find it? Don't misunderstand, I'm not doubting you. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine too. It's just that I'm curious. At his words, we exchanged glances. A few hours before handing the dragon orb to Brandon, we successfully secured Max from that ragtag group, the Red Claw mercenary group. Yeah, it was Red Claw. Such a childish name that I barely remembered it. Anyway, we succeeded in securing Max from the Red Claw mercenary group. I say secured instead of rescued because we couldn't guarantee whether we'd harm him or not. What should we do? Looking at Max's face, which had gone so pale that it made me wonder if it was even possible for a person to look that white, I asked Ashe. It would be cleaner to kill him. His words were as straightforward as his tone. Shin Do-yeon, who had been quietly listening, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Kill him? He's guilty, but it's not like he committed a crime that warrants death. The punishment laws in this world vary by country, but they are generally harsher than on Earth. To be exact, they are harsher for certain classes. For example, it's legal in this world for a noble passing by to kill a commoner just because they blocked the road with their cart. Of course, claiming I killed him because he blocked my cart would be embarrassing, so they usually find some other ridiculous crime to justify the execution. Even in such a world, though, theft alone isn't enough to be sentenced to death. I don't know much about the dwarves' laws, but I suspect they aren't too different from human nations in this regard. If it were an ordinary theft, sure. Theft is theft, how could it be different? This is no ordinary theft. It's the dragon orb. Seeing the confused expression on Shin Do-yeon's face, I stopped talking. She doesn't get it. Judging by her reaction, she probably thinks it's just some expensive item based on our response. Joni. Yeah. I whispered into Shin Do-yeon's ear as she leaned in. Hearing the price of the dragon orb, she gasped and quickly understood. Now I understand why you're saying that. Right. Indeed, nothing convinces an adult like money. Shin Do-yeon, being an adult herself, understood the situation right away. You know, it's like explaining a house to adults. They don't care about the shape or the structure, but mention the price, and they suddenly become interested. It's the same principle. Sure, it's about the money, but I just don't want to keep someone like him alive. I agree. Ashe and I, both being from Graces, were on the same page. Why? Because he's from the Empire. That's not the only reason. He may not be as bad as the mercenaries, but he's still not a good person. Yup. Huh. It's hard for you to grasp, isn't it? While Ashe and I nodded, Shin Do-yeon seemed unable to understand. Well, it's not surprising since she's not used to this sort of thing. And no, it's not just because he's from the Empire. Sure, I have my issues with the Empire, but that doesn't mean I want to kill every single Imperial. That might have been true in the past, but not anymore. There's another reason why I agreed with Ashe. Do you know why he hired those mercenaries? Wasn't it to ensure his safety while descending the mountain? Shin Do-yeon's answer was perfectly reasonable. Although it varies depending on the type, most mages are able to exert greater power when they're in a prepared state. That's why it's typical for mages to have a vanguard who can buy time and create a prepared environment for them to act. It's the usual approach for most mages. However, in terms of answering Ashe's question, it was incorrect. If that were the case, he would have hired people more reliable than these guys. Ashe frowned and kicked at one of the corpses lying on the ground. Oh dear, desecrating the dead, are we? He was trying to kill me, knowing I would follow. That's absurd. Absurd? If we were weaker, it would be our bodies lying on the ground right now, not theirs. Besides, the way that leader was looking at him, it wouldn't have ended with just death. No, I'm sure he would have faced something worse than death. Why do you keep nodding your head like that? Why wouldn't I nod? If you don't believe me, why not ask the person directly? Seeing Shin Do-yeon's still uncertain expression, Ashe shrugged. Even if that's true, do you think that guy, Max, would answer properly? I don't think he'd confess so easily. He will. Ashe pointed his finger at me. Because he doesn't want to die at her hands. Why me? I grumbled, annoyed that I was suddenly dragged into the conversation after quietly listening. Maybe Ashe still thinks that I won't hit him because I'm clinging to some old sense of glory. Back then, I endured his advances not because I liked him, but because he was royalty. You call that enduring? Well, I didn't hit him, did I? With a face full of things left unsaid, Ashe turned away. Max, who had been trembling like a leaf as if he'd seen a monster, sensed Ashe's gaze and shrank back even more. Ashe, who had been interrogating him harshly, began sharing the results of the questioning. 1. How did you know your master bought the dragon orb? A. I overheard him bragging about it when he was drunk. 2. What did you plan to do with the dragon orb? A. I was going to sell it in another city. 3. Why did you hire mercenaries? Was it to kill us? A. Absolutely not. It was just in case I ran into monsters. 4. Stop lying and answer honestly. A. I'm sorry. Please forgive me just this once. There was more, but this was the gist of their conversation. After watching the exchange between them, Shin Do-yeon realized that Ashe was right and looked quite dejected. What do you think? Do as you wish. If it were the old me, I would have killed him without hesitation the moment I heard his answer. Even if he didn't know who would come after him when he set his plan in motion, in the end, his actions were aimed at killing me. But this time, I was merely here as someone who came to retrieve the stolen item for Brandon. It made more sense to leave the decision to Ashe, who was more deeply involved than I was. Well, he's still detestable, so I approached Max and extended my hand. Seeing my empty hand without a weapon, Max recoiled and fell back in fright. It's pitiful to see a grown man scared like this. This is why mages are no good. Clicking my tongue in disapproval, I spoke in as gentle a voice as I could. Hand over everything you have. Maybe it wasn't so gentle after all. Whether or not to tell Brandon the truth. After a lot of internal conflict, Ashe decided to inform his master without hiding anything. His reason was that Brandon had the right to know, even if it would hurt him. I see. So, it really was Max. As expected, Brandon, who had been betrayed by someone he trusted, looked deeply heartbroken. So, what happened to him? I see. That's how it ended. Ashe remained silent. Brandon nodded quietly, understanding everything. Master, are you alright? Even if I'm not, I have to be. But more importantly, I see a face I've never seen before. I'm a mage working at the workshop next to Max's. I provided a lot of help in finding him this time. It wasn't anything that great, as you said. The one who truly did the great work was the mage, who was conversing with Brandon, glanced in my direction. Why is he suddenly looking at me? It was her. That young lady. Yes, Master. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to recover the dragon orb, let alone make it back here safely. Well, if she possesses such a magical artifact, then it's entirely possible. Brandon stroked his rough beard thoughtfully. The golden gem that had been nestled inside Max's coat was now carefully placed in a luxurious box lined with fine fabric. Brandon gazed at the dragon orb with a complicated expression. Earlier, you mentioned wanting some leftovers as a reward. Since you helped recover this precious item, I naturally have to compensate you, but as I mentioned before, I'm currently broke. I spent all my money buying this. That's okay. I won't say it's not disappointing, but we volunteered to help first. So, I propose this. I'll make a magical artifact using the dragon orb. Would you like to buy it? Sorry, what? Of course, it won't be free. I have to earn a living too. But I promise to sell it to you much cheaper than any other magical artifacts. Wait a second. Shin Dayan hurriedly relayed Brandon's words to me. He's saying he'll give us a magical artifact made from the dragon orb. Yes, but we'd still have to pay for it. That's to be expected. If he had offered it for free, I would have felt too burdened to accept it, even if it was something that couldn't have been recovered without me. Honestly, offering a magical artifact made from a dragon orb at a price lower than other magical artifacts is practically giving it away for free. Alright, I'll take it. Master, if you're short on money, I can cover the cost. Nonsense? What kind of talk is that to say to our benefactor? Besides, I didn't acquire this to make money, I simply wanted to handle it myself. As long as I have enough for some beer, I'm fine. I can make that much money by selling any magical artifact. The gloom that had overshadowed Brandon's face lifted as he burst into hearty laughter. What kind of magical artifact do you want? I'll make it exactly as you wish. I want a magical artifact that can withstand magi. Magi. Ashi's eyebrows twitched. Why magi? Because I need it. Do you think I asked because I don't know that? I'm asking why you need it. Ashi asked with an unusual persistence. I didn't have an obligation to answer, but I didn't have a reason to hide it either, so I told him our next destination. The demon continent, Laxia. That's where we're going. Watching his usually composed face contort was far more amusing than I expected. Rustling. A girl sitting at the desk busily waved her pen in her hand. As the girl's hand moved, black ink rushed wildly beyond the neat square boxes. The girl paused for a moment to glance at the letters that had escaped the boxes, unsatisfied. However, her hand, which started moving again, showed no signs of being particularly more careful, and the letters born from her hand, like its siblings before, escaped the constraining square framework and ventured into the vast world. Shindayan gently stroked the girl's pink hair while conversing with Seline. So that happened. I didn't know so much happened while I was gone. If I had known it would be so hard, I would have gone with you. Oh, no. Thanks to Kana, I didn't suffer at all. Of course, when I was carried on Kana's back and thought I was going to Lady Edel, it felt a bit different, though. Hehe. Hearing you say that makes me want to experience it too. Oh, you shouldn't say such things even as a joke. Seline replied with more teasing, causing Dayan to flinch and try to stop her. That's not something a person should do. When she was first carried on Kana's back, Dayan imagined a romantic scene from a movie where the male and female leads held hands and walked through the sky, but she painfully realized that reality is different from movies. Reality. As Dayan pondered alone, she chewed over those two characters in her mind. If the viewers had heard her thoughts, they would surely have teased her for being addicted to the game. However, unless she spoke up, the viewers wouldn't be able to know what she was thinking. Well, even if they did hear, it doesn't really matter. Pardon. Oh, it was just a soliloquy. Dayan dismissed Seline's question as something not worth much concern. After all, even if she told the truth, Seline wouldn't understand it due to the filtering. No, she wouldn't even hear it at all. Shaking her head, Dayan tried to shake off her bitter feelings. Anyway, it seems like we'll have to stay in Baltora for about another week. A week. The time it takes Brandon to craft magical tools. Not just any magical tools, but ones made using dragon orbs, and the time to create them through custom orders was quite short. Although Ashe had worries after hearing Brandon's words, the dwarf merely laughed heartily, his beard waving. What's the big deal? A few sleepless nights should do the trick. No matter how much they heard, it only raised concerns, yet no one dared to refute his words. Who would dare contradict a dwarf, a race renowned for their expertise in crafting? If there was a problem, it was that Max, who had made an alliance with Brandon, had vanished, leaving no one to inscribe the magic. Am I supposed to do it? You don't want to? No, I will do it. Please let me do it. That issue was resolved by forming a new alliance with the wizard who had helped find Max. In addition, there were conditions, such as showing the Ring Kana War during the working period, but that was not particularly difficult, so it was gladly accepted. Then it seems the two of you have successfully achieved your purpose for coming to Baltora. I suppose so. The process was a bit sticky, though. Don't worry too much. Even Lady Edel, who values mercy as a virtue, doesn't forgive those kinds of people. Is that so? Of course. Still, it's nice to see you think that way, Joni. Oh my, why are you making me embarrassed? At Celine's sudden compliment, Dillian's face flushed, and she fanned herself. It wasn't to the extent that she wanted to crawl into a mouse hole, but she felt embarrassed and found it hard to meet Celine's eyes. As she looked around, she finally noticed the paper Kana was scribbling on, and the traces of ink dancing on the paper, closer to drawings than letters. Kana, you need to write in the box. How can you let it spill out like this? It's annoying. If you write carelessly because it's annoying, your handwriting won't look pretty. What does it matter if I'm not showing it to anyone? But if you write properly, you can concentrate better, and it's easier to read. Despite having thought up a good reason, Kana remained indifferent. With Kana's stubbornness, Dayan eventually pulled out her trump card. If you write all crooked like this, it'll look like a child wrote it. Right, Seline? Huh? Oh, yes. Joni is right. You're such a fool. Seline nodded in response to Dayan, not fully understanding what she was saying. Kana, watching this pitiful scene, sighed and resumed her writing, which had been momentarily interrupted. The black ink decorating the white paper was now neatly confined within the square framework, unlike before. A week later, as the day broke, we packed our things and left the church, heading towards Brondon's workshop. Wow. As Dayan's mouth dropped open, cheers erupted. How is it? Do you like it? Of course. How could she not like something after seeing this? Seeing Dayan's blissful smile made the fatigue that had filled Brondon's face lighten a little. I took a look at the ring-shaped magical tool Brondon had given Dayan. To be honest, lacking an eye for aesthetics, I thought, it's pretty, but is it really that pretty to react like this? As long as the receiver is happy, that's what matters. I nodded my head as I watched her bouncing with joy. It wasn't like I was the one receiving it. Thank you, Kana. I'll use it well. Why are you telling me that? Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten it. You paid for it too. I could have paid, you know. Should I give it to you now? Forget it. I was taking her to the perilous Laxia because of my stubbornness, so I felt I should do this much. But knowing Dayan's personality, she probably would have followed even if I hadn't insisted. Your hands were shaking while saying that, so how can I take the money? What? I was shaking? That can't be. Of course, it's true that I'm a little short on money. Just kidding. Dayan flinched and looked down at her hands, pouting her lips. Our relationship had grown much closer than when we first met on the mountain. As I stretched out my arms toward her, the bracelet hanging from her wrist jingled. This is a thank you for the bracelet. I just realized I hadn't given you anything in return. I didn't give you something so great that you need to thank me. It's just a bracelet from a street vendor. No, it's not. I denied her words, a faint smile appearing on my lips. It was special to me. The value of an item isn't solely determined by its price. As Dayan quietly listened to me, an indescribable light welled up in her eyes. In that moment, a sense of unease crept down my spine. If this pattern continues. Kana. Ugh. Once again, embraced in Dayan's arms, I resigned myself and accepted the hug. As expected, it turned out this way. I'm now used to this kind of development. But it's suffocating. I won't say not to hug me, but can't you do it a little softer? However, Dayan's arms around me didn't loosen. Instead, she hugged me even tighter. As I surrendered and nestled in her embrace, I could hear a murmuring voice from above. I'll truly cherish it. Do as you wish. This ticklish atmosphere is not to my taste. I cautiously raised my arm, which had been hanging limply, and gently patted Dayan's back. I did it carefully, making sure not to accidentally break or burst anything. As if that was a signal, her arms slowly loosened. Since her voice was moist, I wondered if she was crying, but when I looked up at her face after being released from the hug, there were no traces of tears. Her nose was red, and her eyes were filled with moisture, as if she were about to cry at any moment. Ahem. When I turned around at the sound of a cough, Brondon was looking awkwardly at us. You two are such good sisters. It's really nice to see. Well, is it okay to explain things now? As Dayan stepped back from me, she smiled, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I completely understand your feelings. However, I haven't slept in days and feel like I'm about to collapse. Honestly, a magician should be the one explaining this, but I passed out as soon as I finished my work, so what can I do? Brondon rubbed his bloodshot eyes. With each passing day, his eyes became redder, to the point where they looked like rabbit eyes. Having visited him daily, I could feel his changes acutely. His gaze landed on the ring I was wearing. Honestly, I must admit I feel a bit regretful. If my skills were better, I could have made it even better. When I asked Brondon for the magical tool, I didn't specify what form I wanted it to take. Thus, the magical tool made for Dayan took the form of a ring solely because Brondon decided on it. If he hadn't been inspired by seeing the blessing of Grazed I possessed, it might have turned out differently. Even thinking about it again, I don't understand. What kind of artisan made something like that? His voice seemed to be tinged with jealousy and awe as I shrugged my shoulders. I never told him that it was an item made by a dragon, not a craftsman. It wasn't that I thought he wouldn't believe me. Rather, I knew he would believe what I said. There was no way I would tell someone who boasted about buying a dragon orb while drunk. Brandon seemed to be half complaining, but he didn't look like he was expecting a response from me. Instead of asking more questions, he changed the subject to the ring. He talked about why he designed it this way, its durability, and what kind of magic was embedded in it. He excitedly chattered away, even including some self-praise, until he yawned loudly, stretching his mouth wide. This was around the time the conversation veered back to his childhood. After wiping away the tears that had collected at the corners of his eyes, he rubbed his bloodshot eyes again. I really need to go to sleep now. There's still so much more to say. Thank you so much for making such a wonderful item. You've worked hard, so please get some good rest. Yeah, master. You might collapse otherwise. Ashe, who had become a formal disciple of Brandon through our last adventure, teamed up with Dayan to push Brandon's back. If it's fatigue, I can restore you. SHH. If I let Seline's words go unchecked, something undesirable would happen. I instinctively felt this and covered Seline's mouth. Ugh. Ahaha. It's nothing. Brandon, who had been resisting, ultimately could not withstand the two strength and disappeared into his bedroom. Only then did we all let out a sigh of relief. He looked really tired. Except for one person. Seline stared at the bedroom door, unable to let go of her lingering feelings, while we all looked at her in disbelief. After leaving Baltora, Dayan's mood soared for several days. Hehe. Whether she was riding a horse, eating, or getting ready for bed, she couldn't help but smile as she looked at the ring on her finger. It was impossible not to notice, even if one tried to ignore it. Kana, did you know? The meaning of a ring changes depending on which finger you wear it on. For example, wearing it on the left hand's ring finger means a token of love, which is why wedding rings are always worn on the left hand's ring finger. Now that I think about it, I guess there was such a meaning on Earth. Was it customs? Or should I call it superstition? Anyway, I didn't know if there was anything like that in Cilia. I wasn't interested in such things, to begin with, so how could I know? What does it mean then? This one. Dayan smiled widely. The ring on her left index finger sparkled, reflecting her smile. It's a secret. What's this? I wasn't particularly curious about it, so I didn't mind, but I felt somewhat defeated by Dayan. Even though it was just a conversation that had no actual winning or losing. You really must like it. Of course. It's the first gift you've ever given me, Kana. Hehe, you've already said that more than 5 times. I didn't know what Seline said, but Dayan, hearing her words, shyly smiled and quickly hid her hand. There weren't any people around, and even if someone saw, there would be few who could tell that Dayan's ring was made from a dragon orb at first glance. Most would probably just think, wow, what an elegant and beautiful ring. If they were bad people, they might think afterward, I should steal that, or I should kill her and take it. But is it really possible to steal something from players? Back in the days when I lived on the mountain, I had cut down a considerable number of players, but I never saw anyone drop their items. I couldn't just ask Dayan such a question either. I decided I would ask Edel about it later, swallowing my curiosity. The continent of Laxia is across the Western Sea, so it was a given that to reach Laxia, we had to return to the place where we set out from, a land that was once part of Gracis. Of course, it was revealed by smart people that the land I was standing on was not flat but round. Therefore, if we took a ship from the eastern edge of the Ardena continent and continued sailing eastward, we might eventually reach Laxia. However, I had never heard of anyone arriving in Laxia that way. After all, how many people have even seen Laxia firsthand? I couldn't just embark on a journey without knowing how long it would take or what route to take. Our goal was to go to the great continent, not to explore new routes. Moreover, talking endlessly about finding a ship to Laxia in the Eastern Sea wouldn't yield any responses. To the Ardenians, the continent of Laxia is akin to a land of death. Isn't that the same for the West? In terms of perception, I think the West, where you encounter monsters more often, would be worse. Yeah, that's true. Dayan's sharp observation. Indeed, as she said, the evaluation of the demonic race worsens the further one goes west. So, if we go to the western edge, we won't be able to find a ship to Laxia either? No one would want to head into a death trap. It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped, right? With a beaming smile on her face, Dayan said, here it is. A person who wants to go into a death trap. Knock, knock, knock. Me, Seline, and Dayan. As I pointed to each of us in succession, the flowers of laughter that bloomed on her face withered in an instant. Well, it's not entirely wrong, I suppose. Just getting close to the demonic race's village would be suicidal for the Ardenians affected by magic. No sane person would want to go to Laxia. Even if someone managed to get a ship and go, wouldn't a normal person die during the voyage? They probably wouldn't even know the route to Laxia. Just as I thought, right. Dayan's face lit up again. Still, we're going. Just as I thought, right. It was the same phrase as before, but the emotion felt in her voice was like night and day. Anyone who saw this would think she was being dragged to a slaughterhouse. If there's no ship, we can just run. Where to? Into the sea. Yeah, what does that mean? At that moment, Dayan suddenly stopped as if she remembered something. No, if it's you, Kana. She mumbled softly before raising her head suddenly. It might be possible, but I completely oppose it. I don't want to experience that ever again. Just once was enough to make my stomach turn. Isn't it the same with seasickness on a ship? It's different? It's different. Dayan, who was shouting as if she would collapse on the floor, finally quieted down after I told her I was joking. It wasn't because of her strong opposition that I changed my mind. It was just that if we really crossed like that, I might face some hardships on the way back. Yeah, that's why. Kana, what's with the sudden expression? Huh? Oh, nothing. You just looked serious, so I wondered if something was wrong. A serious expression? I didn't think I had made one. As I blinked blankly, Diane scratched her cheek in response. Is it just my imagination? Just nonsense. Anyway, it's difficult for me to go that way too, so I don't want to. Gasp. Why? It's the first time I've heard you say it's difficult. Difficult is difficult. If I were to slip and drop her, I would have to fish her out again. If I held on too tightly to avoid dropping her, her hand might get crushed. I had a lot to worry about too. I tilted my head for a moment. Now that I said it, it seems more like a hassle than actually difficult. Oh, so that's what you meant by difficult. Then that makes sense. I didn't know what she understood, but seeing her nod meant she found her own answer. But what should we do then? We can buy a ship with money, but we can't just buy someone who can steer the ship with money. Kana, do you know how to steer a ship? Of course not. I figured as much. Does Seline know how to steer a ship? No. I'm sorry I can't be of help. Oh, no. I'm the same, anyway. Diane was startled and bowed her head to Seline. Seeing her like that suddenly made me feel mischievous. Joni, that was mean. Kana doesn't even know what Seline said. If you want to understand, you should study hard. Ugh. Diane mercilessly ruffled my hair. The pink threads swaying in front of my eyes were uncomfortable, making me unintentionally whine. After completely turning my head into a bird's nest, Diane began to gently smooth it down again. So, Seline doesn't know how to steer a ship either. Do you have any good ideas? Though her words took the form of a question, her voice seemed to imply she was sure I had a way. I decided to meet Diane's expectations. I told you earlier, for Ardenians to go to the demonic race's homeland, Laxia, is tantamount to suicide. So, if we aren't Ardenians, that solves the problem. Diane's eyes widened in surprise at my words. Are you thinking of hiring a demonic race? Yeah, that's why it's great to be with quick-wit people. Just a single word, and they immediately grasp the intent behind it. The demonic race must know the route to Laxia. They might be able to withstand the magic. Even if they came to the Ardena continent because they couldn't withstand Laxia's magic, being a race that lives alongside magic, they should be able to endure the time it takes to land and disembark when the ship reaches land. Isn't this what we mean by a suitable selection? The plan sounds plausible, but, will the demonic race actually listen to us? I don't think they'd have a good opinion of Ardenians. Don't you think they might mistake us for plotting something in Laxia? Don't worry about that. According to what Edel told me, they wouldn't be able to refuse our proposal. Just like Diane was worried, they might not trust my and Diane's words. However, they would certainly trust Celine's words. Seline is a nun serving Edel. And not just any nun, but a nun with the status of an apprentice saint. What does it matter that Seline is a follower of Edel? Oh, is it because the Holy Kingdom mediated during the race war? Wrong. It's not that they trust us because the Holy Kingdom mediated, but they accept mediation because they trust the Holy Kingdom. Everything that exists in Cilia was created by Edel's hand. In a world where gods exist, that is accepted as doctrine. Even if hundreds of years pass and Edel's descent disappears from everyone's memory and records, it would be different then, but at least that time is not now. Moreover, the demonic race also knew that they were created by Edel's hand. If we only consider piety, the demonic race might be more devout than the Holy Kingdom. If that were not the case, they wouldn't have lived in Laxia for such a long time. Diane still looked confused. I don't know what you mean, but is it okay to say that? Diane glanced at Seline. Even though she knew she wouldn't understand, it seemed she was still concerned about what she said. Well, it's natural to think that since I said something like that in front of the apprentice saint of the Holy Kingdom, she would be upset if she heard it. However, if it was Seline, she wouldn't be upset even if she heard what I said. It'll be fine. She would also know the story about the demonic race. Starting to feel a bit annoyed, I decided to stop talking there. After all, when we go to Laxia, she'll understand what I meant, so there's no need to explain everything in detail right now. What do you call this? S. I'm sure it started with an S, but I can't quite remember. I twirled my hair in thought, but when I ultimately couldn't recall it, I cleanly gave up. What the heck is it? What does it mean? But unlike me, Diane couldn't cleanly give up and clung to me. When I wouldn't open my mouth, she puffed up her cheeks in a clear show of sulking. It seemed she was trying not to meet my gaze, but I could clearly feel her eyes on me. Who on earth is treating whom like a child? I sighed and shook my head. Ashe. Master. When did you get here? What do you mean when? I've been here for a while, you fool. Ashe, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality at Brandon's loud voice. While clicking his tongue in disapproval, Brandon looked at him with an expression that showed he understood. Did you like that little lady that much? If you put it like that, it makes me sound like some kind of creep. We're not that far apart in age anyway. No, wait, more importantly, how did you know? How could I not notice when you've been nervously following her around like a dog needing to pee? Even now, you're still moping around like a dog that needs to go. Needing to go? Dog? Seriously. Despite thinking it was a very dwarf-like comparison, Asha couldn't deny Brandon's words since they struck a chord. If you feel that way, why didn't you just go ahead and confess already? Like a man, huh? Don't act so cowardly. I did. What? I already confessed. 3 times. Once during the Graces Kingdom era, once when they reunited a few days ago, and once more on the day she left. From the look of Ashia's dejected posture, Brandon could guess what the result of those 3 confessions was. What was he missing? Asha sighed as he looked at his well-built muscles, which he was proud of. Well, hang in there. She's not the only woman in the world, you know. He hadn't thought he would be rejected this soon. Feeling like he had unintentionally hurt his disciple, Brandon awkwardly patted Ashia's back in consolation. While feeling the rough pats on his back, Asha sank into thought. She's going to the great continent Laxia. Asha had never been to Laxia himself. If someone like him, who hadn't reached that level of mastery, were to go there, he would be poisoned by magi and die within minutes. But through ancient records and various documents, he knew well how dangerous Laxia was, so when Kana said she was heading there, he couldn't help but try to dissuade her. Isn't there any way you don't have to go? It wasn't because he loved Kana. Even if it were an acquaintance instead of someone he had unrequited feelings for, Asha would have said the same thing. He knew very well how strong Kana was. But even her strength was no guarantee that she would survive in the heart of Laxia, where magi overflowed. There simply wasn't enough data for him to make that judgment. Why? What do you mean? Why? You're about to walk into certain death, so of course I'm worried. Is that so? Kana's reaction showed that she didn't quite understand what he meant. Was it because she didn't understand the meaning of certain death, or did she not understand why worrying was natural? Either way, it was frustrating all the same, and just as Asha was about to speak, Kana's small lips opened first. But I have to go. As always, her voice was calm but carried a strong will. Had she ever shown such strong determination for anything besides matters related to Garrett? After thinking for a moment, Asha concluded that the answer was no. The reason she bore hatred against the Empire and revealed her animosity toward the Imperial Court's magicians was, in the end, due to Garrett's death. And so, hearing that voice, Asha couldn't bring himself to try and stop her anymore. I see. How could he stop a child filled with hope instead of despair, looking forward to the future rather than harboring hatred for someone? Then, be careful, and I'll be here waiting for your return. In the end, Asha couldn't hold her back and gave her a nonchalant farewell. If only he had been stronger, he could have at least said he would go with her. He had never hated his own weakness as much as he did now. By the way, Master. Asha suddenly spoke up to Brandon, who was awkwardly trying to comfort him. Have you ever been in love? Silence quickly fell over the workshop. The unanswered question created an atmosphere of solemnity between them. Let's get to work. Yes, Master. Their conversation ended there. With a drooped atmosphere, Asha followed his master, holding a hammer, as Kana's last words echoed in his mind. Don't wait. What did that even mean? You fool? What are you doing just standing there? Get in here. I'm coming. Muttering something that seemed meaningful, Asha rushed into the blacksmith at the sound of his master's call. It's bright. I squinted my eyes, looking up at the sunlight shining down on me. Though not as strong as the midday summer sun, it was still bright enough to make me frown. I prefer sunny days over cloudy ones. I'd rather bask in the sunlight than be soaked by the rain, but only relatively speaking. It's not like I'm particularly fond of such weather. If you asked, which do you prefer, sunny or cloudy days? I would pick sunny days, just that level of preference. So, the sunlight shining down on me right now didn't make me feel especially happy or annoyed. If this were a normal situation, that is. What time is it right now? Let me see. Dayan hurriedly checked the time. After hearing her answer, I looked up at the sky again. In summer, the sun rises early and sets late. The same rule applied to Celia, despite it being a different world. But right now, it wasn't summer, and even if it were, the sun should have set by now. So, why is the sun still right above me? Kana, I get it, you don't like the sun, but you can't just go charging at it. No matter how close it seems, it's really far away. I know. What in the world does Dayan think of me to be saying something like that? It seems like I'll need to set a time soon to have a talk with her. Ugh, why do I suddenly have chills? Dayan shivered all over. It's definitely not cold right now, so why? Just as she said, the weather was rather warm. Warm enough that it wouldn't feel strange to take a nap right here and now. But as I've mentioned several times, it's not daytime, it's nighttime, so I couldn't call it a nap. Kana, this is your first time seeing the midnight sun, isn't it? Midnight sun. Something faint in my memories from my past life seemed to recall that term. I couldn't remember the cause, but it was a phenomenon where the sun doesn't set even at night. Does such a phenomenon exist in this world too? As I tilted my head in curiosity, Seline gave a gentle smile and said, Lady Edel, it's because of. It was clumsy speech reminiscent of Dayan when I first met her, but I understood what she wanted to convey. This phenomenon is because of Edel. Yeah, that's what they say. I asked Dayan for confirmation, but she replied with a somewhat uncertain tone, as if she didn't know the details either. Could it be due to fighting the dimensional creatures? Or was it a phenomenon created by Edel intentionally? Whatever the reason, it seems certain that it's happening because of Edel. No wonder I felt something strange as we entered this region. It must have been due to this phenomenon. I stopped glaring at the sky and started unpacking my things. It felt odd to be preparing for camping with such bright surroundings, as if it were still day. Even though it's bright out, the time itself was later than when I usually set up camp. I'm not sure if I'll be able to sleep properly with this much light. With a shrug, I gathered some firewood to light a bonfire. The result? I couldn't sleep properly. Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. My body is fine. The body of a master isn't so fragile that it would be affected by not sleeping for a day or two. But my mind is a different story. It's not that I'm feeling sleepy enough to die from a few sleepless nights or anything like that. How should I put it? It's just that not being able to sleep properly when I'm supposed to makes me feel unpleasant. How can I sleep when the sunlight is piercing through my eyelids? I honestly want to run straight to Edel and ask why she made such a phenomenon. Seline, did you sleep well? No, I guess you didn't. Seline, who was tidying up her sleeping bag, also had a hint of darkness around her eyes, different from usual. Although she clearly didn't get proper rest like I did, her attitude toward Dayan remained as gentle as ever. Embarrassingly, that's true. Did you sleep well, Miss Joni? Haha, I'm a bit dull when it comes to these things. I envy you. Unlike the two of us, Dayan was perfectly fine. The reason for this is probably because she's an earthling. While we genuinely try to sleep, she merely pretends to sleep. With that thought, Dayan's giggling face looked irritating, so I poked her in the side with my finger. Poke. Kaya? Why did you do that all of a sudden? Humph. That's the price for having a good sleep alone. Dayan looked bewildered after the sudden ambush. Seeing her confused face lightened my mood a bit, and I folded the finger I had pointed sharply at her. I knew that my lack of sleep and Dayan's good sleep weren't her fault. So, what I just did was purely out of childish spite. Why is Kana acting like this? Dayan still had a puzzled look on her face. It's only a minor tantrum, so understanding it would be weirder. Is it because you couldn't sleep well? I guess so. You do look a bit upset. Dayan spoke as if she were talking with her viewers. Even though I could hear everything, I pretended not to notice and averted my attention. Yep, got you. A long arm wrapped around my waist and lifted me up in a flash. The place where Dayan, who effortlessly picked me up, put me down was on her horse. You're tired, right? Why don't you ride with me today? If you doze off and fall off your horse, it could be dangerous. Not really. I wasn't tired enough to fall asleep, and even if I did fall, I wouldn't get hurt. But before I could finish my sentence, Dayan hopped onto the horse. She mounted the horse much more skillfully than she did in the past and pressed her body close against my back. Doesn't this remind you of when we first met, Seline? It does. I nodded slightly at the soft, laughter-filled voice. It hasn't even been that long, yet it feels like a memory from long ago. Back then, I was holding the reins, but now, Dayan is the one holding them. The warmth that felt unfamiliar on my back now felt comforting. So many things have changed in such a short time. I found myself thinking about that, and I slowly leaned into the warmth behind me. I guess it's okay to close my eyes for a bit. The number of horses, which was 2 when they left Ordo, increased to 3 as they departed from the Setf kingdom. It was a natural change that happened as their party of 2 became 3. Although Dayan didn't mind riding with Kana on the same horse. No, to be honest, she actually preferred it over riding separately. That's why when Kana suggested buying another horse. Do we really need to buy another one? You're light, so you can ride with me. It'll save money too, she had said. I don't want to. It's uncomfortable. Kana's firm refusal crushed her attempt. Since Kana was the leader, the one funding their travels, and the mascot of their group, Dayan, who was merely a luggage carrier, had no grounds to argue. In the end, they set off each riding their own horse. However, now that Dayan and Kana were riding on the same horse, it naturally left one horse unoccupied. You're really smart. Dayan realized just how intelligent horses were as she watched the unbridled horse following its former rider by itself. Oh my. Seline, who was riding alongside them, glanced back at Dayan and her eyes softened into a gentle smile. She's sleeping. Kana was leaning against Dayan's body, eyes shut tight. If you listened closely, you could hear faint, steady breaths coming from under the softly rising and falling cape. Dayan hesitated for a moment, raising her hand to stroke the girl's head, but instead lowered her hand. She relaxed her body a little more, allowing Kana to lean on her comfortably. Yes, she didn't get much sleep last night, so she must be very tired. That's right. I did see her tossing and turning throughout the night. Children tend to sleep a lot, so she must be extra tired. Haha, yes, that's true. Although Dayan knew that Kana wasn't just a child, it was hard to remember her true age when she looked at her. Maybe it was because Kana didn't have proper nutrition while growing up. Her petite frame and youthful face made her look much younger than she really was. Even if that wasn't the case, there were moments when she showed childlike behaviors. Stubborn, pretending to be indifferent but easily hurt, and occasionally playing mischievous pranks. And then, leaning on someone she trusts like this. Dayan occasionally wondered how Kana would have turned out if she had grown up in a normal family. Seline, you must be tired too. Should we get off and rest for a bit? I'm fine. Thanks to Lady Edel's blessing, I can recover from this level of fatigue quickly. See, don't I look better compared to earlier? Oh, you do, actually. I don't think Kana is really that tired either. She probably just dozed off because it's comfortable in Joni's arms. Comfortable. Dayan's expression turned odd as she whispered to Seline, careful not to wake Kana. Dayan had always been confident in her body. While she didn't particularly like exercising, she knew it was essential for her health and her passion for traveling. Because of that, she had exercised consistently, resulting in a well-toned body without any excess fat. However, glands. They're big. Huh. Oh, no. It's nothing. Her confidence waned when she compared herself to Seline. A certain part is. Distracted by Celine's gentle grace, Diane looked down at her own chest. It wasn't small actually, it was larger than average. But compared to Celine's, wouldn't Celine's embrace feel more comforting than mine? Just as Diane entertained such thoughts, a soft breathing sound tickled her ear. Would Kana grow up to be like that? A fully developed Kana. Diane pictured a future Kana in her mind. A beautiful woman with flowing pink hair and an expressionless face. Her serene eyes would give off an innocent charm despite her cold demeanor. She would have a presence that could captivate 10 out of 10 people, 100 out of 100. Underneath that face, there would be long, slender limbs and a voluptuous figure. Right when Diane's imagination reached that point, the image of Kana blurred like a watercolor painting splashed with water, distorting beyond recognition. Even as she tried to redraw the picture with her brush of imagination, the same thing happened over and over. She drew it, and it blurred. After repeating this process about 3 times, Diane finally gave up and put down the brush. This isn't going to work. Even though I don't always wish for Kana to remain as she is now, it's hard to imagine her differently. I'm just so used to her current appearance. It's definitely not because of my lack of imagination. While Diane was expertly evading responsibility, something caught her eye. Just like this midnight sun phenomenon, there are other regions across the Ardena continent with distinct properties. Some places, like here, have the sun up 24 hours a day, while others remain in constant darkness for 24 hours straight. Although she hadn't been to all of them, Diane had thought of visiting them someday, so she knew some general information. Furthermore, since daytime with sunlight provides better visibility than night with shadows, regions with the midnight sun effect were quite popular among players. After all, very few players enjoy the hassle of holding a torch while hunting. For this reason, it wasn't uncommon to encounter people in regions like the Midnight Sunday. But the person approaching from the opposite direction was different. In Cilia Online, even those who deliberately create bizarre characters often called veteran looks tend to hold back. Unlike other games where you can delete and recreate your character or make another one, in Cilia Online, you could only create one character. If you didn't like your character and deleted it, that was it. There was no second chance. Of course, some still sought uniqueness despite that. His left arm. A man in shabby attire was walking towards Diane from the opposite side. Where his left arm should have been, only an empty sleeve fluttered in the wind. He looked like a Cilian, but what sort of story could have led him to wander alone in the Midnight Sun region? Feeling a twinge of curiosity, Diane steered her horse to the man's left to avoid him. Step. Sometimes this happens. When you meet someone on a narrow path, and you both move in the same direction to avoid each other, resulting in an awkward moment. Diane thought this was one of those times when the man shifted to the left along with her horse's head. But when it happened twice in a row, she realized she needed to change her thoughts. She halted her horse, sensing that they would collide at this rate, and the man stopped his steps in unison. It was clear this wasn't a coincidence. Do you have business with us? Diane, keeping her distance to ensure she could flee if he made a move, asked cautiously. It was a deliberate action, conscious of the sword hanging at the man's waist. No, the man replied in a rough voice. Then, may we pass? No, why not? Didn't you say you have no business with us? I did. I have no business with you. The man, as if retracing Diane's words, drew his sword. The aged blade, missing a few teeth, still exuded a keen, sharp energy like his worn-out appearance. His eyes harbored an emotion that was hard to discern, whether it was hatred or reverence. Following his gaze, Diane realized that his eyes were fixed on the girl cradled in her arms. Could it be? As if confirming her suspicion, the man's rough voice flowed out. After losing my comrades and left arm to a demon, I came to a realization. The thing that determines a human's fate isn't a god, nor is it some insignificant luck. It is strength alone that decides one's fate, both one's own and that of others. The man's tone was calm as he recalled his past. After that, I roamed the continent, dedicating myself to the sword, determined to take control of my own fate. During those travels, I heard a rumor about a pink-haired girl who defeated a group of ogres and dimensional creatures. When I heard that rumor, I instinctively knew the demon had returned and began pursuing it. Thus, we meet again. As soon as the man finished speaking, Diane, who had been listening quietly, opened her mouth. Are you from the Empire? I was. But now, I'm just a wanderer. Did you come looking for us to take revenge on Kana? No. Pardon. Diane let out a rather dumbfounded voice at the unexpected reply. She had naturally assumed that it was for revenge, but hearing that he didn't come for that reason was surprising. I came to prove something, that my fate is in my own hands. Fate and proving it. You don't seem like someone who's all about romantic ideals. This is the truth, not some romantic notion. Ah, I see. It seemed like he was here to fight Kana, but it didn't appear to be a lie when he said it wasn't for revenge. Honestly, Diane couldn't understand the difference between proving oneself and seeking revenge, but she could tell that the man was being genuine in his own way. If his sole purpose was revenge, there would have been no need to block their path and have a conversation. He would have attacked as soon as he saw Kana sleeping. What should I do? Seline, who made eye contact with Diane, smiled awkwardly as if she was in a difficult position too. Though she looked troubled, it didn't seem like she had any intention of stopping the man. It'll be fine. Well, I guess so. As Doyen sighed, she felt a familiar weight at her waist. It was something she had initially found terrifying, but had recently become accustomed to. A sword. I'm scared of fighting. I don't like getting hurt, and I don't want to hurt anyone. Because she understood pain, Doyen was sensitive to the pain of others as well. That's why she avoided fights. But still, hesitation faded from Doyen's eyes as a determined resolve shone through, and the slight tremor in her hand that held the reins stilled. That proof, may I also try to achieve it? You. The man's eyebrows rose in surprise. I've taken an interest. You don't look like someone who's just interested. You won't know who's stronger or weaker until you try, right? She wanted to stand alongside Kana, not hide behind her. Maybe no matter how many monsters she hunted and leveled up, she might never be able to catch up to Kana, but even so, she didn't want to give up. Kana asked me to take good care of her. Of course, that request probably didn't mean something like, fight on my behalf. So this was purely Doyen's own resolve. If that's what you wish. Perhaps sensing Doyen's determination, the one-armed swordsman shrugged his lone shoulder. If she got down, it would naturally wake Kana up. Doyen called out to Seline. Seline, could you take care of Kana? There's no need for that. Doyen lowered her head at the familiar voice coming from her embrace. Kana had already opened her eyes and was staring straight at her. Even though she had woken up, Kana remained leaning against Doyen, checking her physical condition. The condition, yep, it's not bad. Perhaps because she took a short nap, she felt that her mood had returned to its usual state. After confirming that there were no issues, I looked forward. A one-armed swordsman was blocking our path. I had known for a while that someone was up ahead. In fact, it was because of that presence that I had woken up. It wasn't a face I remembered, but judging by the way he was radiating fighting spirit, it seemed he knew me and wanted to fight. Perhaps he's someone I met on the battlefield. Maybe he even lost that left arm of his during that time. A one-armed swordsman, huh? In this world, it's not uncommon to come across people missing a limb or having some physical impairment. With wars against neighboring countries, battles against monsters and beasts, and invasions by dimensional creatures, Cilia is quite far from being a peaceful world. People had to wield weapons and fight to survive and protect themselves. The scars left on their bodies were the evidence of the fierce struggles they had endured. So I didn't particularly mind the fact that the man standing before us had only one arm. What surprised me more was that he still picked up a sword and stood up again despite losing one of his arms. For most people, even minor wounds could be a deterrent to picking up a weapon again, let alone losing a part of their body. Especially an arm, which is a vital body part even for mundane daily activities, let alone life and death battles. Without an arm, you can't hold a sword with both hands. Even if you wield a one-handed sword, it's hard to maintain balance during the swing without the other arm, making it inherently unstable. For these reasons, it was extremely rare to see swordsmen return to the battlefield after losing an arm. It's impressive. Yet, here he was, standing before me. Losing an arm and still making it here must have taken an incredible amount of hard work. The scars all over his body spoke of the struggles he must have gone through to get to this point. Why you re-awake? I've been awake for a while now. Oh, sorry. Were we being too loud? I shook my head gently. I've been awake since before that. Oh, I see. Then why were you pretending to be asleep all this time? I wasn't pretending. I was just closing my eyes, not trying to deceive anyone. Doyen chuckled softly and patted my head. If you're still sleepy, you can sleep more. No, I've slept enough. If a guest comes, you have to greet them. That's the duty of a host, isn't it? Of course, technically speaking, this isn't our home, and he's not exactly a guest, but he did come looking for me. Just as I was about to gather my legs and lightly jump off the horse, a slender yet healthy arm gently wrapped around my waist. Kana, would you let me handle this situation? I want to try my hand at this thing called proving myself. Proving. She doesn't know exactly what he said, but having spoken with him, she should have realized that he didn't come with good intentions, and yet she says that? Blinking in confusion at her strange words, Doyen jumped off the horse. Here we go. She seemed quite accustomed to dismounting now. Landing neatly on the ground, she drew her sword. That man said he wants to prove his strength. And since I'm curious about how strong I've become after learning the sword from you, it's a perfect opportunity, don't you think? Who are you? Doyen is Doyen, not the chick wielding a great sword. In other words, there's no way she would say something that aggressive. I narrowed my eyes into triangles and glared at her, and Doyen feigned a hurt expression. You're so mean. Not mean at all. Naturally, I didn't believe her words. It was only a few days ago when she trembled at the thought of fighting mercenaries. There's no way she could have changed overnight. If human nature were that easy to change, then those aristocrats I had beaten up wouldn't be walking around with their heads held high. So, Doyen's true intentions must be different from what she's saying. Knowing that, I tried to read her mind. Tisk. To put it bluntly, it was impossible. I could get a rough idea of a person's mindset or what kind of life they've led by watching how they wield a sword, but I didn't have the skill to read thoughts in a situation like this. Are you serious? Of course. This is my chance to prove myself to Kana too, that I've become this strong? So, you don't have to tell me to extend my training sessions anymore. I couldn't speak for the first part, but I could sense her genuine feelings in the latter half of her words. She had been so confident, but now that I was staring at her intently, she averted her gaze ever so slightly. It's Kana's fault for making me go through such grueling training every day. She might have looked away, but she seemed unwilling to bend her stance. While sneaking glances at me, she threw those reproachful words my way. When our eyes met, she flinched and turned her head quickly. There's a lot I'd like to say. It's too much. I could tell just by the way she held her sword that she wasn't a match for that man right now. Even considering the fact that he had only one arm, he was still stronger than Dayan. Sparring with a powerful opponent can be beneficial, but still, I doubt that man will hold back enough to make it worthwhile for her. Why? You made me fight those mercenaries before. They were just nobodies, and I even let you choose your opponent. As expected of those useless fools who liked to cause trouble, their skills were pathetic. That's why I had made Dayan fight them back then. Is he really that strong? Yes, he's that strong. Even if the greatsword chick came here, she'd lose. I explained it to her in a way she could understand, and Dayan fell silent. It seemed that she gauged strength based on me and the greatsword chick. Even so, if you really want to fight, convey this message to him for me. All of a sudden, I'm getting the feeling that I don't really want to fight anymore. You said you wanted to prove yourself. Tell him, when you fight me, I'll spare your life, so you don't kill me either. Can I not do that? Quickly. I never imagined there'd come a day when I would say something like this after fighting so many deadly battles. Lost in these strange emotions for a moment, I watched as Dayan, with a frown on her face, approached the man and spoke. He listened to her with a puzzled expression at first, but then he nodded readily. Did he agree? Yes. But he said there's no need for you to go easy on him. He's considering it as repayment for having spared his life before. What a confident thing to say. It seems he came fully prepared to die, judging by the calm demeanor he's maintained. Seline. Yes. Over here. Yes. Come over here. Oh, you mean, come over this way. Yeah. I pulled Seline, who still hadn't grasped the situation, and stepped back from the battlefield. Though I doubted he would break his promise, I made sure I was ready to leap out at any moment in case he did. I then gestured to Dayan. Good luck. If you're going to cheer me on, can't you do it with a little more enthusiasm? Like a kiss on the cheek or something. I can't make myself more enthusiastic, but I can do something to boost Joni's motivation. I'll definitely win and come back. Dayan, having dashed forward, now stood in front of the man. At least it seems she's got the motivation now. Phew. Her heart pounded wildly from the overwhelming tension. Dayan tried to steady her rapidly beating heart, gripping her sword tighter. What's your relationship with the demon? She's my sister, not by blood, though. The man seemed curious about her relationship with Kana, so Dayan answered. This time, it was Dayan who asked the question. Why do you call Kana a demon? Judging by your actions, it doesn't seem like you truly see her as one. If he really thought she was a demon, shouldn't he be attacking her without mercy? The answer to Dayan's question was simple. It's just a habit. Oh, I see. Well, okay then. Dayan had no intention of rebutting such a statement and closed her mouth. An awkward atmosphere settled between Dayan and the man. This is so awkward. Dayan's eyes darted around as she screamed inwardly. Well then, I'll let you have the first move. Thank you. It seemed the man also felt the awkwardness, as he scratched his head sheepishly and broke the silence. Dayan gratefully accepted his gesture. I can't see his level. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, so she didn't think much of it. With tension wound tight, Dayan charged at him. Her first attack. A downward slash. She started the fight with the move she had practiced the most. It was a fairly fast strike, but the man blocked it effortlessly with his only arm. Clang! Dayan's sword clashed with the man's and bounced off with a sharp, screeching noise. I expected this. She didn't resist the recoil from the clash of their swords and took a couple of steps back. She quickly regained her posture and dashed forward like a flash of light. Although it didn't seem like a flash of light in Kana's eyes as she watched from afar, that's what it felt like to Dayan. Clang! Blocked again. This time, Dayan was visibly shaken. Thrusting was the type of attack that she struggled the most to deal with during her sparring sessions with Kana. It was hard to predict where it would land, and even if she could read it, it was too fast to block in time. So, whenever a thrust came her way, she usually chose to dodge by throwing herself aside, but the man blocked it easily as if it were no big deal. Gore. In that case, I'll go even faster? She clenched her teeth. Her sword swung relentlessly. At a glance, the man's strength seemed greater, but surprisingly, there wasn't much of a difference between them in terms of power. Because of that, Dayan was able to counter some of the man's attacks as they flew at her occasionally. However, as the fight continued, her steps were gradually being pushed backward. Thwack! Ugh! A kick following a sword strike. Dayan, who had been too focused on blocking the sword, didn't notice the incoming kick and was sent sliding back. A sound different from the usual light clashing rang out, and the surging pain made her grimace. He's fast. And strong. She exhaled the breath she had been holding as she rubbed her throbbing abdomen. Even if she aimed for his remaining arm, his legs, or even vital areas like his heart or throat, the man seemed to know her every move and effortlessly blocked her attacks, countering them as if he could see right through her. Even when Dayan feigned an attack to his throat and then aimed for his arm instead, the man's sword followed hers like a shadow. The range of a swordsman is determined by the length of their sword. Dayan had tried every move she could within her range, but all of them were blocked. As her attacks failed to land, she became increasingly desperate. If she gripped her sword with both hands instead of one, the power behind her strikes would increase. Given that his strength was similar to hers, if she landed a hit, his stance would collapse. Having instinctively calculated this, she adjusted her grip on her sword and swung it down forcefully at him. It was the strongest attack she had made so far. Ha! Clang! The man, who had always parried her attacks head-on, tilted his sword at an angle to receive her strike. As Dayan widened her eyes at the unexpected maneuver, her body, which had followed through with the attack, was now plunging toward the ground. The man's sword, with no hesitation, struck toward Dayan's exposed body. Swoosh! Thud! Ugh! She managed to twist her body at the last moment, avoiding a fatal blow, but couldn't completely evade the strike. Rolling several times on the ground, Dayan rose to her feet, only to find crimson blood gushing from her shoulder. It hurts. If the system's reduced pain perception was making her feel this much, just how painful would it have been without it? It was as if a second heart had sprouted in her shoulder, thumping intensely with heat. Biting her lips, her face now clearly showed the signs of imminent defeat. She could reach out and touch it, and even attempt to scale it. But the wall before her was too tall and solid to cross or break down. Huff! Huff! Dayan gasped for breath, clutching her bleeding shoulder. From behind Kana's usually expressionless face, she seemed to catch a glimpse of disapproval. Was it because she wasn't fighting as well as Kana expected? Or was it because Kana was upset that she was losing? I hope it's the latter. Though she hoped it was the latter, Dayan knew all too well how strict Kana could be whenever she taught swordsmanship. Taking a deep breath, Dayan slowly exhaled. After several deep breaths, her rough breathing gradually steadied. Her heart, which had been racing with excitement, also calmed down. Let's admit it. Kana was right when she said it was impossible. The man was a level above her. Before now, they seemed evenly matched. She even thought she was defending well enough. But none of that mattered. The truth was, Dayan's sword couldn't break through his defenses, while his sword broke through hers. What should I do? She had tried everything she could think of. The moves she had practiced the most and her strongest skill were all rendered useless. If the man were like an impenetrable fortress, she might have given up. But because he was just within reach, it made her all the more frustrated. What would Kana have done? Instinctively, Dayan thought of the strongest person she knew, Kana. Even when she sparred with Kana, Dayan's sword couldn't touch her. No, perhaps saying it didn't touch her was inaccurate. During their spars, Dayan was too busy defending against Kana's strikes to even attempt an attack. There were times when she thought she had blocked Kana's blade, only for it to slide down and aim for her throat, or when a terrifyingly fast thrust would make her blood run cold. As expected, this is impossible. Reflecting on the sparring sessions, Dayan shook her head vigorously. To her, Kana's swordsmanship was like magic. It was like watching a coin disappear only to reappear inside a cup. She could see the result, but had no idea how it was achieved. That's why Dayan couldn't replicate Kana's swordsmanship, no matter how hard she tried. Acknowledging this, but still unable to give up, Dayan sought other methods. Should I mix in more feints? Or abandon defense and go on the offensive? Her head was spinning so fast it felt like it would explode any second now. You seem to be deep in thought. The man's voice brought Dayan's whirling thoughts to a halt. I see now. You must be one of the so-called apostles. Yes. No wonder. For your skill to be so lacking despite your level. That makes sense. Lacking? Skill? She knew she wasn't skilled, but she thought she had improved a lot since receiving Kana's guidance. Feeling as if she'd been punched in the gut by a stranger she'd just met, Dayan staggered back slightly. The man, on the other hand, looked at her as if wondering why she was acting like that. After a moment of puzzlement, he spoke. You must be aware that I'm missing an arm. If you have eyes, it's hard to miss. Then you must also know that I'm vulnerable to attacks from my left. Well, even Dayan, who wasn't experienced in combat, knew that much. Knowing that, why don't you target my weak spot? What? Did the man she'd been crossing swords with just now say something like that? What's more, he was asking why she wasn't attacking his weakness. Dayan couldn't comprehend what he was saying, and asked back in confusion. Are you pitying me? Even with one arm, I'm stronger than you. You must have felt that yourself. Do you have room to spare for pity? No, I didn't. Pity. Dayan started to deny it, but then stopped herself. Sometimes, when she swung her sword, it would head toward his left side. Of course, those attacks were blocked, but his reaction was slower than when she aimed elsewhere. Why hadn't she targeted his empty left side more? As Dayan pondered over it, she caught the answer in the corner of her vision. Are you attacking a disabled person? That's low, despicable, cowardly. The chat window was filled with jeers like that. Most of them were probably just saying it to mock Dayan rather than actually meaning it. Even though she knew that. So, that's how it is. This was a fierce struggle to exploit each other's weaknesses, a desperate battle, not some childish play or a mere joke for anyone's amusement. Dayan closed the chat window and raised her sword. The man then assumed his stance as well. Their exchange of blows that followed was even more intense and brutal than before. Gore. The man swung his sword down hard from above, aiming directly at Dayan's heart. The force of his strike caused the tip of her sword to waver, and Dayan, who was about to lose her balance and roll on the ground, caught herself by placing her hand on the ground and spun around, sweeping her leg out. If the man had both arms, this attack wouldn't have worked, but since he had used all his available methods to parry Dayan's sword, he had only two options left. Dodge, or take the hit and endure it. The man chose to dodge. It was because Dayan's kick, despite being delivered from an unstable stance, was surprisingly powerful. Pure physical strength. An attack that leveraged the inherent physical advantage of the apostles. Seems like you finally understand. Utilize your own strengths while exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Seeing that she had finally grasped this fundamental principle of combat, a faint smile appeared on the man's lips. But only for a brief moment. The man quickly wiped away his smile and adjusted his grip on his sword. Still, it's not quite there yet. Even if you know you have a weakness, failing to compensate for it is foolish. Especially since his weakness was so blatantly obvious that, like Dayan had mentioned, anyone with eyes could see it. He had spent a great deal of time compensating for his weakness. A bluish mana enveloped the man's sword. Screech. Eek. Dayan recoiled, startled, as a blue sword beam flew past her. Slash. The remnant trace of the sword beam that she couldn't fully avoid left a thin red line on her cheek. Seeing the sword beam shatter a tree behind her, slicing it cleanly in half before it collapsed onto the ground, Dayan's face turned pale. Sword aura is cheating. Why? Don't you have the ability to wield mana as well? I can't do something like that. Is that so? The man nodded in response to Dayan's outcry. And then, he raised his sword again. That's perfect, then. What do you mean, perfect? If you have no way to counter sword aura. What? The man answered Dayan's question by unleashing a flurry of blue sword beams. Dayan screamed and ran, trying to escape the barrage of sword beams. The effective range of a sword is usually determined by its physical length, but if a swordsman can envelop it with mana, that's a different story. Of course, since the sword is still the medium for launching sword beams, there are ways to counter it. However, since Dayan didn't know those methods, all she could do was continue dodging. An opening. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, she looked for a chance with gleaming eyes. Not so fast. Ugh. But the man, who had already read her movements, swung his sword at the waiting moment, forcing her to hastily block. That's enough. By the time several more red lines had been drawn on her body, Kana, who could no longer watch, intervened to end the fight. Seline. Understood. When the holy power enveloped Dayan's body and seeped through her wounds, new flesh began to regenerate. The wounds on Dayan's body disappeared in an instant, leaving only the dried red bloodstains on her skin as evidence that she was ever injured. As Dayan caught her breath, the sound of small footsteps approached her. How was it? It was exhausting. Dayan collapsed to the ground as she spoke, putting all her sincerity into those words. Kana looked down at her and spoke in a teasing tone. I told you it was too much for you. You did. I should have listened to you. Dayan knew that the man had never shown his full strength while fighting her. Judging by how only his breathing had slightly faltered, even the storm of sword energy he unleashed at the end wasn't his full power. The world is vast, and there are many strong people out there. Completely drained, Dayan flopped onto her back. Right. The dust. She worried about getting dust on her clothes for a moment but quickly gave up and laid her half-lifted body back down on the ground again, too tired to care. How was it? Didn't I do better than before? A sweet lie or a bitter truth? Which one do you want? I feel like we've had this conversation before. And if she remembered correctly, she didn't get a very good response back then, either. Pfft. Just as she murmured bitterly, a light laughter drifted down over her bowed head. You've improved a lot. When she instinctively lifted her head, she saw Kana's lips forming a soft smile and her eyes curved gently. As Dayan blankly stared at the innocent smile of the pink-haired girl, she couldn't help but smile herself. Then, maybe we don't need to increase the training time. If you had trained more, you would have won. You're absolutely right. Dayan's shoulders slumped down. Kana, who awkwardly patted her, then stepped forward. Have you been waiting long? Not really. Even though he didn't get much time to rest after the fight, the man's expression didn't show any sign of resentment. The slight fatigue he had accumulated was already gone, and despite unleashing a storm of sword energy earlier, he hadn't used much mana. Kana's slight nod was enough to make the man charge forward. Enveloped in excitement, the man's skill exceeded his best performance. The speed was incomparable to when he fought against Dayan. Dash. The moment his first attack was blocked, he launched another. Head, chest, legs, and back to the head again. Oh my god. Dayan watched in awe as the swords flashed at a speed that was almost impossible to follow with her eyes. Despite the ferocious onslaught, Kana calmly parried without even blinking. The sound of clashing swords echoed ceaselessly. Kana merely defended, while the one on the offensive was the one-armed swordsman. The man, firmly planting his feet on the ground, swung his sword toward the girl's neck. With just one step, Kana pulled her right foot back and twisted her body to dodge it. She attempted to swing her sword, but the man had already retracted his arm and launched a horizontal slash. Kana instantly halted her attack and raised her sword vertically. A textbook defense to block a horizontal slash. Swoosh. Instead of the sharp sound of swords clashing, a faint noise, like the brush of a feather, resonated. The sword the man swung with all his might slid down Kana's sword without resistance and lodged into the ground. The direction of his horizontal strike was forcibly changed to a vertical one, an almost magical maneuver that left the man wide-eyed. A memory of Dayan's struggle flashed through the man's mind. The man placed his hand on the ground, attempting to use his remaining balance to launch a kick. However, his counterattack failed to materialize. Hiya! Ga! An adorably soft shout accompanied a powerful blow that struck his back. With his already unstable posture, the impact only worsened his stance, and he couldn't maintain his balance as he was thrown to the ground. Swoosh! As he desperately tried to get up with one arm, a cold blade pressed against the back of his neck. Feeling the warm liquid trickling down his back, the man released his grip on his sword. I've lost? The moment the battle's outcome was decided, the Crimson Flame Knights had a question they would always ask new recruits, a tradition of sorts. Why did you join the Knights? When asked, some gave bizarre answers, some gave responses similar to others, and some couldn't answer at all, mumbling and stuttering through it. The fate of those in the third group was usually not good. Most of them would lose their resolve and leave of their own accord, and in the worst cases, they would be carried out as corpses. The ones who became stronger the fastest and clung on with the most tenacity were always those who answered, for revenge. People who had lost parents, siblings, lovers, or sometimes even a close friend. Those with a strong reason would endure and overcome whatever hardship came their way. Having seen this time and again, I never denied the importance of having a goal and a motive for a person's strength. I was probably not the only one who thought that way. The world is filled with stories of heroes who awakened due to some sort of incident, and the fact that there are so many of these stories is proof that many people think the same way as I do. Or maybe it's just that people like to see stories of overcoming adversity and achieving success. In any case, the one-armed swordsman was also someone who had experienced such a turning point. He lost his comrades, and then his left arm, deciding from that moment to become stronger. And I was the one who provided that turning point for him. But why doesn't he hate me? If I were in his position, I wouldn't be able to see myself in a good light. I didn't know why, but as long as he didn't act hostile towards me, I had no reason to kill him either. Even after the first duel ended, I crossed swords with him several more times. It's still beyond my reach. But thank you. Maybe it was helpful that I didn't use my full strength. By the end of our last duel, he was smiling with satisfaction. Watching him slowly walk away, having awkwardly expressed his gratitude in broken Granic, Dayan spoke up. What was that all about? I don't know. It was a question I couldn't answer. This was the first time someone who had faced me as an enemy was showing emotions other than vengeance or fear. However, his light-hearted departure left a lasting impression on me. I couldn't take my eyes off him until his figure disappeared beyond the horizon. I still couldn't understand what was going on in his mind. Looks like we've gotten attached. Nay. Dayan, unable to hide her reluctance, gently stroked the horse's muzzle. It seemed like the horse also felt the same, as it shook its head and snorted while being caressed by her. There's no helping it. From Ordo to the Sacred Kingdom, and from the Sacred Kingdom to the Western Continent, the city bordering the territories of the demonic race. We had traveled together for several weeks, so it was only natural that they grew attached. But even though I understood her feelings, that was why we had to leave the horse in this city. If she didn't want to see the horse fall victim to the corruption of Magi and turn into a monster. Besides, Seline can't stay with it all day long, I guess. Dayan, looking a bit dejected, gave the horse one last pat on the muzzle before letting go of its reins. Having parted with the horse, we stepped back out into the streets. The fact that this city borders the territory of the demonic race means it is constantly under threat from monsters. Perhaps that's why most people walking the streets carried weapons on them. There were quite a few apostles as well. I pretended not to notice the gazes directed at us. Let's just buy what we need and leave quickly. Huh? You're not planning to rest here? Nope. The atmosphere of the city we were currently in wasn't something you could even call good, not even as a joke. Living right on the edge of life and death, always facing the unknown threats that could arrive at any moment, people were bound to have such an attitude. Some might say, then why don't they just move to another city? But even for a city like this, abandoning the place you've worked hard to settle down in and moving somewhere else is not an easy decision to make. Not everyone here is like that, but most of the people living in this city are in dire straits. Mercenaries using the city as a base are also in such urgent need of money that they're willing to risk their lives. But apostles are an exception. Anyway, I could understand why the city was in this state, but understanding and staying here were two completely different things. Just walking the short distance from the city gates to the stables, I witnessed several skirmishes break out. I had no desire to rest in such an environment. It felt like even if we rested here, it wouldn't really be rest. Crash! Before I could even finish my thought, a stall was destroyed, and fruits went flying. Plop! I caught an apple that came flying at high speed. The condition? Not bad. Taking a bite out of the ripened apple, a fresh, crisp texture and tangy juice filled my mouth. Did I take too big of a bite? The juice that didn't make it into my mouth trickled down the corner of my lips, so I wiped it off with the back of my hand. Ugh, sticky. Looking around for something to wipe with, I noticed Dayan was distracted by the commotion nearby, so I casually wiped my hand on the hem of her clothes. It seemed there had been a problem between a fruit vendor and a mercenary. If they were to fight using strength, the mercenary would obviously win, but no sane person would wield a weapon in a place like this. Which means, that mercenary arguing with the vendor must be out of his mind. Clang! The mercenary grabbed a gleaming axe in his hand. His eyes, now lost in rage, shone just like the blade of his axe. Whoa, are you crazy? Hey, stop him! Someone stop this guy, now. Sensing the escalating tension, other mercenaries watching from the sidelines grabbed him and dragged him away somewhere. Thanks to that, his actions ended as an attempt, but judging from the gazes of the nearby merchants, it didn't seem like that mercenary would be able to conduct his business freely in this city anymore. He'd probably have to pay more than the average price just to buy a single apple. Really peaceful, isn't it? Peaceful. Obviously, that was sarcasm. Ignoring Dayan's bewildered gaze, I took another bite of the apple. It was still delicious. Kana, that apple. Huh. What about the apple? I lifted the apple I'd been munching on, showing it to her. Joni, do you want a bite too? No, that's not it. That apple, didn't it just fly over here earlier? So, you haven't paid for it, have you? You should pay for it. You can't just eat it like that. I sheepishly hid the apple behind me, which I had been proudly holding a moment ago. Shaking her head as if she couldn't believe it, Dayan walked up to the vendor. I'm sorry. My little sister picked up a fallen apple and ate it. Here's the money for it. Oh, I wouldn't have noticed if you had just let it pass, but thank you for being honest. I'm really sorry. I don't mind, just make sure to tell your sister not to pick up things and eat them. She could get sick from eating something off the ground, especially in a place like this. A place like this. Miss, it seems like this is your first time in this city, right? Yes, that's right. How did you know? It's rare to find someone who would go out of their way to pay for a single apple in the middle of a commotion like that. Normally, people would just think they got lucky and keep their mouths shut. Is that so? ZRRP. While conversing with the merchant, Dayan threw me a sharp glare. I quietly hid behind Seline. Oh dear, Seline muttered with a wry smile, but still pulled the hem of her nun's habit to cover me. It's not like I intended to eat it secretly or anything. It's just that I got caught up in the atmosphere. If you leave the city and go a little further, you'll enter the territory influenced by the demonic race. That's why people here rarely leave the city. And if they do, it's usually heading inland. Oh, except for the mercenaries. It's because of the Magi, right? Is this city okay? Yes. There are priests and nuns sent from the sacred kingdom. Thanks to their efforts, the city is relatively safe. But the merchant suddenly lowered his voice. There are still people who try to sell items contaminated with Magi at a cheaper price, so you have to be careful. Especially with food. So that's why you warned me not to pick up things off the ground. Yes. If someone eats something contaminated with Magi, it could lead to severe poisoning. Even if it's not that, picking up something a mercenary dropped could lead to trouble. The mercenaries here are much rougher than those in other places. Dayan nodded her head and looked around. She was glancing around, as if searching for something, and soon found me hiding behind Seline. Striding over, she relayed the conversation she'd had with the vendor. You understand, right, Kana? You can't just put anything that looks tasty into your mouth. After finishing her explanation, she emphasized her words to me with utmost seriousness. However, my reaction was, isn't it fine? I mean, what's the big deal? I had eaten things that were slightly contaminated by Magi before without any problems. Besides, even if I got into a fight with mercenaries, I'm confident I could take them down. Kana. Dayan's eyes lit up with anger at my response. She then launched into a rapid-fire lecture, explaining that even if something wasn't contaminated with Magi, eating things off the ground was unhygienic, could lead to illness, and so on. Ugh. Fine, I won't eat it. Happy. I surrendered, raising a white flag after listening to her nagging until my ears were about to fall off. It's not like I ate anything off the ground, nor did I have any intention of doing so. And seriously, I'm not a child who would just pick up random things to eat. Although, there was a time when I had to eat like that to survive. Promise me? That's so childish. Fine, I get it. I grumbled as she held out her pinky, but when I saw her eyebrows twitch, I quickly linked my pinky with hers. Since I was the one at fault in this situation, I obediently let her pull me along, bowed my head to the vendor, and he waved his hand dismissively. It happens. Here, would you like a cherry? Tha. Thank you. I ended up getting another fruit out of nowhere. I looked up at Dayan, wondering if she'd want to eat it, but she was busy talking to the vendor and didn't pay me any attention. When I offered it to Seline, she smiled gently and declined. Well, I guess I'll have to eat it myself. Chomp. So, what brings you to this city? It's not exactly a place that noble ladies would visit. Haha, well, I'm a mercenary myself. A mercenary? I didn't notice the sword you're carrying. Well, it's not a bad place for mercenaries to earn some money. Back in the days of Graces, there were no support funds or anything, but ever since it collapsed, support funds for exterminating monsters are regularly provided. Were you originally from Graces? Oh, no, I'm from another kingdom. I ended up here while looking for work. As you can see, the situation's not great, though. He shrugged, gesturing to the ruined stall. Anyway, it's good to earn money, but if you ever feel something's wrong with your body, it's better to come back quickly. I've seen too many people lose their lives by being greedy. Thanks for the advice. But I'm not here to make money. Huh? Then why did you come to a place like this? I'm planning to go to the demonic races village. The demonic races village. The vendor, who had been casually conversing with Dayan, scrunched his face. With a clear expression of disgust, he spoke. You mean that garbage dump? Garbage dump. The dictionary definition is a designated place for disposing of garbage, but in the Western continent, formerly the territory of the Graces Kingdom, the term garbage dump held a different connotation. It referred to a place where trash that couldn't mingle with humans gathered to live. It was where the demonic race, who came over from Laxia, resided. That was what people meant by garbage dump. The path leading out of the bustling city toward Laxia. Dayan, who had been deep in thought all this time, suddenly spoke up. Kana, did you know that they call the place where the demonic race lives a garbage dump? That's what you were thinking about. I was wondering what she was so deeply contemplating, but it turned out to be nothing much. I knew. So what? I just thought, people really do hate the demonic race more than I imagined. Garbage dump is a mild term. There are far worse ones. This is mild. Yeah, for example, words like bleep or beep. Wait, Kana, stop. There's also beep, and mmph. Stop. No more bad words. Dayan's slender hand covered my mouth. I tried to shake my head and free myself from her grasp, but Dayan's hand persistently held onto me and wouldn't let go. MMMFF. You can't use such bad words? Got it. Poha, I only mentioned them because you seemed curious. Regardless, it's a no. How would others feel if they heard such words? And saying things like that will rot your brain and make your cute face ugly. Wow, that's some serious effect. But, seeing how dim-witted nobles and royals get, I doubt it's because of bad words. Their speech might have been refined, but the intent behind their words was impure. Those who despised direct speech twisted even simple phrases multiple times over. What sounded like a compliment was often an insult, and if it seemed like an insult, it was definitely an insult. Wait, come to think of it, I guess it was always an insult, wasn't it? So, was that why I got angry whenever I listened to them? Joni, how would you feel if someone said, you have a natural talent for swordsmanship? Isn't that a compliment? I'd feel good if it were me. Unfortunately, it's not. What that really means is, you're too dumb to do anything else, so you'll be swinging a sword for the rest of your life. Dayan looked at me with a skeptical expression. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? They could genuinely be complimenting you. Who knows? Until you experience it yourself, you won't understand. People never truly understand a statement's weight until they've gone through it themselves. That's why I didn't bother trying to convince her and shrugged, steering the conversation back to the original topic. Anyway, do you see why I said garbage dump is mild now? Yeah. I guess compared to those, it's pretty tame. Dayan seemed to be recalling the deeply resentful things people have said about the demonic race and spoke reluctantly. Still, calling it a garbage dump. It does feel a bit wrong. It's less malicious in comparison, but ultimately, it's still lumping the demonic race together as trash. No wonder Dayan felt uncomfortable about it. What's interesting is that even the demonic race didn't deny the term. Some of them even chastised themselves more harshly than humans did. They consider themselves sinners. They may have been driven by necessity, but they took the lives of countless people across the Ardena continent. And they were sinners who abandoned their duties and fled. Thus, the demonic race refused to name the place they lived. They believed they didn't deserve the right to name it. Duties? What duties? You'll find out soon. Gah. After all, the reason we're heading to Laxia is precisely because of that. I responded to Dayan, whose lips were pouting, as I looked forward. Beyond the distant horizon, shrouded in thick magi, the land of sinners came into view, step by step. As we approached the land of sinners, the dense magi in the air grew thicker, trying to press in on me, but it couldn't break through the mana I had layered around myself, so it merely lashed out powerlessly. I glanced over at Seline, who maintained her usual gentle expression, as if this level of magi didn't bother her at all. That was expected. The real concern was Dayan. I looked back at Dayan, the weakest among us, and the one I worried about the most. Huff. I'm okay. It's not too bad. Thankfully, Dayan, the weakest member of our group, seemed to be holding up just fine. She looked a little pale, but that was probably due to nerves. The ring on her finger was gleaming, indicating that the magic artifact was functioning as intended. Well, considering it was made from the dragon orb, it would have been odd if it didn't work at all. The real test, however, would be whether it remained effective once we entered Laxia. It's dark. It's dark. It means it's dark. Oh, I see. Just as she said, even though it was far from sundown, the area around us was shrouded in darkness. The sunlight was clearly shining down from above, but it felt like we were looking through an opaque veil due to the magi in the air. If a normal person came here, they wouldn't last more than a few minutes before coughing up blood. Oh, I see a village. Seline, with her hand shielding her eyes, suddenly exclaimed brightly. A stockade visible through the thick magi. She must have spotted it too. From a distance, the stockade looked high and sturdy enough to be mistaken for a fortress wall. Yes, it certainly looked sturdy, but, if one wanted to bring it down, it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Kana. No, I wasn't saying I would do it. I was referring to monsters, beasts, or humans, not myself. If I had meant myself, I wouldn't have made such a tentative comment like, it probably could be brought down. I can slice through castle walls, why wouldn't I be able to destroy a measly stockade? Yeah, that's true. Though this explanation left me feeling oddly unsatisfied, I managed to convince Dayan. As we exchanged trivial banter, the distant stockade quickly loomed right before us. Stop. Just as we found the entrance to the stockade and were about to enter the village, a deep voice rang out from above. Looking up, I saw a man with a bloodless white face and black horns protruding from the sides of his head, staring down at us from the watchtower. What brings humans here? We're here to board a ship. What did you say? The man's sudden outburst startled Dayan, making her flinch and dart her eyes around nervously. Does he think we're here to invade Laxia? She whispered anxiously. But her worry didn't last long. I can't hear you? Speak louder. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I guess not. With the man's response, Dayan let out an awkward chuckle. I prodded her side. Joni, you tell him. Why? Can't you understand him? If I couldn't, I wouldn't have responded, right? That's true. Wait, we're not even using Granic language, so how is he understanding us? Think about that later. Just speak up, he's waiting. Okay. But if you can understand, why don't you just speak for yourself, Kana? It's too much hassle to yell. Raising my voice is such a pain. Could there be a more bothersome task? My straightforward reply made Dayan close her mouth. She looked like she had a lot more to say, but as I tugged at her robe, she sighed and shook her head. I think I heard her muttering something like, "You cheeky little brat," but it was probably just my imagination. We've come to board a ship heading to Laxia. Laxia. The man who had been shouting loudly suddenly fell silent. Dong. Ding. Then, a bell from the watchtower began to toll. After a short while, the commotion inside the stockade began to grow louder. Rumble, rumble. With a heavy scraping noise, the enormous gate of the stockade started to open. Naturally, what emerged from within were members of the demonic race. About 10 in total, the demonic beings held their weapons at the ready, displaying intense vigilance toward us. Kana, can I hold your hand? Perhaps feeling nervous at the demonic being's blatant hostility, Dayan gripped my hand tightly. Her hand, as pale as her face, was damp with sweat. Why are you so nervous? Why wouldn't I be? What if a fight breaks out? We fought just fine last time. That's. Dayan mumbled and swallowed her words. The confidence she had displayed when confronting the one-armed swordsman had vanished, and she'd reverted to being a coward. See? People's true nature doesn't change that easily. Enjoying a moment of triumphant satisfaction, I squeezed Dayan's hand. Don't worry. I'll protect you. There's no way I'd lose to enemies of that level. Dayan, who had been staring blankly at me, suddenly smiled brightly. Kana, is it okay if I fall for you? That would be a bit troublesome. Haha, just kidding. There's no way I'd fall for my little sister. Still, that was pretty cool. Muttering softly to herself, she squeezed my hand back just as firmly. With such a dependable little sister, why was I even nervous? Although I was aware I'd just said something quite embarrassing. At least her tension had eased. That's what mattered, right? What business do you have in Laxia? While we were chatting, one of the demonic beings stepped forward and asked. Judging by his gear, the man who posed the question seemed to be the highest ranking among the group. I'll explain. Before I could answer, Seline stepped forward. The divine energy that bloomed from her hand gently swirled around us before reaching out to the demonic beings. They, who had been startled by the sudden influx of divine power, felt the gentle touch of its energy soothing their bodies, and they gradually relaxed, lowering their weapons. Does this explanation suffice? You're a nun who serves Lady Edel, aren't you? The man's previously stern demeanor shifted almost instantly. Regardless of Dayan's confusion over the sudden change in attitude, the man continued. Bowing his head deeply, he gestured with his hand. Following his signal, the group of demonic beings that had surrounded us parted to either side. Our apologies for the intrusion. No, you were just doing your duty. But may we come inside and continue this conversation? Anyone who serves Lady Edel is always welcome. Seline turned toward us and smiled brightly. We've received permission, so let's head inside. The demonic race's village seemed similar to the villages in Graces, yet oddly different. Graces and the demonic race's land are situated right next to each other, so they must have unknowingly influenced each other over the years. This place has a strange vibe. Dayan, who was looking around, shared her impression. They're smiling, but it feels like there's something lurking beneath. Do you think something happened? Who knows? Even if you ask me, I have no way of knowing. Is there actually something that even the all-knowing Kana doesn't know? Are you teasing me? No, not at all. But she didn't seem serious about it. Just as I sent a suspicious look Dayan's way, the man leading us down the street began to speak, sensing my discomfort at the stares directed our way. It's probably because it's rare to see someone who appears perfectly fine. A perfectly fine human, you mean? Yes. Most of the humans we've encountered are those who've succumbed to magi and are on the brink of death, or those who come charging at us with reckless abandon. The man didn't elaborate further, but it wasn't hard to guess what he left unsaid. Whatever it was, it probably wasn't a pleasant memory. Dayan must have thought the same as me because her previously chattering mouth went quiet. Somehow, the atmosphere grew heavier. Within this thick tension, we arrived in front of a building where the man finally stopped. We've arrived. And this is the Lord's Manor. A manor. I looked up at the building. Compared to the surrounding structures, it was larger and more ornate. That much was true, but it didn't carry the same grandeur one might expect from a place where someone important lived. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the home of a well-off merchant. Kriak. At that moment, the manor's door swung open. I'm telling you, I'm not a lord, and this isn't a manor. The voice came from inside the manor. The person who appeared as the door opened was a woman with a languid look in her eyes, her tone matching her appearance. Her already pale complexion, characteristic of the demonic race, was accentuated by deep, dark circles under her eyes, making her look as if she might collapse at any moment. Between her disheveled black hair protruded two long, black horns. They were significantly larger than the horns of the man who guided us. Her horns. However, her right horn was only half as long as her left, as if someone had snapped it off. Ah, this. When Duyan murmured while looking at the jagged edge of the broken horn, the woman raised her hand and lightly touched the damaged part. It got cut off. Would it be rude to ask how it happened? It's not something to be embarrassed about. This is my proudest scar. Her face bore nothing but pure pride as she spoke. It happened while I was fighting a dimensional creature in Laxia. It was quite a formidable one. But I took it down with my own hands, of course. She puffed out her chest as she said that. It was quite a proud stance, but considering she looked younger than Dayan and her tired expression, it didn't come off as imposing. Much like the manor she lived in. My lord, perhaps it's best if we head inside first. Ah, shall we? The longer we lingered in front of the manor, the more eyes were drawn toward us. It seemed news had spread about the appearance of humans, as the number of demonic beings hovering around us clearly increased. Noticing the cautious atmosphere, the woman gestured towards us. Come in. Then, I'll take my leave. Thank you. With the man leaving, it was just us and the woman left in the manor. The woman who led us into what seemed to be a parlor paused as she lifted the teapot. Would you like some tea? Ah, but maybe humans shouldn't drink this. Huh? Why not? Because the tea leaves are infused with magi. You seemed fine on the way here, so it might be okay, but you never know. Ah, that could be a problem. Then I'll just have water. I'll drink it. At my words, the woman looked at me curiously. She glanced up and down at me, from head to toe, and then focused her gaze back on my face. If you really want to, I won't stop you. But it's a bit bitter. Are you sure you'll be fine? Is there anything sweet? There was, but I'm all out. Then I won't have any. I see. And what about you? I'll have some, please. In the end, only Seline was served tea. A fragrant yet slightly bitter aroma filled the parlor. Click. Phew. How about we start with introductions? The woman placed her teacup down and spoke with a long sigh. My name's Artisha. Call me Artie or Tisha, whatever you prefer. With a slow, deliberate tone, Artisha took a sip of her tea. I'm Joni. Feel free to call me Joni. Canaria. I'm Seline. Pleased to meet you. Following her lead, we introduced ourselves. Artisha, who barely reacted to our names, picked up the teapot. Drip, drip. She poured the tea into her empty cup and asked us, what brings humans to a place like this? We're heading to Laxia. Pause. Laxia. The tea pouring into the cup came to an abrupt stop. There's only one Laxia I know of. That's the one. Laxia, the homeland of your people, the demonic continent Laxia. The fatigue vanished from Artisha's face, her eyes sharpening instantly. From beside me, I faintly heard the sound of someone swallowing nervously. Whether you can get there or not is one thing, but why do humans want to go there? You're really cautious. Of course, I'd be wary if someone as powerful as you said you wanted to go to Laxia. That's a valid point. Her words seemed to pierce right through my power level. A stranger suddenly appearing, claiming they want to visit Laxia, her homeland, no less was bound to raise suspicion. So instead of lamenting her distrust, I swiftly got to the main point. We're here to help fulfill the wish of your people. Would that be a sufficient answer? That's not something humans should know about. Thud. How on earth did you come to know that? Artisha set down the teapot, her eyes brimming with unmistakable wariness. Ominous magi began to seep out from her broken horn in ominous streams. What a hassle. I brushed away the magi with a casual wave of my hand, as if swatting away a buzzing mosquito, and called for someone who could vouch for my identity. Seline. Yes. Understanding my intention perfectly, Seline unleashed a level of divine power she had never displayed before. The golden waves pushed back the magi that had filled the room. Seeing the divine power gently repel the magi as if soothing a child, Artisha's eyes widened in astonishment. This amount of divine power. Are you some kind of saint? Not yet, but you have the potential to be. Artisha nodded her head in understanding. Yes. If that's the case, it makes sense. Bringing Seline along was a great decision. There's no need for lengthy explanations, just show divine power, and they'll accept it without question. Of course, my main goal was to protect our group from the effects of magi and to prepare for any unexpected situations, but having such versatility is always a good thing. Wait a moment. Shinduyan, who had been shuffling her feet nervously since she felt left out of the conversation, suddenly jumped in. What exactly is this wish you mentioned? Artisha turned her gaze to Dayan as if to ask, who is this? Even though Dayan flinched slightly under the coldness of Artisha's stare, she held her ground and stared back. The other two seemed to know, but you don't. I'm just following Kana's lead. Even when I asked, I was told I'd find out later, so how would I know? Talking about other people's circumstances without permission is rude. Don't throw logic at me like that in a moment like this. Why was she yelling? Dayan really has a temper sometimes. I asked for Artisha's permission. Can I explain? Sure, I don't mind. Artisha granted permission more easily than I expected. I thought she might hesitate a bit, considering that the demonic race sees their departure from Laxia as something to be ashamed of. Since I've gotten permission, I should start explaining before Dayan starts sulking. The original name of the demonic race is the Purifier Clan. The Purifier Clan. Yeah, hearing this would naturally bring up more questions. What do they purify? As expected, Dayan's reaction was typical and straightforward. Magi. They purify magi and convert it back into ordinary mana. That's the destiny and duty given to the demonic race, the Purifier clan, by Edel. In the world of Cilia, there's an energy called mana. People often think of mana as a means to grow stronger or as a convenient power source, but in truth, mana is more like the air that living beings need to survive. The problem is that, like air, mana can also become polluted. As it flows through various life forms and as time passes, mana becomes contaminated and turbid. When it becomes polluted, mana adversely affects living beings. Edel, aware of this, created a system. A system that gathers polluted mana, purifies it, and releases the purified mana back into the world. A cycle that encompasses the entire world of Cilia. That polluted mana is what people commonly call magi. Then, the demonic continent Laxia is. Yes, that's right. It's the final destination of the system Edel created. The place where polluted mana is purified and returned to its original state. That's what the demonic continent Laxia truly is. If you think of magi as waste, then calling Laxia a landfill wouldn't be entirely wrong. Although, people probably didn't know that when they started calling it that. And the ones responsible for handling that massive purification were. It was us, the Purifier clan. Doesn't seem like much after hearing it, huh? Shindoyan, who had been listening to my story with a blank expression, blinked her eyes. No, it's actually a big deal. The goddess, appearing in the form of a woman, spoke. There is something I must ask of you. Her voice, so reverent that just hearing it was overwhelming, caused the people to bow their heads. How could they dare to lift their heads and gaze upon the voice of their creator, the mother of all things? Hearing this, I spoke to Edel. Aren't you embellishing it a bit too much? No way. Every child who faces my true form reacts like that. Why, though? No matter how I look at it, she still seems like a goddess with a few screws loose. You're the strange one. In any case, the goddess, standing before her creations, bestowed upon them her divine authority. The authority of purification, a power that returns what is corrupted to its original state. If you have such authority, why not just do it yourself? A god's position is incredibly demanding, you know. Monitoring to ensure the system is running smoothly, checking if there are any intrusions, just keeping an eye on all of that keeps me constantly busy. But you couldn't stop it, could you? Are you going to keep saying that? Sorry. Please continue. The goddess, while granting them authority, also gave them a mission. Their mission was to purify the polluted mana and return it to the world, an honorable duty to maintain the balance of the world. Having been blessed with divine authority and entrusted with such a noble mission, the creations shed tears of joy and pledged to fulfill their duties to the goddess. And, just as the goddess intended, for tens, hundreds, or perhaps even more than 1,000 years, they remained steadfast in their roles, dutifully carrying out their mission. Then, one day, they realized that the divine power they had received from the goddess was weakening. The authority, once powerful enough to purify any corruption, gradually weakened over time to the point where they could no longer cleanse even the smallest speck of impurity. Eventually, it disappeared entirely from within them. They were bewildered. But more than that, they were despairing. The children believed they lost their divine authority because of their own wrongdoing. They thought the goddess had taken back her gift because they had neglected their mission. But the truth was different. While battling the dimensional creatures, Edel was pushed into a corner, and her power started to diminish. The authority of purification originally belonged to Edel. The strength of the Purifier clan originated from Edel, and as her power weakened, the authority she had shared with them also diminished and eventually vanished. It wasn't until much later, as she was barely fending off the relentless attacks, that Edel realized what had happened. I'm truly sorry for what they've endured. They suffered because of my inadequacy. Laxia, the land where polluted mana gathers. When the authority of purification disappeared, and the mana could no longer be cleansed, magi gradually began to engulf Laxia. Ordinary living beings would not have been able to endure it and would have perished. But the Purifier clan was different. Created to cleanse polluted mana and having wielded the authority for so long, their bodies slowly adapted to resist magi. Their hair and eyes turned black as magi tainted them. Conversely, their skin turned pale white, and black horns sprouted on both sides of their heads. The horns, growing darker and larger, helped their bodies to better manage the flow of magi. Thanks to this, they were able to survive in the magi-infested Laxia. But as time passed and the concentration of magi deepened, even those who could withstand it began to fall. Even among the Purifier clan, there were varying degrees of strength, and those born after the loss of the divine authority were more susceptible to magi than the previous generations. With each passing generation, they became more vulnerable to magi, while the concentration of magi in Laxia only increased. At this rate, it was clear the clan would perish. Thus, the Purifier clan made a decision. Goddess Edel, please forgive us for abandoning our mission and leaving behind those who could still endure it and those who would rather die than forsake their mission. They set out on a journey. They sailed across the sea, seeking a new continent where they could survive. As a result, war broke out. This was the start of the First Race War, followed by the Second Race War. Having heard the full story from Edel, I couldn't quite understand. Is a mission really that important, even at the cost of one's life? I told you, you're the strange one. The children I created can't help but instinctively revere me when they see me. I still don't get it. Is it a feeling akin to having a parent? Thinking of Garrett, I then recalled the faces of my biological parents, and my expression twisted. Edel nodded knowingly, folding her arms. It's an instinct of the soul, so it's natural that you don't understand. Anyway, was this explanation sufficient to grasp the overall situation? For now, yes. So what do you want from me? It's simple. She slowly released her clasped hands. Like a butterfly set free, divine energy fluttered softly from her hands. Liberate those children. Release them from the heavy shackles of their mission. Can't you just do it yourself? If I could, I would have done it already. Unfortunately, my power has weakened too much to influence Laxia. Besides, if I intervene directly, the situation could worsen, and there's a chance that they might detect it. You're useless. Yes, I'm sorry for being such a useless goddess, so wouldn't the very capable Kana-chan help this powerless goddess out? What's with the Kana-chan now? It's a popular phrase on Earth these days. Isn't it cute? Ugh. Edel's expression soured instantly. Kana. Yeah. Lost in thoughts about my conversation with Edel, I was brought back to reality by Dayan calling my name. To think of Edel calling me Kana-chan. It's still horrifying no matter how many times I think about it. So, should I call the demonic race by their original name, the Purifier Clan? Call them whatever you're comfortable with. Oh, okay. So, is the demonic race's long-cherished wish to return to Laxia and fulfill their original mission? Well, for me, yes. For you. Not only Dayan, but I also questioned Artisha's uncertain reply. Kids these days don't really have a sense of mission. Some even hold grudges against Edel. Who knows what'll happen to the world? Tisk. Artisha clicked her tongue. Starting with kids these days and leading into concerns for the world, it flowed naturally together. You feel oddly familiar. What do you mean? No, I definitely didn't mean it felt like Kana. Startled by my words, Dayan, who was sneaking glances at me, responded in a panic. As if, for the sin of making baseless accusations, plus the added sin of lying, I delivered her punishment. Gah! Dayan let out a strange scream as she fell to the ground. Artisha didn't even spare a glance at Dayan, who was now clutching her side on the floor. If it weren't for these horns, I would have stayed in Laxia. The horns are organs that allow the demonic race to endure magi. Though Artisha still has one intact, allowing her to live in the presence of magi, the broken one means she likely wouldn't have been able to withstand the dense magi that permeates Laxia. But, to think that not a demonic race member, but a human, would offer to fulfill our wish. How curious. Artisha said this as she took a sip of tea. Kana isn't just any human. A human is a human. What's different? She met Edel directly and received a request from her. From Goddess Edel? She made a request to this little one. Yes, really. Little one. Well, I suppose that makes sense. Considering how young I look compared to my actual age, I understand why Artisha would react that way. I decided to forgive her for calling me a little one right to my face. So, what I'm about to say isn't out of spite for being called little. What? Don't believe me, old hag. Old hag. Oh, sorry. It slipped out. What a rude little brat you are. I didn't get much etiquette training when I was young. Ack. She's using her ultimate move. Before I knew it, Dayan, who had risen again, clapped her hands over her mouth. Artisha was momentarily at a loss for words, seemingly stunned by my self-deprecating comment. I wasn't really bothered by it, though. There's nothing to be ashamed of, so why should I care? She's still young, so it's understandable. Artisha quietly backed down. A single bead of cold sweat trickled down her pale forehead. That aside, Kana, why would you call a young lady like her an old hag? It's not like you were looking at me that way too, right? Gasp, could it be that you didn't call me sister on purpose? What nonsense. I grabbed Dayan by the hair and pulled her down from the train of delusions she was on. The demonic race has a much longer lifespan than humans. They age at an incredibly slow pace. That means they only look young and aren't necessarily young in age. Although, it might be worth confirming if she's actually young or not. Like you, Kana. Kana, you look a lot younger than your actual age too. Yeah, like me. Even with one horn broken, the aura she emitted earlier was quite fearsome. From that, I could guess how formidable she must have been in her prime. She was probably among the stronger members of the demonic race. According to Edel, there's a limit to how strong beings in Celia's world can become. That likely applies to the demonic race as well, so Artisha must have spent a great deal of time reaching that level. Or so I speculated, and judging by how Artisha bristled at my words, it seems I was right. Once Artisha backed down, the tension gradually eased. Should we make peace? Yeah. Artisha and I exchanged glances, and we both nodded in agreement. It's still hard to believe, but I'll trust you. You're willing to help us. I'll at least hear you out. It's not like she could accept without knowing what kind of help we needed. Dayan, who had been halfway out of her seat, scratched her head sheepishly and sat back down. We need two main things. Two things. A ship to take us to Laxia, and a captain who knows the route and can steer it. We can probably figure things out once we're inside Laxia. It wouldn't be right to ask such a thing from someone who fled because they couldn't withstand the magi. If that's all, I can help. We have enough ships, and I can steer one myself. You, Artisha, do you not want me to? No, it's not that. It's just that you're a lord, right? It's surprising to hear that a lord knows how to steer a ship. I'm not the kind of lord you're imagining. I just don't have a better title, so I'm called a lord. I see. Still, is it okay for you to leave your position? It's not like there are many who can withstand the magi around Laxia anyway. Finding someone strong enough to handle it would be difficult. Finding someone who can steer a ship would be even harder. Artisha yawned widely as she said this. Then, can I ask for your help? But not right now. Just when things were going smoothly, her words threw a wrench in the gears. I tilted my head in confusion and waited for Artisha to explain, watching as her mouth slowly opened. I can't leave my position right now. Artisha started to speak. The story began with, it was a few months ago. Monsters around the village were found dead. At first, I thought it was just territory disputes, like monsters usually do, but that wasn't the end of it. More and more hunters returned empty-handed, and even powerful monsters that were normally hard for them to hunt were found dead. At that point, Artisha realized that something unusual was going on. She assembled an investigation team to look into it, and soon enough, the team led by Artisha herself was able to identify the cause of the problem. In fact, it was so easy to find that it was strange they hadn't discovered it sooner. A massive body covered in thick scales. With each flap of its pair of wings, a storm-like wind would blow, and its sharp claws easily tore through the hides of its prey. And the final touch was the dark crimson flame flickering inside its gaping maw. We call it Chromo's shadow. Chromo. Why was that name suddenly being brought up here? The name Chromo was one that no one living on the Ardena continent would be unfamiliar with. After all, it was a name often heard since childhood. The name of the evil dragon that once drove the Ardena continent into despair and ruin. That was the name of Chromo. And the evil dragon Chromo was slain by Zigrid with the help of Grazid. Of course, founding myths are often exaggerated to justify the ruler's power, but I knew for a fact that Chromo being slain by Zigrid was neither an exaggeration nor a lie. So, it was a name that shouldn't have come out of Artisha's mouth. Why was the name of a dragon that died hundreds of years ago suddenly being mentioned here? Artisha noticed my gaze, which demanded further explanation. If it were really Chromo, this place would have already been reduced to rubble, so it's probably not the real one. It seemed that even Artisha, who came from Laxia, knew about the story of Chromo. Then why did you call it Chromo? I didn't say it was Chromo. I said it's Chromo's shadow. It's the same thing. Whether it's Chromo's shadow or whatever follows that name, it doesn't matter. The important part is why that name is being mentioned at all, not the words that come after it. It called itself Chromo with its own mouth. But of course, I couldn't believe it, so we're just calling it that. Maybe it really is Chromo resurrected. But its power is far from what it was during its prime. If it had the same power as back then, it would have been rampaging and destroying the Ardena continent out of fury over its death. It's different from the Chromo in the stories, but at the same time, it's not something to be taken lightly considering its strength. Similar but different. That's why they gave it the name Chromo's shadow, as Artisha explained. Chromo's shadow? Hearing it just like that, I can't quite get a grasp of it. Just because one of her horns were cut off doesn't mean she lost her sight, so it should be a creature that lives up to its name to some extent. I absent-mindedly fiddled with my long side hair and got lost in thought. Is that why you can't leave your position? Yeah. If I leave, I won't be able to respond properly if it attacks. If it was that powerful, it would have attacked long ago. More importantly, what kind of village is it that collapses if one person is gone? That's not an ideal structure in any way. I grumbled inwardly and suddenly stopped, struck by a sense of déjà vu. Wait. Why does this feel so familiar? It reminds me of a country that was destroyed recently. Is that why it was ruined? I understand your situation. If you're an optimistic person, you might suggest to trust others or that everything will be fine. But Artisha wasn't an optimistic person from what I could tell, so saying those things wouldn't resonate with her. And I didn't want to make such idealistic comments either. However, it seemed Dillian had a slightly different thought process from the two of us. Wouldn't it be okay if you go and come back quickly? Dillian cautiously raised her hand and voiced her opinion. Naturally, her opinion was rejected at a speed close to light, along with a question of whether she could take responsibility if anything happened. I patted Dillian's drooping shoulders and turned to face Artisha. Then when do you think you'd be able to leave your position? I don't think it'll be possible until that thing disappears or settles down somewhere else. In other words, she couldn't leave until she was certain that it was completely safe. Considering these people had fled Laxia to settle on the Ardena continent just to survive, it was understandable that they prioritized safety. Moreover, since we were the ones making the request, it wasn't like we could force them to do anything. Yeah, their aspiration. We are offering to fulfill the aspiration they've longed for, so perhaps it's not entirely a one-sided request. But I still haven't given them enough reason to believe that I can fulfill that aspiration. If I pushed my position too forcefully in this situation, I might end up hearing something like, "I've changed my mind. I'm not going." It didn't seem like Artisha would do that, but you never know. I dodged Dillian's hands as she kept trying to pat my head and spoke. Then we just need to get rid of it. You said it's impossible as long as that thing, whether it's Chromo's shadow or whatever, is still around. So, if we get rid of it, then the problem's solved, right? That's easy. Eliminate the source of the problem to resolve it. It's a simple solution. But Artisha blinked as if she couldn't understand this simple solution. Easy. Then, looking oddly more tired, she let out a deep sigh. It's not like we haven't tried to hunt down the shadow. Artisha gulped down the contents of her cup in one go. She did it as if she were drinking alcohol rather than tea. Clank. When she placed the teacup back on the saucer, her hand moved a bit more roughly than before. The bottom line is, it's impossible. We don't have the strength to take it down. For whatever reason, it hadn't invaded yet, but even the demonic race didn't have the ability to defeat it. An unproductive and stagnant standoff without progress or retreat. That was the current situation between Chromo's shadow and the demonic race. After hearing Articia's explanation, I spoke. I'll help you. You. Articia looked at me with a doubtful expression, to which I raised a finger. A pink mana started to flicker on the tip of my finger. Flick. With a slight movement of my finger, the handle of the teacup fell off. You infused your mana with color. Articia was shocked, sending me a gaze full of disbelief. If previously, Articia's look was one of pure disbelief, as if questioning, you have that level of power, now it seemed like she couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. You're not just a cocky little brat, are you? Muttering to herself, Articia regained her composure. So, what do you think? Do you see some potential now? If a strong individual like you is willing to help, I'd definitely welcome it. As expected, seeing is better than hearing 100 times. While nodding and once again affirming the wisdom of the old saying, I felt someone tugging at the hem of my clothes. It was, of course, none other than Dayan. Chromo's shadow, isn't that way too dangerous? Kana, you said it yourself before. Dragons aren't easy to deal with. Did I say that? Back when we faced the rain buffalo. Maybe I did. Now that she mentioned it, I vaguely remembered having that conversation. I might have worded it a bit differently, but the general meaning was the same, so there was no need to correct her. Perhaps weighed down by the name of Chromo, Dayan was fidgeting and couldn't sit still. If it were a real dragon, that's true. I'd need to see it in person to be sure, but just listening to Articia, it didn't sound like it was an actual dragon. If it possessed that kind of power, the demonic race, including Articia, would have already packed up and fled or been annihilated. But it's still dangerous, isn't it? That's true. I readily agreed with Dayan's words. But we can't just sit around and wait. Sitting with our arms crossed, hoping it would simply relocate on its own, would be nothing more than wishful thinking. We don't even know if it's planning to move, or if it'll move at all. Just waiting around in hope doesn't suit me. And also, I'm getting curious. To quench this curiosity, I'd have to face it directly. Judging by the fact that it called itself Chromo, it seemed capable of communicating unlike lower-tier monsters, so it might be worth trying to have a conversation. If it refuses to talk, well, maybe a bit of physical conversation will change its mind. Tap, tap. Kana, you're scaring me. Dayan, trembling, backed away from me as I absent-mindedly tapped on my sword's scabbard. Should I show her what being really scary looks like? That thought flitted through my mind for a moment before vanishing. She's overreacting, and it's a bit annoying, but now isn't the time to assert dominance. Anything I should be aware of? Any peculiarities? I'm not exactly sure. Articia shared what she had observed with me. It can fly, it's extremely fast, it's shrouded in magi, and it can't use magic, and so on. Listening to her, I tilted my head. Just hearing about it, I'd believe it was a wyvern. A monster resembling a dragon that can fly but can't use magic? Isn't that just a wyvern? But Articia shook her head. It's enormous, too big to be compared to a typical wyvern. I see. And it can also breathe a destructive breath. It's definitely not a wyvern. Breath attacks are the exclusive domain of dragons. There's no way a mere lesser dragon species like a wyvern could use a dragon's signature breath attack. It doesn't seem right to call it a dragon since it can't use magic, yet calling it a wyvern feels off because it can unleash a breath attack. I'll know more once I see it for myself. I carefully organized all the information I'd gathered from Articia in my mind. When will you go? Unlike Dayan, Articia didn't try to stop me. In fact, she looked at me with a subtle sense of anticipation. Tomorrow. There's an old saying that you should strike while the iron is hot. It's better to get it over with quickly rather than dragging it out. If that's the case, shouldn't you go today instead? I pretended not to hear Articia's cautious suggestion. It suddenly opened its eyes. A pitch-black darkness where not even a sliver of light could be seen. I am. Surrounded by an embracing darkness, it recalled a name. I am Chromo. At that moment, emotions flooded its mind. Rage, fear, sorrow, lament, despair. Emotions pouring in without any filter. Among them, it began to be engulfed by the most intense and overwhelming emotion. That emotion was rage. Where did this blazing rage, as if intent on burning everything to ashes, come from? Suddenly, something flashed before its eyes. Something red, burning intensely like the fury it felt. Recalling the red light that had once cleaved through its body, its breath momentarily halted. Dash. Huff. The fear of death. Its consciousness, wrapped in cold chains, became faint as it sank deep into a dark abyss. A fear that would ultimately scatter into nothingness. It gasped for breath, harshly. But it was only for a moment. How dare they? Rage flared up inside it once again. How dare they turn me into this state? Those wretched vermin, not even worth an ant's value, dared? A dark crimson fury erupted from its mouth. The intense rage it spewed could melt even the toughest of rocks. It wanted to tear apart and kill those vermin who dared cast it into this cold darkness right at this very moment. It wanted to revel in the song of lamentation and despair as it drifted off into sleep. However, it knew it was still weak. No scales as strong as steel, nor claws sharper than any renowned blade. Therefore, for now, it had to grow its strength. In the darkness that wrapped around it, it quietly opened its eyes, waiting for the day when it would spread its wings again and soar into the sky. Kana. A face I longed to see. A face I thought I could never see again. The moment I saw that face, it felt as though my breath stopped. The kind voice calling my name, and the large scar on his cheek. Everything was just as I remembered. Garrett. No. How much did I regret after being left alone? Even though I knew he was different from those who merely gave birth to me, why did I keep avoiding those 3 letters, Dad, as if it was something so awkward? I won't regret it anymore. Dad. My dad didn't say anything in response. He simply opened his arms. Dad. His embrace was firm yet warm. I surrendered myself to the warmth I thought I could never feel again. Something I had yearned for, wished for, and desired with all my heart. There was a mountain of things I wanted to say. How lonely I was after he left, what I had gone through, and how sorry I was for treating him so coldly. After sifting through the mountain of words piling up inside me, I ended up burying my face in his chest and uttering one sentence that encompassed it all. I missed you. To see Dad again, I went to the Setf kingdom and met Edel. Just as Edel told me, I went to Laxia and fulfilled the demonic race's long-cherished wish. It would be a lie to say it wasn't hard. But now that I'm able to see Dad again, it doesn't matter anymore. As if listening to my silent rambling from the depths of my heart, Dad extended his arms and patted my back gently. I felt that gentle patting and slowly closed my eyes. Kana. Yes. Are you happy? Yes. His gentle voice soothed my heart. It felt as if all the hardships I'd been through were finally being rewarded. If only this moment could last forever. Are you happy after stealing my life? There was no more gentle voice or warm gaze. What remained was a face full of hatred, looking down at me with utter contempt. As if cold water had been splashed over me, the drowsiness that had clouded my mind suddenly cleared away. Kana. Ha. I glanced around. It wasn't until I saw Dayan's worried face, holding my shoulders carefully, that I came back to my senses. It was just a dream. Realizing that it was a dream, my rapid breathing began to gradually calm down. Oh my goodness, look at this cold sweat. Your back is completely soaked? Did you have a nightmare or something? A nightmare? Yeah, maybe. Are you okay? Should I get you something warm? I'm fine. I stopped Dayan, who looked like she was about to rush out to get some warm water any second. If it's called a nightmare, then I guess it was. Calling a dream where Dad appeared a nightmare. I felt a wave of guilt rising in my chest, and yet, recalling that face contorted with loathing, my mind seemed to freeze. This won't do. I'll go tell Artisha, and you should just rest for today. There's no need. Don't make such a fuss over it. Kana. Dayan raised her voice. But I didn't back down on my words. Sensing my resolute stance, she, who had been trying to change my mind with a strong tone, shifted her approach and spoke in a softer voice. Wouldn't it be better to postpone it if you're not feeling well? What if you get hurt while pushing yourself when you're not in good condition? I'm just in a bad mood, not in bad shape. Still. No still. Fine. But if it really doesn't seem doable, promise me you'll postpone it. Okay. I said no still. Grumbling like that, I noticed Dayan stood her ground, unwilling to give an inch. In the end, she made me promise by locking our pinky fingers, and only then did she back off, seemingly satisfied. How can she be so happy about a promise that isn't binding in the least? Dayan smiled, visibly more at ease. Then shall we go have breakfast? Breakfast? Yep. We can't go fight on an empty stomach. Eating is important. No matter how cute you are, Kana, I can't let you skip your meals. I didn't plan on skipping my meals. I tilted my head while shaking off my damp clothes. We can just eat here, can't we? What are you talking about? When you're invited to someone's house, you should have meals with the host. That's true. But aren't you forgetting something? Huh? Forgetting something? What could it be? I debated whether to remind her of what she missed, but decided against it. Well, there's no rule saying the host has to serve the meal. Worst case, we can serve it ourselves, so eating together as Dayan suggested isn't a bad idea. It's not like we're short on food. I threw off the sticky clothes and changed into my usual outfit. It would have been nice if you wore something prettier. Ignoring Dayan's quiet grumbling, I finished changing and walked out with her. It wasn't a big house for a lord's mansion, so it didn't take long to find the dining room. Ah, you two are here. Seline, you're up early. Hello. Seline and Artisha, who were already there before us, greeted us warmly. As always, Seline greeted us with a gentle smile but widened her eyes in surprise. Kana, you don't look well. Did something happen? She said she had a nightmare. It must have been a really bad one because she was sweating and moaning even while she was asleep. Kana, had a nightmare. It's a bit unexpected, isn't it? I'm sorry to say this, but yes, it is. Haha, I understand how you feel. Kana always seems so strong, so it's hard to imagine her showing any signs of weakness. What are you two talking about? Huh? Just some light morning greetings. It didn't seem like that at all. I gave her a suspicious look, and Dayan lowered her gaze, smiling softly. Don't doubt me. What's with that tone? Didn't it sound reverent? Not at all. Even Edel didn't speak like that. Or maybe, thinking back, it might have been because Edel was unusual in the first place. Not that I expected reverence, but I never imagined that a deity would speak so informally. Saying she studied Earth's civilization and culture might not have been a lie, considering she casually used phrases that didn't exist in Cilia. Even I, who came from Earth, can't remember them properly. What were you doing, Seline? We were talking about the communication methods used by the Purifier clan. Oh, I found that fascinating too. Even though the language is different, you can still understand each other. How does it work? To be precise, it's not the words that you understand but the meaning behind them. You're not hearing the words but reading the intention conveyed through the mana in the words. Mana in the words. All living beings unconsciously emit mana. Since we are sensitive to both mana and magi, we're accustomed to reading it. And it's also easy for us to imbue our intent into mana and convey it. So that's why I could understand what Artisha was saying. I didn't fully understand what Seline and Diane were saying, but I could understand what Artisha was saying. Reading someone's intent through the mana they emit when they speak. That's quite intriguing. I wonder if I could do it too? I had a strong desire to try, but based on what I'd heard so far, imitating Artisha would be impossible. As I attempted to release some mana to test it, I felt 3 pairs of eyes watching me and quickly retracted it. Instead, I focused on paying closer attention to Artisha's words. Meanwhile, Artisha continued her conversation with the others as if my presence didn't matter. Artisha's voice had a languid quality, and just listening to it made me feel drowsy. Perhaps it was because I had a nightmare. I fought against the drowsiness, suppressing a yawn that escaped my lips, and overheard Seline and Diane murmuring to each other. Kana seems very sleepy. Well, children usually need a lot of sleep. Don't call me a child. Sorry. You just looked so cute yawning that I couldn't help myself. Wait a moment. Diane suddenly leaned forward. Feeling uncomfortable with her face so close, I instinctively leaned back. Kana, did I speak in Granic? Listening to Artisha's languid voice had made me so relaxed that I answered without thinking, but maybe I really did reply in Arkish. No way, did I actually succeed? Just like that? The faint flow of mana. It was a weak current that I wouldn't have even noticed under normal circumstances, but with focused concentration, I could sense it now. So this is what it's like. I finally understood what Artisha meant when she said that living beings unconsciously release mana. Feeling the flow of mana, I slowly opened my closed eyes. Nod. In response to my signal, Diane also nodded. Kana, did you know that your sister really likes you? It was a phrase I wouldn't have been able to understand before, as I had only just started learning Arkish. But it's different now. I've learned how the demonic race communicates from Artisha. I read the intention Diane conveyed through her mana. I'm an expert who can't even properly use a sword. What a noob I am. No, that's totally wrong. Diane shouted. How could I really like you turn into I'm a noob? I think it's possible. It's not possible? That's completely different. But if I can't understand, what am I supposed to do? Then could you just say you don't get it? I don't want to. It hurts my pride. Ugh, I can't stand it. You're so annoying. STRETCH. MMNGNG. Diane pulled at my cheek, stretching it out. I couldn't help but think, I didn't know my cheek could stretch this far. Be honest. You're just understanding what you want to understand, right? Otherwise, how could you catch words like chocolate, meat, or kid, but not understand other sentences? MMMNG. What are you saying? I can't understand you. MMNG. If you want me to understand, at least let go of my cheek and talk. It doesn't hurt, but looking at my cheek being stretched out like a sticky rice cake makes me feel weird. When I sent her a pleading look, Diane finally let go of my cheek. I didn't need a mirror to know that my cheek had turned bright red. I rubbed my warm cheek as I grumbled. Is this really my fault? After I began to understand Diane's words, we conducted a lot of experiments. Checking if I could understand when Diane and Seline spoke Arkish, and testing if Seline could understand me in return. The success rate was less than half, around 30%, or perhaps even less. It's not a high success rate overall, but considering that it's a skill I've only just acquired, wouldn't you say it's a satisfactory achievement? That's what I think. You can't expect to be good at something right from the start. Of all people, you shouldn't be the one saying that. Kana. Why? You seriously don't know? You always teased me, calling me a noob. With an indignant voice, Diane reached out to grab me again. I was caught off guard before, but not this time. I shook my head vigorously, dodging her grasp. It's easier to understand things you're interested in. Artisha, who had been quietly watching our exchange, spoke up. It's the same with listening. If people are talking about something you're not interested in, do you really pay attention to it? Not really, I guess. That's how it is. Honestly, it's amazing you succeeded even once. You'll be able to read other things once you get used to it. See, even Artisha says so. This means I wasn't doing it wrong. Don't look so smug. Unable to catch me, Diane clicked her tongue in frustration and lowered her hand. Even though she looked at me with an irritated expression, she didn't seem to have the resolve to try again. It was quite a sight. I guess she should have trained harder instead of slacking off. With that in mind, I also needed to train to develop my newly acquired skill further. We'll have a simple meal and then head out. I decided to put that off for later. Since we already had plans for today. Are we leaving already? I understand. Got it. There was only one objection. But even that was more of a differing opinion than a complete opposition. We don't know how long it will take, so we should head out as early as possible. If we end up getting there late and it's already dark, it's going to be a hassle. Even though I've long surpassed the point where darkness hinders me, I still feel an instinctive aversion to it. Kana, you don't like the dark either? No matter how mature you act, there's still something adorable about you. Yeah, it reminds me of the time I lived in the back alleys, so I don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm joking? The mood suddenly turned somber. I said it was a joke, but Dayan's expression showed no signs of brightening up. It really was just a joke. Despite my efforts to lighten the mood that I had unintentionally shoved into a metaphorical gutter, all my attempts ended in failure. No, failure would have been better, my efforts only made it worse. No matter what I said, her gaze was filled with a deep understanding, so I eventually gave up trying to explain. My lack of social skills and conversational ability weren't enough to pull the atmosphere out of the gutter, so instead of trying to change the mood, I opted to switch topics altogether. Anyway, I plan to head out soon. Artisha. Yes. Please guide us. I was planning on going with you anyway. I want to see that thing fall. Despite her drowsy tone, the belligerent Artisha readily accepted my request. I'll help, too. Through Dayan's translation, Seline, who had been listening to our conversation, also offered to assist without hesitation. There was no reason to refuse help from a nun in training, so I gladly accepted her assistance. Me, Artisha, Seline, and a few members of the demonic race who would help us. Our party to hunt down Chromo's shadow was almost complete. I wasn't sure how much help Artisha and the other demonic race members would be, but since Artisha was confident, it should be fine. Then, let's eat and head out right. Joni, stay here. Huh. I cut off Dayan's words. Me. Is there anyone else here with that name? There isn't, but... No, that's not the point. Dayan pushed her chair back with a forceful thud and stood up. Why am I the only one being told to stay behind when Seline and Artisha are going too? Because you're weak. Her words of protest were cut short. It seemed she couldn't bring herself to deny her weakness. After hesitating for a moment, she finally found something to say. What about Laxia? Laxia is just as dangerous, but you said I could go there. We're not going to fight in Laxia. Still, it's dangerous all the same. Is that so? So, do you really not want to stay behind? It's not that I don't want to go. I just don't understand why I can't come with you this time. Was she that afraid of being left alone? Unlike her usual self, who shuddered at the mere mention of fighting, she was being unusually stubborn this time. No matter what I said, she stood her ground. Why are you being so stubborn about this? Kana, you were being stubborn earlier too. That's different. It wasn't stubbornness, I was just stating something I was supposed to do. Besides, combat ability is directly related to fighting. It's not different at all. Dayan shook her head. Are you saying all this because you're worried about me? Because you're afraid I might get hurt while fighting Chromo's shadow? Yeah, I feel the same way. How can I just sit back and watch while my little sister is going off to do something dangerous? Dayan said that her concern was the same as mine. Honestly, I found it a bit frustrating that she kept insisting on coming to dangerous places. For a moment, I even wondered if she had some other purpose. But then, the flow of mana carried by her words reached me. It was filled with the worry and concern she had mentioned. I understand what you're saying. Then, even so, I couldn't just accept her words at face value. It's still a no. I'm confident in hunting down enemies, but I'm not confident in protecting someone. Protecting others was my father's specialty. Fine. I'll just wait here, then. Seeing that things were getting heated, Seline finally stepped in to mediate, and Dayan reluctantly backed down. But it was clear from her expression that she wasn't happy about it. I don't plan on changing my decision, but I do feel a little bad. It's partly because I made her feel left out, and partly because I had those unfounded suspicions. Even though I hadn't said it out loud, the fact that I even considered such thoughts weighed on my mind. When I get back. When I finish the hunt and come back, I'll do you a favor. Looking puzzled, Dayan tilted her head. Oh, usually, this is where you call it a wish, right? That's too grandiose. Then, does that mean I get to hold you and cuddle you all day if I want? Is that what you want? I hesitantly nodded. Should I call that simple, or should I say she's honest about her desires? If that's what you want. Yay, you promised, so you have to keep it. Okay, got it. Dayan probably had no idea what I was thinking. Even though I didn't lie, I couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt, as if I had deceived her. I'll definitely come back alive. What? If I come back safely, yeah, let's have a meal together. Wait, Kana. Don't worry. Joni, you know how skilled I am. I'll take care of it quickly and come back, so just wait for me. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You're deliberately setting a flag, aren't you? A flag? What's that? Ugh. I told her not to worry, but instead of easing her anxiety, Dayan's face only grew more tense than before I said anything. What's going on with her? I don't get it. The group finished their simple breakfast and set off to hunt Chromo's shadow. Dayan was left alone at Artisha's mansion. Even the owner of the house had left, so there was absolutely nothing Dayan could do. Artisha told her not to worry, but as a guest, Dayan couldn't just go rummaging through the house without the owner present. Dayan, sitting on the bed and staring blankly out the window, let out a sigh. It was the kind of deep sigh that would have made her mother yell, "Don't sigh so deeply, or the ground will sink," while giving her a smack on the back. Weak, because I'm weak. Dayan reflected on what Kana had said. She knew she was like the person who always got assigned the role of the weakest among the 4 heavenly kings. She understood that it was herself. And even if she had gone with them, she knew she wouldn't have been much help. No, it would have been lucky if she wasn't a hindrance. Her kind-hearted companions would have likely been too preoccupied worrying about her to fight properly. An absolute burden. like a waterlogged log in the middle of a fight. But I just didn't want to sit back and watch. If the group, especially Kana, came back injured after hunting Chromo's shadow, she wouldn't have been able to forgive herself. That's why Dayan stubbornly insisted on going along, even though she knew she would be of little help. Thinking back, I feel a bit sorry now. She wondered how much trouble she had caused Kana with her stubbornness. Dayan smiled bitterly as she thought about the little girl who had pretended not to care but had secretly been watching her reactions. Too weak, Kikiki. You don't belong in our party. Kicked out of the party for being weak, I awakened cheat abilities and now I'm getting revenge on those who abandoned me. Nah, that's too tough. But Joni Nim, there wasn't anything you could do because you're too weak. Don't feel bad. Isn't she strong, though? She's at least the channel owner, right? Asterisk yeah, but no. Asterisk she's strong enough. If things get tough, she can just say, Kanaiman, help and that's it. Asterisk ah, that's it. Hi. Dayan's viewers were busy laughing at her misfortune. At a glance, it looked like they were comforting her, but if you looked closely, they were actually making fun of her. It was the kind of chat called baiting or subtle mockery. Phew. Dayan sighed briefly and switched the broadcast screen. She switched to her usual outro screen used for ending streams. I'll wrap up today's stream here. If I feel like it, I'll be back on later. Huh. What? WTF, you're leaving already? How long has it been since you started streaming, and you're already quitting? Don't go. Mom, it's cold. Mom, it's cold. Mom, it's cold. Go ahead and the stream. I'll just hold my breath until you come back. She says that, but okay then, bye. The viewers' complaints pierced the sky, but Dayan paid no attention and ended the stream. Whether later today or tomorrow, it'll be chaos when she turns it on again. Dayan could already picture the chat burning with fury from her angry viewers. Future me, good luck. But that would be her future self's problem. Even though her future self would curse at her with words like idiot, irresponsible, right now, Dayan only felt refreshed. What should I do now? She turned off the stream, and thought about logging out and doing some housework. After a brief moment of contemplation, her hand brushed against something long, hard, and cold. It was the longsword she used. Dayan stared blankly at the sword. Weak, because I'm weak. Kana's voice replayed vividly in her mind, as if a recorder had been turned on. How can weak people live with all this frustration? She thought she had improved a lot. Dayan muttered with a sullen voice, recalling how even Seline had tried to stop her. Maybe I should practice my swordsmanship. Just wait. I'm going to train hard and knock down that proud nose of Kana's someday. It was a resolve with almost zero chance of becoming a reality, but at least it was motivating her. Holding her sword, Dayan left the mansion. Her determination could be compared to that of a general making a vow before heading to war. Word must have spread overnight, as the demonic race beings no longer viewed her with as much caution as yesterday. Yesterday's gazes were 20% curiosity and 80% caution, but today it seemed to have reversed to 80% curiosity and 20% caution. Dayan approached one of them and asked if there was an empty space where she could train. Ah, over there? Okay, thanks for your help. Thanks to a kind member of the demonic race, Dayan easily found the vacant lot. It was exactly as described, a vacant lot, nothing more. Well, I did ask for an empty space. It was Dayan herself who politely declined when the member of the demonic race offered to show her a proper training ground instead. I don't really like practicing while being watched by strangers. Dayan still remembered the stares she received when she first set foot in a gym, the stares of those seasoned gym goers sizing her up. Of course, the atmosphere was a little different, but she definitely wanted to avoid those "that's not how you do it" kinds of glances. Swinging a sword in empty air was something she was used to, after all. So it was like this, right? Dayan assumed her stance, recalling the small hands that had once corrected her posture. The grip of the sword, which had felt awkward before, now felt more familiar. To think a day would come when she'd train on her own. It was the kind of situation that would make her viewers gasp, her friends gape in shock, and Kana feel a twinge of jealousy, or maybe not. Dayan chuckled softly at her own silly thoughts. Swish! The sword cut through the air with a sharp sound. To an observer, it might have looked like an impressive and powerful slash, but Dayan, the one performing it, merely furrowed her brow slightly. I still don't get it. How on earth do you control mana? When she used a skill, mana did gather on her sword, but that wasn't what Dayan wanted. What she wanted was to be able to handle mana without relying on a skill. That was the level Dayan aimed for, but she was still far from grasping it. One time, she asked Kana how to control mana better. Mana. Yeah, I want to use mana like you, Kana. You're already using mana. Oh, right. Kana nodded as if she understood something. If you want me to teach you, I can. Teach me. Start by practicing your swordsmanship. If you keep moving your body, you'll naturally learn how to handle it. That's what Kana told her. If you still can't get it, I'll teach you directly. Okay. Thanks. It was definitely a kind offer, but why did it feel a little unsettling? Even though she had promised to get help from Kana, Dayan was still anxious. She also wanted to show Kana that she could master it without help. I wonder if Yuki knows. For some reason, Dayan felt like Yuki might know the answer. Mumbling to herself, she tried various ways to handle mana. Of course, her attempts failed this time as well. Dayan, who had been swinging her sword non-stop, felt a dull ache in her shoulders and arms and decided to sheath her sword. How much time had passed? Maybe it was just a few minutes, or maybe it had been hours. Even though her body was exhausted, Dayan couldn't help but smile, feeling proud of herself for getting so immersed in training. With this much effort, maybe she was at least half a step closer. Growl. As if to scold her for wishful thinking, her stomach growled at just the right moment. Although there was no one else around, she awkwardly scratched her cheek and glanced around. My stomach's already empty. Guess I should head back and eat. Wait, I don't really have to. Dayan realized there was no point in going back since there wasn't anyone waiting to eat with her anyway. The ingredients back at the mansion were all tainted with magi. Maybe it would be better to eat here. No, wait. They might have already finished off Chromo's shadow since it's just a monster with a grand-sounding name. Kana is strong, so it's really possible. Alright, let's head back to the mansion. Darting back and forth, pacing around. After wandering aimlessly around the vacant lot, Dayan finally decided on her destination. As Dayan was about to head back to the mansion, she suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened. Is it going to rain? Rain would be a pain. Muttering to herself, she looked up at the sky. Her eyes slowly widened. Whoosh! A fierce wind whipped through Dayan's hair. But she couldn't care less about her messy hair. A gigantic shadow loomed over the sky. The smell of burnt ashes wafted through the wind. What is that? Before Dayan could voice her question, boom! Crimson flames rained down onto the ground. This is definitely the place. Artisha, who was leading the way, tilted her head. Are you sure? Yes. Look. There are traces left here. I scanned the massive claw marks and the scattered remains of monsters. It certainly seemed like the right place. But the spot that looked like its nest had no sign of Chromo's shadow or even the shadow of Chromo's shadow. The shadow of a shadow. That's a weird thing to say. We'll probably find something if we keep searching. If it's got dragon-like traits, it might come back to its nest once it senses an intruder. So, we've been searching around the area, waiting for it to show up for hours. It's not coming. It's really not coming. Yeah, it's not coming. The thing still hadn't shown even a hint of itself. Maybe it's already moved to a new nest. If that's the case, it's actually a relief. Artisha murmured, sounding uneasy. Normally, I would have told her not to say such ominous things, but I felt the same sense of foreboding. But there was no point in saying it out loud. Saying something like that would only lower our morale, after all. But it really is close to the village. It was almost surprising that there hadn't been any clashes so far. If I focus, I think I can even see the village. As I looked towards the village out of curiosity, something caught my eye. Artisha. Yes. Is Chromo's shadow a monster with black scales, that looks a bit like a wyvern? Yes. Why? Yeah. So this was the source of the ominous feeling both Artisha and I sensed. I nodded slowly and said in a low voice. We're screwed? Looks like we weren't the only ones who thought of attacking first before getting attacked. When an earthquake occurs, you must quickly shut off the gas and electricity and move to an open space free of falling objects. If you cannot leave the building, protect yourself by hiding under a sturdy table or similar structure. In case of a fire, loudly alert others and cover your mouth and nose with a wet towel, then evacuate while staying low. Dayan also had a general idea of what to do in other scenarios like typhoons, tsunamis, avalanches, and even in the event of war. Some of this she had learned because she was curious and looked it up herself, while other things she learned through safety training. However, she swore she had never received any training for a situation like this. Of course, that was natural. There was no way there could be guidelines for what to do when a dragon attacks on Earth. Actually, if I search for it, there might be something. If there were guidelines for how to act in the case of a zombie outbreak, it wouldn't be too surprising if there were something similar for this. Considering that stories about hunters have been popular lately, there might even be someone who has written about such things. But would reading that really help? Dayan was doubtful. Run away. Every time its giant wings brushed by, buildings crumbled, and the flames it breathed down scorched the ground. It was hard not to think such things. The searing heat brushed against Dayan's cheek, snapping her back to her senses. Run, I have to run. But where to? The buildings are crumbling like flimsy straws. Just move, anywhere. If she stayed in the empty clearing, she'd just be an easy target. So far, it hadn't paid her any attention, but she couldn't count on that continuing. Thus, Dayan began to move. There's no way Kana lost. We just got separated, that's all. Ignoring the ominous thoughts that crossed her mind. As she proceeded, a scene of utter chaos unfolded before her eyes. It wasn't just Dayan who was panicking from the sudden attack. Demons were running out of burning homes, fleeing somewhere. Others were hiding with their children held tight in their arms. There were even some demonic beings Dayan recognized from the day before. Quick, attack. But it's not reaching. Damn it. Are our magic and arrows just for show? Use whatever you've got, magic, arrows, anything? Are you just going to sit here and watch the village burn? Captain, we're out of arrows. Then throw rocks if you have to. Magic formed from magi, arrows, and even stones launched toward the sky. Most were blown away by the gusts from its wings, and those that did manage to reach it couldn't inflict any significant damage. After traveling such a long distance, they lacked power and were blocked by the dragon's tough scales. It's just unfair. This must be why air superiority is so important. Could I help? Dayan gauged the distance between the sky and the ground. The distance between the dragon and herself. As she considered it, Dayan shook her head. It's impossible. She didn't need to think long. She did have a skill to send out sword beams, but her attack couldn't reach that far up into the sky. Even if it could, it would likely disperse harmlessly against its scales, just like the magic cast by the demonic beings. Her tightly clenched fists turned pale. I really was just being stubborn for no reason. The emotion that had been lingering vaguely in her mind now approached Dayan directly. It was a sticky, paralyzing sense of helplessness creeping up from her toes. It was that same emotion that had trapped young Dayan and refused to let her go, once again attempting to devour her. No. Smack. But Dayan didn't let it consume her. With a resounding smack that echoed through the air, Dayan slapped her own cheek and opened her eyes wide. It's true she had been a burden. It's true she had made things difficult for Kana. But that doesn't justify sitting down and giving up right now. Those things are what she'll need to apologize for and seek forgiveness when they meet again. Giving up and acting like a victim here isn't going to solve anything. Ha. Dayan took a deep breath. Even though she had steadied her resolve, it was still impossible for her to fight. However, fighting wasn't the only thing she could do right now. Help? The building collapsed, and I'm trapped. I'm coming? Hang in there for just a little longer. With a grunt, Dayan exerted her strength and slowly lifted the heavy rubble of the collapsed building. Even for her strong body, it wasn't an easy task. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. I am free. Thud. Ha. Cough. Dayan released the debris as soon as she confirmed that the demon trapped underneath had safely crawled out. She inhaled a lungful of the thick dust stirred up by the impact and began to cough violently. Thank you so much. I thought humans hated all of us. Cough? No, it's not like that. More importantly, it's dangerous here, so please get to safety. Thanks to the ring she wore, Dayan didn't have to worry about being contaminated by magi, so there was no reason for her to avoid them. She brushed off the gratitude directed toward her and moved on to her next target. Dayan tirelessly ran around the village, rescuing people, giving no chance to catch her breath amidst the calamity brought by the dragon's attack. Because of her efforts, despite the chaos, there were not as many casualties as one might expect. Nevertheless, there were still those she couldn't save. A lifeless arm protruded from the rubble. A large pool of crimson blood had gathered below the limp arm. Dayan forced herself to look away from the blood-drained limb. You know it couldn't be helped. Focus on something else for now. She spoke to herself, almost as if hypnotizing herself to keep going. Mommy. A child. Dayan's head whipped around at the sudden sound of a child's cry. Standing in what used to be an alleyway was a small child, covered in dust and minor scratches, crying out with all their might. Had they simply lost their mother? Or was it? Dayan didn't have the luxury of time to guess at the child's circumstances. A massive eye shifted. Even though the child's cries were loud, they were no louder than the screams and shouts filling the area. But that long, vertically slit pupil radiating a dangerous aura locked precisely onto the child. And Dayan noticed it, too. Danger. Dayan bit back the rest of her words as she hurled herself forward. Crash. Ugh. Her rushed dive made her landing less than graceful. Ignoring the slight pain that shot through her body, Dayan hugged the child tightly. The child, likely startled by the sudden movement, stopped crying and looked up at her with wide, round eyes. It had been a rough movement, but it seemed her effort to shield the child paid off. There were no visible injuries. A single tear, brimming on the edge of the child's eye, dropped onto Dayan's clothes. Are you okay? Why yes. The child looked a couple of years younger than Kana. Of course, their actual age was probably much younger, but that was how it appeared based on their outer form. Did you get separated from your mom? Even as Dayan asked, she felt anxious. If it wasn't just a matter of losing track of their mother. If it was a situation where the mother, after sending her child out of a collapsing house, watched their small back with a faint smile as the building's debris. Dayan furiously shook her head to rid herself of the tragic image. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be a traumatic memory for the child, but given the circumstances, she couldn't simply not ask. Fortunately, the child nodded. I was holding on to Mommy's hand, but then Mommy disappeared. I see. It seemed that the child had let go of their mother's hand while evacuating. In emergency situations, it's not uncommon for families to get separated, so Dayan understood it easily. Do you want Big Sis to help you find your mom? Really? Of course. I promise. But before that, Dayan subtly glanced behind her, making sure the child didn't notice. The ground, melted by the intense heat, was laid bare before her, and there it was, the ominous eye that was still focused in their direction. The demonic beings who were fighting against the dragon seemed to have noticed her situation, as they were shouting something. The distance made it difficult to hear clearly, but she could guess they were telling her to run or do something to not draw its attention. She felt the acrid smoke fill her lungs as she stood up. You damn pedophile. Out of all the demonic beings, for the creature to specifically target this child, it had to be some kind of sick obsession. Dayan was sure of it. The malevolent dragon that drove the entire Ardena continent into fear. For a monster that bore even a fragment of that dragon's name to be a pedophile. Just a single statement was enough to turn it into that. I didn't expect the shadow of Chromo to have that kind of shadow. A regular pervert might not be scary, but a capable pervert is terrifying. And if it's a fire-breathing, flying pervert, wouldn't it be even stranger not to be scared? That was what Dayan thought. Stick close behind me, okay? The clothes Dayan wore weren't that big. However, her frame, which was slightly above average, was enough to hide the small child behind her. With the child concealed behind her back, Dayan contemplated. Should she just stay hidden? But it's watching from above, so hiding wasn't an option. With a target already marked, running wouldn't let her escape so easily either. Ugh. I have no choice. She had to trust the demonic beings. SRRRRNG? The blade slid out of its sheath. Despite the intense heat caused by the fireball spat by Chromo's shadow, the sword Dayan held felt chillingly cold. The cool sensation steadied Dayan's mind little by little. To think that the object that once seemed so terrifying could now provide a sense of reassurance. You never know what life has in store. As soon as she readied her stance, a fireball came flying at her. If she tried to cut through a fireball with a regular sword, she'd end up with a charred lump. Yet, even though it wasn't easy, Dayan successfully sliced through the fireball. Split down the middle, the fire lost its form and rapidly lost power. Since I can't use mana, I have no choice but to rely on the sword's skill. She maintained her composure and deflected the series of crimson flames that came her way. It was only possible due to the absurd specs unique to apostles. Fast. But it's not too fast to handle. She'd been hit with much faster attacks before. Confidence swelled within Dayan. If she could just hold out, help would surely come in some form. Just as she thought, some of the demonic beings who had been attacking the dragon began rushing toward her. I'll get the child to a safe place and then escape myself. As she formulated her plan, a fierce gust of wind brushed against her cheek. Ugh. The air was rapidly being sucked toward a certain direction. Dayan looked up to find where it was heading and froze in horror. The dragon's chest had swollen to an enormous size. Its mouth, wide open, revealed crimson flames visible between its jagged teeth. Dayan knew exactly what that meant. A breath attack. The kind of powerful attack that couldn't be compared to the petty fireballs thrown until now. I can't block that. If she faced the breath attack head-on, even a sword cloaked in mana would be turned into ashes without distinction. Sensing the impending disaster, Dayan instinctively searched for a place to hide. But there wasn't a place left in the half-destroyed village that could serve as shelter against the breath attack. Be big, sis. A small, fragile hand gripped the hem of Dayan's clothes. Seeing the anxiety-ridden expression on the child's face, she made up her mind. Squatting down to meet the child's eyes, she pointed toward the demonic beings. When I count to 3, you're going to run over there. Got it. What about you, big sis? I'll be fine. It seemed displeased by her continued interference. The eye that had been targeting the child was now focused on Dayan. At least like this, the child should be safe. She gently patted the dirt-covered head of the child. 1. Carefully, she rose up, ensuring the child wouldn't enter the creature's line of sight. 2. She turned halfway and spread her clothes wide. 3. At her signal, the child bolted off. Fortunately, the eye showed no interest in the child. I should run away too. But there's nowhere to run. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to stand and fight. With a resolute expression, Dayan raised her sword. How long can I hold out? She immediately brushed the thought aside. It's not about how long I can hold out. I'm going to survive. The moment she spoke those words, the suctioning wind stopped. The chest, which had been expanding endlessly, also ceased its swelling. Whoosh! Immediately after, the crimson breath attack poured down onto the ground. GRRK. The immense pressure transmitted through the sword left her unable to even let out a groan. Her arms quivered as if they might break at any moment, but Dayan gritted her teeth and held on. SSSSSS. The hem of her clothes touched by the breath attack caught fire in an instant and started burning away. Amidst the intense heat that felt like it was cooking her alive, she desperately hoped and prayed for this moment to pass quickly. How many seconds had passed? There wasn't even time to count. As she stood holding the sword, she suddenly realized the suffocating heat that had been tormenting her was gone. The pressure that had been on the verge of snapping her sword had vanished as well. Did I really make it? Did I really endure the breath attack? Dayan cautiously opened her eyes. The flames she could feel through her tightly shut eyelids were completely gone. The only thing that remained was the shadow of Chromo, flapping its wings furiously as if in frustration. Haha. I did it! I actually did it! Overwhelmed with joy at having survived, Dayan let out a triumphant shout. Enduring a breath attack wasn't that a monumental feat in and of itself? Dayan surrendered herself to the thrill running up her spine. Did it, my ass. Or at least she was about to, when a sharp voice cut through from beneath her. What, you barely survived getting roasted, and now you're getting all cocky. Huh. Dayan stiffly lowered her head as if her neck was creaking. A face she knew all too well looked up at her with a disdainful expression. Holding a sword she had never seen before, a pale red one, was a familiar young girl. Crack! Its claws struck down on the corpse of a monster that had already stopped breathing. The claws easily pierced through the hide without any resistance, tearing apart muscles and splitting the corpse in half. Crunch, crunch. It savagely chewed on the monster that once ruled over the fears of mercenaries but had now been reduced to mere chunks of meat. Red blood dripped down between its sharp teeth. After devouring the remaining half without leaving a single piece behind, it scratched the ground irritably. Not enough. This was not enough to sate its hunger. These alone were not enough to restore its former strength. To regain its strength. The prey that looked like humans but gave off an ominous scent. When it first encountered those prey, it had instinctively fled due to the ominousness that rang an alarm bell deep within its instincts. The closer it got to those beings, the more it felt as if its own existence was being twisted. But now, it understood. In order to regain its strength, it needed to consume those prey that gave off that ominous scent. It had realized that it, too, now emitted a scent similar to theirs. It turned its gaze toward the distant, tranquil scenery of the village. Was it really just a coincidence that Chromo's shadow attacked the village while we were away? It's too long and cumbersome to keep saying Chromo's shadow. Let's just call it shadow for short. Anyway, was it really just a coincidence that the shadow appeared? Or did it target the village knowing it was vulnerable? I have no idea. Personally, I'd like to believe it was a coincidence. If it's the latter, then that means it has a level of intelligence, which would make it an even more troublesome opponent. Either way, what needs to be done doesn't change. We have to go back. As soon as possible. Artisha's voice, saying this, was cold and firm. The languid tone that had always hung in her words had disappeared, as if it had never existed in the first place, making me wonder if she was the same Artisha. A serious talking Artisha feels so strange. It hasn't even been a day since we met, and yet, the image of her in my mind has already solidified as someone endlessly lethargic. Of course, that aside, I fully understood why Artisha was reacting this way. There's no way that creature, which had torn apart all the monsters around its lair, had come to the village with good intentions. Expecting it to suddenly show up and say, "Hi, I'm the new neighbor, Chromo. Please take care of me," is not being optimistic, it's just being plain stupid. Canaria. For the first time, my name slipped out of Artisha's mouth. Please help. I was planning to do that anyway. I came here in the first place to do exactly that, so there's no need to ask me so earnestly. I'd be in trouble too if the ships bound for Laxia were destroyed due to that thing rampaging around. More importantly, the village isn't only occupied by the demonic race right now. I should have brought her out with me when I had the chance. Sometimes, the decisions that seemed like the best option at the time turn out not to be, in hindsight. Yeah, just like right now. As I let out a sigh, frustrated and preparing to set out, a warm presence gently reached out to me. Seline. Seline and I didn't talk much. It wasn't that it was awkward or uncomfortable, it was simply the language barrier. Whenever Seline spoke to me or I spoke to her, we had to go through Dayan, which made the whole process tedious. Thanks to the word cards Dayan had made for us, communication had improved a little, but having a natural conversation was still difficult. That's why Seline coming over to pat my back like this was a first. "It'll be okay." A short sentence. Maybe it was because of that brevity. I could feel the sincerity of her heart in those words. Yeah, well, we have the magic tools, so we should be fine. Because it's made of the dragon orb, it should have some resistance against attacks that use mana. If it's crushed by that enormous body, it won't matter, but as long as it has even a bit of intelligence, it won't recklessly descend to the ground. That's what the wings are for, after all. Maybe not. If the shadow really has a personality similar to a dragon, then that could be a different story. If it's anything like the one I know, it would scoff, thinking that mere humans couldn't possibly harm it, and charge straight in. I should stop overthinking this. Panicking and worrying here isn't going to help solve the situation at all. I'll go first. Exhaling a faint breath, I drew upon my mana and shot off without waiting for a response. I should have brought Seline along. Her holy arts would have been helpful. But it's too late to regret now, I'm already far ahead. It would be better to arrive and fight first rather than go back to carry Seline over. With the sparks flashing and the magi flaring violently, it already seems like a huge mess over there. Even as the surrounding scenery blurred and distorted, my eyes stayed focused on my target. As the distance between me and the village closed, the figure of the creature became clearer. It's definitely not a dragon. Not only is its size too small, but it also can't use magic. A dragon, known as the Lord of Magic, unable to cast spells? That's a ridiculous joke. Say something like that in a cheap tavern, and you'd get scolded for spouting nonsense. Talk sense, they'd say. Though I was lost in trivial thoughts, I ran diligently, and soon, the entrance to the village came into sight. Even though I could see it, the actual distance was still quite far, but at this pace, I'd cover it in no time. Luckily, I'm not too late. Just as I was about to feel relieved, I saw the shadow taking a deep breath. A breath attack. Come to think of it, despite not being able to use magic, it can still use breath attacks. I have no idea what made it so angry, but it had stopped shooting fireballs and was now preparing to launch a breath attack. This is bad. It wasn't just mimicking the form of a breath attack, seeing the immense amount of magi gathering around it was unsettling. Magi. Breath. The more I understand, the more absurd this becomes. But ridiculous or not, I had to block its breath attack. Where the shadow's gaze was fixed stood someone very familiar to me. What did you do to get into this situation? No, I can guess. If it's Dayan, she probably meddled where she didn't need to. I won't say it's wrong, but seeing her standing boldly in front of the shadow, holding her sword as if to block it, made me let out a helpless laugh. With that determined expression, she clearly knows what it means when that thing takes a deep breath, yet she's still trying to block it. No matter how much power she borrows from the dragon orb, there's no way it'll work. Guess I have no choice. I withdrew some of the mana encircling my body and directed it elsewhere. Buzz. A small vibration rang out as the ring started to glow red. Simultaneously, fierce mana surged within me, sending searing pain through my body as if I were being stabbed all over with needles. Ugh. I clenched my teeth, but couldn't completely suppress the groan that slipped out. This is why I don't want to use it. As I always feel, dragon mana is just too ferocious. Every time I activate it, it leaves my body in shambles. No matter how much this is an item directly gifted by a dragon, it's practically a burden. The personality of this item is just the worst. Whoever made it did a fantastic job of being absolutely nasty. It's been a while since you called for me, and you haven't changed one bit. People die if they change. No, I meant your appearance. Whose fault do you think that is? Responding half-heartedly to the voice ringing in my head, I reached out my hand. In my hand was now a sword, faintly pink yet tinged with a pale red hue. Humph. Suddenly, a laugh escaped my lips. To think I'm standing against an evil dragon, borrowing the power of Grazed. It almost feels like I've become the protagonist of an old story. Of course, I'm not Sigrid, and I didn't directly make a contract like he did, but the creature in the sky over there isn't the evil dragon from back then either. It's just a feeling, that's all. I gripped the familiar sword and infused it with mana. Whoosh! The red mana, darker than my usual one, flowed along the blade. It looked as if I were holding a blazing flame in my hand. There's no time to waste. The breath attack it had already unleashed was pouring down on Dayan. Swoosh! With a light leap, I jumped over Dayan's head. The searing heat, mixed with magi, rushed towards me as if it would swallow me whole. It's quite hot for a fake dragon's breath attack, but it's nothing compared to the real thing. While still airborne, I swung the sword down. Red flames blossomed along the sword's path. The flames, flickering like a mirage, seemed weak, as if they would be extinguished any moment in front of the crimson breath. However, the small flame that bloomed amidst the intense blaze did not wither. SSSHHHH. Rather, the flames began to devour the breath flying toward it and pressed forward. Little by little, but surely, the further it advanced, the stronger and more ferocious the flames became. As the flames burned through the breath and reached the source, whoosh! Sensing the danger right in front of its neck, the shadow abruptly stopped its breath attack and quickly moved its body away. It was almost amusing to see it flail around, desperately trying to avoid the flames despite its large size. For now, this is taken care of. I turned to look at Dayan behind me, and fortunately, she seemed unscathed. Not that she would have been hurt, since I blocked the attack from the front. Dayan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened as she glanced around. Ahaha. I did it. Confirming that the breath attack had stopped, she jumped around with joy. I could clearly feel Dayan's emotions flooding into me, leaving me baffled. You did it, huh? Sure, I get that you're happy to be alive, but am I invisible or something? The way her gaze just barely schemed over me made me wonder for a second if she was doing it on purpose. Barely saved you from getting burned to a crisp, and this is what I get. If I hadn't helped, she'd be one of those ashes scattered around here. Or perhaps she would have been incinerated without leaving even a trace. Suppressing the throbbing pain in my body, I grumbled to her. Cough. Trying not to make a sound, I forcibly suppressed the cough that threatened to escape, along with the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth. My body. Despite the overflowing vitality, my body condition wasn't good. It was practically like forcibly doping with someone else's mana. It couldn't possibly be good. And it wasn't just anyone's mana, it was a dragon's mana. Still, compared to the first time I activated this blessing, my condition was far better. Back then, the backlash had knocked me out for several days. I shouldn't have touched it back then. Curiosity was a sin. I'd only touched it because I found it strange that my father, who never cared about trinkets, had a ring in his possession. Who could have known things would turn out like this? Back then, I didn't have the skills I do now. I couldn't handle, let alone resist, the violent mana of the red dragon that coursed through me. To my still undeveloped body, that mana left behind a scar, no, more like a lethal poison. As if the already malnourished body wasn't enough, the overwhelming strain added on top of it, resulted in this stunted form. It wasn't that my growth was completely halted, but the energy that should have gone into growth was redirected to recovery, making it seem like I'd stopped growing altogether. Or so the one responsible for turning me into this state had explained so kindly. Isn't that not my fault? You were the one who eagerly jumped at the chance the moment I touched it. At that time, I had literally just touched it. I hadn't even thought about activating any blessing. How could I have known that a perverted lizard was sealed inside the ring? It's your fault. With such an enticing soul, how could I possibly resist? Grazed's words were essentially saying, you tempted me first. His shamelessness left me at a loss for words. I told him countless times to buzz off, ever since he started showing that unwanted attention. But from the moment we met, Grazed had been babbling nonsense like, would you like to be mine, or I like your soul, and had no intention of leaving me alone. As a result, Grazed's blessing was now effectively bound to me. Kana? You're Kana, right? Are you already old enough to start forgetting? Oh dear, what a pity. No, I'm still young and healthy. Dayan shook her head violently when I looked at her pitifully. Is she an ally of yours? She smells unfamiliar. Stay out of it. Are you jealous? Don't worry. I have no intention of leaving you for someone else. Can't you just go away already? No. One day, I swear, I'll yank this thing off my finger and toss it into a boiling volcano. No, he's a red dragon. He might actually like that. I'll have to bury it deep at the bottom of the ocean instead. For a moment, I thought you weren't Kana because of your outfit. Oh, this. Rattle. Swoosh. As I lightly moved my body, the lightweight armor I wore made a slight rattling sound. It's nothing much. Nothing much? It's amazing? The armor, the cape. You look just like a knight. Really? I scratched my cheek. I hadn't expected her to react so strongly. Quite a lively girl. Yeah, I agree with you. I turned away from Dayan, who was looking at me with admiration, as I agreed with Grazed's words. That. We'll talk later. Why yeah, right, now's not the time to just be chatting. Even while talking to Dayan, my body was throbbing with pain. If it's already like this now, then when the backlash comes, to minimize the inevitable aftermath, I need to wrap up this situation quickly. But before that, I need to ask something. Grazed. What? Do you know anything about that guy? That one? It's quite an interesting fellow, but I don't know it personally. He called himself Chromo. Chromo? Grazed's indifferent voice became a bit clearer, as if the name was not something he could easily ignore. Grazed let out a nasal sound, examining the creature, and soon gave his answer. No, that thing isn't Chromo. I watched him die with my own eyes, so it's impossible for him to have come back alive. I see, but I think I know what that thing really is. What it really is. Yes, dragons are beings often referred to as the masters of magic. The reason they are called that is because of their unrivaled ability to control mana and their sensitivity to it, more so than any other creature. Although they possess a physical body, they are beings that are essentially akin to pure mana. That's what dragons are. All life leaves behind remnants of consciousness when it dies. Normally, these remnants scatter and disappear quickly. But a strong consciousness, especially from a being as close to mana as a dragon, is different. Chromo left behind a remnant of intense hatred even after his death, and that remnant lingered in the form of mana instead of dispersing. Grazed, who witnessed Chromo's death, was aware of this fact. Yet, Grazed didn't interfere with that remnant. The reason was simple. Even he couldn't predict what would happen if he carelessly touched it. Rather than meddle and cause a catastrophe, it was better to let it naturally fade away. Even if it was a remnant, it was ultimately just a lump of mana. Over time, it would disperse into the earth, the wind, or the sky. It couldn't wreak havoc like it did in life, so there was no reason to interfere. However, there was something Grazed hadn't foreseen. The massive system that regulates the world of Cilia, the purification system, had broken down. The demonic race, unable to survive in Laxia, migrated to the Ardena continent, settling near the area where Chromo's remnant lingered. The mana-filled remnant was altered by the influence of the demonic race, and as a result, Tada. And thus, a monster called Chromo's Shadow was born. It all came full circle, huh? Only the demonic race ended up being pitiful. Just when they finally found a place to live, it turned out to be right next to where the evil dragon died, and now they're stuck with this mess. It must have thought it was Chromo because it was formed from Chromo's lingering consciousness. If you knew, you should have taken care of it. Can I be honest? What is it? I forgot about it because I was asleep. Of course, a lizard like him is of no help. It was a reminder of that undeniable truth. I had a little hope. If you really had come back from the dead, there might have been a possibility. I muttered inwardly as I readjusted my grip on my sword. After all, I'd already received an answer from Edel. What was I even hoping for? I felt like an idiot and let out a crooked smile. Meanwhile, the shadow seemed to have sensed something when it looked at me. The red, that flame? The shadow twisted its body. With each painful scream, the heavens and earth trembled as if weeping in anguish. Grazed? You filthy traitor, you're standing in my way again? Traitor. I tilted my head at the unexpected word, but Grazed dismissed it firmly. Don't mind it. It's just the nonsense of a long-dead wraith. I see. It seems like there's something between them, but I'm not really interested. Whatever happened between you two, deal with it yourselves. Whoosh. You'll pay the price for trying to mess with what's mine. After cutting through the breath attack, the flames that had subsided flared up once more. Maybe that's where the saying even a dead fire should be watched carefully comes from. Well, of course not. But regardless, the shadow, which was already convulsing, completely lost its mind when it saw me channeling sword energy. Grazed. The shadow threw aside its strongest weapon, breath, and charged at me with a reckless physical assault. Joni. Why yes. I only called her name, but Dayan, understanding perfectly, immediately took off running. As expected, she's got an uncanny sense of when to back off. You can call me Dayan now. Is that really what's important right now? For her to say something like that while running away. She sure has gotten braver compared to before. That's enough pointless thoughts for now. It's time to deal with this fake lizard that's charging at me. Its size is smaller than the dimensional creature that took the form of a wolf that I fought recently, but the strength emanating from it feels similar, if not greater. It's not an opponent to take lightly. It doesn't need any fancy tricks. If it just crushes me with its massive body, I'd end up as a flat piece of jerky. But if I don't get squashed, that's all that matters. I haven't lived such an easy life that I'd get taken down by a mindless lizard charging at me. The tip of my sword drew a smooth arc. Compared to its massive frame, the arc I drew seemed pathetically small. But my sword hadn't stopped yet. Swoosh. From a point to an arc. From an arc to a semicircle. And finally, a circle of flame was drawn and stood still. It's a technique that's a bit tough to execute with my own power, but if I borrow Grazed's strength, I can even pull off something like this. Canaria style, wind cutter. The shadow's body was engulfed within the circle of flames. A massive body contained within a small circle. The sword that had stopped cut diagonally through the circle. Slash. A massive wound was carved onto the shadow's body. Dash. Cray-arg. The shadow twisted in agony, letting out a tormented scream. Tisk. One hit isn't enough, huh? What have you done? Still, it seems the damage registered properly. The eyes that had flipped back into its head returned to normal. There's a saying that the best remedy for a crazy person is a good beating. It seemed to have regained its sanity after taking a hit. It's nothing much. All I did was include the space it occupied inside the circle I drew with my sword and then severed the space along with it. When you think about it, it's a simple technique. If I were a bit stronger, I wouldn't have even needed to draw a circle. Dash. No matter how many times I see it, your talent is absurd. Thanks for the compliment. This doesn't make sense. How can a mere human possess such power? Right, it's you, Grazed. You cowardly bastard? I shrugged my shoulders. It's true, so I don't have much to say. Without Grazed's help, I wouldn't have been able to perform that technique so easily. But you know, with a crooked smile on my face, I spoke to the shadow. Is there really any need to feel resentful? The most important thing in a fight is staying calm. It's much easier to deal with a creature that only acts on instinct rather than one that uses its reason. If you were strong, none of this would have happened. But you lost because you were weaker than Grazed, right? Dash. What did you say? Calling others cowardly after losing. Ahahaha. I didn't bother suppressing the mocking laughter that escaped. That's pathetic. There's nothing like taunting to make someone lose their temper. No sooner had I finished speaking, the shadow lunged at me. The light of reason that briefly returned to its eyes disappeared without a trace. It's so agitated by just a few words. How simple-minded. It's no wonder it's just residual thoughts. If it were me, I'd probably fall for it too. Then you're just as pathetic. Isn't it odd for a dragon to be provoked by such trivial taunts? Despite its massive frame rushing toward me bigger than most buildings, it didn't frighten me at all. The desperate, final outburst of a wounded lizard isn't intimidating. If it had any sense, it would have tended to its wounds first before attacking again. You're an idiot to the very end. The sword in my hand began to grow. 1 span, 2 spans, 3 spans. The flames that expanded rapidly formed a massive sword that reached up to the sky. The shadow, finally snapping out of its rage, hesitated and tried to stop when it saw the sword towering over it. But it was too late to run now. Well then, goodbye. The massive sword descended toward it. And at that moment, scarlet flames engulfed the world. When the seemingly endless flames finally subsided, nothing remained where the shadow once stood. Maybe I overdid it a bit. I released Grazed's blessing and sank down to the ground. Even that bothersome Grazed, who wouldn't stop talking once awake, was silent now. That must mean my condition is truly terrible. It's not that he's choosing not to speak, but rather, he probably can't because of my current state. My body, filled with the rampaging mana of a dragon, felt like it was tearing apart. Ugh. Kana. As I curled up and endured the pain, I heard Dian's voice reach my ears. It seems she had rushed over the moment she saw the shadow disappear. I couldn't greet her properly since I was busy trying to bear the pain. Why are you like this? Are you okay? I am fine. Cough. Ugh. Just as I barely managed to lift myself to respond, something hot surged up from within me. Before I could suppress it, it spilled out, staining the ground red. The smell of fresh blood filled the air. Bee blood. It doesn't look like saying I'm okay will work this time. I thought that as I looked at Dian's face, pale from shock and panic. The sensation of vomiting up a hot mass of blood is unpleasant no matter how many times I experience it. The searing heat burning my throat and the iron stench rising from my insides neither feels any less revolting. It's meaningless to talk about my feelings when blood, meant to flow inside my body, is spilling out through my mouth. Cough. Cough. Despite such nonchalant thoughts, my body continued to cough up chunks of blood. Whether it's vomiting blood or spitting blood, no matter how you look at it, it's definitely not a sign of a healthy body. Externally, I might appear fine, but inside, my body was a wreck like a mushy mess. Damn, I'm going to die at this rate. I'm used to enduring pain. In the back alleys, where the law of the fist is stronger than the law of the land, a little girl is the weakest of the weak. Even if it hurt, I couldn't show it. I had to swallow my pain down, because I couldn't afford to be weak. But, even for me, the pain I'm feeling now is difficult to get used to. What initially felt like small needles pricking me has now escalated to a sensation as if my insides were being finely sliced by a blade, and then rubbed with salt. The body that I'd managed to stretch out briefly curled up again. How could this be? No, wait. Seline. If I get Seline. I caught a glimpse of Dian's resolute expression through my blurred vision caused by the pain. Kana, hang in there. I'll bring Seline here. Her voice was filled with hope that Seline, a trainee saintess, would be able to heal me. Dian's expression was full of anticipation as she watched Seline and her party arrive and pour divine power into me. But, Seline, what's wrong? I'm sorry. It seems that I cannot heal Lady Kana with my power. What? Of course. Having anticipated this outcome from the beginning, I slowly got up, staggering. I leaned on a long sword, which had a simple appearance and served as my cane, in place of the red sword that had vanished the moment I lifted Grazed's blessing. This isn't a regular injury. It's the result of being overwhelmed by the mana of a red dragon, known to be exceptionally savage even among dragons. How should I put it? It's hard to describe in words. It's not that there's an actual wound left, but more like my body has been overloaded from enduring excessive stress. So, it's no surprise that Seline's holy magic had no effect. Okay, I get it, so just stop talking. You're still bleeding. Diane cut me off, swiping the corner of my mouth with her sleeve. Her white sleeve was stained bright red with my blood. Oh, no wonder it felt like something was constantly flowing. I hadn't realized I was bleeding because I was too busy talking. How careless of me. I actually thought it was saliva for a moment. Diane said she mistook it for drool because I was reacting way too calmly. Blood or saliva, letting something drip from your mouth makes you look just as sloppy, doesn't it? It's definitely different. And more importantly, stop talking if you're in pain. The soft sensation of cloth brushed against my lips again, and her other sleeve was also turning red. It's going to be troublesome to wash out the blood from her white clothes. As I stared blankly at the blood-stained cuffs of her sleeves, a thought crossed my mind. Kana. Lady Kana. Just a moment ago, I had been looking ahead, but now my vision was turned toward the ground. Clank! The sound of the long sword, which I had been using as a cane, clattering to the ground snapped me back to reality. I've fallen, haven't I? No wonder the ground seemed so close. Thankfully, it's not because I've shrunk, I just fell over. The sound of my surroundings echoed dully, as if I were submerged underwater. And just like that, my vision began to blur. I guess I overexerted myself a bit. That was my last thought before my fading consciousness turned completely black. Is this what it feels like for families waiting for a patient in surgery? This was an entirely new experience for Diane, who had always played the role of the patient. Step, step. The sound of pacing footsteps and nails being bitten filled the short hallway. Creak. The sound of the firmly closed door's hinges moving. It was a sound that could easily have been missed, but Diane, who had been on edge, caught it immediately. Perk? Like a rabbit pricking up its ears, Diane dashed toward the opening door. How is she? Is she okay? Seline, who had just come out of the room, stiffened under the pressure of Diane's intensity. I'm sorry. Seeing Seline's deeply flustered expression, Diane realized her mistake and took a step back. It's okay. I understand. Seline's face, momentarily shocked, softened into a gentle smile. The time spent with Kana and Diane. It was only a few weeks, but it had been enough for Seline to get to know them. Even though she often acted prickly, Kana was always particularly kind to Diane, and Diane looked at Kana with eyes dripping with affection. It was impossible not to notice. Of course, she'd be worried about the girl she cherishes so much lying unconscious in bed. It's heartwarming. Seline, who had been watching Diane with a mix of admiration and perhaps even a hint of envy, shook her head. I'm not a physician, so I can't give an exact diagnosis, but Lady Kana's body seems to be fine. I see. Diane's expression didn't brighten much after hearing Seline's words. While it sounded reassuring to say there was nothing wrong with Kana's body, it also meant that Seline's power couldn't heal her. Dragon's mana, I had thought it was extraordinary, given that it was a national treasure, but I never imagined it would be something so remarkable. Remembering Kana knocking down Chromo's shadow, which had been burning the village, without letting it land a single hit, Diane shivered. But great power always comes with a great price. The girl who defeated the shadow in an instant had collapsed, her face turning even paler than its usual whiteness, and even after several hours, she had yet to regain consciousness. I guess all we can do is wait. Kana is strong, so she'll wake up soon. Diane consoled herself, but she couldn't calm her anxious heart. She looked like she was in a lot of pain. Kana had tried to act like everything was fine, putting on a composed front. But Diane, who had been talking to her, could see it clearly. The lips turned pale from clenching in pain, the cold sweat running down her forehead, the oddly unfocused gaze, the tightly furrowed brows, and the voice filled with suffering. There were many other signs that hinted at Kana's condition, but in the end, she couldn't withstand the pain and collapsed, so there was no need to say more. How is she doing? There's no particular change in her condition. Artisha, who had been away for a while, returned. The attack by Chromo's shadow had caused immense damage to the village. Many buildings were destroyed, and many casualties occurred, so not only were there numerous patients, but there were also hardly any proper places for the residents to stay tonight. Gathering in one of the few intact buildings was the best they could do. Under such circumstances, Artisha had generously offered her residence, one of the few undamaged structures, to Diane and her party. Diane was both grateful and uncomfortable about Artisha's hospitality. Is it really okay for us to use such a large space all by ourselves? In a situation like this, it felt awkward to occupy a space large enough for dozens of people with just their small group. So, she had subtly mentioned it several times, but Artisha's determination was unshakable. A debt of gratitude must be repaid. You saved the village, so what's a mere mansion in comparison? There was also another reason. It's not good for patients to be exposed to our magi. Even if the village was already saturated with magi, it made a difference whether they shared the same space or not. While it might not matter when someone is in good health, Artisha's opinion was that they needed to be cautious now that Kana had lost consciousness and collapsed. If that's the case. Diane reluctantly stepped back when Artisha brought up Kana's condition. If you need anything, just let me know at any time. I'll help in every way I can. There's nothing I need right now. I'll let you know if I think of anything later. All right. Oh, by the way, I didn't come here just to say this. Artisha clapped her hands lightly as if she had just remembered. I almost forgot to mention. For the next few hours, don't go outside. What? I wasn't planning to go out, but, is there a particular reason? A group of monsters has been spotted approaching. Normally, we'd be fine since we have the barricades, but... Trailing off, Artisha glanced out the window. Her dark eyes reflected the ruined, charred scenery of the village. As you can see, the state of the village is a mess. So, stay here as much as possible. There might still be some stragglers left. A group of monsters. Yes. To think that a monster horde would appear when they hadn't even finished dealing with the Shadow's attack. It was a perfect example of one disaster following another. Dayan carefully offered a suggestion. Should I help? There's no need for that. Even though it's a monster horde, it's not large enough to overwhelm us. We can handle it on our own. That's a relief, but it's a bit strange. Dayan suddenly recalled something she'd read somewhere. Wasn't it called Heinrich's Law? It's a statistical principle stating that before a major accident occurs, dozens of minor accidents and warning signs, stemming from the same cause, tend to happen first. For incidents to be happening one after another like this. Could this be a sign of something much bigger brewing? Dayan felt a surge of anxiety. But she wasn't insensitive enough to voice such thoughts outright to someone who had already been through a disaster, so she changed the subject subtly. Why now of all times? Who knows? Maybe they thought it was an opportunity. Unlike the anxious Dayan, who was chewing her lips nervously, Artisha seemed indifferent. In fact, she even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips as if savoring something. Besides, we've been short on meat lately, so this works out just fine. Gah! Dayan made a strange sound in response to Artisha's words. Monster meat. For Dayan, who came from Earth, the idea of eating monster meat was something she could never get used to. She knew it was edible, but there was still a lingering hesitation when it came to actually eating it. Noticing the strange look she was receiving, Dayan cleared her throat. Ahem, I hope it's nothing serious. It won't be, right? Why are you saying that while looking at me? Huh? Who else would I say it to but you, Artisha? Dayan asked, clearly puzzled. Artisha silently gestured with her chin. As if telling Dayan to look over there, Dayan's eyes rolled toward the direction indicated. Huh. The tightly closed door had swung wide open, and through the open doorway, a small girl was leaning against the doorframe, quietly watching her. Bugs are always drawn to a strong light. With a face as exhausted as Artisha's, Kana spoke. Blink. A familiar ceiling. If it's possible to call a ceiling you've only seen for a day familiar, that is. Why am I here? As I tried to gather my thoughts, the throbbing pain in my head tightened its grip even more. Ah, I remember now. At least I succeeded in recalling the memory. I took down Chromo's shadow, then collapsed from the recoil of the blessing. Judging by the fact that I can't remember anything after that, it seems like I fainted and have just regained consciousness. No wonder my head hurts so much. I was forcibly knocked out and then regained consciousness. After lying down for a few hours, I feel a bit better than I did before passing out. The sensation of my body being torn apart is still the same, though. I forced my still feeble body to stand up and headed toward the source of the commotion. You're awake. Dayan's face lit up with joy. As I took a small step back, Dayan, who had been ready to run over and hug me, paused in her tracks. Are you still in pain? I'm not exactly fine. There's no point in lying about it. The moment I spoke, Dayan's face, which had been full of joy, quickly darkened. She frantically hovered around me, seemingly at a loss, unable to bring herself to touch someone in pain. Then shouldn't you be lying back down instead of standing? What if your condition worsens? Come on, let's get back to bed and rest properly. Even if it's stuffy, make sure to keep yourself covered. Okay, good girl. What the hell is she doing? Just watching her makes me think this could go on forever. Whack. Ow. Enough. When a machine malfunctions, a good smack fixes it. The same goes for Dayan when she's malfunctioning. Dayan, clutching her head after the light smack, finally quieted down. I nodded with satisfaction as I watched her. Maybe I have a talent for this sort of thing. I might even be able to make a living out of it someday. Dayan, who had been rubbing her head and groaning, suddenly jumped up. Violence is not okay. Sorry, but I've survived using this method all my life. When you put it like that, I have nothing to say. Suddenly making a point like that is totally unfair. Dayan started pulling at her hair in frustration. Seeing her beautiful hair getting tangled between her fingers made me feel a little not sorry at all. It's not the first time I've seen Dayan act like this. Besides, she's probably just exaggerating, so I don't need to worry. You're awake. Artisha. Artisha acknowledged me with a slight nod. But, feels like you're keeping a bit of distance. We weren't exactly close to begin with, but Artisha was definitely keeping her distance right now. It wasn't just my imagination either. She was clearly cautious, constantly gauging my reactions. When I took a step closer as a test, she took 2 steps back. What is this? As I narrowed my eyes and glared at her, Artisha, flustered and unlike her usual self, answered awkwardly. I was worried the magi might affect you. So, that's what it was. I thought she was afraid of me or something and avoiding me because of that. This might sound like a delusion from a teenager or self-conceit, but, having experienced similar situations before, I can't help but think like this. I made an excuse to no one in particular. It's fine. Even though I'm not in the best condition, I won't be affected by that level of magi. Really. I don't lie about things like this. Judging by the suspicious look in her eyes, she probably thought I was pretending to be tough to save face. As I mentioned before, I wouldn't bother putting in that kind of effort for someone I'm not particularly close to. That's right. Kana would never do something as considerate as that. She's probably thinking, no way could some low-level magi like yours affect someone as great as me. Isn't that right? Dayan, who seemed to have calmed down for a moment, started malfunctioning again. It appears I went too easy on her earlier, and now she's back to being broken. How hard should I hit her to fix her without breaking her entirely? As I clenched and unclenched my fists, Dayan, sensing the danger, quickly scurried away. Surprisingly, Dayan's antics seemed to have worked, as the suspicion in Artisha's eyes faded away. I'm jealous. Of what? That you can withstand the magi. My eyes landed on Artisha's broken horn. Artisha yearns for Laxia. If her horn hadn't been broken, she probably wouldn't have come to the Ardena continent. But even so, Artisha did not regret losing her horn. There was a sense of pride in having protected something precious in exchange for her horn. Offering comfort to someone with such pride would be an insult, especially if it came from someone as inexperienced as me. If you try, you can probably do it too. Do you really think so? I hope so. Artisha smiled faintly. Thank you. Because of you and Joni, the number of casualties was significantly reduced. She said that it was because of me that they were able to kill Kurumo's shadow. And thanks to Joni, who ran around tirelessly helping with the rescue, the number of victims was minimized. So, Dayan did something like that. I wondered why the shadow seemed so agitated. Turns out Dayan's rescue efforts must have really gotten on its nerves. You said you were looking for a ship to Laxia. I'll make sure to get you the best ship possible. As long as it doesn't sink, I don't really care. I can't treat a benefactor that way. Well, do whatever you want. I straightened my body, which had been leaning against the doorframe. Don't you have something you need to do right now? Something to do. Click. Exterminating pests. I raised the sword I held in one hand. Those monsters, they've gathered, haven't they? You heard. Weren't you talking loud enough for me to hear? Sorry. I guess I was speaking too loudly. You're really different from yesterday. No, not even yesterday. The Artisha now was noticeably different even compared to this morning's Artisha. For someone to change so much in such a short time, she must genuinely be grateful, not just saying it out of courtesy. This is my responsibility, so I'll handle it. If it had been a regular monster attack, I would have just left it for them to deal with. But this time, I can't turn a blind eye, because the reason the monsters have gathered is because of me. What do you mean by that? Smack? Ow. I gave Dayan a divine punishment on the head as she tried to sneak into the conversation, seemingly having forgotten her past transgressions. Do you know why there are especially dangerous monsters near a dragon's lair? No matter how powerful a monster may be, it knows that challenging a dragon would turn it into a monster, because of their strong territorial instincts, more than their own lives. So I got it wrong. What's the right answer, Professor? Dayan's expression showed no hint of regret for getting the answer wrong. In fact, she seemed almost amused by it. At this point, I think Dayan is just having fun. The answer didn't come from my mouth, but from somewhere else. Because of the mana. Right. Correct. I nodded slightly at Artisha's cautious question. It could be, as Dayan said, that some of the creatures have such strong territorial instincts that they won't relocate. But the biggest reason is the mana spilled by the dragon. Mana that is pure, free of any contamination. With that kind of mana continuously flowing out, they're willing to take risks and settle nearby. Just as mana is a source of life and a means to grow stronger for humans, it's the same for monsters. And this ring is imbued with the dragon's mana. To be precise, it's not just mana, it's the dragon itself dwelling within. But since the outcome is the same, there's no need to correct myself. I wanted to tell you earlier, but you know why? At that, Dayan's expression shifted to one of realization. Thinking back, I definitely overexerted myself. I ended up using too much power because I was not in a good mood at the time. There was also a sense of urgency. Given the level of that creature, I could have killed it without invoking the blessing. But if I had done that, the damage might have been greater. In that sense, maybe my choice wasn't entirely wrong, but it doesn't change the fact that I overused Grazid's power. I sighed deeply and staggered forward. Where are you going? I told you, since it's my responsibility. That won't do. Hiya. With a small, cute cry, I suddenly found myself lifted off the ground. The familiar scent and sensation that approached me. Without any hesitation, Dayan, who was now holding me in a princess carry, walked back into the room I had just left and gently laid me on the bed. Then, she covered me with a moderately thick blanket, pulling it up to the very top of my head. MMMPH. The whole process was so smooth and natural that I didn't even have time to protest. I finally managed to snap out of it and poked my head out from under the blanket. What are you doing? Leave this to us, and you rest like a proper patient. She's right. We're not so weak that we'd need your help for something like this. Artisha, who had followed us in, echoed Dayan's sentiments, and even Seline, standing behind her, nodded in agreement. I looked at the three of them, all united in stopping me, with an incredulous expression. What nonsense. Tisk, tisk. Ignoring their words, I tried to sit up, but Dayan, with a stern look, pushed me back down onto the bed. See, you fell back with just my feeble strength. Kana, you need to rest and stabilize yourself. In this state, I'm confident I could take down as many people at Dayan's level as they throw at me. Yet, whether I looked annoyed or not, Dayan just threw the blanket back over me. This time, leaving only my eyes visible. Anyway, we'll take care of it, so Kana, you just rest up. If I catch you out there, I'm going to spank your bottom. Scared yet? Unbelievable. I was so dumbfounded by her stern glare and her ridiculous threat that I didn't even know how to respond. Even if I were a child, I doubt I'd find such a threat scary. I watched blankly as the three of them left, drawing the curtains and firmly closing the door behind them, and then I let out a breath. Even if you ask for my help later, I won't help. Yes, absolutely not. I nodded firmly, making that resolution. Still, well, it doesn't feel all that bad. I pulled the blanket over my head, covering myself completely. It's hot. This heat. It must be from being wrapped too tightly under the blanket. 2 days have passed since Chromo's shadow attacked the village. I still haven't left the sickbed, and in front of me was Dayan, holding a spoon and smiling brightly. Kana, Saya, my arm's getting tired. Come on, Saya, I can eat by myself. A patient, talking back. Sigh. Oh no, it's going to spill. If you don't eat it quickly, the red stew will drip all over the white sheets, and then the person doing the laundry will have a hard time cleaning it. Kana, you wouldn't ignore such a thing, right? No, you wouldn't, because you're kind and thoughtful dash. Ah dash. My ears are going to bleed at this rate. I reluctantly opened my mouth, and only then did Dayan finally stop talking. Looking satisfied after achieving her goal, Dayan began humming a little tune. As I chewed and swallowed the stew filled with finely chopped meat, I spoke. I think Dayan would be better as a bard than a swordswoman. Huh? Really? Well, I do have a bit of a knack for speaking. I also think my singing skills aren't that bad. That wasn't what I meant, but since she seems satisfied, let's just leave it at that. How did things end up like this? Being fed like a baby bird, what a pitiful state I've come to. Sighing inwardly, I accepted another spoonful of stew from Dayan. To be honest, my condition still wasn't great. Although I was better than I was 2 days ago, there were still moments when the dull pain caused me to furrow my brows. But even so, I don't think I'm so weak that I need this level of care. Yet the way everyone looks at me feels like they're watching a bird that's had its wings broken. Yesterday, I thought I'd go out for a short walk and opened the door, but then, wait a minute. Kana, where are you going? I'm feeling stuffy. I just want to get some fresh air. You can barely walk, and you want to go out? I'll open the window for you, so bear with that. Okay, no, there's no choice, then. Seline, please take care of it. Leave it to me. They went as far as using holy magic to keep me inside. I probably could have broken through if I tried, but I was so dumbfounded that they'd go to such lengths that I just obediently went back inside. That's not what holy magic is supposed to be used for. And that wasn't the only thing bothering me. I see. Can you at least keep your muttering to yourself? No, I don't want to. You said you woke up earlier. Go back to sleep. You woke me up, didn't you? Now you're telling me to leave as soon as we're done talking? That's too much. As soon as my body started to recover a bit, the lizard immediately noticed and began to pester me again. This was another reason I didn't want to activate the blessing. Shouldn't dragons have a more serious demeanor? The dragons I know weren't like this. It's a bias. Yeah, seeing you, I'm sure of it. That's also a bias. Do you think I show this side to just anyone? I'm showing you kindness because I like your soul. Ugh, it feels gross. Does he expect me to be all, wow, what an honor, and be happy about it? If this lizard thought I'd be thrilled by his favor, he was sorely mistaken. Well, I've been enduring both inside and out like this. Whenever I say I'm thirsty, they bring me water, and if I say I'm hungry, they serve me food. Not a feast, but still tasty enough. Most importantly, the absence of any green, leafy vegetables was what I liked the most. Of course, the best trick with picky eaters is to cut the veggies so small they can't see them. I didn't say anything. Anyway, if you ask whether this is uncomfortable or comfortable, it's definitely comfortable. Without lifting a finger, everything I need is brought to me. How could it not be comfortable? But being comfortable and feeling stifled are two separate things. Sigh. Laying down quietly has helped me recover faster than I expected. Just one more day. Maybe 2 at most. I resolved inwardly as I obediently accepted the food Dayan was offering me. Dayan looked nervously at Seline. How is it? It's delicious. Hehe, right. Dayan finally let out a sigh of relief and grinned proudly when Seline said it was tasty. For the past few days, Dayan had been in charge of preparing meals for the party. Since food touched by the hands of the demonic race would naturally be tainted with magi, it was only logical. Though, that's just an excuse. It's not like only the demonic race knew how to cook. Seline was right next to Dayan the entire time. For simple dishes, Seline could have easily handled it. Even though she knew this, Dayan took on the troublesome task herself for one reason. So cute. It was because she wanted to see Kana munching on the food she made. Every time Kana chewed, her round, chubby cheeks moved. Dayan and Kana talked about the things they hadn't been able to say before. Dayan apologized for stubbornly ignoring Kana's words and putting her in a difficult position. Kana, in turn, apologized for leaving Dayan alone, which led to her experiencing something dangerous, and for misunderstanding her. When asked what misunderstanding it was, Kana firmly kept her lips shut and didn't say anything more, so Dayan couldn't find out. But seeing how Kana went along with her stubbornness over the past few days, Dayan thought it must have been bothering her quite a bit. What on earth did she misunderstand? Although she was curious, Dayan didn't ask Kana about it. It hadn't even been a few days since she apologized for making Kana feel troubled, so she didn't want to make the same mistake again. And so, she quietly buried her small curiosity inside her. Tomorrow's finally the day. Seline, who was helping Dayan with the tableware, spoke. Pardon? Oh, you mean our trip to Laxia? Yes, that's right. Oh, right. Dayan had momentarily forgotten about Laxia, but now she remembered Kana discussing the ship and the schedule with Artisha. She also remembered that they were set to depart tomorrow. Are you still nervous? No, not really. Dayan shook her head back and forth. When Kana first told her they were going to the infamous magic continent, Laxia, she had been nervous. However, after spending a few days in the demonic race's village, known by humans as the garbage dump, she realized that the image of the demonic race commonly known to the world was far from the truth. The demonic race weren't vicious monsters who tamed savage beasts and ate humans alive. They were just like normal people, with the exception of having horns and a different skin color. In some ways, they even seemed more innocent. Listening to what others say isn't always the answer. Dayan, who once again learned the lesson that one must see and judge things for themselves, no longer felt afraid of Laxia. Laxia is just another place where people live, after all. Dayan gazed fondly at a flower placed on one side of the kitchen. Even though it had withered due to Magi, it had once bloomed brilliantly. Thinking of the child's face, who smiled brightly as she held out the flower as a token of gratitude for saving her, put Dayan in a good mood. But, will I really be able to handle it? However, she couldn't completely shake off her anxiety. Especially after the recent attack, Dayan, who had come to recognize her limits, couldn't easily overcome her unease. Despite the numerous members of the demonic race who praised her. Don't worry. I'm sure everything will be fine. In any case, Dayan didn't really have a choice. At this point, all she could do was follow along. Besides, I promised I wouldn't leave. I made that promise confidently, so I can't run away just because I'm scared. With the magic tools and Seline by her side, she thought she could manage somehow. With a somewhat optimistic mindset, Dayan scooped stew into a bowl. Leaving for Laxia was one thing, but she still had to eat well. Dayan, holding the stew with finely chopped vegetables, headed to Kana's room. Oh, come to think of it. If they were departing tomorrow, that meant she'd have to get back to her main job starting tomorrow. The time to resume her streaming, which she had abandoned under the pretext of taking care of Kana, was right in front of her. Maybe I should rest a bit longer. Knowing what kind of reaction her fans would have once she resumed streaming, Dayan hesitated. She had suddenly stopped streaming and hadn't gone live for several days, so it was bound to be quite a commotion. An inner demon whispered to her. Honestly, you've worked hard up till now. It wouldn't hurt to rest a little longer, right? Not wanting to lose, an angel also whispered. If you're going to rest anyway, it might not be a bad idea to come back when everyone's completely calmed down. Was that really an angel? Looking closely, its wings seemed to have turned black. Although the sweet temptation swayed Dayan, she ultimately managed to overcome it. I'll just explain the situation first. Past me, why were you like that? But I didn't want to show them that I was struggling. That's never something to be laughed at. Stupid girl, irresponsible girl. Dayan consoled herself from the complicated feelings by scolding her past self with every word she could think of.